Chapter 1. AIG 767 years. Dragon Ball World, Western Capital. Ding. The God-level sign-in system has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for coming to the world of Dragon Ball. In a daze, this electronically synthesized sound kept echoing in Suhan's mind. His. Suhan rubbed his head and let out a long moan, then slowly opened his eyes. What happened to the sound just now? Suhan shook his dazed head, a little dazed. Unexpectedly, I would travel to the world of Dragon Ball. Suhan rubbed his head, trying hard to flip through the memories in his mind. The corners of Suhan's mouth twitched involuntarily. I have really traveled through, and it is still the world of Dragon Ball. Thinking of this, Suhan panicked. Blanche. Since it's the world of Dragon Ball, at least let me travel to Sun's body. Even if my talent is mediocre, if I work hard, I might still be able to keep up with the Z fighters. But, what the hell are you asking me to time travel to this human warrior? And the combat power of a human with a gun in the original book is only 5, I'm damn. Although there were many dissatisfaction in his heart, Suhan could only let out a sigh. If this planet is accidentally destroyed, I don't know if the underworld here will accept the soul of a traveler like me. But at this moment, that electronic synthesizer sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the God-level sign-in system. May I ask if the host needs to enable the first-day sign-in? Suhan, who has read many Fable novels, is naturally very clear about the system. There must be a system for time travel. The author of Fable sincerely does not lie to me. And the current situation is very dangerous. So how could Suhan disagree at this time? Open! Suhan shouted out without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in on the first day. Bonus, Pink 3 Black Goku template. The next moment, before Suhan could react, he opened his eyes and saw that he was actually in a blank space. Host, don't need to panic, start Fusion Black Goku Peach Red 3 panel now. The sound of the system fell, followed by the surging power in the body rushing out. Ha ha ha! I don't know how long it has passed, but Suhan is still in the mysterious space of the system. Suhan's body stood upright in the air, with his hands clenched into fists on his waist, and with a shout. The surging airflow rose instantly, causing his hair to stand straight up. At the same time, strands of rose-red energy with a mysterious aura appeared out of thin air, and finally exploded completely into arrogance. Thrustling. The powerful energy fluctuation even made the entire space tremble, and the whole process lasted for a full minute. But Suhan's energy has not weakened because of this, and it is even increasing. Then one was wearing a black martial arts suit, with pink hair, and a strong divine aura was exuding around his body. This is the power of Super Saiyan Rose. Suhan and I clenched my fists, surging power surged through my body. But in the next second, Suhan's eyes revealed a serious look. Well, the energy of the body is still increasing. Ha, ah! Then Suhan roared out again. But in the roar, Suhan's body did undergo some changes. The original bushy eyebrows disappeared, replaced by 2 particularly prominent brow bones. The pink hair grew rapidly behind her, and finally fell on Suhan's back. Coupled with the thunder and lightning around the body surrounded by pink energy, Suhan suddenly looks more mysterious. This is the power of Black Goku Super Saiyan God Toko-san. Suhan clenched her fist again, the surging strength made her feel like she could punch through this different space now. Because just now, Suhan's body has been completely sublimated due to the relationship between the Black Goku template and fusion. Whether it's body or soul, Suhan's feeling at the moment is simply unprecedented. Call. With a long breath of relief, Suhan released the Super Saiyan transformation state. Not surprisingly, even the weakest normal state has become extremely powerful. Suhan didn't even have a clue about it. But what is certain is that according to the strength of the original book, I definitely have the power to surpass Son Goku and Vegeta Super Saiyan God Blue. After all, in the original book, even if Son Goku and Vegeta teamed up, they could only barely be the opponent of the Pink and Black Goku, but now I am the Pink 3. Super Saiyan God Pink and Super Saiyan God Blue are not a concept. According to the explanation in the original book, the blue color of Super Saiyan God is the heart of man and the power of God. That is to say, Super Saiyan is the soul of a person and the fighting power of a god. The explanation of Super Saiyan God Peach is that the power of the mind and spirit of God means possessing the soul and body of God at the same time. This is the true form of God. Congratulations to the host for the success of the Fusion Peach Red 3 Black Goku template. Because the host has obtained the relationship of the Peach Red 3 Black Goku template, the genes in your body have been successfully molded into Saiyan genes. Ding! Host, your current energy of Dahongsan is not perfect. If you want to obtain the power of perfect Dahongsan, or a stronger Super Saiyan form that surpasses Dahongsan, then you need to participate in the story of the Dragon Ball world, and boost the rainbow power of the Peach Red 3 Black Goku panel, so that you can get a stronger Super Sailor form. The current 3 powers of Dahong are not perfect enough. It can also achieve the form of a god that surpasses the Super Race God Rose Red 3. Gulu. Listening to the system's notification tone, Suhan couldn't help swallowing. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Just now I have completed the transformation of Tao Hongsan, and Suhan knows better than anyone how powerful Tao Hongsan is. But I didn't expect such a terrifying power. It's not perfect yet. And according to the system, as long as you collect enough rainbow energy, you can't help but make your Peach Red 3 stronger. Is there still a chance to become a Super Sailor God? Rainbow energy. Obtain a stronger Super Saiyan form. The prompt sounded suddenly in his mind, and Suhan immediately showed a happy expression on his face. His face looked even more shocked. Because all this makes Suhan feel unreal. Phew. No matter what, let's put aside the matter of rainbow energy. Next, let's get to know the situation first. Suhan exhaled, and immediately returned to reality. Regardless of whether there are other states behind Tao Hong, he must first figure out when he is currently shooting the Dragon Ball. Ding! A new round of check-in tasks is released for you. Please host to arrive at the Southern Island to sign in, and save Android 18. Chapter 2. Ding! A new round of check-in tasks is released for you. Please host to arrive at the Southern Island to sign in, and save Android 18. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Suhan couldn't help but froze for a moment. Save no 18. It seems that we have come to the period of artificial humans. Suhan rubbed his chin and muttered. I thought that I would fusion the Black Goku panel at the beginning. It should be because I came to the Dragon Ball Super world. But I didn't expect that the current Dragon Ball world is just a period of artificial humans. But this is even better. With her current strength, as long as she doesn't encounter gods of destruction, she can walk sideways. Cell? Hehe, I don't know if the full body of Cell can withstand my slap. Thinking of this, Suhan couldn't help clenching his fists slightly. Sun's blood eager to fight in his body boiled even more. System. Help me locate the location of the Southern Island. After Suhan's voice fell, the system directly guided Suhan to the location of the Southern Island. And at this time on the Southern Island, several figures are in a stalemate. If Suhan was present, he would definitely recognize their respective identities at the first sight. Cell with thick lips after absorbing Android 17, Vegeta with a full attack rate of Super Saiyan, Future Trunks, Kling, and Android 16 and Android 18. But at this time, number 16 had half of his head destroyed, and black smoke was still rising from his head. Obviously has completely lost the ability to fight. Android 18 is even more stunned, not knowing what to do. She hasn't recovered from the fact that her younger brother number 17 was absorbed by Cell before. At this time, the Cell above the sky is confronting the super race Vegeta and the future Trunks. Damn it, it's just one step away from becoming a full body. I'm not reconciled. As long as I become a perfect body, I can defeat them. As long as I become a perfect body, I will be invincible in the world. Looking at number 18 not far away, Cell roared out. If he could absorb number 18 and become a complete body, these two guys in front of him would not be his opponents at all. But now, with Vegeta and Trunks around, they would never give themselves a chance to absorb number 18. Haha! Perfect body! After hearing Cell's words, an interested smile suddenly appeared on Vegeta's face. Then he glanced at number 18 in the distance, and suddenly an idea burst out in his heart. Hey Cell, what did you just say? You said that as long as you absorb number 18 and become a complete body, you won't lose to me, right? If that's the case, then you should hurry up and let this prince take a good look at how much stronger you can become even if you become a perfect body. Vegeta had an aloof look on his face, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It was obvious that he didn't take what Cell said about being perfect. Vegeta thinks that he is already invincible in the universe at this moment. Even if this guy Cell really becomes a perfect body, there is nothing terrible. I can still destroy him. What? Yes, but before that, I think you should take care of your son. After hearing Vegeta's words, Cell was stunned for a moment, and then there was a sinister look in his eyes. I didn't expect that Vegeta would be so arrogant that he would take the initiative to absorb number 18 and become a complete body. Although Vegeta's strength is indeed very strong now, and he is not his opponent at all in this form. But according to the records in Dr. Gero's computer, as long as you successfully absorb number 18, you will become a complete body. No one in this world will be his opponent anymore. As for Vegeta, an arrogant guy, he can easily defeat him. No, Dad, you must not do this. If you make Cell a perfect body, he will destroy the entire Earth. Hearing this, Trunks looked angry and yelled at Vegeta loudly. It's just that after absorbing number 17, Cell's strength has been greatly improved. If he is allowed to absorb number 18 again, it's really hard to say whether the current self can defeat the opponent. And my father is too arrogant. He is simply betting on the fate of the Earth. If he loses the bet, the entire Earth will be destroyed by Cell. Moreover, the future time and space have suffered too many disasters, and I don't want similar tragedies to happen in this time and space anyway. So even if they want to attack Vegeta, Trunks must prevent Cell from becoming a complete body. Number 18. You guys go. He glanced at Android 16 and 18 in the distance, and then shouted loudly. Damn kid, do you know what you're doing? Seeing that Trunks actually blocked his way, Vegeta couldn't help but groan disdainfully. I only know that Cell is absolutely not allowed to become a full body. I will definitely not let this time and space become the future time and space. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly. It seems that if he wants to stop Cell, he must defeat Dad first. Hey, idiot, you will know how stupid your actions are after a while. Vegeta, stop this guy for me, don't let him disturb my absorption of number 18. Cell glanced at Vegeta, showed a sneer, and flew out in the direction of number 18. Not good. On the 18th, you take the 16th and go, I'll stop Cell. At this time, Kellen stopped in front of number 18 and said something. Call out. Snapped. But before Klin could react, Cell had already come in front of him. A big beta directly shot Klin into the air. In the end, he fell into a pile of rocks and passed out. Go to the 18th quickly. If even you are absorbed by the Cell, then the Earth will really be over. Android 16 stood up with difficulty, trying to use his body to fight for the last chance to escape for number 18. But Cell is now close at hand, and I just want to leave at this time. How can it be so easy? Number 18, become a part of my body. Cell's body flashed, and he came directly in front of number 18, the corners of his mouth tilted, and greedy eyes appeared in his eyes. It's like a hungry beast seeing fresh fat. Be a part of my body. As he said that, the tail thorn behind Cell directly turned into a huge mouth, which was about to be swallowed towards number 18. Chapter 3. I don't want to be a part of you, ugly monster. Number 18 wants to resist, but the strength gap between the two is too great, there is no chance of resisting at all. I can only watch that disgusting thing swallow towards me. Call out. Then at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. A shadow figure wearing a black battle suit appeared in front of 18, and grabbed Cell's tail thorn. Give up, ugly, you don't want to absorb number 18 when I'm here. After finishing speaking, Suhan directly pulled out Cell's tail thorn. Pfft. After the tail thorn was pulled out, a green liquid spewed out of Cell's tail instantly. Ah, you, who are you? Cell looked at the mysterious man in front of him in panic. I don't know why the sense of crisis brought to him by the person in front of him actually made Cell forget the pain caused by his tail thorn being pulled out. Who is he? Number 18 blinked, his big eyes became watery due to the fear brought by Cell, and looked at the stalwart figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Who is he? Why would you come to protect yourself? For a moment, countless question marks appeared in No 18's mind. At this time, Vegeta and Trunks, who were fighting, also stopped and looked at Suhan, who suddenly appeared. But soon, Vegeta frowned. Tail? Is this guy who popped up out of nowhere also a Saiyan? So strong. Can you actually pull out Cell's tail? But why can't I feel his breath? And it seems that there will never be such a strong person in the future. At this time, future Trunks also looked at Suhan with a puzzled expression. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this mysterious person who appeared suddenly was an enemy or a friend. Because in the future, Trunks has not seen this person. But what puzzled Trunks the most was that this guy seemed very strong. But why can't I feel a little breath? TCH. He must have used some kind of ability to hide his breath, but he can't hide it from me. Vegeta raised his chin with a look of disdain. Although seeing the opponent's tail, Vegeta still doesn't think that the opponent is the same Saiyan as himself. Because of the destruction of the Vegeta star, Saiyan should only be himself and Kakarot who are still alive. There will never be a third Saiyan again. Who on earth are you, dare to destroy my Cell's good deeds? Aren't you afraid of death? Cell looked at Suhan on the opposite side with an angry face. He didn't know the strength of the other party for the time being, so he didn't dare to act rashly. And in my own see, there is no information about this person at all. But what is certain is that the other party can actually pull out his own tail when he is unprepared. This is enough to show that the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. Even surpassed himself. In this case, you need to be more cautious. Fear death. Only by you. The corner of Suhan's mouth turned up, revealing a sneer. When he was in the system space before, Suhan was able to completely control his current body, so he is very aware of how strong he is now. Let alone a cell that has not yet become a perfect body, even a perfect cell is as weak as an ant in the eyes of Suhan. Be careful. This monster is very strong. Number 18 whispered a reminder behind Suhan. I don't know why, but when I look at Suhan, I always feel my heart beating very fast. Don't worry, with me here, Cell has no chance to hurt you. Suhan smiled faintly. Then he took 2 steps forward and came to the opposite side of Cell. A hole. You really don't think much of my Cell. Seeing that the other party didn't take himself seriously at all, Cell immediately yelled angrily. Clenching his fists tightly, exerting force on his legs, he rushed directly towards Suhan in the next moment. I want to see how you can prevent me from absorbing number 18. Seeing that Suhan had no intention of dodging in the face of his attack, Cell thought that the other party was frightened by his own speed. Immediately, the smile on his face became even brighter. But at the next moment, Suhan's heavy punch unexpectedly landed on his abdomen. Puff! Vomit! For a while, Cell didn't see clearly what happened, but his abdomen was already pierced by Suhan's fist. And Cell's body flew out like a fired shell. Boom! After smashing several hills in a row, it fell into a rocky ruin. What? You actually defeated Cell with one move, so strong. Number 18 behind Suhan blinked, looked at Suhan's back, and showed a look of disbelief. Such a powerful Cell was pierced through the chest by his punch. Life and death are unknown. I'm afraid even the stronger Vegeta can't do this kind of thing. How could this person be so powerful? Moreover, number 18 felt that the other party seemed to be watching them all the time, if it wasn't because Cell wanted to attack him just now. He probably wouldn't have tried to teach Cell a lesson at all. How handsome he is on stage, and how strong he is. Who the hell is he? And just when Suhan punched Cell flying, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Chapter 4. Suhan couldn't help but froze for a moment when he heard the prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving on the southern island. saving number 18 and completing the task of signing in. Reward, unlimited instant transmission. Additional bonus, 45% pink energy, rainbow energy. Note, it can play 45% of the total attack rate of pink 3. Unlimited instant transmission, it should be a combined version of Gebet and Son Goku instant transmission, it should be useful, and 45% pink energy. Looking at the sign-in rewards given by the system, a smile appeared on Suhan's face. Not to mention how useful the unlimited instant transmission is, 45% of the pink energy can let you sweep everything. But, damn it! This BD actually has a strength that is probably not weaker than mine. How can that be? Vegeta looked at Suhan, his clenched fists clenched. There was anger in his eyes. Now regardless of whether the opponent is Saiyan or not, since he has strength not weaker than his own, it is wrong. Moreover, the tail behind Suhan made Vegeta feel particularly dazzling. I don't hate the strong, but I really hate the strong who are stronger than myself. Like, Son Goku, this guy. Call out. At this time, Vegeta's body flashed and landed directly in front of Suhan. Dad, calm down, since he defeated Cell, he shouldn't be our enemy. Seeing his father's expression, Trunks hurriedly followed, for fear that his father would accidentally offend this person. After all, punching through Cell's body, Trunks asked himself, is impossible. However, the mysterious man in front of him did it. Although I can't feel the power of the other party. But this still made Trunks feel that there was a terrifying power in this human body. From his calm expression, it can be seen that his strength has definitely surpassed himself, as well as Dad and Cell. Hey! Who are you, fellow? And why do you have a tail? I think you need to explain this matter properly. Vegeta came in front of Suhan, and said in a questioning tone with a cold face. Vegeta, is this the tone you use to ask questions? Suhan looked at Vegeta, who was facing him with a pale face, and said in the same cold tone. Although I don't hate Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super, but Vegeta in this time period is really hard to like. And where is his arrogant questioning tone, which makes people feel very uncomfortable? Cut, stop talking nonsense. I advise you to explain clearly honestly, otherwise the cell just now will be your fate. As he spoke, Vegeta tilted his face even more, raised his chin, and looked arrogant. Cell is my fate. Vegeta, has anyone ever told you that you can easily get spanked for talking like that? Although Suhan has a good temper, but faced with Vegeta's repeated provocations, he naturally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. If you are the protagonist, it's okay to be arrogant, but you are so arrogant, you are really not afraid of being beaten. And if Suhan is just an ordinary person or a person whose strength is not as good as Vegeta's, he would naturally not dare to speak too much in the face of Vegeta's provocation. But the current Suhan has the Black Wu panel. Super 2, Super 3, Super Sailor, Pink, Pink 3. Take out anyone and you can easily beat Vegeta. So for Vegeta's arrogant attitude, Suhan naturally didn't want to bear it. A hole. How dare you talk to my Super Vegeta, you are not ready to explain it. Since that's the case, it's better. But judging from the way you beat Cell just now, it seems that your strength is not weak. But don't think that you can be arrogant in front of my Super Vegeta by defeating that trash of Cell, this prince will show you the strength of Super Saiyan right now. Let's wait and see, beat you down, and see if you say it or not. Vegeta and I clenched my fists, the corners of my mouth raised, and a smug look appeared on my face. What ignorance! But if you want to be my stepping stone, then go ahead. Suhan shook his head at Vegeta with a slightly sympathetic face. This guy Vegeta really likes to make fun of himself, but since the other party likes to be slapped in the face, then I will not refuse. It's a good time to test your current strength. BD, you are courting death. Obviously, Vegeta has been irritated by Suhan. He clenched his fists tightly, and his body suddenly turned into an afterimage, attacking Suhan. This punch Vegeta showed no mercy. He wanted this arrogant guy to know what would happen if he offended him. But it was accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. Suhan just raised his right hand, and easily blocked the opponent's attack with his palm. The moment the fists and palms touched, there was an obvious shock for several kilometers around, and the sponge boiled and shook waves one after another. What, you actually caught my attack? Seeing the scene in front of him, Vegeta's eyes popped suddenly. It was obvious that he couldn't accept what happened in front of him. You must know that with this punch, I almost used the limit of my Super Saiyan full attack rate. But this guy actually caught his attack so easily. How strong should he be? Ignorance. The corners of Suhan's mouth rose slightly. Boom. Then, Vegeta's body was thrown to the ground by Suhan like a marionette. In an instant, a spider web of cracks spread out on the ground centered on Vegeta's body. Dead. Trunks ignored the shock in front of him, and hurriedly flew to Vegeta's side, fearing that something might happen to Vegeta. But at this time Vegeta was incomparably miserable. When the body fell on the ground, violent smoke and dust instantly rose from the ground. And Vegeta felt his body even more, as if it was about to fall apart. With just one easy move, I made myself into a normal state. Chapter 5. What? Dad was defeated by one move. Looking at Vegeta who had become normal in the deep pit, Trunks' pupils shrank suddenly, with an expression of disbelief. Even in the face of Cell who has absorbed number 17, his father can face it calmly, and even play with Cell. But what is going on in this scene? This mysterious Saiyan, that came out of nowhere. He actually defeated his father in one move, Vegeta. This is too strong. Not only Trunks was shocked, but also number 18 and Android 16 behind Suhan, as well as Kellen who had just woken up. All are dumbfounded. Just a few minutes ago, Vegeta was playing with Cell as if he was winning, but now he is being played by a mysterious person who suddenly appeared. One move to beat. Humph. I guess Vegeta won't even be able to be the second child of 10,000 years. Suhan looked at Vegeta lying in the deep pit, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Originally, Suhan didn't intend to shoot Vegeta, but this guy hit the gun himself. Can anyone else be blamed? If you don't teach me a lesson like this, won't you be looked down upon by number 18? This gentleman. It is indeed my father who was too reckless this time. My name is Trunks. If I may, I apologize to you on his behalf. I hope you don't get angry. Trunks came to Suhan's side and apologized with a pleading face. Although I don't have a good impression of this proud and arrogant father, but the other party is my father after all. And if Vegeta is killed by this person, there is no way to explain to her mother when she goes back. Apologies are unnecessary. If it wasn't for Vegeta's own abuse, I wouldn't bother to do it. Suhan looked at Trunks and said calmly. I still have a good impression of Trunks Suhan. This guy can be said to be the only one among all Saiyans who doesn't make waves. And he taught Vegeta a lesson, purely because the other party asked for boredom. Great. Trunks was also relieved to hear that Suhan didn't intend to care about this matter. You must know that with the opponent's strength, they can defeat Cell and his father in one move. It is estimated that he can kill himself in one move. Moreover, the fighters still don't know the details of the opponent. It is a very unwise choice to establish a powerful enemy at this time. Wait, sir, your tail, does it mean you're a Saiyan too? Seeing that the other party wanted to leave, although Trunks was a little nervous, he still asked. Hearing this, Suhan froze for a moment. Although when I first came to this world, I was just an ordinary human being. But according to the system, he has now perfectly fused Saiyan's genes. That is to say, the current self has become a well-deserved Saiyan. And the tail behind him is the best proof. Yes, my name is Suhan, and I am indeed a Saiyan. Since the moment fusion blacked the Goku panel, I have become a Saiyan. And Trunks is indeed much more polite than the proud and arrogant Vegeta, so Suhan is willing to answer the other party's doubts. Sure enough, it's Saiyan. Trunks hesitated for a moment, but he also thought of this result. After all, the tail behind the opponent is the best proof. Just when Trunks wanted to continue to ask something, the cell that was blown away in the distance has returned to its original appearance. Damn! When did such a perverted strongman appear on the earth? It seems that there is no way to absorb number 18 today. Cell looked coldly at Suhan who was in midair, thinking of the scene where he was punched flying by him before. Cell still has lingering fears. Forget it, let's run for our lives first, stay in this place, he will definitely not let me go. Thinking of this, Cell directly exerted all his strength and quickly flew out towards the distance. Although he was no match for Suhan and the others in terms of strength, Cell was still very confident in escaping. Not good. Cell wants to escape. Finding that Cell wanted to escape, Android 16 hurriedly shouted at Suhan. Because he knows that the only people who can kill Cell now are Trunks and the mysterious Xian. What? Cell must not be allowed to escape this time. As he spoke, Trunks clenched his fists tightly, and then a deep roar came out. It directly became a super race. But just when he was about to rush up to intercept Cell, Suhan's hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder. Don't be nervous, Cell can't escape. Suhan looked at Trunks and said with a smile. Then before the other party reacted, Suhan directly used unlimited instant transmission. Call out. Instantly. Suhan's body has appeared in front of Cell. What, this is Son Goku's instant transmission, how is this possible? Looking at Suhan who suddenly blocked his way, Cell's forehead was full of cold sweat. The whole person took 2 steps back. But the Trunks behind have followed. You, what are you? At this time, Cell also knows what real fear is. Damn it! I'm just 1 step away from being able to absorb number 18 and become a full body. Cell's heart roared. A dead man doesn't need to know how much. After speaking, Suhan's arm was raised, and he was about to release the Qigong bomb to kill Cell completely. BD. Cell can only die in the hands of my King Vegeta. And at this moment, Vegeta's voice suddenly came out. Chapter 6. Hear Vegeta's voice. Suhan stopped the energy bomb in his hand, then turned his head to look over. At this moment, Vegeta flew over slowly dragging his scarred body. This guy Vegeta, is really stubborn. Seeing Vegeta approaching slowly, Suhan shook his head helplessly. This guy is really exactly the same as in the original book. It's Vegeta. Great, here's your chance. Seeing Vegeta who was only 100 meters away from him, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Cell's face. Since you can't absorb number 18, then you should absorb the guy Vegeta. Even if you can't become a perfect body, at least you can make yourself stronger. Solar Flare. Cell finds the opportunity and directly uses Solar Flare to interfere with the sight of Suhan and others. The dazzling light for a moment made it impossible for everyone present to look directly at it. Then waited for the opportunity to come to Vegeta's side. Cell, I will never let you escape. Vegeta was also blinded by the light of the solar flare, but he kept talking. Hey. Vegeta, don't worry, I will never run away. With this in mind, Cell didn't hesitate, and the tail spur behind him turned into a huge mouth part. Swallowed it straight at Vegeta. And because Vegeta was injured by Suhan, he has no power to fight back at this moment. Not good. Dad, run away. It was only at this time that Trunks came to his senses, and then shouted loudly at Vegeta. But when he regained his sight, it was too late. Cell's mouth parts had swallowed half of Vegeta's body. And Vegeta's lower body is still struggling violently. Cell, UBD. Let go of my father. Seeing this, Trunks became even more angry to the extreme, clenched his fists and turned into Super Saiyan directly. Golden flames lingered around his body. With a fierce stamp on the ground, his body rushed over in an instant. Boom! Trunks landed a heavy punch on Cell's face. And Cell's body was thrown into the air, gliding on the ground for a long distance. However, Vegeta was not rescued. The moment Trunks' fist fell, Vegeta's entire body was also sucked into the body by Cell. It's over. Even Vegeta has been absorbed by Cell. After seeing this scene, Kellen froze in place. Unexpectedly, Vegeta, who was still beating Cell before, was actually absorbed by Cell now. Oops! Cell's aura has become stronger. Android 16 also said with a frown. Although Cell can become a complete body only by absorbing number 17 and number 18, this does not mean that he will not become stronger after absorbing Vegeta. Damn Cell! At this moment, Trunks was already extremely angry, and he didn't expect that this BD would actually absorb Vegeta. Immediately, he stepped forward again and launched another storm-like attack on Cell's body. Bang bang bang! And Cell's body retreated again and again, unable to fight back after being beaten. This guy Cell actually absorbed Vegeta. But things should get a little more interesting. Looking at the passively beaten Cell on the ground, Suhan said calmly. For Suhan, who has become a super race god, even without eyes, he can see every move of Cell clearly. Perhaps it was because of the Saiyan gene in his body, so Suhan didn't stop Cell. He also wanted to see what tricks this guy could make. I didn't expect this guy to actually absorb Vegeta. You little brat, do you want to be absorbed by me too? Cell, who was still being beaten passively, suddenly became swollen. The aura emanating from his body has become many times stronger at this moment. Get out! Grabbing Trunks' arm, Cell directly punched out of thin air, hitting Trunks' chest heavily. The terrifying force directly smashed the Trunks into the air. Puff! Trunks spat out a mouthful of blood. Trunks, who were injured with one punch, it seems that Cell's strength has really become a lot stronger. Suhan, who witnessed all this in mid-air, said calmly. Although a little surprised, but there is no wave in the heart. Although Cell has become much stronger after absorbing Vegeta, this level of strength is too weak in Suhan's opinion. You don't even have to become a Super Saiyan yourself. Can be easily dealt with. His. What a huge amount of energy, is this the power of Vegeta? I never thought it would bring so many benefits to my body. Cell felt his own strength, and his heart was extremely excited. But the next moment, Cell's body turned into a big ball like an inflated ball. Damn it, how could this happen? My body seems to be about to explode. It should be that Vegeta's power is too strong, and I can't fully absorb it for a while. Looking at his swollen body, Cell became tense all over. I have finally developed to the point where I am now, and I must not just explode like this. Cut. A guy who is as arrogant as Vegeta has no intention of stopping me at all. Cell naturally also noticed Suhan, and had no intention of stopping him from leaving at all. Immediately, with a cold cry, he flew away quickly. Cell is very clear about how much benefit it has brought to him after absorbing Vegeta, so he only needs to wait until he fully fuses the power of Vegeta in his body. It must be possible to kill Suhan, the guy who got in the way, and then absorb number 18 to become a complete body. Chapter 7. Cell actually escaped. Kellen looked puzzled, he didn't understand why Cell chose to escape at this time. Cell, after absorbing Vegeta just now, his strength has skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Even Trunks was wounded by his punch. Logically speaking, Cell's strength has become so much stronger, shouldn't it be the first time to come and absorb number 18? How could he escape suddenly? Kellen couldn't figure it out, but it was a good thing anyway. Although Cell's strength has been improved again, as long as he has not become a full body, Kling believes that Goku will definitely be able to defeat Cell. Cell escaped. Do you know what happened on the 16th? That guy from Cell just now injured Trunks with one punch. Could it be that he doesn't need to absorb me anymore? On the 18th, this is the reaction. The power released from Cell just now is too strong. So strong that number 18 thought he was dead. Number 16 shook his head, and then said, it should be because of the forced absorption of Vegeta's relationship, which caused Cell to be unable to fully digest Vegeta's energy for a while. But Cell will definitely not give up on becoming a full body. So when Cell completely digests Vegeta's energy, it will definitely come back. Number 16 said in a low voice. There is a breath detection device in his body, so he is very clear why Cell left suddenly just now. But what puzzled number 16 was the Saiyan named Suhan. Facing the soaring Cell, there was no expression on his face. And just now he obviously had the opportunity to make a move to prevent Cell from escaping, but he didn't do it either. Is he really not worried at all that Cell completely digested Vegeta's energy? Cell will come back. Hearing No 16's explanation, 18 frowned. She naturally thought that Cell would not give up absorbing itself and become a complete body. But as long as I think about it, I will be absorbed by that ugly monster cell. On the 18th, there will be a nausea. Too disgusting. Cell, BD. Cell, I won't let you go. Trunks shouted angrily in the direction Cell left. And it can be seen that Trunks' right chest is sunken. One can imagine how terrifying the punch Cell just had was. Otherwise, Trunks will not recover until now. Boom. Trunks' eyes were red, and he hit the ground with a look of remorse. He blames himself very much. If I had wiped out the cell earlier, my father might not have been absorbed. But now, how do I go back and explain to my mother? Trunks, don't blame yourself too much. It's not your responsibility that something like this happened, if it wasn't for Vegeta's arrogance. If the cell is directly eliminated, the current him will not be absorbed by the cell. At this time, Kellen walked carefully to Trunks' side, and began to comfort him. This incident was originally caused by Vegeta's arrogance, and now it has come to this result. It was entirely his own fault. Can't blame others. But this, how can I explain to my mother? Trunks still clenched his fists tightly, he had no face to face his mother in this time and space. I and my father deal with Cell together, and now that my father is absorbed by Cell, Trunks really doesn't know how to explain to Bulma. Don't worry about Trunks, Piccolo is alive. This also means that the Earth's Dragon Ball can continue to be used. At this moment, Suhan's body suddenly landed in front of the two of them, and he said in a flat tone. Yes, the Piccolo uncle of this time and space is still alive. In this way, the Dragon Ball can be used to bring Dad and those innocent people back to life. After hearing Suhan's words, Trunks immediately became excited. Since it can be revived, then there is no problem. Next, I just need to figure out a way to help Goku uncle defeat Cell, and then use the Dragon Ball to revive Dad, it will be fine. Yes, Mr. Trunks, Suhan is right, Piccolo, the god of the earth, is still alive. In this way, after the cells are destroyed, they can be revived again. At this time, Kellen also said excitedly. Next, we just need to find a way to deal with Cell. Trunks nodded. But Xuanquan is still clenched, and he is thinking about how to defeat the current Cell. You must know that just one punch from Cell just now made him lose his ability to fight. Don't be so nervous, Trunks, when Goku comes out, there will be a solution. Klein spoke up. Hearing this, Trunks stopped thinking and nodded slightly. Then he put his eyes on Suhan and said, Mr. Suhan, do you want to go to the temple with us? Although Trunks can't see the opponent's strength clearly, what he can be sure of is that Mr. Suhan's strength is definitely stronger than his own. If the other party is willing to help them, destroying Cell is not a problem. But for Trunks' invitation, Suhan just waved his hand and said casually, I still like someone alone. But I think it won't be long before we meet again. After saying that, Suhan's body turned into a stream of light, flying towards the distance. It's so scary. Suddenly, Suhan felt two very powerful auras. And this kind of energy is not ordinary chi, but divine chi. Chapter 8. Two terrifying breaths of God. These two breaths of God, I'm afraid they have surpassed what Supreme Kai should have. Is Beerus awakened? Or the gods of destruction from other universes? The moment Suhan felt those two auras, Suhan stopped suddenly. A look of shock appeared on his face. Because of the fusion Black Goku panel, Suhan at this moment can already be said to be a god without priesthood. Therefore, he is naturally very sensitive to the breath of God. These two breaths of God are even much stronger than his own, so it is almost certain. This is definitely not something Supreme Kai can deliver. In the entire 7th universe, apart from himself, the only people who could release such a terrifying breath of God were Angel Whis and gods of destruction Beerus. Because in the current 7th universe, apart from the two of them, I am afraid that no one is stronger than himself. Even Bu, the god Fan, is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. Even if I can only exert the energy of 45% of the total attack rate of Tao Hong San, I can kill Majin Bu in seconds. Ding! A new round of check-in tasks has been released for you, please host to find the source of this mysterious breath of God. At this moment, the system's notification sound suddenly came out. The task has been refreshed. Looking at the new task given by the system in his mind, Suhan said. I didn't expect the system to update the task at this time. Moreover, Suhan originally planned to go over to see who the masters of these two auras were, if they were really gods of destruction, Beerus and Whis. Maybe you can also try to fight the opponent to that extent when the Peach Red 3 is fully opened. Now that the system has given the task, it seems that it is impossible to fly away. Thinking of this, the corners of Suhan's mouth rose, and his body disappeared. Call out. When it reappeared, Suhan's body had already entered the universe above the earth. That terrifying breath of God should be in this direction. Sensing the huge divine aura, Suhan glanced in a direction far away, and then his body turned into a rose-red light in an instant. Disappeared in the universe. The seventh universe, on a distant planet in the southern galaxy. At this time, two figures with very strange clothes stood in it. One man and one woman, to be precise, it should be one person and one cat. The woman was wearing a dark green suit, holding a staff in her hand, with a black gem on the top of the staff. The silver ponytail was raised high, coupled with that curvaceous figure. His facial features were perfect, but his skin color was different from that of ordinary people. It's not yellow, but a light blue. And the aura emanating from her body is like a 10,000-year-old ice, exuding a cold and noble temperament. Beside her, is a purple fat cat. If Suhan were here at this moment, he would be able to recognize the two of them at a glance. The fat cat among them is Gods of Destruction Champa from the 6th universe, and the other tall woman is Angel Vados from the 6th universe. Lord Champa. The planet in front is a super wishing bead. After taking it away, we will leave the 7th universe. Vados pointed to a planet not far away with his staff, and then said in a flat tone. Humph. This is already the second super wishing bead. Although I wasted a lot of time looking for these things, as long as I can beat that guy Beerus in the next food competition, that's enough. Gods of Destruction Champa of the 6th universe looked at the super wishing beads not far away, with a wicked smile on his lips. In order to find these two super wishing beads, a full 3 years have been wasted. Because they don't have something like a Dragon Ball radar, they can't pinpoint where the Super Dragon Ball is. And Super Dragon Ball is different from ordinary Dragon Ball, only distributed on one planet or multiple planets. The Super Dragon Ball is distributed between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, so it is extremely difficult to find it. More importantly, this place was the domain of the 7th universe Gods of Destruction Beerus, and his relationship with him was even more incompatible. Normally, Champa would never have come to the 7th universe at all. Because if they are discovered, they will inevitably fight. And this time, if it wasn't because of the fact that Beerus was asleep, even if Champa wanted to collect Super Dragon Balls, he definitely wouldn't have come to the 7th universe like this. After all, if your plan is discovered, it will be impossible to continue collecting Super Dragon Balls. It's really difficult, but as long as I think of top-notch food, I'm full of energy. At this time Vados said with a smile. In fact, the plan to collect Super Dragon Balls is not the idea of Gods of Destruction Champa alone. Because Lord Champa said that one must make a wish to get the top food in the whole universe, and this is the only way to successfully hook Angel Vados' stomach. Thinking that I have nothing to do in the God realm, I might as well accompany Master Champa to find top food. The purpose of Champa is naturally not to taste top food, there is another idea. That is, he will defeat the Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe in the food competition with the 7th universe. You're right Vados, although it's a little troublesome to find the Super Dragon Ball, but as long as you can eat super delicacies and let that guy Beerus eat up, then all the hard work is worth it. Gods of Destruction Champa said indifferently. While it's true that Champa is thrilled to taste super food, it's more satisfying to eat that BD Beerus than this. Master Champa, let's hurry up and leave with the super wishing beads. Though Lord Beerus is asleep now. But no one knows when he will wake up next time. If he is discovered, things will become very troublesome. Seeing that Champa fell into a hallucination, Vados opened his mouth to remind him. Although it has its own angel power to cover. But if it is discovered, it will more or less definitely affect the next collection of Super Dragon Balls. And Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus is not a good person. If he finds out that Master Champa has stolen the Super Dragon Ball in his universe, he will definitely not let it go. Chapter 9. Cut. You can rest easy on that, Vados. I know very well the character of Beerus, since he has been asleep for decades, he will never wake up. Champa pouted and said very firmly. As Gods of Destruction Beerus' deadly enemy, Champa naturally understood Beerus' habits very well. And it's no secret that Beerus is lethargic. Gods of Destruction in the entire universe is unknown to everyone. And tens of millions of years ago, Master Zeno held a universe-wide hide-and-seek contest. Other Gods of Destruction actively cooperated with Zeno to play games, but Gods of Destruction Beerus simply hid and slept for more than 50 years. The final result was naturally that Zeno was furious, and almost wiped out all the remaining 12 universes in a fit of anger. Fortunately, in the end, Grand Priest intervened to dissuade them, and a tragedy was avoided. But because of that, all the Gods of Destruction are angry with Gods of Destruction Beerus. So it can be seen how far Gods of Destruction Beerus's sleepiness has been rewinded. That's not certain, Master Champa. Even if Lord Beerus doesn't suddenly wake up, Whis is still in the 7th universe. Even if it is covered by my angel power, Whis will inevitably discover some clues after a long time. Angel Vados frowned slightly, and said with a slightly displeased expression. I am not as troubled as Mr. Champa. And my purpose is simply to collect Dragon Ball quickly, and then taste superfood, that's all. So Vados doesn't want to cause trouble. In the end, if he is discovered, he will not be able to taste the food. And every angel is very powerful, and they all have the ability to observe the entire universe. Although I can temporarily shield myself from being observed, it is still possible to be discovered again. Call out. At this time, Suhan also found the owner of the Breath of God. It's actually the two of them. They didn't stay in the 6th universe. Well, why did they suddenly come to the 7th universe? Suhan hid in a place where the two of them were hard to detect, and this was the only way to see their identities clearly. Isn't it Gods of Destruction Champa from the 6th universe and Angel Vados from the 6th universe? Suhan didn't quite understand why they appeared in the 7th universe. Super Dragon Ball. Looking at the Super Dragon Ball behind Champa, Suhan understood it instantly. It seems that Champa and the others should have come to the 7th universe to steal the Super Dragon Ball. However, this point has been introduced in the original book of Dragon Ball. But Suhan didn't think about it for a while. We can go, Master Champa. Seeing that Gods of Destruction Champa was standing still and had no intention of leaving with him, Vados immediately urged him. Humph. Vados, it looks like we'll have to fix some minor problems before we can leave. Saying that, Gods of Destruction Champa glanced at the meteorite where Suhan was hiding. Hey! Little mouse from the 7th universe, do you think you can hide from cats? As soon as the words fell, Gods of Destruction Champa's body suddenly shot out. The right hand is clenched into a fist. It directly shattered the meteorite where Suhan was hiding, and even Suhan was shocked by the wave of this punch and retreated more than 10 meters. Suhan didn't expect that Gods of Destruction Champa would appear in front of him in no time at such a long distance. Hey! I wanted to hide it from Master Champa, but it looks like I'm going to be in trouble again. Angel Vados exhaled. She had discovered Suhan a long time ago, but she didn't tell Gods of Destruction Champa because she didn't want to make trouble. But I didn't expect that Gods of Destruction Champa would also find the other party. If so, this human boy might suffer disaster. Sure enough, it's a little mouse hiding its head and showing its tail. Gods of Destruction Champa squinted his eyes, looking at Suhan with a sudden sinister look on his face. Tell me, why did you appear here? Who else sent you here? Gods of Destruction Champa's complexion changed suddenly, and there were bursts of chill in his words. Not asking at all, but threatening. It seems that if your rhetoric makes him half satisfied, he will directly deal with you. For such things, Champa naturally did a lot, and he was just a human being. If you kill yourself, you will kill yourself, and no one will go back to control yourself. I said I was just passing by here and bumped into you, do you believe me? Suhan shook his head with a wry smile. Judging by Gods of Destruction Champa's posture, he probably doesn't intend to let himself go. But Suhan's answer was not humble. There is no purposely being too high on Gods of Destruction Champa, nor is it deliberately demeaning yourself. Even if the opponent is the powerful Gods of Destruction, in Suhan's opinion, there is no need to bow down in front of him. Cut. It's just a human stinky mouse, dare to speak to Gods of Destruction in such a tone. It seems that the humans in your 7th universe are just like that skinny Beerus, they don't take me Champa seriously at all. Hearing Suhan's answer, Champa frowned slightly. The look has become unhappy. This guy actually talked to himself in such a lazy tone, which is undoubtedly a kind of disrespect to the broken words. And this guy was just spying on himself and Vados to steal the Dragon Ball. Now no matter who the other party is, Champa has only one thought in his heart, that is to get rid of the other party. Master Champa, we don't need to argue with an ordinary person. The top priority now is to bring the Super Dragon Ball back to the 6th universe. Angel Vados naturally didn't want this seemingly pleasing boy to die right now. Immediately, he began to persuade him with words. Vados, you also said, he is just an ordinary human being, it's fine if that skinny Beerus doesn't take me seriously. Now that even ordinary humans in their universe dare to talk to me, do you think it is necessary for me to continue to endure? Don't worry, it's just a matter of dealing with a human stinky mouse, a moment is enough. As soon as the words fell, a sinister look appeared on Gods of Destruction Champa's face. The arm was raised quickly, and an energy bomb was directly aimed at Suhan. Sneak attack, it's useless to me. Suhan's face was stern, facing the oncoming attack, he raised his hand and took it abruptly. Chapter 10. It's the power of God. Funny, it looks like you're not just a normal human mouse. But it's a pity that you met me today. While speaking, Gods of Destruction Champa's eyes became gloomy. At the same time, Angel Vados on the other side also showed a very surprised expression. I thought the other party was just an ordinary human being, but now it seems that this should not be the case. Because Vados knew very well in his heart that Master Champa's blow was not weak. But the other party took it so calmly. It seems that it is indeed necessary to re-examine the human boy in front of him. It seems that a battle is inevitable. Suhan knew that Gods of Destruction Champa would not let him go. And in this battle, Suhan didn't intend to back down. Since the opponent didn't take him seriously, how could he make it easier for him? Besides, the current Suhan also wants to try, how much difference is there between his current strength and Gods of Destruction Champa? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the owner of the Breath of God and completing the task of signing in. Reward, 20 times no side effects Kaioken. Additional reward, 35% pink energy, rainbow energy. Note, at present, the energy of pink is 80%. It is Kaioken without side effects. Hearing the system prompt in his head, Suhan's face suddenly showed joy. Unexpectedly, the system reward this time will be Kaioken without side effects. And it's still 20 times. The ability of Kaioken can be said to be very buggy, and it can improve the corresponding strength based on the current strength. In other words, if Suhan uses Kaioken under normal conditions, his strength can be increased by 20 times. But if you use Kaioken in the pink state of Super Saiyan God, you can also increase your strength by 20 times based on pink. So this ability is really abnormal. Humph, how powerful the system is, it looks like this battle must go on. A smile appeared on the corner of Suhan's mouth as he spoke. Since even the system supports him, what reason is there to refuse? Today, Lord Gods of Destruction, show kindness, little mouse, if you have any last words, just say it. Seeing that Suhan didn't respond, Gods of Destruction Champa thought that Suhan was taken aback by the aura emanating from him, and immediately became elated. Last words. I think it's better to avoid it, after all, I don't think the person who died will be me. Saying that, Suhan also raised his chin and said indifferently. Even if he loses to Gods of Destruction Champa in the end, there is unlimited instant transmission. It is absolutely impossible for gods of destruction Champa to kill himself. And this guy sneaked into the 7th universe this time, so he didn't dare to be too arrogant. At worst, he would directly transfer to the gods of destruction world. Suhan really wanted to see if Champa dared to follow. What, BD? Sure enough, the guys in the 7th universe are a bunch of annoying stinky rats. Since that's the case, there's nothing else to say. Give me death. After finishing speaking, gods of destruction Champa frowned slightly. The body suddenly turned into a stream of purple light, rushing towards Suhan's direction. The speed was so fast that even Suhan was shocked. Arrogant stinky mouse, die for me. As he said that, gods of destruction Champa slammed Suhan with a heavy blow. But when the matter was over, Suhan didn't hesitate at all, and raised his fist to meet him directly. Well done, then let me see how strong gods of destruction is. Boom! The moment the two fists touched, a huge explosion circle instantly spread. Some meteorites that were relatively close to the two were directly crushed into powder by the aftermath of the battle. As for Suhan's entire body, he retreated dozens of meters in an instant before he stabilized his figure. It actually took down my attack. This human stinky mouse seems to be interesting. Gods of destruction Champa pursed his lips, his expression flat. But I was somewhat surprised in my heart, even though I didn't use my full strength for that punch just now. But this human stinky mouse stabilized its body after only retreating tens of meters, which still surprised Champa. As expected of the gods of destruction, the power is truly terrifying. But that's what makes it interesting. After all, if it's too weak, it's simply too boring. Suhan clapped his hands, then spread his legs in a stance. Ha, ah. Accompanied by a deep roar, it came out of Suhan's mouth. Immediately, Suhan's hair changed directly from black to pink. Rustling. At the same time, around Suhan's body, pink flames spewed out centered on Suhan's body. At this point, the divine aura emanating from Suhan's body suddenly increased hundreds of times. Hiss! What the hell is going on with this guy? The divine aura on my body has suddenly increased so much. This kind of divine aura has already surpassed Supreme Kai. What the hell is going on with this guy Vados? Could it be some god from the 7th universe? Gods of destruction Champa frowned slightly. He was still very shocked by the sudden surge of divine aura on Suhan's body. This divine aura has obviously surpassed Supreme Kai, even approaching his own strength. So this is what makes gods of destruction Champa, linking it to the priesthood. If this guy is the god of the 7th universe, wouldn't the matter of stealing the Super Dragon Ball by himself today reach the ears of gods of destruction Champa? If this happens, it will be a big trouble. But Angel Vados just shook his head and said, "No, I know all the gods of the 7th universe, and I checked the list of priesthood just now, but I didn't find any news about this person." Chapter 11. Humph. Vados, according to what you mean, then this person must not be a priest. Since it's not a priesthood, there's nothing to worry about. After hearing Angel Vados' words, the expression on gods of destruction Champa's face became sinister again. If the opponent is indeed the priesthood of the 7th universe, then even if he is the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, it also has no right to directly obliterate the other party. Because the gods of destruction Beerus of the 7th universe is still alive, even if there is something, it needs Beerus to come forward to solve it. Not his turn gods of destruction Champa. And if he forcibly kills another universe's priesthood, then not only gods of destruction Beerus will not let Champa go. Not even the Grand Priest will spare Champa. But it's different now. Now that it is determined that this guy has no priesthood, then for a human stinky mouse. Kill and kill. Nothing to worry about at all. This kind of thing will never be investigated on his gods of destruction Champa. And even if it is found, it can be done, no one will go to gods of destruction for an ordinary human being to trouble him. Lord Champa. I think this matter can actually be let go. After all, the purpose of our visit this time is just to make a super wishing bead. If you make too much noise, Lord Beerus may find out. At that time, if I want to come to the 7th universe to collect the rest of the super wishing beads, I'm afraid it will become even more troublesome. And I think he's just a normal human being. It will definitely not have any impact on our plan, so we might as well let it go and take the super wishing beads away first. Vados is well aware of Lord Champa's character. Since the other party doesn't have any priesthood, he must be doomed, but Vados doesn't like to see such a thing happen. Because he thought that the human being in front of him hadn't made any mistakes. I just accidentally saw them stealing super wishing beads. And from the divine aura emanating from this person, it is not difficult to see that the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. If a battle really breaks out, things will definitely become more troublesome if Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus finds out. So no matter what purpose Vados has, he doesn't want the two to fight. Stop talking nonsense, Vados. I know that letting him go won't have any impact on our plan, but this human stinky rat dares to challenge the majesty of Gods of Destruction. I will definitely make him pay in blood. Otherwise, no one will dare to shit on the head of Gods of Destruction in the future. Gods of Destruction Champa said in a very cold tone. Obviously, in the view of Gods of Destruction Champa, there is no room for maneuver in this matter. And this human being must pay the price for his arrogance and stupidity. Don't listen to good people. Since Lord Champa insists on saying this, then I won't say anything more. I just hope that Master Champa can control his strength when he makes a move. If Master Beerus really finds out, I don't care about you. Seeing that his persuasion was useless, Vados immediately frowned and said displeasedly. Although in terms of strength alone, his own strength is definitely stronger than Gods of Destruction Champa. But Angel's duty is to assist and supervise the work of Gods of Destruction, and it is absolutely not allowed to disobey the choice made by Gods of Destruction. Vados knows this. So she didn't intend to continue to block it. Cut. Vados, just watch over there. Since this guy dares to ignore the majesty of my Gods of Destruction, even if that BD Beerus comes today, I must make this guy pay the price. Champa glanced at Angel Vados and said coldly. Now he has made up his mind, no matter what, he must teach Suhan a lesson. So no matter who comes to persuade me now, it is impossible for me to stop. I admit that the strength of Gods of Destruction is indeed too strong. But if you want to kill me, then go ahead and try. Suhan, who turned into Super Saiyan God Pink, looked at the opposite Gods of Destruction Champa with indifferent eyes and said. Although Suhan is not sure of defeating Gods of Destruction. But as long as Gods of Destruction Champa does not use the law of destruction and the power of destruction, then it is hard to say who will win and who will win. After all, I still have 20 times the whole card of Kaioken. Damn it! Damn stinky rat, I didn't expect that even the human stinky rat of the 7th universe would dare to talk to me, Gods of Destruction Champa. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Gods of Destruction Champa's eyes narrowed slightly, and an icy light suddenly shot out. And at this moment, Suhan could also clearly feel that Champa's strength had been greatly improved. A layer of lavender energy envelopes Champa's entire body. It seems that the other party is also serious at this moment. Damn human stinky mouse, I will let you know the fate of offending Gods of Destruction right now. Almost at the moment when Gods of Destruction Champa's voice fell. His body suddenly turned into a purple light, which flashed out. The speed is even faster than before. However, because Suhan has become a Super Saiyan, he can still vaguely see the opponent's movements. Immediately, he dodged Champa's attack sideways. But instead of being surprised, Champa smiled sinisterly. Human stinky rat, do you think you can avoid the attack of Gods of Destruction? It's too naive. Saying that, Gods of Destruction Champa kicked out. What? Suhan didn't expect Gods of Destruction Champa's offensive to be so fierce. Passively, he can only cross his arms in front of his chest to defend against Champa's attack. Boom! One foot fell. Suhan's body flew out like a cannonball. The body stabilized itself after continuously piercing through 2 small planets. But at this time, it became a lot more embarrassing. Ahem! Is this the strength of Gods of Destruction? It's really outrageously powerful. Suhan wiped the stains from the corners of his mouth, his brows were furrowed. Although in the original book, Champa's strength is the bottom of the 12 Gods of Destruction. Is the weakest gods of destruction already so powerful? It seems that the strength of gods of destruction is really abnormal. A stinky mouse is a stinky mouse, why are you going to lower your resistance soon? Hehe. Even if you beg for mercy at this time, I won't let you go. Gods of destruction Champa raised the corners of his mouth, showing a smug smile. But at this time Suhan also recovered. At this moment, his expression is more serious than before. Master Champa, it's too early for you to say this. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Suhan's mouth as he spoke. Then growled, Kaioken. 20 times. Chapter 12. In the roar of Suhan. His body was quickly wrapped in a layer of red energy. At the same time, the aura exuded by Suhan suddenly increased by 20 times. The strength has suddenly increased. Did you use some means to increase your strength in a short period of time? Interesting. Let me see how long you can last in my hands this time. Gods of Destruction Champa looked gloomy. Although he was a little surprised by Suhan's sudden increase in strength, he didn't show it on his face. Because these are nothing to him at all. Even if the opponent relies on these little tricks to improve their strength, it is not worth mentioning in Champa's view. It's the ability to increase strength in a short period of time. I didn't expect this little human being to have such an ability. This kind of ability is usually at the cost of overdrawing physical strength, in exchange for an increase in strength. However, he doesn't seem to be overdrawn. It's really interesting. As an angel of the universe, Vados naturally saw at a glance what the energy used by Suhan was all about. However, using this kind of ability generally consumes the body to a certain extent, but there is no such sign on Suhan's body. This can't help but make Vados more interested in this human being. Now she also wants to see if this human man from the 7th universe can bring her some unexpected surprises. Come on, stinky mouse, let me see how much stronger you have become. Gods of Destruction Champa hooked Suhan and said with a playful look. And Suhan looked at Gods of Destruction Champa's lazy, even disdainful expression, and then his expression also became serious. Champa, even if you are the Gods of Destruction, don't be so self-righteous. My power is far more than what you see now. After Suhan's voice fell, his body flashed out instantly. The speed was extremely fast, and almost in an instant, it arrived in front of Gods of Destruction Champa. Then he punched out without hesitation. He didn't use all his strength for this punch, but reserved it, in order to test the strength of Gods of Destruction Champa. After all, if a punch is missed, there is still room to react. If you directly use your full strength to strike, it may be difficult to dodge again after being dodged. And Champa watched Suhan's fist attack without any change on his face. He just stretched out a palm in an understatement. Snapped. The moment the fists collided, Suhan's body stopped abruptly. But Gods of Destruction Champa's body remained motionless. Obviously, this punch didn't have any effect on Champa, it can even be said that it had no effect at all. Seeing this, Suhan frowned. It seems that Gods of Destruction Champa's strength is far stronger than what he thought in his heart. What? That's it? Your strength is only like this? The sudden increase in strength just now is just putting on a show. It seems that I overestimated you a bit. Gods of Destruction Champa glanced at Suhan, and said with disdain. But even though he said so on his lips, he didn't think so in his heart. Because although I blocked the opponent's attack perfectly, that's all. As long as the opponent's strength is stronger, Champa may not be able to defend so perfectly. I have to say that this guy's strength is really good. If the person I met today was not Gods of Destruction, but any other god, I would have stumbled in this guy's hands. Unfortunately, the person he met was himself. So no matter what, he couldn't be his opponent. Master Champa, it's too early to draw conclusions now. And how do you know that I have used all my strength? As soon as the words fell, Suhan's body suddenly spun in the air, and his arm quickly left Champa's palm. Then he kicked Gods of Destruction Champa heavily in the chest. What, UBD? Gods of Destruction Champa did not expect that the speed of the opponent's shot was so fast. At this time, it was impossible to fight back, so he could only passively cross his arms to reduce the damage. Because he could feel the power of this kick, which was obviously stronger than the previous punch. Boom! The moment the two bodies collided, a powerful aura poured out like a flood. And Gods of Destruction Champa took more than 10 steps back before stabilizing his body. Cut, UBD! How dare you make me retreat? Gods of Destruction Champa looked at the two deep pits plowed by his feet on the ground, and his expression became even more gloomy and terrifying. This human stinky mouse dared to make himself retreat. Ha ha! Master Champa, I thought you could catch my attack, but it doesn't look like that. Seeing Champa with an ugly face, Suhan imitated his appearance and began to mock. This is the so-called reciprocity. After all, that's how Gods of Destruction Champa treated himself before. And just now, I backed up a few hundred meters, while Champa only took a dozen steps back. Hateful! Champa clenched his fist tightly and gritted his teeth. I didn't expect this guy to retain his own strength. It seems that he really underestimated the opponent a little bit. I was too careless just now, but you are proud of letting Gods of Destruction back. Then you can die with glory. Gods of Destruction Champa shook his chubby fist. Obviously he also planned to use stronger power to end this battle. Although it is absolutely impossible for this guy to be his opponent. But being repelled by a human stinky mouse like this still made Gods of Destruction Champa feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 13. Facing the threat of Gods of Destruction Champa, Suhan just smiled lightly. Then he opened his mouth and said, "A glorious death. You have to have that strength." From the two fights just now, Suhan could tell that the opponent's strength was indeed very strong. Relying on his own Super Saiyan God Pink and 20 times Kaioken, it may be difficult to defeat Champa. I just don't know if I can defeat Gods of Destruction Champa if I become the Pink 3. BD, you are courting death. Gods of Destruction looks gloomy and terrifying. And at this moment, purple energy burst out from Gods of Destruction Champa's body. And it can be seen from these purple energies that the strength of Gods of Destruction Champa has once again improved. The strength has improved. If that's the case, then I'm not polite. Haha. Seeing that the opponent's strength became stronger, Suhan immediately stopped keeping it, and suddenly let out a roar. Arms open and hold a posture. Thrustling. In an instant, peach red flames spewed out from the body again. And this time Suhan directly brought into full play the power of Super Saiyan God Pink. Because the opponent was Gods of Destruction Champa, he didn't dare to be careless. Is this all your strength? I have to say that it really shocked me. But if your strength is only like this, it's still not enough compared to Gods of Destruction. After speaking, a sinister smile appeared on Gods of Destruction Champa's face. With a flash of his body, he rushed towards Suhan. And Suhan also turned into a pink streamer to meet him. For a moment, only two energies, one red and one purple, could be seen constantly colliding in the air. Then separate. And there are huge explosion circles coming out of the mouth again and again. For a while, the surrounding meteorites were crushed into fine powder one after another. At this time, Angel Vados frowned even more. If this kind of battle continues, I'm afraid it will really wake up Master Beerus. As he spoke, the staff in Angel Vados' hand tapped lightly on the ground. I saw a light blue barrier that quickly enveloped the area where Suhan and Champa were fighting. This is the protective barrier, and it is also Angel's unique method. Its purpose is to prevent fighting between Gods of Destruction and Gods of Destruction. Because the strength between the two is too strong. If you really let go and fight, just the aftermath of the battle can destroy the entire universe. At the same time, Gods of Destruction Champa, who was fighting fiercely with Suhan, was naturally enough to reach this point. Immediately, he glanced at Vados with a little disdain, and said, "Hey! Vados, it's just a fight with a human stinky mouse. It is necessary to use the protective barrier to fight between Gods of Destruction." Gods of Destruction Champa was naturally unwilling to admit that the opponent's strength was already approaching something like Gods of Destruction. "Master Champa, you should know what kind of power you are fighting with now. If I don't make a move at this time, your battle will continue to evolve at that time. If you really wake up Lord Beerus, you should know what kind of consequences will be ushered in." Angel Vados responded coldly. And even if it doesn't wake gods of destruction Beerus, if Angel Whis finds out, things will still get very tricky. Although Whis is his younger brother, and he has a very harmonious relationship with him. But the duty of the other party is to assist gods of destruction and protect the universe after all. Therefore, if Angel Whis finds out, the result will definitely not be much better. Cut. Knowing about Vados, I'll get rid of this human stinky rat soon. Gods of destruction Champa responded coldly. Then a punch knocked Suhan back. This time he didn't intend to continue to keep it. Now that Vados has set up the protective barriers. Then in this way, there is no need for him to keep his hand. Smelly rat, now I will show you what the true power of gods of destruction is. Speaking of gods of destruction, Champa's eyes suddenly burst into purple light. Immediately afterwards, the whole person was surrounded by purple energy. For a moment, the huge breath of God filled the entire protective barrier like Wannian. Is this the divine breath in gods of destruction Champa's body? It's really too powerful. Sensing the huge divine aura around him, Suhan's body trembled slightly. And trembling without fear. But trembling with excitement. Now that the other party has already exerted all his strength, there is no need for him to continue hiding. What? I was scared to death. However, this is normal. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to see the enormous power of gods of destruction. To be honest, if you were a little more respectful to me, I might really consider not killing you. After all, phenomenal humans who can reach your level are not common. But it's a pity you can't help but be that skinny universe guy from Beerus and have no respect for me. In this way, I don't need to keep you anymore. A look of horror appeared on gods of destruction Champa's face when he said that. Master Champa, I'm afraid you have made a mistake. I don't want you not to kill me, and I don't seem to have said that I have used all my strength. After finishing speaking, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Suhan's mouth. What do you mean? Gods of destruction Champa squinted his eyes slightly, a little confused, what this guy meant. He was already trembling from his own strength, how could he dare to say such a thing? But Suhan did not explain. With both fists open, he assumed the posture of becoming a Super Saiyan. Ha, ah! Then Suhan roared out again. But amidst the roar, some changes occurred in Suhan's body. The original bushy eyebrows disappeared, replaced by two particularly prominent brow bones. The pink hair grew rapidly behind her, and finally fell on Suhan's back. Coupled with the thunder and lightning around the body surrounded by pink energy, Suhan suddenly looks more mysterious. And not only that, at this moment, the aura of God released from Suhan's body. It can no longer be described as huge. It can be said to be terrifying. That's right, horror. And the protective barrier that Vados had set up just now seemed to be unable to contain the divine aura of Champa and Suhan at this moment. And there was a buzzing sound. How is this possible? Chapter 14. It's impossible. There is such a thing. Angel Vados frowned slightly, and his expression became extraordinarily serious. No one knows better than Angel Vados how strong the protective barrier he has set up is. And this barrier can withstand the battle between gods of destruction. But now, the breath of God emanating from that human man makes him tremble. Such a huge aura of God is not weaker than Mr. Champa. How did he do it? At this time, the way Angel Vados looked at Suhan changed slightly. Now, neither I nor gods of destruction Champa dare to underestimate this human man from the 7th universe. After all, to be able to master such a huge breath of God, his strength is already comparable to that of gods of destruction. Of course, this is under the premise that gods of destruction does not use its destructive power. What's going on with this guy? The divine aura in his body surpasses mine. But, hateful BD, how could such a thing happen? At this moment, gods of destruction Champa clenched his fists, trying to calm down the shock in his heart. It's obviously just a human stinky mouse without even a priesthood, how could it be possible to have such a huge breath of God? How on earth did this guy do it? Champa has thought about this question countless times. But no matter how he thinks, he finds the result. Could it be that skinny Beerus secretly trained him? Cut. Now it seems that this is the only possibility, otherwise, it is only a human being, how could it be possible to cultivate to such a degree? Gods of destruction. Beerus spat lightly. Naturally, I was very upset. And if this guy was really trained by that BD Beerus, then he would have to beat him even more. Otherwise, wait until this matter gets out. Don't the other gods of destruction think that their gods of destruction Champa can't even beat Beerus' little apprentice? Anyway, Champa absolutely cannot accept such a thing. And won't accept it. What? Master Champa, are you not going to make a move? Are you planning to escape back to the 6th universe? That would be too boring. Looking at the gloomy Champa, Suhan couldn't help chuckling and said. That's right, I was estimating the provocation. After finally meeting an evenly matched opponent, Suhan will not let the opponent run away like this. The most important thing is that after becoming Super Saiyan God Dahong 3, the continuous energy in the body gave Suhan great confidence. It is really not an easy task for gods of destruction Champa to defeat himself without using his destructive power. The stinky mouse who doesn't know how to live or die. It's just a little bit stronger. Do you think that you can defeat gods of destruction? Go to hell. A cold and angry voice came from his throat, and the next second Champa punched Suhan directly. This punch actually tore apart the space abruptly, creating space ripples around it. The speed was surprisingly astonishing, even Suhan, who had turned into a peach-red 3, showed a shocked expression. But that's all. It seems that Master Champa has already exerted his full strength. If that's the case, then let me see whether Gods of Destruction is stronger or my peach-red 3 is better. Seeing this, Suhan frowned slightly, his body burst out, and his fist was like a rose-red spear, slamming hard at Champa's fist. Boom! The moment the two fists touched, powerful energy was emitted in the form of a booming sound circle. The surrounding planets exploded even more. Even the protective barrier placed by Vados hummed again at this moment. Under the power of this punch, Champa's body flew upside down. After smashing countless meteorites and small planets, it finally smashed hard on the protective barrier. But on Suhan's side, things are much better. The body just retreated a few hundred meters. And his expression was calm, and he looked extraordinarily relaxed. It was as if the punch just now had no effect on him. BD, BD. You actually did such an unreasonable thing to Gods of Destruction, I will never let you go. Gods of Destruction Champa didn't care about those stains either. Now he has only one thought, and that is to kill Suhan. Let this guy know what it's like to offend the Gods of Destruction. And what an unreasonable thing he did to himself. Smelly mouse, I won't show mercy this time. Even if that skinny Beerus comes, I must kill you today. Almost as soon as his voice fell, he punched Suhan directly. Even if this guy has a breath of God that is not weaker than his own, how can this be the case? I am the Gods of Destruction, the existence of the ceiling of the universe. It is not comparable to a human stinky mouse at all, so the winner of this battle will definitely belong to himself. This is something Gods of Destruction Champa believes very strongly in. No matter how strong the opponent is, no matter how powerful the breath of God is, he is always within the system of the universe. Then your own law of destruction can suppress the opponent. Call out. At this moment, Suhan's body flashed suddenly, and he dodged Champa's fist directly, and his body appeared behind him like a ghost. Then swept out with a heavy kick. Suhan's speed was extremely fast, and he didn't give Gods of Destruction Champa any chance to dodge. For a moment, Gods of Destruction Champa couldn't dodge at all, so he could only quickly turn around and raise his arms to protect his chest and head. Only in this way can the damage to oneself be reduced as much as possible. As long as the important parts are not damaged, then there will be no major problems. Boom! In the next second, Suhan kicked directly on Champa's arms with a powerful kick. There was a deep collision sound, and the moment it sounded, Champa's body was swept away by a kick and exploded back. His feet rubbed against the ground, directly plowing out two deep marks. Just 80% of the power of Tao Hongsan can reach such a level. If it is Tao Hongsan's full attack rate, I don't know how strong it will be. Suhan looked at his legs that were still in midair with satisfaction, slowly retracted them, and then said with a slightly excited face. Although the current self has become Tao Hongsan, but he can't use all the power of Tao Hongsan. But even with 80% of the energy of Peach Red 3, it can already reach such a level. Then if it has 100% power, or it is in a stronger state than that of Peach Red 3. To what extent should it be abnormal? Thinking of this, Su-han couldn't help becoming excited. Chapter 15. As for what kind of state Dahong can turn into, Su-han believes that he will be able to reach that state in a short time. Just collect the rainbow ability according to the system requirements. Hitui. Champa spat and felt numbness in both arms. Looking at Su-han angrily, and Champa's eyes were like fire. Eyes full of anger. How could this guy's strength suddenly become so strong? Although he didn't use all the power of gods of destruction, he definitely had 80% of his strength. Since even this can't defeat this BD, and was kicked away by this guy. Could it be that as gods of destruction, I have to use all my strength to deal with a human stinky rat? And this is not his own 6th universe, but the 7th universe. Using 80% of his strength is probably the limit. If he takes the risk to improve his strength, he will be easily discovered by Angel Whis. By then things could be in big trouble. But do I really want to endure such humiliation? As the gods of destruction, I have never been humiliated like this before. He was taught a lesson by that skinny apprentice of Beerus. And the most important thing is that I have nothing to do with the other party. Damn, damn, damn. I, Champa, have never suffered such humiliation, little human bug, I must kill you. At this moment, gods of destruction Champa's face was gloomy and terrifying. Clenched fists rattled. His aura is also gradually improving. Champa's strength has improved. It seems that he is still a little afraid, and he dare not use all his strength under this situation. Su-han also noticed Champa's physical changes. Obviously, when this guy was fighting himself just now, he didn't use all his strength. Because he is also worried about things being exposed. If Angel Whis catches them trespassing into the 7th universe and stealing the Super Dragon Ball, things will definitely be even more difficult. Champa. Master Champa, please pay attention. Even if there is a protective barrier, if you release too much power rashly, you will be noticed by Whis. Seeing that Champa still wanted to increase his energy, Angel Vados frowned slightly and reminded him. The impact of this matter is great. If she is found out, let alone not being able to taste top-level food, I am afraid that even she will be held accountable. Cut. Shut up Vados, you think I don't know. But this guy dared to make me feel humiliated. I will never let him go. No matter what. Speaking of gods of destruction, Champa's body erupted with purple energy. In an instant, Champa's strength has improved a lot. Even if I take the risk of using the power of the 9th floor, I will definitely destroy you. Saying that, gods of destruction Champa's body flashed away. At the same time, more than a dozen purple energy balls suddenly condensed from Champa's hands. Although Champa did not use his destructive power. But these are more than a dozen energy balls, but all of them contain this destructive energy. The moment the energy condensed, it was thrown directly at Su-han. As expected of gods of destruction, the strength is really strong, so let me try this trick too. As he spoke, a cold smile appeared on Su-han's face. The right hand raised the air blade that turned into rose red. The next moment, it pierced directly into the palm of his left hand, and then a huge rose red sickle was directly taken out from the void. Is this Black Goku's void scythe? Then let me see how you cut the space. The author made it up. If you don't like it, you can leave a message and correct it. The main reason is that it's called Chi Sickle in the original work. It doesn't sound very good, so just give it a shot. After saying that, seeing more than a dozen super powerful energy bombs coming at him, Su-han raised the void sickle in his hand and slashed out. Dozens of rose-red light blades were drawn out. Accompanied by the touch of the light blade and the energy bullet, more than a dozen space cracks were torn abruptly in the air in the end. And the energy bomb released by Champa was directly swallowed into it. Seeing the moment when gods of destruction Champa's energy bomb was swallowed, a strange picture actually appeared in Su-han's mind. Black Goku in a certain time and space fell silent when he saw more than a dozen powerful energy bombs that suddenly hit him. What? It actually tore apart the space. This guy, how did he do it? Seeing this, Gods of Destruction Champa's face became extremely gloomy. Unspeakable shock. It doesn't matter how much more, such a guy can't stay. Otherwise, that skinny Beerus won't shit on my neck in the future. Almost at the same time, the body of Gods of Destruction Champa suddenly appeared in front of Suhan. The fist surrounded by purple flames directly hit Suhan's chest. Obviously, this time Champa did not continue to retain power. This is already his last chance. This guy's attack tore through the space. Maybe Angel Whis has already discovered this place, and is on his way here. So if you don't hurry up and kill this guy, it will be difficult to do it next time. Call out. And just when his fist was about to touch Suhan's body avoided Champa's attack like a ghost. Champa's face became even uglier after one punch was missed, and then launched another storm-like attack. But Suhan's complexion didn't change at all. While dodging Gods of Destruction Champa's attack, he responded with his fist. But no one is allowed between the two. You can only see countless explosion circles flashing continuously in the universe. Obviously Gods of Destruction Champa wants to kill Suhan, it is already impossible. Chapter 16. Even though he knew he couldn't defeat Suhan, Gods of Destruction Champa launched a stormy attack on Suhan. Champa's attack came out like raindrops. Every punch can directly tear the air. But the same was true for Suhan, facing Gods of Destruction Champa's storm-like attack, he didn't back down in the slightest. On the contrary, the more you fight, the braver you are. And in the battle, he even vaguely overwhelmed Gods of Destruction Champa. Because the strength of Dahongsan itself is very close to Gods of Destruction, plus his Black Goku has the ability to become stronger in battle. Therefore, Suhan's strength can be said to be more courageous and stronger as he fights. Damn it, this guy, how could there be such a perverted human being? It feels like his strength can become stronger in battle. Gods of Destruction Champa gritted his teeth, but the way of addressing Suhan has changed from stinky rat to human. Because if such a strong person is still a stinky mouse, he probably is not much better than Gods of Destruction Champa. Lord Champa, it's better to let this matter go. And you guys made too much noise before. If you don't stop, I'm afraid Whis will find him soon. Seeing that Champa had no intention of stopping at all, Angel Vados immediately reminded him with a sad face. Cut, damn it. If this is in the 6th universe, you've already been destroyed by me 100 times. Gods of Destruction Champa's teeth creak. The anger in his heart was all written on his face, but there was nothing he could do about Suhan. The opponent's strength is no weaker than his own. On the premise of not using the power of destruction, Champa has nothing to do with the opponent. At this moment, Angel Vados suddenly felt a very familiar aura. Sure enough, it was discovered by Whis. It seems that the dream of tasting superfood is about to be shattered. A look of frustration appeared on Vados' face. It's all Lord Champa's fault, if it weren't for the fact that the other party has been unwilling to stop. If you leave early with the super wishing beads, how can these things happen? What a powerful aura, is the owner of this aura Whis. At this moment, Suhan also felt a breath of God stronger than Gods of Destruction Champa. At the same time, the first person Suhan thought of was Angel Whis. In this universe, apart from Angel Whis, there is probably no one who can possess such a huge divine aura. Not even Gods of Destruction Beerus could reach that level. And it's almost instantaneous. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Suhan and others. The silver airplane head towering high like a hill, wearing exactly the same clothes as Angel Vados. Even without looking at the appearance, Suhan can think of the other person's appearance. The visitor is none other than Angel from the 7th universe, Whis. Under the cover of Vados' energy, I can still find it. Is it really because of the void sickle? Suhan thought in his heart. Because Champa had some scruples when he was fighting with him just now, and he didn't use his destructive power because of it, so it stands to reason that Whis should not be able to find them. But now here's what's going on. Why did the other party come here before the protective barrier was broken? So Suhan couldn't help thinking about using the void scythe to tear the space. 6. Whis. Damn it, I have already controlled myself not to use the power of destruction, but I was discovered in the end. If I had known this earlier, I might as well have killed this BD with the power of destruction just now. Gods of Destruction Champa frowned tightly. Even if he was angry in his heart, there was nothing he could do now. I can't kill Suhan in front of Angel Whis. This is obviously absolutely impossible. And Angel Whis would never give himself such a chance. Ho ho. Whis, I've been very careful, I didn't expect to be discovered by you, but in this way, Master Champa should be at peace for a while. Angel Vados walked to Whis' side and said with a smile. Seeing that Angel Whis was the only person who came, the stone in Vados' heart was released. If not only Whis but also Master Beerus are here, this matter will become quite difficult. Lord Beerus will never let them go just because they entered the 7th universe without authorization to steal the Dragon Ball. At that time, no one will accept the other between the two gods of destruction, and it will definitely cause a fierce battle. And since only Whis came, it would be much easier. Just get Whis out and you should be good to go. And the relationship between Vados and Whis is still very harmonious. Elder sister. Whis rubbed his forehead, and said helplessly, you guys come to collect Super Dragon Balls, since Lord Beerus doesn't know about it, I can turn a blind eye. But you collected Super Dragon Balls well, how did you tear up the space of the 7th question universe? In this case, Lord Beerus will blame you, and I can't hide it for you. Chapter 17. How many space rifts have been torn? If Master Beerus blames it, I can't hide it for you. Although Angel Whis said the matter was very serious, there was always a faint smile on his face. After all, the other party is my sister, and the relationship between the two is the best among the 12 angels. Even if it weren't for how many universe cracks suddenly appeared, Whis wouldn't want to make a move. The relationship between the two is very deep, and they don't want to cause any unhappiness because of the Super Dragon Ball. And the Super Dragon Ball is not particularly important to Whis, and it is useless to put it there. Oh! It seems that Whis, you have discovered us a long time ago. Angel Vados smiled slightly, then lightly patted Whis on the shoulder and said with a smile, but this time you must have made a mistake, we didn't make these universe cracks. After speaking, Vados set his sights on Suhan not far away. What? Didn't Master Champa make the universe crack? Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Whis' face, and then disappeared in an instant. Following Vados' gaze, he looked at Suhan not far away. This guy. 7th, when did such a powerful character appear in the universe, and I didn't know it at all. It seems that I really didn't do my job well, and I didn't even know such a thing. Tier space, not weaker than gods of destruction's breath of God. It's really perverted enough. But the most important thing now is to send Champa away first, and then investigate this human being. Master Champa, if you have nothing else to do, please go back. Besides, the commotion caused by your battle just now is not small, Mr. Beerus may wake up sometime. If you really wake up suddenly and find out what big things you have done in his universe, I think Master Beerus will be very angry. Angel Whis looked at Gods of Destruction Champa, and said in a flat tone. Although it sounds like a reminder. But it's no different from a warning. But that's the truth, if you mess up someone else's universe while they're asleep, who knows and won't be angry. So this is also a very normal thing. And now the one who is in the wrong is Gods of Destruction Champa, so he has no excuse to stay here. Even if things get serious and the Grand Priest gets involved, the first person to be punished will definitely be Gods of Destruction Champa. And the punishment will definitely not be light. After all, Gods of Destruction are not allowed to leave their universe without authorization. Cut, just go. But you, smelly mouse, remember it for me, don't let me meet you again, otherwise I will definitely not let you go. Gods of Destruction Champa clenched his fists and snorted coldly. How many years have I lived? This is the first time I have suffered such humiliation in front of a human being. How could Gods of Destruction Champa take such a breath? Ha ha! Master Champa, I will remember what you said. When I am free, I will visit the 6th universe in person. At that time, I hope Master Champa will give me a happy reward. Suhan waved his hand at Champa and said with disdain. Joke. His current strength has basically reached the level of gods of destruction. You can also be scared by Champa, a dead fat pig. And now that he is undefeated to gods of destruction Champa, Suhan is confident that he can beat the opponent when they meet next time. After all, the current self has not yet fully displayed the power of Dahongsan. Sooner or later, I will definitely go to the 6th universe in person. And at that time, it will be the day when Champa is completely defeated. Haha! Arrogant stinky mouse, why do you think you can live in my hands until now, if it's not because this is the relationship of the 7th universe? Now you have died 100 times. Still going to the 6th universe to seek death in person? Okay, I'll wait for you. Gods of destruction Champa's chest trembled when Suhan was angry. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and this is the first time I've been so popular by someone other than that BD Beerus. This revenge must be avenged. Threatened to go to the 6th universe, TMD court death. Okay, Lord Champa, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, when Master Beerus really wakes up, things will get worse. At this time, Angel Vados opened his mouth to remind him. Got it. After Vados goes back this time, you must supervise me to lose weight and practice. Next time, I will definitely trample this stinky human mouse under my feet. Speaking of gods of destruction Champa's clenched fists made a crackling sound. Gone. Speaking of which, Vados tapped the staff on the ground, and the bodies of the two people instantly turned into a colorful streamer, flying towards the distance. Hey! Finally left. Angel Whis exhaled. Then he turned his head to look at Suhan, smiled and said, My name is Whis, and I'm the angel of the 7th universe. I don't know your name, sir. Hi Whis, my name is Suhan. Suhan said in a flat tone. He already guessed what Whis would ask himself next. Ho ho. Mr. Suhan, you are Saiyan, right? I didn't expect Saiyan to be able to cultivate to such an extent. It's really not easy. But I'm curious, Mr. Suhan, how did you tear the universe apart? As he said Whis, his brows frowned slightly. Just as his expressions became serious. This shouldn't be too difficult. Suhan still said in a flat tone, he didn't intend to hide it, because he had nothing to hide in front of Angel Whis. And the opponent's strength is very strong, it's not something that I can resist now. Oh, I don't know if Mr. Suhan can demonstrate it again. I'm a little curious about this. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Angel Whis' face. His expression also became much more relaxed. Yes, but I also have a condition. Suhan glanced at Whis, showing a sly smile. Mr. Suhan, you might as well just say it straight, as long as I can do it. Whis still spoke in a flat tone. Chapter 18. Very good, Mr. Whis, if I can tear apart the space, I hope you can give me some pointers on my practice. Suhan looked at Whis seriously and said. Although the strength in front of him is already very strong, Suhan especially likes the angel magic power used by Angel Whis in the original book. It can even be said to have reached the point of obsession. 3 minutes countercurrent. This is 100 times better than Hit's flash time skill. If you can learn it yourself, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat that gods of destruction in the future. Even if you meet Angel, you can fight. Ho ho. This is naturally no problem, Mr. Suhan. Whis smiled, never expecting that the other party would propose such a condition. You must know that even if the other party doesn't bring it up, as long as the other party shows extraordinary talent, Whis will definitely teach the other party to practice. After all, in the huge 7th universe, apart from Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus and himself, there is really no strong person. If I want to train candidates for Gods of Destruction in the future, it will be an extremely headache. And if Suhan showed extraordinary strength and cultivation talent now, Angel Whis would definitely recruit him. Seeing that the other party agreed so happily, Suhan didn't waste any time. The right hand directly turned into a gas blade. Void Scythe. Then use the same form as before to summon the Void Scythe. Huh? Void Scythe? This thing is interesting. Whis looked at the giant rose-red sickle in Suhan's hand, squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Call out. Then Suhan slashed in the air. 3 rose-red light blades shot out, instantly tearing 3 space cracks in the air. Zhuo actually tore the space apart. Angel Whis stroked his chin and pondered. It was the first time he had seen such an ability. There is such an ability in this world that can tear space apart in an instant. Mr. Suhan, do you know where this space leads to? Whis looked at Suhan, pointed to the space crack in the distance, and said. I don't know either, it may be another time and space, or it may be the gate to hell. Suhan shook his head, he was not very clear about this point, after all, even the Black Goku in the original book didn't figure it out. But what is certain is that this ability is definitely not weak. It's just that Black Goku didn't make good use of this ability later. Hehe. Interesting. Mr. Suhan, I think your ability has a lot of room for evolution. If you improve it, it might become a very powerful ability. Angel Whis smiled slightly. The tone was already throwing an olive tree at Suhan. Suhan can naturally see this. Immediately, he showed an expression of extreme astonishment, and said, Is this true, Mr. Whis? Can this move of mine continue to evolve and become a very powerful ability? Suhan's acting skills really made me almost believe it. However, Suhan did not question Angel Whis' words. Similarly, he also believes that this ability is absolutely extraordinary. Otherwise, how could the space be torn apart so easily, but Black Goku didn't make good use of it? But it doesn't matter. Suhan believed Whis' words, since the other party would say such a thing, then the other party must be sure to improve the Void Scythe. Hey! Although I'm not sure, it's very possible. How about Mr. Suhan, are you interested in going to the Gods of Destruction world with me? Believe me, that place is more suitable for cultivation. If you practice in that place, your strength will definitely improve faster, and I will also guide you in your cultivation. Angel Whis elbowed Suhan and made a funny face. Naturally, Suhan would not refuse such an invitation, but just when Suhan wanted to say yes. The voice of the system actually came from my mind. Ding! The sign-in task has been refreshed, the host is requested to rush to the scene of the Cell game on Earth within 3 minutes, and save the Z fighters to eliminate Cell. 3 minutes. Looking at the task conditions given by the system in his mind, Suhan couldn't help but complain. But there is no way, how much can the system give? The last time I gave unlimited instant transmission, the last time it was Kaioken without side effects. And this time, I don't know what task rewards will be given. So Suhan will never miss any system tasks. What's wrong with you? Mr. Suhan? Whis saw that Suhan stood there for a long time without saying a word, and immediately asked in doubt. Ahem, it's okay, Mr. Whis, of course I am willing to go to the Gods of Destruction world to practice. But since I want to ask Mr. Whis to teach me how to practice, then the meeting ceremony must be prepared. So I would like to ask Mr. Whis to give me 3 days to go to my hometown to prepare some delicacies. How about we have a round in this place after 3 days? Suhan said with a light smile. He knows Angel Whis very well, so he knows that he likes it. And if you are in such a situation, the other party will not refuse. Food. Ho ho, I didn't expect you, Mr. Suhan, to think of this. Well, I will wait for Mr. Suhan at this place in 3 days' time. Angel Whis covered her mouth and laughed like a woman. After the last two said goodbye, Suhan didn't sit still for a second, and directly transferred back to Earth using instant transmission. Chapter 19. Earth, Northern Territories. A very desolate valley. But in the middle of such a barren valley, there is a huge arena. The appearance of this arena is basically the same as the world's #1 martial arts conference. And in the center of the arena, a strange life form covered in a green shell stood in it. That's right, it's Cell. However, the appearance of the current Cell has changed a lot from before, and it can even be said that it has become a complete body. However, I was a little surprised compared to Cell in the original book, because the face that should have belonged to Cell turned into the appearance of Vegeta at this moment. Even the aura emanating from his body is completely Vegeta's aura. Ho ho! Son Goku, you guys are finally here. Cell looked at Son Goku and Trunks who were not far away, and said with a smile on his face. Well. Cell, I remember the last time I saw you, you didn't look like this. I didn't expect that you have turned into Vegeta now. Although Son Goku spoke a little lightly. But it wasn't hard to see that all the Z fighters, including Son Goku, were all serious. Because they also discovered this, after the guy Cell absorbed Vegeta, he not only became a perfect body smoothly. And now even the appearance and the breath on his body have changed to be exactly the same as Vegeta. This makes people feel that the person standing opposite is like his old friend Vegeta. And this feeling naturally made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. Hehe, Kakarot, you are right, but the consciousness of Vegeta in my body is telling me that I must use his energy to defeat you. Suddenly, Vegeta's voice sounded. Everyone was shocked, and then looked at Cell. Vegeta. Even the voice has become Vegeta. Son Goku froze for a moment, then looked at Cell with some astonishment. This guy is really too much. He was actually talking to himself in Vegeta's voice. Dad. Cell, you BD, I'm going to kill you. Seeing Cell actually speaking in his father's voice, Trunks' anger seemed to be ignited all over his body. Then the whole person rushed out violently. If it weren't for Piccolo and Kellen hugging each other so hard, the Trunks would have already rushed to compete with Cell. Trunks, calm down, Cell is very strong now, even I am not sure to beat him. Son Goku glanced at Trunks, then said with a heavy tone. The current Cell is very powerful, and Son Goku knows this very well. Even if the current self has surpassed Vegeta at that time and reached the limit of Super Saiyan. But even so, it is still difficult to defeat Cell at this moment. Call out. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came out, and a black figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Yes, it is Mr. Suhan. Trunks recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Although the other party looked a bit embarrassed now, Trunks recognized the other party's identity at a glance because of the deep impression he had brought to him before. Defeat Vegeta with one blow and cripple Cell with one punch. Such strength, I am afraid that even the current Goku uncle may not be able to achieve it. It's him, he's here too. But where did he go during this time, and how he messed himself up? At this time, number 18 naturally recognized Suhan's identity. After all, if it wasn't for Suhan, I might have been absorbed by Cell. In fact, after the last separation, number 18 went to look for Suhan's trace. Because number 18 knows that Cell will definitely not let her go, and now Son Goku and others are definitely not Cell's opponents. So it is relatively safe for me to stay by Suhan's side. But no matter how hard number 18 searched, he couldn't find Suhan in the end. It even made number 18 wonder if this guy had disappeared from the world, but he didn't expect that he would appear again at this time, and it was still when he needed help. This guy is really quite mysterious. Trunks is Suhan. But why can't I feel any breath fluctuations on his body? Are you sure he really defeated Cell and Vegeta with one move? Looking at the figure of Suhan in midair, Son Goku scratched his head and looked at Trunks with a puzzled expression. Although breath does not represent a person's strength. But logically speaking, as long as it is an individual, even an ordinary person who does not understand martial arts, it is impossible for him to have no breath at all. And what happened to the whole person in front of him? I couldn't feel the other party's breath. That's right, Goku uncle, he is Mr. Suhan, you must not think that he is weak because you can't feel his breath. On the contrary, I think Mr. Suhan's strength is very strong, so powerful that it surpasses our cognition. Trunks said in a deep voice. He believed his guess was absolutely correct, when Cell absorbed Dad's power surge. Suhan didn't show any surprised expression now, which is enough to prove that he didn't pay attention to the stronger Cell at all. Well, this person really doesn't look simple. Although I don't know whether it's an enemy or a friend, but if possible, don't offend him. One Cell is enough to cause a headache. Said Son Goku helplessly shook his head. Don't worry Son Goku, I'm not your enemy. Suhan seemed to hear the conversation between the two, and then slowly landed beside them. Ha ha! Mr. Suhan, that's really great. Seeing that the other party heard his words, Son Goku immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. TCH. That guy is here too. But judging from his current state, it seems that he is not as good as he was a few days ago. No matter what, now I have become a complete body, neither he nor Son Goku is my opponent. As he spoke, a confident smile appeared on Cell's face. As long as you become a perfect body, no one will be your opponent, the data says so. So Cell is very confident. Whether it is Son Goku or this guy in front of him, they will definitely not be their opponents. And the reason why they appear at the same time now is just to report to the group to keep warm. It's just the weak, no matter how many people come, they are all weak, and it will not affect the outcome of your failure at all. Perhaps because of absorbing Vegeta's relationship, Cell has become as arrogant as Vegeta even when he speaks. Don't get too complacent about Cell. Now let's see how powerful you become after absorbing Vegeta. After hearing Cell's arrogant words, Son Goku frowned suddenly, and then jumped to the opposite side of Cell. TCH, don't you plan to go together, but since you want to be the first to die, then I will grant you, Son Goku. Vegeta's consciousness in Cell is getting stronger and stronger. It seems to be sending a message to Cell, that is, you must use your own energy to defeat Son Goku. Chapter 20. It's enough to deal with you and me alone. After saying that, Son Goku's body flashed directly towards Cell. Come on, Kakarot. Cell, who looked like Vegeta, showed a look of excitement, and went straight to meet him. The fists of both of them were like machine guns, launching crazy attacks on their opponents. Bang bang bang! The speed of the two is very fast. Except for Piccolo and Trunks who can vaguely see some after images among the Z fighters, the others can basically only see the sonic rings flashing in the air. It was impossible to see the figures of the two people clearly. Can I ask you a favor? At this time, Android 18 suddenly came to Suhan's side. Suhan glanced at number 18. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that no 18's expression at the moment is somewhat unnatural, and even his little face is a little reddish. Tell me what it is. Suhan showed a smile and said lightly. After hearing Suhan's words, number 18 lowered his head and said in a low voice, you should know that Android 17 is actually my younger brother. But he's absorbed by that BD cell now, so can I ask you one thing now, can you help me save number 17? I know your strength is very strong. Even if Cell's strength has become stronger now, you can definitely defeat Cell. Biting her lip, number 18 said the words that made it hard for her to say. The 18th is not good at this way of begging others. But even so, he had to try. After all, Android 17 is his only younger brother, and also his only relative in this world. So I have to save him, but my own strength is no match for Cell. Let alone a Cell that has become stronger, even a Cell that looks like a bug cannot be defeated by itself. So if you want to save number 17, you can only ask this man in front of you. Don't believe me, Cell is very strong now, even Son Goku may not be his opponent. You really believe that I can defeat Cell? Suhan smiled, his tone was very flat. He didn't expect that number 18 would take the initiative to ask himself, but it's not surprising, after all, number 17 is no 18's only relative in this world. If even number 17 is gone, then number 18 will really be a lonely person in this world. But since the other party took the initiative to speak, Suhan naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. I believe in you, you can definitely defeat Cell's words. Number 18 looked at Suhan seriously, she was very determined in her heart. After all, he himself said just now that even Son Goku may not be Cell's opponent. Since even Son Goku is not Cell's opponent, how could he come to this place if he is not absolutely sure? Court death? This is obviously unlikely. And the last time he looked at Cell's expression, it was like looking at a big bug, and he didn't pay attention to it at all. So number 18 believes in Suhan, and definitely has the ability to defeat Cell. I do have the strength to defeat Cell, and I also know how to save No 17. But you should be clear, I have no obligation to help you rescue No 17. Since you want me to help you rescue number 17, how will you repay me? Suhan looked at number 18 and said with a light smile. Asking for help and asking for something in return is normal. Return. Number 18 hesitated for a moment, then frowned slightly. It is normal for someone to ask for help, and the other party asks for something in return, and the other party has already saved him once. But what can I come up with now? Thinking about it on the 18th, it seems that I am the only one. After all, for a strong man like Suhan, there is basically nothing that will make the opponent's heart beat. Well, I happen to be a servant, serving my daily life, what do you think? Suhan looked at number 18 with a nasty look on his face. Servant? Number 18 froze for a moment, then bit his lip tightly. Okay. As long as you agree to help me rescue number 17, I am willing to be your servant, even your woman. Although number 18 said this with a serious face, there was indeed a blush on his little face at the moment. And this blush undoubtedly added a bit of beauty. As expected of being one of the goddesses of the Dragon Ball world, it's really attractive. Suhan swallowed, and said secretly in his heart. I promise to help you rescue No 17. Suhan nodded, looked at No 18's alluring appearance, and said with a smile. As a Dragon Ball fan, it is absolutely impossible to say that you are not interested in Dragon Ball Goddess number 18. And Suhan didn't force others, not even number 18. Because of the previous battle with Champa, Mr. Suhan looked a little embarrassed, and his clothes were even tattered. And Suhan also noticed this, so he thought of such a request temporarily. After all, the current self is no less powerful than gods of destruction, and he wants a servant to take care of his daily life. Isn't that too much? As for the last sentence on the 18th, no one forced her, it was entirely his own initiative. This can be blamed on others. Great, number 17 is saved. Then you promised it yourself, you are not allowed to return. Thinking of the hope that his younger brother will be rescued, number 18 seems to have forgotten the unhappy things just now, and the whole person becomes joyful. Don't worry, it is impossible to repent, and it is impossible to repent in this life. And it's just a small cell, I can kill him with one finger. Suhan nodded very satisfied. Sorry, what a joke. Will you go back on your word? Moreover, killing Cell was originally a sign-in task entrusted to him by the system, but now he just needs to beat Cell first. For Suhan, this was incidental work. It can be said that it is not a loss in blood. Then when are you going to defeat Cell and rescue number 17? Seeing that Suhan had no intention of repenting, he asked again on the 18th. Although Suhan promised himself that he would rescue number 17, number 18 was still a little worried about his brother number 17. I'm afraid that he will really become a part of Cell at that time, it will be bad if that happens. Don't worry, Son Goku is almost defeated. Chapter 21. In the arena at this time, Son Goku and Cell have already fought thousands of moves. Although there is no winner yet, it is clear that Son Goku is already at a disadvantage. If you continue to fight, Son Goku will definitely lose. The Cell after absorbing Vegeta is too strong. My physical energy is almost exhausted, but he has nothing to do. It even feels like this guy isn't really fighting me at all. Son Goku in the ring looks heavy. Because among all the people present, only oneself is the strongest. If you can't even defeat Cell, then the earth is really going to be in a big crisis. Although the mysterious Saiyan named Suhan may also be strong, Son Goku can't guarantee whether the opponent will make a move for the earth. Even in Son Goku's eyes, as long as this guy doesn't help Cell, he is thankful. After all, Saiyans are all evil races, both themselves and Vegeta came to Earth for the purpose of destroying and ruling Earth. It's just that I broke my head when I was young, which caused me to forget those things. And Vegeta is really getting better now. But when they first came to the Earth, they also wanted to destroy the Earth. So in Son Goku's heart, he has no affection for Saiyan at all. Naturally, they dare not entrust the safety of the Earth to Suhan's hands. What's the matter, Son Goku, you don't have this strength, do you? If this is the case, it would be too boring. Seeing the heavy expression on Son Goku's face, Cell said teasingly. He naturally also saw that Son Goku's physical fitness has problems, but these things are all too normal in Cell's view. Because the current self is a complete Cell, the most powerful existence. No one is his opponent at all. Son Goku is like this, Suhan is also like this. Hi. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that after absorbing Vegeta, your strength has really become unimaginably powerful. I have trained Super Saiyan to the limit, but I still can't beat you. Son Goku shook his head helplessly, now he has nothing to do. I am not Cell's opponent at all, and if I can't even beat Cell now, then Trunks and Piccolo are even more impossible. Son Goku, you really let me down. But I suddenly thought of a more interesting thing. If I kill this group of families directly in front of you, you should be very angry. Saying that, Cell licked his lips and showed an evil smile. Cell. I am your opponent, I will never allow you to hurt my partner. After hearing Cell's words, Son Goku became excited. Even if this guy kills himself, Son Goku doesn't want to see his partner get hurt. He would never allow anyone to hurt his partner. Hey, wait for a good show, 1, 2, 8. Cell stretched out his fingers to count Suhan and the others. Then it squatted down, opened the tail spine behind it, and suddenly sprayed out 8 miniature blue cells. And these small cells look exactly like cells. There was a fierce expression on everyone's face. This cell suddenly gave birth to 8 small cells. Seeing the 8 fierce little cells, Kellen subconsciously took half a step back. But Klin was the only one who felt afraid, and even all the Z fighters were frozen in place. Because they can feel that these small cells are very strong, even as strong as the current Son Goku. There is such a thing, everyone run away. After Trunks realized the seriousness of the matter, he hurriedly shouted to Kellen and others behind him. But how could the little cell give them a chance to escape? Immediately swarmed up. Everyone, bastards! What an outrageous thing you did! Cell, I won't let you go! Son Goku yelled angrily while fighting with a small cell. Hide behind me! Seeing the little cell flying towards him, Suhan said calmly. Oh! Hearing this, number 18 snuggled up behind Suhan obediently. Because she can also see that these small cells are powerful, and even Trunks are not their opponents. So it is safest to hide behind Suhan at this time. Ha, go to hell! The little cell that flew towards Suhan showed a fierce smile. It was as if he was going to swallow Suhan and the two of them into his stomach. Court death! But for such a guy, Suhan only said 2 words. Then his right hand stretched out the air blade that turned rose red. Brush! Pfft! As soon as he heard the sound of the air blade cutting the air, the 2 small cells flying towards him were cut in 2. A green liquid flowed out. Chapter 22. What, actually beheaded 2 small cells at once? Son Goku, who was being chased and beaten by the little cell, saw this scene, his eyes suddenly popped. Although he knows that the opponent is very strong, maybe even stronger than himself. But he never thought that the opponent could kill 2 small cells with one move. Such strength, wouldn't it be able to easily defeat Cell? At the same time, other small cells found out that their companions had been beheaded by Suhan. All of them showed fierce faces, and then resolutely gave up the current target, rushing towards Suhan. Be careful! Although he knew that Suhan was very strong, but number 18 subconsciously reminded him. Don't worry, these little guys can't hurt me, you find a place to hide, and leave the rest to me. Suhan smiled and touched No 18's hair. Then suddenly disappeared in the same place at the next moment. When it reappeared, each of Suhan's hands transformed into an air blade. Then the body turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the direction of the little cell. Call out! A stream of light flashed by, and everyone present was stunned. I saw Suhan's body suddenly disappeared from one place, and then appeared in another place. As for the remaining 6 small cells, they were all cut into sections by Suhan in an instant. Phew, I finally know why Black Goku likes this trick, it seems to work pretty well. Suhan glanced at the chi blade in his hand. Then he glanced at the cell under his feet. A provocative smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next one is you. After speaking, Suhan withdrew the chi blade in his hand and turned it back into a fist. Of course, using the air blade directly can kill Cell, but I promised number 18 to rescue number 17. Of course, you can't just kill Cell like this. And all he has to do now is beat up Cell and make him spit out the number 17. What? What happened just now? 6 small cells were swished in an instant. At this time, Piccolo's mouth had dropped to the ground, and he looked at Suhan in disbelief. Before I had time to react, the 6 small cells were all killed. If the strength of the small cell is weak, it can still be explained. But each of these small cells possesses incomparably powerful strength. Not to mention that he was invincible, even Son Goku and Trunks were helpless in the face of the small cell's attack. And it was such a terrifying little cell, who was killed by Suhan in an instant. Okay, so amazing. Is this the strength of Mr. Suhan? It's simply too strong. Kellen is still in shock and has not recovered. Everyone, be quiet. Although I and you are in a little mood, at least I can be sure that Mr. Suhan should be on our side. And the hope of the earth can only rest on Mr. Suhan. Trunks said in a heavy tone. Sure enough, my guess is correct, Mr. Suhan can kill the little cell in an instant, so he must be able to destroy the cell. It seems that this time the earth will be saved. BD. Smug BD. Seeing that the little cell was killed by Suhan in an instant, Cell was so angry that his whole body trembled violently. Of course, there is also an element of fear in this hit. But because Cell became more confident after becoming a full body, so I didn't show it. I didn't even see him make a move, and easily solved all the small cells. Son Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Suhan in disbelief. Although he knew the strength of the opponent was very strong, Son Goku did not expect the strength of the opponent to be so strong. Son Goku, you don't have anything to do here, go back and have a good rest. Suhan glanced at Son Goku and said casually. Well, okay, Mr. Suhan, I'll leave it to you here. Son Goku, who was still in shock, didn't let go of God, and left in a hurry after hearing Suhan's words. There is no one in our way now, Cell. Come and let me see your full strength. Suhan said with a playful look. BD, you just killed part of my cells, how dare you be so arrogant? The current me is perfect, and the perfect me is invincible. BD. Cell's face turned pale. Although the small cell he produced just now was only the product of a part of his own cells, it was a part of his body after all. I thought it could consume some of Suhan's physical energy, but the little cell barely touched the opponent's body, and was instantly killed at the same time. Cell. Above the ring, Suhan looked down at Cell in the ring with a cold face. Just like God and ants. Do you think you can fight me by absorbing Vegeta? Looking at the cell on the ground, Suhan said with a playful face. It is no exaggeration to say that my current normal combat power is estimated to have reached hundreds of billions, and the full body of Cell is only 20 billion. Even if the current Cell is a complete body that has absorbed Vegeta, and its strength is stronger, it will only have a strength of less than 30 billion at most. Such strength is no different from a bug in front of Suhan. A hole. Stop bluffing, you are probably afraid of me now. My current strength is definitely not as strong as you can imagine. Even though his heart has been shaken, Cell is still extremely confident and said with a sneer. Chapter 23. If you try it, you will know whether you are putting on a pose. Suhan hooked his hand at Cell with a provocative look on his face. BD, how dare you not make a fuss when your death is imminent? If you don't come today, maybe you can live a few more days, but since you insist on courting death, then I will even take revenge for last time. Seeing Suhan's calm and provocative appearance, the expression on Cell's face instantly became ferocious. Shua! In the next second, Cell's body disappeared in place. The speed is so fast that it can't be compared with Son Goku before. This guy from Cell, so fast! Son Goku exclaimed when he saw Cell's speed. Because even he just saw an after image of Cell's body just now. It seems that when Cell was fighting with himself just now, he didn't use his full strength at all. Instead, it seems to be playing with yourself. If only at the beginning, Cell used such power to fight against himself. Even if I arouse the power of Super Saiyan to the limit, I guess I can barely support it for a few rounds. Again, Son Goku wasn't the only one surprised. The faces of the others looked even more shocked. Because if even Son Goku can only see after images, then they probably won't be able to capture even after images. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts couldn't help but thump. How fast is Cell? Can Mr. Suhan dodge Cell's attack? This is the question on everyone's mind. Get down on the ground, arrogant and ignorant thing. Cell let out a loud shout, and his body appeared in front of Suhan. Surrounded by golden flames all over his body, he punched Suhan heavily. Cell has seen how powerful Suhan is, so he doesn't dare to be careless. And this punch almost exhausted all his strength. So he was very confident that this punch of his would be able to hit Suhan hard by himself. It's just the next second. As a result, Cell showed an unbelievable expression as if he had seen something terrifying. He didn't expect that his punch with all his strength would be received by Suhan with his palms so casually. What? How could such a thing happen? Cell's expression changed drastically, as if he saw something terrifying. And Son Goku and others on the ground were even more shocked that they could put down a fist in their mouths. This is too unbelievable, Mr. Suhan caught Cell's fist so easily. Son Goku swallowed. Just now they were still worried about whether Suhan was a complete opponent of Cell, but now it seems that their worries are completely unnecessary. Horror! Is this guy really Saiyan? Why can he be so powerful? Piccolo also swallowed hard, equally terrified. Mr. Suhan's strength is really strong. Trunks, Kellen, and the others also had their eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. Indeed, the result was unbelievable to them. That's it. Cell, don't tell me that this is all your strength. That would be too boring. Looking at the terrified Cell, Suhan still said flatly. Obviously that punch just now Cell has used all his strength, but it turned out to be useless at all. Because the two are not on the same level at all. Stop getting carried away. I am a complete Cell, I will never believe that someone can surpass me. Cell recovered from the shock, then hastily adjusted his facial expression. After thinking that he is now a complete body, Cell immediately regained his confidence. Then I'll fight until you believe me. After Suhan's voice fell, he flicked directly, throwing Cell's body out. Boom! Moment. Cell's body smashed the huge arena to pieces. Damn BD, absolutely unforgivable. A look of fury appeared on Cell's face. Now that I am in full shape, how could I be suppressed by this guy? This is absolutely impossible. There will be no such thing. I don't believe that such a thing will happen. Saying that, Cell seemed to become manic. Ha ha ha! Then a roar. Immediately afterwards, the Saiyan cells in the body were activated, and golden arrogance burst out of Cell's body in an instant. And it can be seen that at this moment, the muscles on Cell's body began to swell. The body has become stronger than before, and the muscles have more than doubled in size. At the same time, the aura on his body has also increased several times. Cell's aura has increased. Trunks looked at Cell with a serious face, and found that Cell's body was actually swollen at this time. It's useless, Cell has already lost, and now he is just doing his last struggle. Although this appearance can increase his aura, but the relative speed will be greatly reduced. Son Goku shook his head. Although Cell's strength has become stronger, Son Goku can do it himself. He can also use this method to increase his aura many times. But the consequence of this is that his speed will be severely reduced. In this way, Kong has a powerful body, but he cannot hit the enemy at all. Properly a moving target, so it is of no use at all. So that's how it is. At this time, Trunks understood. Sacrifice speed to improve strength. It's really stupid. Looking at Cell's twice expanded body, although the combat power may have increased by a part. But without the speed it is still zero. I can't touch my body at all. Call out. Suhan's body flashed, and appeared in front of Cell in the blink of an eye. Give it to me, BD. Cell roared and attacked Suhan with his fists. But the result was in vain. Suhan just stretched out his arm and grabbed Cell's fist with great ease. What? Cell's body retreated subconsciously. End Cell. Go to hell. Chapter 24. Go to hell. As Suhan's voice fell, he punched out, and the fist sank directly into Cell's abdomen. Under the power of this punch, Cell's body directly bent into the shape of a prawn. Wow! A mouthful of green blood spurted out of Cell's mouth, and the pupils shrank sharply. Holding his belly with his hands, he took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. Then began violent vomiting. Suhan! Mr. Suhan's strength is too strong. It's so strong, just one punch completely incapacitated Cell. Son Goku and the others had their eyes widened in shock at this moment. Even the jaw is on the ground. He knew that Suhan was very strong, and even beating Cell would be an easy task. Son Goku believes that even so, Suhan will definitely have to fight with Cell for a while if he wants to defeat Cell. But Son Goku didn't expect that the opponent would kill Cell with one punch. Make it incapable of fighting. Whoa, wow! Cell's face was ferocious, and he kept vomiting light green acid water in his mouth, and his stomach seemed to be overwhelmed. And after Cell vomited for 2 minutes, his body suddenly changed a lot. At this time, his chest suddenly swelled, and his neck became even thicker and scary. Wow! Then, a figure spat out directly from Cell's mouth. Something was spit out by Cell, it's Vegeta. After seeing clearly that the figure that Cell spat out was actually Vegeta, Kellen exclaimed directly. Vegeta! Vegeta uncle! At the same time, Trunks and Son Goku and others also discovered this. That's right, the figure spit out by Cell is exactly Vegeta who was absorbed by Cell a few days ago. It's just that Vegeta looks a little nauseating at the moment, his whole body is covered in light green mucus. After spitting out Vegeta, Cell obviously has no way to maintain its full form. It directly changed back to the previous form of thick lips. Cell has changed back to the way it was before, and his chi is also weakening sharply. Great! In this way, I can defeat Cell. After Trunks, Son Goku and others saw the changes in Cell, they shouted excitedly. At the same time, Android 18 is also looking forward to it, and he expects the 17th to be spit out. Wow! Cell was still vomiting, but obviously he didn't intend to give up, instead he grabbed Vegeta, wanting to absorb it again. Maintain full body form. But it is obvious that Cell's current physical fitness simply cannot do this. Wow! There was another burst of violent vomiting, and Android 17 was also spit out directly by Cell. Cell's appearance has changed directly from the original thick lips to the appearance of a bug. Unexpectedly, such a thing will happen. Cell looked at his hands in disbelief. It never occurred to him that he would turn back into the appearance of a bug. Escape. That's right, there is only one thought in Cell's mind now, so it's considered an escape. Now he can't beat Suhan, not to mention, even Son Goku and Trunks can kill him easily. So if he didn't escape at this time, he might really die in this place. Call out. Cell desperately used all the power in his body, hoping to speed up his flight. Because the faster you fly, the safer you are. Although he has returned to the form of a bug, as long as he can escape alive. In the future, there is still a chance to absorb number 17 and number 18 again and they will become complete. No, Cell escaped. Just when everyone was indulging in the joy of victory, the observant Piccolo suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly. Cell must not be allowed to escape. At this time, both Son Goku and Trunks shook their fists and turned into Super Saiyan. But Suhan just looked at the direction in which Cell was fleeing and shook his head. But the next moment Suhan's body suddenly disappeared into the distance, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Cell. What, there is such a thing? Cell looked at Suhan in front of him, and his whole body seemed to fall into an ice cellar. Suhan stretched out 2 fingers and rested on Cell's eyebrows. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Disappear." Then without giving Cell any chance to react, the powerful rose-red energy cannon directly swallowed Cell's body. Boom! In the end, there was nothing left. Is it instant transmission? I didn't even find out when he left. Son Goku fixed his eyes on Suhan with a terrified expression. Although it is certain that the ability used by the other party just now is instant transmission, Son Goku asked himself that even if he used instant transmission, it would not be impossible to do it so fast. It seems that there is no need to condense chi to search for the other party's breath. If such a terrifying guy is an enemy, can the earth really handle it? Son Goku didn't dare to think. Now I can only hope as much as possible that the other party killed Cell not on a whim, but to protect the earth. Thank you, Mr. Suhan, you saved the earth. Son Goku came to Suhan's side and said respectfully. Yeah, Mr. Suhan, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know what the earth would be like. And what happened last time, I once again apologize to you on behalf of my father. Trunks also understood the worry in Son Goku's heart, and immediately stepped forward to thank him. Killing Cell in one move, if such a guy wants to destroy the earth. They were powerless to resist. Suhan nodded, and then landed directly beside number 18, not continuing to pay attention to Son Goku and the two. He naturally knew what these two guys were worried about, although he would not attack the earth. But Suhan didn't bother to explain how much. Maybe giving these guys some pressure and a sense of crisis can make them get back to normal quickly. Klin, you should still have fairy beans. Suhan glanced at Kellen, then said in a flat voice. And the latter immediately took out a bag in his arms, which was filled with fairy beans. Immediately said in a hurry, yes, yes. Suhan took the fairy bean and threw it directly to number 18. Although he is not dead now, his breath is very weak. This can make him recover quickly. Hearing that number 18 didn't hesitate, he picked up the fairy beans and gave number 17 to eat them. This thing is also recorded in the data in his mind, and it can quickly recover from injuries and physical strength. Chapter 25. Am I still alive? Number 17 looked at his hands with some excitement. I thought that I would definitely die after being absorbed by Cell, but I didn't expect that I would actually come back to life now. Fool, of course you're still alive. When number 18 saw her younger brother number 17 waking up, a smile appeared on her face. Number 17 is his only relative in this world, seeing that number 17 is fine and number 18 is naturally very excited. Although Suhan is here now, I will not be alone, but number 17 is my own younger brother after all, and number 18 feels happy from the bottom of my heart to see that Suhan is fine. Huh? Number 18? You're alive too. Could it be you who rescued me? Number 17 looked at his sister number 18 suspiciously. In his mind, his sister is far inferior to him in strength, so how did she defeat Cell and save him? Or is it that he and his sister have been absorbed by Cell and are now in the underworld? That's about it. Number 18 crossed his hands and said proudly. Although I didn't save number 17 by myself, if it wasn't because I begged Suhan, number 17 must have disappeared with Cell now. So I also indirectly saved number 17. TCH. I don't believe it, your strength is not as strong as mine, how can you defeat Cell? Number 17 glanced at his sister number 18 in disbelief. It was impossible for him to believe that the other party saved him. After all, sister no 18's strength is not as strong as her own, and Cell is a terrifying existence that even she can't deal with. So the one who rescued himself should be someone else. Hello number 17. At this time, Suhan, who had been watching the siblings from the sidelines, slowly walked over. Huh? I don't think I've seen you before. Seeing Suhan suddenly, number 17 frowned subconsciously. What's the matter with this guy? He doesn't have any breath. Could it be said that he is also an artificial human like himself? But how is this possible? There are only so many artificial humans in Dr. Gero's laboratory, and there is no possibility of an artificial human appearing suddenly. We really haven't seen one. Suhan shook his head faintly, and just smiled at his brother-in-law's guard. Are you an artificial human too? Number 17 still looked at Suhan warily. But what ushered in was a shock from my sister on the 18th. Snapped. Sister, why did you hit me? Number 17 covered his head, and looked at his sister number 18 aggrievedly. He didn't understand why his sister beat him suddenly. Stop messing around with number 17, he is not a man-made man, and your life was saved by others. Number 18 looked at his younger brother number 17 and said helplessly. Although she has become Suhan's servant now, number 18 is very aware of how terrifying this man's strength is, and she must not let her younger brother offend him. Moreover, number 17 has a very conceited character, if he accidentally offends Suhan, it will be troublesome. What, he saved me? Number 17 had an unbelievable expression on his face. But the next second there was a smile on his face. Call out. Without giving the 18th a chance to react, the 17th just kicked Suhan. Snapped. But the ushered result was indeed accepted by the opponent with a slap. What, come again? Seeing that his attack was blocked, number 17 didn't give up and immediately used his other leg to attack Suhan again. Snapped. In the end, he was still defended by the opponent with ease like last time. TCH, there is such a thing. On the 17th, he leapt up and distanced himself from Suhan. The speed is okay, but the strength is too weak and needs to be practiced. Suhan said with a smile. There was no mood swing due to the attack on the 17th. Because no 17's personality is like this, and the two have never met each other. There's so much nonsense, I don't believe that you are stronger than me. As he spoke, number 17 clenched his fists tightly, and shot his body like a sharp arrow. The two fists were like machine guns, launching a crazy attack on Suhan. But facing such an attack, Suhan just smiled, and then easily blocked all the attacks of number 17 with one finger. What, actually blocked all my attacks with just one finger? How is this possible? Number 17 looked at Suhan in disbelief. At this moment, he also understood that the man's strength was not comparable to his own. Even as long as the other party is willing, they can kill themselves in an instant. What are you doing on the 17th, he is your brother-in-law. Seeing no 17's crazy attack, number 18 shouted out in desperation. But after a while, she reacted with a pretty face and a little red. It seems like everyone is looking at me. What? Brother-in-law. For a while, number 17 was stunned in place. But after a while, he immediately reacted, so the explanation made sense, and it was strange that he would rescue himself. And the opponent in the battle just now didn't mean to hurt him at all. Immediately, the embarrassed number 17 came to Suhan's side. Then he smiled lightly and said. So it's my brother-in-law, I really don't know each other. But brother-in-law is really strong, no wonder he was able to save me from Cell. Number 18 looked at his younger brother number 17, and was also stunned. I didn't expect my younger brother's face to change so quickly. Chapter 26. Ho ho. My brother-in-law is really good, I saved you from Cell's body. Although I was a little surprised by Suhan, the 17th who suddenly changed his face, he also said with a smile. But it's normal to think about it, just now number 17 already knew how strong he is, and just now number 18 himself admitted it. And if this is the case, why does number 17 continue to insist on it? After all, the opponent's strength is much stronger than his own, and he is also his savior. In the future, it will be my brother-in-law, so it would be even better if I can give some pointers on my cultivation and teach myself a few tricks by the way. After hearing the chat between the two, 18's face turned blue and red. How did these two guys reconcile so quickly? If she had known this, she wouldn't have yelled like that just now, it's too embarrassing. At the same time, Vegeta, who was spit out by Cell on the other side, also woke up. Not far away came the excited voice of Trunks. Daddy is awake, great. Looking at the awakened Vegeta, Trunks said excitedly. My father was also rescued by Mr. Suhan, which is really great, so I don't have to worry about being unable to explain to my mother. His. Vegeta rubbed his head and immediately said indifferently to Trunks, Hey! That BD Cell, how dare to do so much to me, I must let him know how powerful my King Vegeta is. Vegeta looked around with an angry face. He found that there was no sign of Cell, so he set his sights on Suhan. Why is he here? Cell. Vegeta frowned, then looked at Son Goku with an ugly face. He found that Son Goku's strength has actually become stronger, even surpassing his current self. Vegeta, be careful when you speak, your life was saved by Mr. Suhan. Don't say it's you, even everyone on the earth was saved by Mr. Suhan. If Mr. Suhan hadn't wiped out Cell wouldn't know what it would be like to destroy the earth now. Seeing Vegeta's tone of voice, Son Goku also said a little unhappy. What the other party said also saved everyone's life, and Vegeta's tone of voice would inevitably make people uncomfortable. What? Kakarot? You said Cell was wiped out by that BD? And even I was rescued by him. Hearing this, Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he clenched his fists. There was a crackling sound. This BD Suhan not only killed his prey Cell, but also saved himself? Damn it! I am a proud Saiyan prince, and now I was rescued by my enemy. This is an absolute shame for Vegeta. A hole! Vegeta shouted angrily. Then the energy on his body suddenly gushed out, and his body turned into a Super Saiyan at this moment. Dad, calm down. After seeing Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan, Trunks hurried forward to stop Vegeta. I'm afraid that the other party will anger Suhan, and then I'm afraid he will really kill Dad directly. At the same time, Suhan naturally noticed Vegeta's side, but he ignored it. He just smiled slightly, and then continued to talk to number 17 and the others. It seems that the other party has never been taken seriously from the beginning to the end. This BD, you just ignored me, Vegeta. A hole. It's King Vegeta who won't let a guy like you go. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't think of him at all. For a moment, an endless sense of humiliation welled up in my heart. Vegeta directly pushed the Trunks away, and then rushed towards Suhan. But facing the sudden attack of Vegeta, Suhan only frowned slightly, and whispered a word. Roll. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura was released, and Vegeta knelt down on the ground like an eggplant beaten by frost. How is it possible, such a powerful energy? This is simply not something I can compete with. Vegeta knelt down on the ground, losing all spirit. Because such a blow is really too big for him. Yes. I'm sorry Mr. Suhan, we are not optimistic about Mr. Vegeta. At this time, Son Goku's expression became tense, for fear that Suhan would be angry. If this is the case, then Vegeta will really become the sinner of the whole earth. I'll let you go this time, and next time, I believe I don't need to say more. Suhan ignored Son Goku, but looked at Vegeta kneeling on the ground with a fierce look on his face, and said in a cold voice. I have given this guy 2 chances already, and if he does it again, Suhan really doesn't mind letting Vegeta go to hell. I'm sorry Mr. Suhan, it's all because I didn't like Mr. Vegeta, I promise that such a thing will never happen again. Trunks also looked flustered. After seeing the other party nodding, he hurriedly picked up Vegeta and flew out. It's better to take away this guy who only makes trouble now, otherwise if you are cutting out some moths, you will really be finished. The other Z fighters also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Vegeta being carried away. They have all seen Suhan's strength just now, and they eliminated the powerful Cell with one move. Thinking of that scene now, they all felt a little terrified. So now that Vegeta is taken away is naturally the best result. Well, Mr. Suhan, can we now summon Shenron to restore the earth to its original state? At this time, Piccolo came over and asked cautiously. Chapter 27. Okay, but I need to use up a wish later. Suhan looked at Piccolo and said unceremoniously. Destroying Cell by himself can be regarded as saving the entire earth, not to mention asking for one wish, even if it is not too much to ask for 3 wishes. But for Suhan, 1 is enough, too much is useless. Okay, Mr. Suhan, you can rest assured. After all, you are the great hero of the earth. After finishing speaking, Piccolo put the 7 Dragon Balls that had already been collected on the ground. Then start summoning Shenron. Then the sky suddenly changed color, and a green Shenron slowly emerged from the clouds. The current Shenron can also fulfill 3 wishes at once because of the relationship transformed by Dende. As for the first 2 wishes, it is natural to resurrect the dead humans and restore the destroyed parts of the earth to their original state. When it came to the third wish, all Z fighters looked at Suhan. They were all curious, what kind of wish would such a powerful guy have? The same is true for number 18, looking at Suhan expectantly. She also wants to see what wishes this powerful man has, and she still needs to use Shenron to realize them. Say it, your last wish. Shenron watched Suhan's eyes glow red. Clear the bombs in number 17 and no 18. Suhan looked at Shenron and said very seriously. What, clear the bomb in us? Hearing this, number 18 was stunned for a moment, never thinking that the other party's wish was actually this. But at this time, no 18's attitude towards this man also changed. Because of Suhan's actions, number 18 felt warm in his heart. And Shenron is also very clean and neat, helping Suhan fulfill his wish. Although it is impossible to turn them into humans directly, it is not difficult for Shenron to clear the bomb. Number 17 and number 18 also felt extraordinarily comfortable after feeling that the bomb in their bodies had been cleared. Although the bomb will not explode suddenly, after all, it is inside their bodies, if it explodes suddenly, even Suhan may not be able to save them. It looks like my brother-in-law is really reliable. My sister has a brother-in-law to accompany you now, and I can leave with peace of mind. Number 17 looked at his sister number 18, and said with a light smile. Originally, number 17 planned to follow number 18 to observe for a while, to see if his brother-in-law was reliable. But now it seems that my worries are completely unnecessary. And my brother-in-law is very reliable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to ask Piccolo for a wish just now to clear the bombs in their bodies. And if this is the case, number 17 can also rest assured. Suhan is powerful and cares about her sister. In this case, I can safely hand over my sister to the other party. After all, no matter how strong the brother-in-law is, he will definitely not need to protect his sister in the future. Leave? What do you mean on the 17th? Number 18 looked at his younger brother number 17, and he panicked for a moment, wondering why his younger brother was so soft to say such words. Don't worry, sister, I just want to live the life I want. Now you have a brother-in-law to accompany you. The most important thing is that your brother-in-law is very strong. You will definitely not suffer any more in the future. Number 17 looked at her sister number 18 and said with a smile. But, have you really thought about it on the 17th? Number 18 bit his lip. Although his younger brother wanted to live the life he wanted, and number 18 also agreed with this point, he saw that his younger brother was about to leave suddenly. She will still be a little lost. Yup. I'm going to live the life I want, find a small island with no people, marry a wife, have children, farm, and support my family. After finishing speaking, number 17 turned his head and waved his hands. Brother-in-law, take good care of my sister, otherwise I won't let you go. After talking about number 17, it turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the distance. Number 17 is gone. Looking at the direction in which number 17 left, number 18 still said sadly. Yes, but you don't have to worry too much, after all, everyone has a life that everyone wants to live, and this cannot be forced. And number 17 has such an idea, we should support him. Suhan hugged No 18's shoulder and said in a low voice. Well, I see. After feeling the warmth in Suhan's heart, number 18 nodded slowly. Suhan is right, he should support his younger brother. You should support your brother's ideas. And it seems that there is nothing wrong with farming and raising a family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task, destroying the cell and saving the Z fighters. Reward, 10% angel power. Additional bonus, 15% pink energy, rainbow energy. It's the power of angel. After hearing the voice of the system in his head, Suhan was stunned. 10% angel power. Although it seems a little small, it is actually very good, and even only 10% of angel's power can make a person get a great transformation. Even the speed of cultivation will increase rapidly. Even Ultra Instinct, which can only be learned by learning angel, with the power of 10% angel, it must be much easier to learn. Chapter 28. Now that the system's mission has been completed, Suhan only has one goal in mind. That is to learn angel supernatural powers. Moreover, Suhan now has 10% angel power in his body, although it seems a little less. But this can greatly accelerate Suhan's learning of angels' magical powers. After resting on the earth for a day, Suhan went to Zhuo market to buy enough daily necessities and fast food. I promised Angel Whis before that I would bring him some delicacies from the earth. So naturally Suhan will not forget this point. And for Angel Whis, a big foodie, he wants Angel Whis to guide him to learn angels' magical powers without reservation. That food is naturally the fastest shortcut. And Suhan brought a variety of bucket noodles this time. All this can be said to be arranged very properly. However, Suhan did not bring number 18 with him this time, because he used to learn angels' magical powers, and it would be troublesome if he took her there. Gods of Destruction realm, that's where Gods of Destruction lives. Although the Beerus guy is now asleep, Suhan can't guarantee when he will wake up. In case this guy wakes up suddenly, who knows if he will go crazy and attack himself. Anyone who has read the original book knows that Gods of Destruction Beerus is very angry when he wakes up, and it will be uncomfortable if he hurts the 18th at that time. And now Suhan thinks that he is not the opponent of Gods of Destruction Beerus. Even if the opponent does not use the power of destruction, he may not be able to deal with it. The prepared food is almost enough for the first half of the year, so it should be fine. I guess at this time Whis should be a big foodie, and he should have been waiting for me at the place last time. Suhan looked at the food capsule in his hand, which was enough to last the first half year, and smiled with satisfaction. Although I am not sure how long I will stay in that place, but it is definitely right to bring more food. After all, the food in the world of Gods of Destruction is really hard to eat. After capturing Angel Whis' divine breath, Suhan directly used the unlimited instant transmission to transfer the past. And this process only takes a few seconds. Call out. By the time Suhan reappeared, he had already arrived at the universe where he fought Gods of Destruction Champa. As for the torn universe cracks in the sky, they have already recovered. Obviously it should be the masterpiece of Angel Whis. The only ones in the universe who can do this are Angel Whis and Gods of Destruction Beerus. Not even Suhan could do it himself. Ho ho! Mr. Suhan, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you here for a whole day, the food that was promised earlier. Angel Whis was a little surprised when he saw Suhan suddenly appearing, but he recovered instantly. The ability of instant transmission is amazing, but such ability is not unusual for Angel, and they have seen many of them. Although the instant transmission used by Suhan seems to be different from what he has seen before, in Whis' eyes, these things are nothing compared to delicious food. After all, Suhan said he wanted to bring him delicious food, and because of this, he has been waiting here all day today. Huh? Mr. Suhan, why didn't you bring anything? Could it be that you forgot? Whis looked around Suhan's body, but didn't find that Suhan was carrying anything, and immediately frowned with displeasure. I have been waiting all day for the delicious food in your mouth, but what is going on with you now? Should I really forget it? Ha ha! How is this possible, Mr. Whis, since I promised, I will never forget it. Suhan smiled, then took out the food capsule from his arms. What? What is this? Is this what Mr. Suhan said about delicious food? Angel Whis looked at the magic capsule that Suhan took out, and then said with a puzzled expression. But these things don't look delicious. This is not edible, this is a super capsule, but it can store a lot of things, such as food. After speaking, a smile appeared on the corner of Suhan's mouth. Then he took out a food capsule, pressed it, and finally threw it out. Boom! Followed by a burst of white smoke. More than a dozen backpacks were presented in front of Suhan and the two of them. And each of these school bags is filled with all kinds of food. Wow! This thing is amazing. How can such a small thing hold so much food? Whis looked at Suhan in shock like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. It never occurred to me that the humans on Earth are so powerful that they can invent such a thing. It is unbelievable that so many delicacies can be contained in a small capsule. But when Suhan casually picked up a skull bag and took out a ham, Whis' eyes were instantly drawn to it. Mr. Suhan? What is this thing in your place? Looking at the thing wrapped in red film, although Angel Whis felt extraordinarily strange, he told Angel Whis directly that this thing is definitely a delicacy. And it's more delicious than anything I've ever eaten before. Mr. Whis, this is ham sausage, a specialty of our earth. Just peel off the outer layer of film and eat it directly. It's very convenient and delicious. Saying that, Suhan peeled off the ham sausage and started to eat it. However, in order to attract Whis' curiosity, Suhan's expression of eating ham sausage was extremely exaggerated. That expression is really a treat. That Mr. Suhan? Is this thing really so delicious? Gulu. Angel Whis swallowed, and his heart became even more yearning for this thing called ham sausage. You'll know if you try it. Suhan said with a faint smile, and casually threw a ham sausage to Whis. And Angel Whis didn't hesitate, picked up the ham sausage and quickly peeled it open, and then took a bite. Wow, this thing, it's amazing. There is such a delicious thing in this world. Angel Whis made all kinds of exclamations while tasting the ham sausage. Anyway, Suhan couldn't stand the voice, it was as if he had been harassed by that voice. It would be too enjoyable. Suhan. Mr. Suhan, is this really a product of the earth? Isn't it too delicious? Although the ham sausage had been wiped out by Angel Whis, his eyes still stayed on the food backpack in Suhan's hand. It seems that during this period of time, I have a good time. But Angel Whis really didn't come to this world first. How could there be delicious things in this world? Why didn't I discover it before? So Angel Whis made up his mind that he must take Mr. Beerus to the earth to taste delicious food in the future. Chapter 29. The speed of Angel Whis, the entire 7th universe probably can't find a second. Just relying on speed alone, it is possible to travel through hundreds of planets in 1 second. But even so, it took the two of them about an hour before they finally arrived at the God realm. This made Suhan couldn't help but sigh, the vastness of the universe. This is the world of gods of destruction, Mr. Suhan. After landing, Angel Whis said. Angel Whis placed the dozens of backpacks full of food directly in his staff space. Angel Whis was very excited about this matter. Because after tasting these delicacies brought by Suhan, Whis feels that these foods in their gods of destruction world taste like chewing wax. It was hard to swallow. Why didn't I notice it before? Suhan looked at the scene in the world of gods of destruction, a purple land with flowers and trees just like the earth. It seems that except for the purple earth, it seems to be exactly the same as the earth. Although it seems so, the intensity of the divine aura in this place is not comparable to places like the earth. There is absolutely no level between the two. So this is exactly the reason why cultivating in this place can double the speed of one's cultivation. Is that where the gods of destruction live? Suhan looked at the center of gods of destruction, a palace that looked like a big tree. It is basically consistent with the original book, and it is not difficult to see where gods of destruction Beerus should live. That's right. Mr. Suhan, if you want to go in and visit, you can, but you have to be careful not to make too much noise. Because it would be scary if Master Beerus was woken up. Speaking of this, Whis suddenly burst out laughing. It seems that the scene where Suhan was sleepwalked by gods of destruction Beerus has already appeared in his mind. Ha ha! I won't go. Looking at Angel Whis' wretched smile, how could Suhan not guess the reason? In the anime, the scene where Son Goku and Vegeta waited on Beerus to change the bed sheets and pajamas and then was beaten up is still vivid in my mind. And Suhan didn't want to do that. And won't do it. This is also the reason why Suhan brings various flavors of instant noodles. As long as Whis' appetite is controlled, those things will naturally not be his turn to solve. Ho 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 ho. Actually, Mr. Suhan, you don't have to worry, because Mr. Beerus has a very lazy personality and likes to sleep very much, so under normal circumstances he won't wake up at all. And he has been sleeping for more than 20 years now. According to the usual situation, at least Master Beerus will sleep for another few decades. Whis continued with a smile. Gulu. At this moment, Angel Whis' stomach suddenly made a growling sound. I don't know if he did it on purpose or he was really hungry. Then he immediately put his eyes on Suhan and said, Mister, I only ate some ham sausage. Clear. Hearing this, how could Suhan not know what the other party was planning? But Suhan had expected this a long time ago, and directly took out the prepared purple bucket noodles. What? Mr. Suhan, is this thing edible? Why does it look a little different from ham sausage, and the packaging is actually purple, which is the same taste as Mr. Beerus? Angel Whis looked at the bucket noodles in Suhan's hands, and said with some disgust. Indeed, the sky is full of purple here, I am afraid that anyone who sees it will feel sick. Mr. Whis, don't underestimate this thing. This is the old phlegm sauerkraut beef noodles that I have treasured for many years. And you can eat it just by adding boiling water. It tastes much better than ham sausage. Saying that, Suhan ignored Angel Whis, opened the package and added boiling water. Lao Tan sauerkraut beef noodles. Although Angel Whis was somewhat skeptical, after hearing Suhan say that he had treasured this item for many years, he immediately dispelled his worries. After all, since Mr. Suhan has kept it for so many years, it must be the best of the delicious. About 3 minutes later. The moment the bucket noodle was opened, the sauerkraut smell of Lao Tan sauerkraut was mixed with the aroma of beef, and hit the face in an instant. Angel Whis, who was still watching from the sidelines, trembled when he smelled the scent. Then it was like getting an electric shock. It's so fragrant. Well, Mr. Suhan, can I have a bite of this first? Angel Whis leaned forward, eyes full of pleading. Of course, but Mr. Whis, I have treasured this Lao Tan sauerkraut beef noodle for many years, but I have never been willing to eat it. So you have to pay something. While speaking, Suhan slapped the lid of the bucket, and the fragrance disappeared instantly. And Angel Whis looked even more tormented, staring straight at the old phlegm sauerkraut beef noodles in Suhan's hand. Gulu. Angel Whis checked his saliva. Then he said with a serious face, I don't know what Mr. Suhan wants. As long as I can satisfy, I will definitely agree to everything. Whis swallowed, trying not to look at Lao Tan's sauerkraut and beef noodles. I want to learn Angel supernatural powers. Suhan looked at Whis very seriously and said. What? Learning Angel supernatural powers? Mr. Suhan doesn't know why you want to learn Angel's supernatural power? And our Angel's supernatural power is very difficult to learn. It's not that I don't want to teach you Angel supernatural powers, it's just that Angel supernatural powers are difficult for anyone other than our Angel race, including gods of destruction, so I think it's better for you to learn other abilities. Angel Whis looked at Suhan in surprise, never expecting that the other party would make such a request. But in addition to being surprised, Whis would still sneak a glance at the bucket of noodles in Suhan's hand. Mr. Whis, you don't have to worry about this. It doesn't mean that I can't learn it if others can't learn it, and you have to try to know the result. Suhan still has no plans to make concessions. After all, I have already mastered 10% of the power of Angel. If I learn the supernatural power of Angel, there must be no problem, and maybe I can quickly master it. Of course, if you don't agree to me, Mr. Whis, then I'll keep the old phlegm sauerkraut beef noodles that have been treasured for many years for myself. Saying that, Suhan opened the lid again, then picked up the tableware and was about to eat. Wait, Mr. Suhan, since you want to learn Angel's supernatural power, then I will teach you, but I can't guarantee that you will be able to learn it. Angel Whis grabbed Suhan's arm and said hastily. I'm waiting for your words. Suhan secretly said in his heart. Chapter 30. Seeing that Whis agreed, Suhan also gave the bucket of noodles to the other party very neatly. Suhan still likes to eat braised beef noodles and original pork bone noodles. And Suhan's goal has been achieved. Learning Angel supernatural powers is naturally very difficult, Suhan knows this very well. If it is simple, it is impossible that only gods of destruction. Beerus has mastered the imperfect ultra instinct in gods of destruction. So Suhan is very clear about the difficulty of cultivating Angel supernatural powers. But it's different now, Suhan has mastered 10% of Angel's power. With the basics, learning Angel supernatural powers will become extraordinarily simple. Wow, this Lao Tan sauerkraut beef noodles are so delicious. I don't know when I can eat it again next time. Holding the bucket of noodles and gulping down the remaining soup, Angel Whis began to long for the next time to taste such delicious things. Don't worry, Mr. Whis, as long as you teach me Angel's supernatural powers well, it's not impossible for you to try the barrel noodles again. Suhan patted Angel Whis on the shoulder and said with a light smile. When Angel Whis heard this, his whole body became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Pulling Suhan's wrist, he was about to practice. Although it is difficult to cultivate Angel's supernatural powers, I believe that with your cultivation talent, Mr. Suhan, you will be able to master them smoothly. After speaking, the two began to practice Angel's supernatural powers. At this moment, Angel Whis made up his mind that he must teach Suhan no matter what. Even if it's for the barrel noodles, I have to work hard. This is the basis for cultivating Angel's supernatural powers, which is the introductory rule of God's power. After you master this, we can start to learn Angel's supernatural powers. Whis tapped Suhan's eyebrows with the staff in his hand. Then a wave of energy slowly poured into Suhan's mind from Whis' staff. At the same time, Suhan also felt a warm feeling coming from his body. Then a burst of information came into my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the cultivation method of the introduction to the power of God. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the introduction to the power of God. And at the same time that the information was passed into his mind, the system's notification tone also rang. What? The system actually learned it for me. Suhan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and stood up abruptly. It's unbelievable. Because the moment the system's voice fell, Suhan felt that he had really fully mastered the ability that Whis had taught him just now. This. Suhan looked at his hands in amazement. It turns out that the system still has such abilities. Ho ho! Mr. Suhan, why did you suddenly show such an expression? Is it because the law of God's power entry is too difficult to learn? But it's normal for you to have such a reaction. It was really difficult to master when I first came into contact with it, even Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus was the same. Seeing Suhan's suddenly shocked expression, Whis naturally thought that the other party was shocked by the difficulty of learning the ability he taught. After all, it took a month to learn this thing by myself. So Whis completely understands Mr. Suhan's expression. Is that so? Suhan didn't pay attention to what Whis said just now. Instead, he stretched out his palms, and each of his hands formed a spiral. And the aura of God around him began to pour into Suhan's palm like crazy. It looks spectacular. How could such a thing happen? Seeing the two vortexes in Suhan's hand, Angel Whis' eyes suddenly shot out, with an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Suhan has only just come into contact with the introductory rules of the power of God, how could he master it in an instant? This made Whis feel very incredible. It's even unimaginable. You must know that even as an angel, when I was learning the entry rules of the power of God, I worked hard for a long time before I finally mastered it. Could it be that Mr. Suhan's talent for learning Angel's supernatural powers has surpassed himself as an angel? It's unbelievable, at least according to Angel Whis. What's wrong with you, Mr. Whis? Suhan looked at the Angel Whis who was already frozen in place, and immediately asked with feigned doubts. Of course, Suhan understood why the other party showed such an expression. He mastered the ability that Angel Whis gave him in an instant, and the other party didn't show such a shocked expression. That's strange. Ahem, it's nothing, Mr. Suhan, since you have fully mastered the entry rules of the power of God, let's start the next step of training. Angel Whis was helpless. He thought that just an entry rule of divine power would be enough for Suhan to learn for a while. But I didn't expect the other party to be so perverted, and to master it in such a short period of time. But this is not necessarily a bad thing, after all, without Angel's guidance, the other party has grown to a level beyond the phenomenon. So if the other party is able to successfully master Angel's supernatural power next time, Whis thinks it is really necessary to report this matter to the Grand Priest. Chapter 31. In the past few months of practicing in the Gods of Destruction world, But Suhan can basically master all the supernatural powers taught to him by Angel Whis in an instant. However, in order to cover up the existence of the system, Suhan did not exaggerate it the first time. It was a deliberate disguise and symbolic practice for a period of time before letting Whis teach him other supernatural powers. But even so, it still made Angel Whis feel extraordinarily incredible. Whis originally thought that it was impossible for the other party to learn Angel's ability. Even if the other party's talent was very high, they could only learn a little superficially at best. But Whis didn't expect that as long as it was the ability he imparted to the other party, Suhan would basically master it within 2 or 3 days without any accidents. However, due to the restrictions of the rules, Whis only gave Suhan some very ordinary angel powers, and did not give Suhan the time reversal and ultra instinct. Because angels' high-level supernatural powers are stipulated and cannot be taught without authorization. Even if Suhan has extraordinary talents, if he wants to learn these abilities, he must be approved by the Grand Priest. During the period of cultivating in the Gods of Destruction world, Suhan and Whis also had many sparring contests. Although in the end every time it ended with Suhan's defeat. But through the contest with Angel Whis, Suhan's strength has been greatly improved. Especially speed. In the beginning, Suhan couldn't touch the opponent's body at all. He could only be beaten passively, but it was completely different in the back. Suhan began to slowly catch up with Whis' speed, and not only that, but sometimes he could take the opportunity to counterattack. Although during the period of practicing in the Gods of Destruction world, Suhan did not learn time reversal and ultra instinct as he wished. But Suhan's strength has made a qualitative leap. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden sign-in task, Gods of Destruction World Practice for 3 months. Reward, Perfect Pink Energy. Additional reward, Omen of Freedom. Listening to the system prompt in his head, Suhan's body was stunned. Hide check-in tasks? There is actually a hidden check-in task? Suhan was dumbfounded. Originally, Suhan thought that the system hadn't refreshed the task for a long time. It should be because he learned the supernatural power, which consumed the energy of the system. But I didn't expect that I would complete the hidden task of the system by mistake. Perfect Pink Energy. Suhan swallowed his saliva, and finally collected the energy that Dahong needed. Then if nothing else happened, Suhan should be able to become Dahong's 3 full attack rate. And the system actually rewarded him with an extra sign of freedom. Although the Ultra Instinct is not a perfect Ultra Instinct and cannot maintain the Ultra Instinct state like Angel at all times, the ability of the Ultra Instinct is already very strong. Suhan has read related introductions before, although the Ultra Instinct is not a perfect Ultra Instinct. But it is much stronger than the imperfect Ultra Instinct used by Son Goku in the original book. In the original book, during the Tournament of Power, the Ultra Blue Son Goku was directly rubbed against the ground by Jiren. But after turning on the imperfect Ultra Instinct, the situation was reversed. Son Goku stood up, and Jiren became the one who was pressed to the ground and rubbed. From this we can see how powerful Ultra Instinct is. And you must know that the original Son Goku only grasped some prototypes, and did not reach the realm of the ultimate sign of freedom at all. Hi! If I face Gods of Destruction Champa again with my current strength, I wonder if I can beat that guy to the ground. Saying that, Suhan clenched his fists excitedly. It is an omen that Suhan will have the power to fight against Gods of Destruction Beerus in the future. Suhan is not sure whether he can defeat the strongest Gods of Destruction Beerus now, but what is certain is that with the sign of freedom, he already has the qualifications to fight against Gods of Destruction Beerus. What's wrong with you, Mr. Suhan? Do you want to take a break? Seeing Suhan stop suddenly, and then froze on the spot for a long time without any response, Whis immediately asked curiously. It's nothing, Mr. Whis, I suddenly felt like the energy in my body had exploded, and it should have been raised to another level. How about Mr. Whis, come and help me try my ability? A smile appeared on Suhan's face as he spoke. Angel Whis is very strong, so he doesn't have to worry about hurting the opponent with his shots. And this guy has the existence of a perfect Ultra Instinct, so it is only appropriate to go to him to help with training. So, then Mr. Suhan will treat me to chicken stewed mushroom-flavored bucket noodles after the battle is over. Angel Whis did not refuse, but instead extended a finger. Because when Suhan asked to fight him before, he was also paid with barrel noodles. No problem. After speaking, Suhan directly turned into Super Saiyan God Pink. Then slowly floated into the midair of the God realm. The same goes for Angel Whis. However, his expression was not as serious as Suhan's, but rather relaxed. Because every battle between Suhan and himself ended in failure, so Angel Whis thinks that this point is definitely no exception. Whis, you should be more serious. This time I feel that I have made a huge breakthrough. It will be bad if I accidentally hurt you later. Suhan said with extra confidence. Although there is no way to directly defeat Whis, it is still possible to injure the opponent if you use the free sign. Chapter 32. Ho ho. It seems that this time, Mr. Suhan, your strength has improved a lot, but even so, it is very difficult to injure Angel. Angel Whis said with a smile. He naturally also saw that Suhan's strength had become a lot stronger, but if the opponent's strength was only as strong as he saw now, Whis didn't think he needed to take it seriously. After all, my portable skill is Ultra Instinct. It can be said that my body is using Ultra Instinct all the time. Not to mention that Suhan couldn't easily hit himself. Even if Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus wanted to fight head-on, it would be extremely difficult to injure his own body. In that case, Mr. Whis, I'm not going to be polite. Suhan didn't explain too much, since the other party disagreed. Then let Whis take a good look at his own sign of freedom. Drink. Suhan gave a soft drink. 2 rose-red air blades appeared on both hands. It can be seen that the air blade used by Suhan at this moment is somewhat different from the one used to kill the little cell before. Although the air blade is also rose-red, there is faint purple energy hovering in the center of Suhan's air blade at this moment, and the size of the air blade is much larger than before. Not only does it look more domineering, but even because Suhan has injected the power of God into it, the power of the current air blade has been greatly improved compared to before. The legs opened, and immediately Suhan's body shot out in the direction of Whis like a sharp blade. Call out! In an instant, Suhan had arrived in front of Whis, and he slashed down with the rose-red air blade. Facing the oncoming sharp blade, Whis didn't panic at all. There was still a smile on his face. Then he turned sideways to avoid Suhan's attack. And the moment Whis dodged Suhan's attack, the staff in his hand swung at Suhan the next moment. At the same time, Angel Whis smiled, as if he felt that he had won. But what happened in the next second made Angel Whis stunned. Suhan's body was like a ghost, deftly dodging Angel Whis' staff. Call out! When the body reappeared, it was already behind Whis. Hey hey! Where are you looking, Mr. Whis? Facing Whis who was stunned there, Suhan whispered in his ear. This was actually avoided. Could it be the prototype of Ultra Instinct just now? No, it's impossible. Whis shook his head quickly, letting himself dismiss the thought. Although the opponent's actions just now are indeed a bit like the prototype of Ultra Instinct, but Ultra Instinct itself did not teach Suhan. And even if you teach it yourself, the other party may not be able to learn it. Try to say. Thinking of this, Whis' eyes suddenly became sharp. Facing the man in front of him, Whis didn't dare to take it lightly. Come on again, Mr. Suhan. Whis said calmly. It is good. At this time, Suhan stopped hiding. Clenched fists. Then came out with a roar. A powerful breath of God surged from Suhan's body in an instant. Ha, ah ah! At the same time, Suhan's original thick eyebrows disappeared, replaced by 2 particularly prominent brow bones. The pink hair grew rapidly behind her, and finally fell on Suhan's back. Coupled with the thunder and lightning around the body surrounded by pink energy, Suhan suddenly looks more mysterious. It's not over yet, Mr. Whis. Suhan glanced at Whis, then growled again. The long hair behind him floated in the air along with the surge of the surrounding god's breath. And most of the clothes on his upper body were directly torn. The strong muscles were exposed to the air. At the same time, the entire gods of destruction world shook violently. And Suhan is like a killing god who came out of hell, with endless peach-red god's aura exuding from all over his body. Whis frowned. Before he could be shocked, he immediately picked up the staff in his hand and quickly deployed a protective barrier. Since Suhan's power can make the entire gods of destruction world tremble, it is enough to show how strong his power is. Although shocked, Whis didn't want to wake up gods of destruction Beerus at this time. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Seeing a phenomenon-level powerhouse like Suhan, Beerus will definitely not be able to control himself to fight him. How is it, Mr. Whis? Suhan shook his fist. Feel the huge energy swimming in your body. Although the pink energy has only increased by 20%, the strength improvement it brought to Suhan is immeasurable. The peach-red 3 and the total attack rate of the pink 3 are not a concept. Even though there is only a 20% energy difference, there is an insurmountable gap. As for Suhan, who is at full strength, now he just wants to find someone to have a good fight to vent out the huge energy of his physical fitness. Mr. Suhan, you really brought me too many surprises. Angel Whis looked at Suhan and said solemnly. It is true that the breath of God released from Suhan's body is no less than that of the real gods of destruction, and this is still without mastering the law. If I train Suhan as a candidate for gods of destruction, then I will teach him the law of destruction. In this way, Whis can't estimate how strong the opponent's strength can be. Where is this? The surprise is still to come. After speaking, Suhan clenched his fists, and rushed directly towards Angel Whis. The speed was so fast that even Whis was surprised. Boom! A punch of life blasted out. Although it was blocked by Whis' staff, Angel Whis' body took more than 3 steps back. One can imagine how strong Suhan is now. What a powerful force! Looking at his numb wrist, Whis frowned. It's not over yet. After speaking, Suhan's body flashed again and came diagonally above Whis. Then he punched out again. Call out! But this time, Angel Whis dodged it by himself. Seeing that his attack was dodged, Suhan immediately charged forward. The 2 fists alternated, launching a stormy attack towards Angel Whis. But the result was no surprise, all of them were picked up by the other party, or avoided. Mr. Suhan, your strength has indeed taken a huge leap compared to a few days ago, but even so, it is impossible for you to hurt me. Whis looked at Suhan very confidently. Oh! How about adding this? Just as Suhan's voice fell, silver halos and lines suddenly appeared around Suhan's body. There was no wind in the hair, and it turned into silver white in the next second, and the silver-grey brilliance in the pupils suddenly flowed. It's really Ultra Instinct. Chapter 33. It's really Ultra Instinct. Seeing Suhan's body changes, Whis recognized it immediately. Although it is not perfect, it is unimaginable to be able to reach this step without guidance from others. Now I should be able to fight you, Mr. Whis. Suhan looked at Angel Whis calmly. Since Da Hong's 3 full attack rate still can't shake Whis, it should be enough to add the free sign. Mr. Suhan, I have to say that you are the most perverted person I have ever met. Angel Whis didn't say too much, but just said something lightly. Because he knew that the other party didn't want to listen to him now, nor did he want to answer too much. He just wants to fight with himself with all his strength. If that's the case, then I'll just satisfy him. And at this moment, Angel Whis put away his staff. Then he stared at Suhan seriously. Humph, are you finally serious? That's right. Seeing Whis put away his staff, Suhan showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Then he slammed the ground with his right foot, and his body whizzed away like an arrow leaving the string. Facing Suhan's powerful attack, this time Whis did not choose to dodge, but clenched his fists tightly. Then he hit up fiercely. Boom! The moment the 2 fists touched, a powerful wave of energy swept towards the entire gods of destruction world. Fortunately, because of the protective barrier, they can only collide back and forth within the barrier, and cannot have any impact on the outside of the barrier. And the bodies of Suhan and Whis were deadlocked in midair like this, no one would give way to the other. Mr. Whis is really powerful, I have tried my best, but I still can't shake you. Although his full blow was blocked by Whis, Suhan's face could not see any ripples, but he became more and more excited. It's like a fighting machine that doesn't feel tired. The more you fight, the braver you get, and the stronger you get. Ho ho! Actually, Mr. Suhan, you are already very good at forcing me to fight head-on. Under normal circumstances, Angel will not fight head-on with others. Whis still said calmly. Come again. Suhan didn't care about Whis' praise, because in Suhan's world, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Not much nonsense. How easily the opponent can receive his punch is enough to prove that Suhan's current strength is still unable to match Angel. But even so, Suhan will not give up. And Suhan feels that his body can grow in battle, and his strength can also become stronger in battle. So even if you are defeated in the end of the battle, it will not have a bad effect on yourself. On the contrary, it can further strengthen one's own strength. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Suhan punched out again. This punch was more ferocious than last time. But he was still blocked by Whis. Then it was thrown out violently, landed with a bang, and then smashed out a huge deep hole. Boom! Although Angel Whis didn't seem to use much strength, the moment Suhan landed on the ground, he felt the pain of concentrating on his body. It was as if every inch of my muscle had been torn. The pain in his body made Suhan take a deep breath. I didn't expect Angel's strength to be abnormal to this point. It seems that his current strength is completely unable to shake the opponent. Cut, you will know the result after you have exhausted your strength. It would be too early to give up now. Suhan clenched his teeth. The body quickly assumed a posture, with his hands on his waist. A spiral was formed immediately, and the aura of the surrounding gods rushed towards Suhan's palm as if going crazy. In an instant, a huge energy ball gathered in Suhan's palm. Although it looks a bit like Kamehameha Wave, it is Suhan's evolution based on Kamehameha Wave. Infused with all the power of God, the power of this blow is unimaginably powerful. Ready, Whis! There was a smile on the corner of Suhan's mouth, and then the energy bomb that had already gathered was quickly pushed out towards Angel Whis. Super Kamehameha Wave! Accompanied by Suhan's roar, the powerful Kamehameha Wave blasted towards Angel Whis like a comet. Boom! It hasn't hit the target yet, and you can hear a deafening sound just by shooting it in the air. Have you injected all the power of God into this blow? It's really crazy. No, you can't dodge it. If you dodge it, the power of this blow will definitely break the protective barrier, and then it will be troublesome. As long as the power of this blow was strong, Angel Whis instinctively wanted to dodge, and suddenly thought of this very important matter. Bringing people to the gods of destruction world without permission, and waking up Lord Beerus to sleep, then Lord Beerus will definitely be furious. And Whis doesn't want Beerus to wake up anytime soon. There is not much food left over from Mr. Suhan. It seems that this blow must be followed. Whis frowned, and there is no room for regret now. If that's the case, then let me see how powerful your blow is. As he spoke, Whis picked up the staff and placed it across his chest. Want to force the power of the current blow. And he also wanted to see how powerful Suhan's blow could be after exhausting all his divine power. Humph, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Let me go, Super Kamehameha Wave. Seeing Whis fly into his attack range. A smile appeared on the corner of Suhan's mouth, and the veins on his forehead and arms popped out. Boom! In an instant, the Super Kamehameha Wave, which was originally only about 5 meters in diameter, suddenly became larger at this one. At the same time, the diameter of the Super Kamehameha Wave reached about 8 meters. Angel Whis had no chance to react at all, and was directly swallowed by Suhan's Super Kamehameha Wave. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! There was a loud bang. And Suhan was so tired that he fell to the ground at this moment. About half a minute later, a scorched man in midair slowly landed. Ahem! Ahem, ahem, Mr. Suhan, you are too cunning, you actually saved a hand. Ah, my hair, my hair. No, Mr. Suhan, you have to make up for my hair. Angel Whis, who was dressed in scorched black, noticed his scorched black hair, and immediately went crazy. 1 barrel is not enough, at least 3 barrels are needed. Whis looked at a finger extended by Suhan, and immediately shook his head. Chapter 34. Gods of Destruction Realm. Angel Whis, dressed in charred black, was chewing on a bucket of noodles in his hand. Ah, as expected, Lao Tan sauerkraut is more delicious. Thank you very much, Mr. Suhan. I never thought you would be willing to give me the last sauerkraut-flavored barrel noodle in your possession. I'm so excited. Angel Whis tried hard to praise the deliciousness of the barrel noodles while tasting the same delicacy. It seemed that in front of eating, his scorched body was nothing at all. Suhan couldn't help laughing when he saw Angel Whis, who was easily beaten by the bucket. Because there are still leftovers of the fairy beans that were brought from Kellen before. So at this time, Suhan's injuries have fully recovered, and he can even clearly feel that his strength has been greatly improved. Even this point can be clearly felt by oneself. Suhan originally thought that Super Saiyan God Dahong's 3 total attack rate, plus the free sign, should be able to hurt Whis. But I didn't expect Angel's strength to be so strong. The last blow almost exhausted all the divine power in his body, but it still didn't cause Whis to suffer 2 serious injuries. Even the opponent was just scorched by the Kamehameha wave. There were no serious injuries, which made Suhan feel particularly shocked. But now it seems that his strength is still a little weak. It's not at the same level as Angel, let alone trying to beat Angel. Ding! The system has released a new check-in task for you. Please host to go to the 11th Universe Supreme Kai to check in, and defeat Gods of Destruction candidate Toppo. Ding! Friendly reminder, the host of this sign-in task can ignore it, but the rewards are extraordinarily generous. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Suhan stood up abruptly. Check in at 11th Universe and beat the Gods of Destruction candidate. The rewards are exceptionally generous, and you actually told me not to bother. If it wasn't because Whis was beside Suhan, Suhan must have scolded himself at this time. Since there is a huge reward, how could Suhan give up? Isn't this Jill equivalent to a person who takes off his clothes and dances in front of you, and then keeps saying dabba dabba dabba? Zhuo. It seems that Suhan must go to the 11th Universe's check-in this time. And the battle just now made Suhan understand a truth, although his current strength is very strong among ordinary people. But if they really fight against Sabotage or Angel, they may not be their opponents. The battle with Angel Whis just now taught himself a hard lesson. So Suhan needs to improve his strength. Separate. At this moment, Angel Whis hugged the bucket of noodles and drank the remaining soup in one gulp, and then satiated comfortably. Mr. Suhan, aren't you hungry? Seeing that Suhan's bucket of stewed chicken and mushroom noodles was left untouched, Angel Whis wiped his saliva and said, "Not hungry." Suhan nodded. Eating a fairy bean can keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days, so Suhan doesn't feel the slightest sense of hunger at all. On the contrary, now he is more eager to enter the 11 universe as soon as possible, and then complete the system's check-in task. Rich rewards. Maybe it will be better than the previous Angel's power. After all, even the system has prompted, and the rewards are very rich. Then I won't be polite. Seeing Suhan nodding, Whis beat the barrel noodles directly and started eating. Mr. Whis, you should know how to enter other universes. Suhan asked. Although your own unlimited instant transmission can be directly transferred to other universes, but there is a premise. If instant transmission across universes is required, the user must have been to the corresponding universe before. If you have never been to this universe, then even the unlimited instant transmission cannot be directly transferred there. After all, this is directly crossing the universe, so accurate coordinates are required, otherwise, if something unexpected happens in the middle, it will be very dangerous. Huh? I know, but Mr. Suhan, why did you suddenly ask this? Whis took a big gulp of the bucket noodles, and then asked. He didn't know why Suhan asked this. Mr. Whis, after fighting with you just now, I understand one thing. My current strength is still too weak, but in our universe, I have no opponents other than you. So I want to enter other universes to compete with the strong ones there. This may be of great help to my cultivation. Suhan looked at Angel Whis very seriously and said. Although one of them is to complete system tasks, Suhan actually thinks so in his heart. Because that's what cultivation is all about. Although retreating alone can improve one's strength, it is not as fast as fighting against powerful opponents. Oh! It turned out to be like this. In fact, if you just want to fight against a powerful opponent, you don't have to leave the 7th universe. I can always fight with you. Stop. Mr. Whis, I know you are very powerful, so I don't want to be abused. Suhan didn't wait for Angel Whis to speak, and interrupted directly. Although Suhan knows that fighting Angel Whis can also improve his strength, there is nothing wrong with Suhan. He didn't want to be tortured by blood all the time. And if he stays in the 7th universe, who will complete his check-in task? Obviously unrealistic. That's it. That's fine, I can send you to the universe you want to go to, but Mr. Suhan, you need to agree to a few conditions. Seeing Suhan's decisive attitude, Angel Whis naturally knew that it was useless to say anything. Mr. Whis, tell me. Suhan said lightly. First of all, Mr. Suhan, you should still have the food capsule you prepared earlier. Angel Whis blushed, and unkindly stated his conditions. Because when Suhan was holding the bucket of noodles just now, Whis noticed that there were still a few unused food capsules on Suhan's body. I can only give you 3. The other 2 I need to keep for myself to make dry food in other universes. After speaking, Suhan took out 3 food capsules without hesitation. Everyone in the Dragon Ball world knows that except the earth is food and can be eaten, there is no guarantee that other things will be poisoned. So Suhan naturally wants to keep some. Gulu, 3. Angel Whis took the Sanmei food capsule, and his heart was already excited. In fact, what Whis thought was that it would be nice to get one, after all, there are a lot of delicacies in one. But I didn't expect Mr. Suhan to be so generous and gave 3 coins directly. Is it okay now? Suhan spoke again. Mr. Suhan, in addition, I have another thing to tell you. If you provoke gods of destruction or angel-level existence in other universes, causing your life to be threatened, you can shout my name, and then I will go to the rescue as soon as possible. Whis patted his chest, although his strength may not be able to beat angels from other universes. But he believed in Suhan's strength very much, after he reported the matter of Suhan to his father. Will definitely get attention. Chapter 35. Shouting your name. Hearing this, Suhan's face darkened instantly. Okay, I remember. Seeing Whis' small eyes, Suhan could only nod helplessly in the end. In fact, Whis' worries are completely superfluous to Suhan. Because even if there is a scene that Suhan can't handle, Suhan can still use unlimited instant transmission, and it only takes a moment to return to the 7th universe. So don't worry at all, even if you can't beat it, you can still escape. That's all right. Angel Whis nodded in satisfaction, and then took out his staff. I saw Angel Whis' staff tap lightly on the ground. Then a channel like a space vortex is opened directly. No. This is the passage to other universes, but as for which universe you want to go to, you can choose by yourself after entering. Whis pointed to the passage in front of him with his staff, and said. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Suhan walked in without hesitation. After entering, quickly find the passage leading to the 11th universe, and then enter it. Whether there are systematic tasks or not, Suhan will not hesitate to choose the 11th universe. Because for Suhan now, only the 11th universe is the most challenging place. And the other universes are not as powerful as the victory of the 11th universe. Although there is a combined robot that performed well in the power conference, it was born after the combination after all. Who knows if Suhan will be able to meet after passing by. So it is safest to go to the 11th universe. After all, that place has Jiren, the strongest human being, and Toppo, a candidate for gods of destruction. Call out. After entering the passage, about 10 minutes passed. Suhan's body came to another universe. And here is the 11th universe. Phew. This should be the 11th universe, Supreme Kai world. Suhan took a deep breath. The task of the system was to sign in at the Supreme Kai world. It seems that I have to find out where the Supreme Kai world is first. Suhan didn't have a good impression of these gods of destruction. In Suhan's eyes, they are no better than Supreme Kaizen of the 7th universe. Search the nearby creatures with the power of God, and see if you can quickly find a way to the Supreme Kai world. After speaking, Suhan released the divine power in his body. Start searching the surrounding creatures. But after Suhan searched for more than 10 minutes, he found that there were basically no living things except the Death Star or the Death Star. Even if there are creatures, they are some savages without IQ. So it doesn't help Suhan at all. Damn it, where did it get teleported to? Suhan complained helplessly. However, just when Suhan was about to give up and continue searching, he suddenly found a strong aura fluctuation in front of him. Judging from the strength of his aura, his strength must have exceeded 100 million, and he should be able to help me. Thinking of this, Suhan didn't waste any time, and directly transferred an instant transmission. Call out. When the body reappeared, it was already above a black planet. At Suhan's feet, there were countless bull-like monsters. Suhan glanced at them and found that although these bull monsters were not very intelligent, they were not weak. Basically, they all have billions of fighting power, and most importantly, they have a large number of personnel. And at this moment, those monsters are desperately chasing a guy in a strange battle suit. This dress is lucky to be a member of Team Pride. Only then did Suhan notice that the people the bull monsters were chasing were members of a Pride team. A red and black bodysuit. And that blue frog head. This guy seems to be called Quincy. I remember being given a second by hit during the power tournament. Looking at Quincy, a member of the Proud team who was being chased everywhere, Suhan touched his chin and said, although it's a rookie character, it should help me find my way to the Supreme Kai world. Thinking of this, Suhan himself appeared in front of Quincy in an instant. What, the guy who just popped up out of nowhere? Get out of here quickly, don't hinder my cultivation, or I will kill you together. Quincy frowned slightly, and then showed a fierce look on his face. But Suhan didn't take this threat seriously. Instead, he stretched out his arm directly and ejected an energy shot. All the bull monsters chasing behind Quincy fell to the ground. What, kill them all? BD, BD. Quincy saw that the monster he had been attracting for a long time was actually killed by this guy with one move, and immediately he was extremely annoyed. Ahole, I want you to die. Speaking of which, Quincy stretched out his palm, and then countless energy bombs shot towards Suhan. But how could an attack of this magnitude affect Suhan? Suhan sneered. Then he stretched out his arm and patted the incoming energy bomb directly. Then he came to Quincy in an instant, grabbed the other's neck with one hand, and lifted him up fiercely. You, what do you want? Quincy always thought that the other party was a stunned young man with little strength. After all, the other party had no energy at all, but he didn't expect the other party's strength to be so strong. You should know where the Supreme Kai world is. Take me there now and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to a god. Suhan squeezed Quincy's neck, showing a terrifying smile. Chapter 36. If you shoot a god, you should know what will happen. Although Suhan doesn't have a priesthood, it's not difficult to bluff Quincy with his huge divine aura. And his own strength lies here, so the other party can't believe it. God! God! After hearing Suhan's words, Quincy's expression changed instantly, and his breath became short of breath. There are not many people in the entire 11th universe who dare to take a shot against their proud team. And the person in front of him not only dared to attack him, but also defeated him so easily, so Quincy believed that the other person was very likely to be a powerful god. But it shouldn't be the god of their 11th universe. My lord, I know. I can take you to the Supreme Kai world. As the hand pinching his neck became stronger and stronger, Quincy felt fear all over his body. Very good, lead the way. It was said that Suhan had a satisfied look on his face. This is what he wants, so that he can save himself a lot of trouble. Yes, my lord, I will take you to the Supreme Kai world right now. Quincy knelt on the ground, nodding nervously. I'm afraid it was the closest I was to death. As long as the opponent's arm uses more strength, maybe I will really get cold. Although Quincy still doesn't know the identity of the other party, what is certain is that the other party must be a god. And the priesthood may not be low. But now he can only honestly take the other party to where Supreme Kai is, maybe only after arriving at Lord Supreme Kai can he figure out the identity of the other party. Take Quincy's lead. In about 2 hours, Suhan successfully arrived at the Supreme Kai realm of the 11th universe. My lord, this is the Supreme Kai world of our 11th universe. I wonder which universe my lord came from. After landing, Quincy looked at Suhan cautiously and asked. But what ushered in was Suhan's ignorance. Now that he has successfully reached the Supreme Kai world, this rookie named Quincy is useless. Still care about what he is doing. Is this the Supreme Kai world of the 11th universe? It doesn't look like anything special. Suhan looked around and found that there was almost no difference between the Supreme Kai world of the 7th universe in the original book. It's also possible that all Supreme Kai worlds are the same. And Quincy didn't pay attention to him when he saw the other party. Although he was a little upset, he didn't continue to say anything. Because he knew that the guy in front of him was very powerful, if he made the other party unhappy again, maybe the other party would really kill him directly. Call out. Accompanied by a piercing sound, 2 figures appeared in front of Suhan immediately. It was Supreme Kai from the 11th universe and his entourage. Kai glanced at Suhan and didn't say much, then when he set his eyes on Quincy next to Suhan, he frowned immediately. Who is Quincy? And who gave you the right to bring strangers to the God realm without authorization? During the speech, Kai's tone revealed a strong oppressive force, and Quincy was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Quincy was stunned at this moment. What's going on? Isn't this guy a god? And no matter how powerful a god is, it must be at least the same level as Supreme Kai. But how could Lord Kai not know each other? Talk to Quincy. Do you know what you're doing? Seeing that Quincy didn't immediately respond to his words, Kai immediately scolded him angrily. Master G. Supreme Kai, it was this god, who asked me to bring him here. Quincy was stunned for a moment, then he didn't dare to hide anything. He knelt down on the ground and said. What? My lord. It was said that it was Kai who focused on Suhan at this moment. Sure enough, this guy also mastered the power of God, and it is not difficult to see that the power of God in the other party is not weaker than himself. I don't know which universe you are from, I don't seem to have seen you before. The 11th universe Supreme Kai still looked at Suhan calmly, and asked questions. Is it important? Suhan responded casually, and then walked directly towards the center of the Supreme Kai world. The system in my mind reminds me that the check-in can only be completed at the center of the Supreme Kai world. Stop. Master Supreme Kai is asking you something again. After paying attention to Kai's eyes, the follower behind him immediately wanted to step forward and pull Suhan's shoulder. Boom. The powerful divine power erupted, and the entourage was shocked back again and again, and finally sat down on the ground. Damn, BD, how dare you disrespect the envoy? I think you are courting death. Losing face in front of Lord Supreme Kai made the follower feel like he couldn't keep his face. Immediately, he got up quickly and punched Suhan in the back. But the result was very obvious. Suhan didn't pay attention to the other party at all, and the divine power that exploded from his body sent him flying again. And this time Zhenfei's distance was even further. That's amazing. Could it be that universe's new Supreme Kai? But why haven't I heard that universe has a new Supreme Kai? Kai looked at Suhan's back in astonishment. He just felt that the other party had not weak divine power, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Quincy, look, you brought everyone. Kai glared at Quincy and whispered. Yes. I'm sorry Lord Supreme Kai, I don't know. I don't know anything, I thought he was your old acquaintance, Lord. Quincy knelt on the ground, wanting to die. Not only did I get beaten up for practicing well, but now I was scolded by my Supreme Kai again. Trash. Hurry up and inform Captain Toppo, this guy seems to be a bad guy. Although Kai knew that the other party was not kind, he did not directly attack him. Because he knew very well that the strength of this mysterious man was no small matter, and he definitely couldn't handle it. But it doesn't matter, as long as he can wait until Captain Toppo arrives, then he must make this guy kneel in front of him and admit his mistake. Chapter 37. Suhan didn't expect that Kai and the others didn't follow, but he didn't pay attention to it either. Maybe it's because he's afraid of his own power, but it doesn't matter. For Suhan, the most important thing now is to complete the system's tasks. And he has come to the center of the Supreme Kai world at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving in the 11th Universe Supreme Kai, and successfully signing in. Partial reward, 20% rose purple energy, rainbow energy. At this moment, the voice of the system came from Suhan's mind. Rose purple energy? It's not rose red energy anymore. Suhan swallowed, feeling unbelievable in his heart. Although it was expected that such a thing would happen, Suhan still showed a look of astonishment when it actually happened. Rose purple energy, is this the super race god energy that surpasses rose red? Gilu. Thinking of this, Suhan became excited. I can't wait to find an opponent to try now, how strong Mii's energy is. Wait, system, why is it a partial reward? Amidst the excitement, Suhan realized that the task reward given by the system just now in his mind was actually only a part of the reward. So what about the rest of the rewards? Ding! Because the host only completed the sign-in task, but not the defeat task, the remaining system rewards can only be obtained after the host completes the corresponding task. As if sensing Suhan's doubts, the system immediately explained. So that's it, I almost forgot that there is an additional task, defeating Toppo, the gods of destruction candidate from the 11th universe. Suhan touched his chin, and a smile appeared on his face. He had a hunch that the reward given by the mission system just now was already beyond Rose Hong's strength, so the reward for defeating gods of destruction candidate Toppo might be even more generous. In that case, let that Quincy take him to find Toppo. Thinking of this, Suhan flew directly towards the place where their breath came from. Call out! In an instant, Suhan came to Supreme Kai again. Hiss, this guy! Kai looked at the other party with a wary face, looking at the strong body of the other party. Kai quickly stepped back 2 steps for fear that the other party would hit him in the face with a big DK in the next second. I just went to visit the Supreme Kai Hall, so don't be nervous, Supreme Kai. Looking at Kai with a pleading face, Suhan said with a look of disdain. Damn it, just wait. When Captain Toppo comes later, I will make you kneel in front of me. Faced with Suhan's provocation, Kai clenched his fists tightly, and roared in his heart. But because he was afraid of the opponent's big Bidu, Kai finally endured it. Who the hell are you? Seeing that Suhan actually wanted to leave directly, Kai hurriedly asked. I have asked Quincy to notify Captain Toppo, and in my own name, to calculate the time. Now Captain Toppo and the others should arrive at the Supreme Kai realm soon. That being the case, Kai couldn't let Suhan leave like this. If you provoke yourself, you want to leave. How can it be so simple? It's just a nobody, Supreme Kai, you don't have to worry about it. Suhan didn't even turn around, just said something lightly. A hole. What do you think the Supreme Kai world is? Do you come and go whenever you want? You don't think so much of me, Supreme Kai. Fearing that the other party would leave immediately, Kai actually roared angrily. But it was okay if he didn't say anything. Suhan actually stopped in his tracks after he finished speaking, and then turned to look at Kai. He frowned slightly. What? Do you have an opinion? Suhan looked at the other party coldly, showing no mercy. Suhan thought that he did not offend the other party, and he just signed in. Suhan didn't even bother about Kai letting his followers attack him before. Even so, it's too self-righteous for this Supreme Kai to insult himself. Cut, although I don't know which universe's new Supreme Kai you are, even if you are a Supreme Kai, you must accept my punishment for breaking into the Supreme Kai world of my 11th universe. Sensing that Toppo's breath was gradually approaching, Kai became more confident in his speech. I don't intend to continue to endure this arrogant guy anymore. Accept your punishment. I said, why did you suddenly become hard-spoken, you soft BD, it turns out that you have already found a rescuer. But if this is your confidence, then you underestimate me too much. Snapped. Then the body stepped forward quickly, and without warning, a big Beta directly hit Supreme Kai on the right cheek. Boom! All of a sudden Kai flew out, and finally knocked down a mountain in the distance. Gee! Master Supreme Kai! Master Supreme Kai! After seeing this scene, both Quincy and Supreme Kai's entourage were all shocked and their jaws fell to the ground. That is the Supreme Kai. He has the same priesthood as Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit, but now he was shot flying by an unknown man, a big Bidu. This. I'm afraid it's really the first time. It's boring to ask for it, but since you are willing to be beaten, I don't feel tired. Looking at Supreme Kai who was knocked out in the distance, Suhan spat and looked disdainful. Supreme Kai is really a bunch of dark guys. Looking for reinforcements with your own strength pretend. It's cool now. However, the strength of the rescuers does not seem to be weak, and it seems that the challenge to Toppo is about to slow down. Suhan looked at the several breaths flying fast in the distance and said lightly. Chapter 38. Although there are quite a few people coming, there are probably no more than 3 that Suhan can take seriously. Suhan didn't take it to heart, since the gloomy Supreme Kai wanted to teach himself a lesson. Then let him see who is teaching whom. Coming. Hearing the whistling sound of piercing through the air, an excited smile appeared on Suhan's face. Shhhhhhh. A total of 8 figures arrived almost at the same time. And these people who came were all wearing uniform red and black tight combat uniforms. It's actually a proud team. Toppo. After seeing the burly figure behind these people, Suhan became excited. I didn't expect that the rescuers Supreme Kai called would be the proud team. But it's normal to think about it, after all, this group of guys should be the strongest combat force in the entire 11th universe. What Suhan didn't expect was that almost all members of the proud team were dispatched. Except for Jiren, the strongest human being, the rest of the members were all present. Quincy, what happened here? Where is Master Supreme Kai? The rabbit, Dispo, who looks exactly like Gods of Destruction Beerus came to Quincy and asked. Master Supreme Kai sent them all out. I thought something important had happened, but now I haven't even seen Supreme Kai. Yes Quincy, what happened? Why did Master Supreme Kai call us all over here suddenly? At this time, the vice-captain of the proud team, KSLR, glanced at Suhan, and then also set his sights on Quincy. Although this guy seems a bit difficult, but right now he should figure out what he is talking about. Everyone, listen to me, the thing is like this arrogant guy not only ignores our Lord Supreme Kai, but even hit Lord Supreme Kai just now. At this time, the Supreme Kai attendant who was stunned in place before reacted, and then hurriedly came to the front of the Pride team and began to talk. And when this guy described it, it was miserable. Basically, I said everything that could discredit Suhan. What's going on Quincy, is the incident what Mr. God Envoy said? KSLR frowned slightly, and asked Quincy again. No. That's right, and this guy not only pretended to be a god and hit me, but also lured me to bring him to the Supreme Kai world. It's just disgusting to the extreme. Seeing that his companions and Captain Toppo were there, Quincy also had the confidence to speak at this time. But even so, when he said these words, he couldn't help leaning behind Kaesler. I was afraid that Suhan would jump up again and give him a big fight. This kind of thing actually happened. Mr. God Envoy, go and see if Master Supreme Kai is okay. This arrogant BD will be handed over to our proud team. KSLR stands confidently against Suhan. Although it is unclear how strong the opponent is, KSLR believes that he will never lose to the opponent. Because even in the entire 11th universe, there are very few people who can beat themselves. KSLR doesn't think the other side is one of them. Team leader. KSLR glanced at Captain Toppo, as if asking for his opinion. Toppo didn't say much, just nodded. Because he also thought the same way, dealing with an unknown pawn, there is no need to do it himself. Lord Supreme Kai is really too cowardly, to deal with an unknown pawn to use the strength of the entire proud team. If Gods of Destruction Vermit hadn't told him to protect Supreme Kai, Toppo wouldn't have come this time. Come on, let me see what power you have, dare to shout in the Supreme Kai world. KSLR looked directly at Suhan, intending to have a good fight with him. Back off, you are not my opponent, and I am too lazy to fight with you, just let Toppo do it himself. Suhan picked out his ears and looked at KSLR with disdain. For the vice-captain of this proud team, Suhan still has some impressions, although his performance in the power conference was much better than Quincy. But the strength is not very good, even worse than the rabbit dispo on the side. What? You brazen BD! Hearing this, Kaesler's expression changed instantly, and the mechanical arm suddenly turned into a steel knife, ready to chop down on Suhan. You're asking for fun. Facing Kaesler's attack, Suhan snorted coldly. Then his right hand stretched out and turned into a gas blade. Crack! The knife directly chopped off Kaesler's steel knife. I said you are not my opponent, so please don't waste time. Suhan didn't attack Kaesler. There was no need to waste energy on such a small role, and he would face Gods of Destruction candidate Toppo next. What, this kind of thing happened, my steel knife was cut off. KSLR seemed to have seen something terrifying. But no matter how much shock there was in his heart, he could only quickly pick up the steel knife that fell on the ground, and then retreat quickly. Because he understands that this guy is not something he can deal with. You can call me by my name, you should know me. No wonder you dare to play wild in the Supreme Kai world, it seems that you have some strength. Toppo still said in a supercilious tone. But if this is your proud capital, it's not enough to challenge me. Toppo looked at Suhan with a calm face, and didn't show too much expression because the other party chopped off Kaesler's steel knife. Challenge you? Toppo, you're probably mistaken. I never said that my purpose is to challenge you. It's to beat you hard. Suhan thought Vegeta was already self-righteous enough, but he didn't expect Toppo to be even more arrogant. And facing such an arrogant guy, Suhan naturally wouldn't be used to it. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Toppo scoffed at Suhan's words. In this universe, there is no one who is qualified to be his opponent except Jiren. And this guy actually said he wanted to beat himself. It's ridiculous. Crazy guy. Is Captain Toppo someone you can challenge if you want? You actually said that you want to defeat Captain Toppo, I think you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. At this moment, the rabbit dispo next to Toppo also spoke. The tone is full of ridicule and contempt for Suhan's words. Because all of them know very well that in the entire universe, except for Gods of Destruction and Jiren who can defeat Captain Toppo, no one is an opponent of their own captain. Dead rabbit, do you have something to say here? Besides, I see that you look really ugly. Suhan glanced at Dispo and said in a cold tone. Similarly, Suhan felt a little itchy and wanted to give this guy a big fight. Chapter 39. Dead Rabbit. What Sonic Warrior, what speed first? In the face of absolute strength, there is no use at all. Moreover, Suhan didn't think that the opponent's speed could be faster than his own, but he could use Angel's super fast speed if he wanted to be himself now. Sonic Warrior Dispo, this dead rabbit can only be called a turtle speed warrior in front of him. Dead rabbit. You BD, do you even know who you're talking to? BD, no one has ever dared to call me that, and the one who gets beaten can only be you. Hearing the name of the dead rabbit, Dispo was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the other party angrily, his own strength was not comparable to that of KSLR. And even in the entire proud team, apart from the captain, who is he the strongest? This guy actually dared to call himself a wrong number in front of so many players. Zhuo. What if someone else remembers it? Wouldn't he always call himself that in the future? No, we must save face. Thinking of this, Dispo immediately looked at Toppo behind him. Captain, I really can't take it anymore. Just let me teach this arrogant BD a lesson. Dispo looked at Toppo and said seriously. This revenge must be avenged by myself, so I must beat this arrogant guy in front of everyone. Let everyone dare not call themselves that anymore. Well. But pay attention to the way you shoot, don't go too far. Although this guy is a bit arrogant, but we are righteous fighters, we only need to be taught a little lesson, there is no need to take too hard. I still have something to ask him later. Toppo cast a glance at Suhan, and then said with a calm face. Don't worry, Captain. We are all a proud team of justice, I only have a sense of proportion in my heart. Dispo nodded, and when he looked at Suhan, a hideous smile appeared on the rabbit's face. Of course I will control myself later, the captain also said that I have something to ask him later. Doesn't that mean that as long as you can still talk, it's fine? Don't worry about other things at all. Then just break off the hands and feet, after all, sometimes I can't control my strength when I'm too strong, and it's just as it should be. Humph. The mark of life and death, you will know the end of insulting me immediately. But don't worry, I will control the strength and not kill you. Dispo still looked at Suhan with a ferocious smile. I am not only trying to teach Suhan a lesson, but also letting the players behind me know what will happen if I call myself a dead rabbit. Come on. I was wrong. Suhan let out a sigh of relief, this dead rabbit really talks a lot. TCH, it's no use admitting mistakes now. I'll beat you up as well, but it's good for you to remember the lesson next time. You can't offend anyone in Team Proud. Hearing Suhan's words, Dispo was stunned for a moment, but soon the smile on his face became brighter. I was wrong. I was wrong, I shouldn't call you a dead rabbit, I should call you a dead rabbit who can only talk big. The corner of Suhan's mouth turned up for me, not only Dispo was stunned when he said this. Even the proud team behind Dispo was collectively stunned. This is intentional hatred. This guy is not afraid of death. It's over, Dispo is angry, the captain should persuade him, otherwise there will be no survivors later. For a while, everyone was talking about it. I'm going to let you know how stupid your behavior was just now. Dispo's eyes were bloodshot at the moment, and his anger had reached its peak. No one has ever dared to challenge him. This guy is really desperate. But since the other party is impatient with life, there is no need for Dispo to show mercy. Call out. The moment Dispo's voice fell, his body disappeared without a trace. The speed was really fast, even Suhan was surprised. It seems that there are some reasons why this guy can be called the Sonic Warrior. But this is only limited to dealing with ordinary people. For me, this speed is simply too weak. Even if I don't use the aura of freedom, Angel's speed cannot be compared with Dispo. Shhhhhhh. Dispo's body was constantly spinning around Suhan's body. Because of the extremely fast speed, the afterimage formed by the body for a moment actually surrounded Suhan in groups. Call out. Dispo's body flashed in front of Suhan in an instant, and then punched out without warning. Although strength is not Dispo's strong point, because of the speed blessing, Dispo's punch has superimposed some strength. Dead rabbit, your speed is really good, but this can only be played in front of ordinary people. In front of God's speed, it is like a turtle's speed. For Dispo's speed, Suhan didn't pay attention at all. This kind of speed is really too slow compared to my own godly speed. Just when Dispo's punch was about to fall, Suhan's body twisted slightly, and he dodged Dispo's attack very easily. Then the knee pushed out like lightning. Except for Suhan's shot, ordinary people can't detect it at all. Even Toppo, who was watching the battle from a distance, showed a shocked expression when he saw this moment. In the face of such an attack, Dispo has nothing to fight back here, and it is impossible to avoid it. Boom! Before Dispo could take any precautions, Suhan's knee was already heavily on Dispo's chest. Crack! Only low crashing sounds and crisp bone cracking sounds could be heard. Wow! Then Dispo's body flew upside down. Apparently Suhan incapacitated Dispo with just one blow. It's not over yet, dead rabbit. Call out. Suhan's body flashed and came to the ground where Dispo was about to fall. Snapped. A big beta came out with a clear voice, and Dispo passed out instantly. Finally, after passing through a hill, it stopped. Wow! A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and he passed out immediately. Chapter 40. He passed out with one slap. What a dead rabbit who can only talk big. Looking at the fainted Dispo in the distance, Suhan shook his head and laughed. Although Dispo's speed is really good, his strength and ability to resist hits are too weak. And Suhan is just the norm now. Normally, one slap can knock the opponent unconscious. Suhan feels that if he becomes a super sailor, it is estimated that that slap may directly make Dispo lie in bed for half a year. Dispo. Kaesler and the members of the proud team behind him all became nervous. How is this possible? Could it be that this guy is faster than Dispo? And from the relaxed expression on the other side's face, it's not hard to see that he didn't take Dispo seriously at all. Fear. Thinking of this, everyone except Kaesler and Toppo took half a step back. You must know that Dispo is the strongest except Captain Toppo. Even he was defeated by this guy with a slap, so could they be opponents of each other? Obviously impossible. Captain, what happened just now? Their speed is too fast, I didn't even see how he stunned Dispo. But what is certain is that the speed of this guy may have surpassed Dispo. Kaesler frowned and said with a gloomy face. Unexpectedly, even the Sonic fighter Dispo, known for his speed, lost to the man in front of him in speed. Although Kaesler was somewhat unwilling, he knew very well that he could no longer be of any help in such a battle. Although his own strength is not weak, if compared with Dispo or Captain Toppo, there is still an insurmountable distance. You're right, Kaesler, I'm afraid this guy's speed is very fast, and he has even surpassed Dispo. But even so what? In the face of absolute power, speed is not worth mentioning at all. And this guy can defeat Dispo in an instant, not because of his strength, but because of his speed and Dispo's carelessness. If Dispo hadn't been careless, he definitely wouldn't have won so easily. Although Toppo was surprised by Suhan's speed, he still didn't take him seriously. In his opinion, the reason why the opponent was able to defeat Dispo was entirely because Dispo was too careless. I didn't expect the speed of the opponent to be as fast as myself. But I am different, I have absolute power, which is not comparable to Dispo. And the opponent is only fast but not strong. As long as this is clear, there is nothing terrible about this guy in Toppo's eyesight. You can defeat it with a single punch. Captain, what should we do now? Naturally, Kaesler saw that Toppo was planning to make a move, and immediately asked tentatively. Don't be nervous, didn't this guy say he wanted to beat me? Then let me take a good look at how he is going to defeat me. Toppo said calmly. Then he walked towards Suhan step by step. The speed of this guy is indeed fast, but the speed of himself, the gods of destruction candidate, is not weak either. Moreover, Toppo is very confident, and his strength must be stronger than that of the opponent. Aren't you going to let these rookies consume my energy first? Looking at the proud team leader Toppo walking slowly, Suhan said with a light smile. However, after hearing Suhan's words, everyone in the proud team really changed their faces. The most powerful team in the entire 11th universe, the proud team, is now called a rookie by this guy. The key is that I can't model it yet. What happened to Kaesler and Dispo just now made them understand a truth: the man in front of them can't afford to offend, and whoever offends them will be the next one to be abused. Sharp teeth. But this will not change your fate of failure. Although your strength is much stronger than theirs, there is still a big gap between you and me. Before I make a move, tell me which universe you belong to? Why do you want to make a move against Supreme Kai? What will happen to you in the 11th universe? If you honestly explain these problems to me one by one, I can be lighter when I start. Toppo looked at Suhan and said. It's okay to humiliate Kaesler and Dispo, but since this guy dared to openly insult the entire proud team members in front of him, he is a rookie. They are rookies, so what is this, captain? Although what Suhan said was true, it still made Toppo very upset. So now he wants to figure out what this guy is coming to the 11th universe for. Of course, if this guy is a demon or something related to the demon, then as a candidate for Supreme Kai, I have the power to kill him. Gap. Ridiculous. Toppo, your words really make me feel very ridiculous. Your strength is good, but don't you think that no one in the 12 universes is your opponent? If that's the case, then I can only say that you, a frog in a well, should go see the outside world more. Suhan sneered at this and shook his head. How could he not see Toppo's threat, but Suhan didn't take it to heart at all. If the person in front of him was Jiren or Vermit, these words might have some weight. But the person standing in front of him now is just Toppo, who dared to speak such nonsense. Suhan couldn't even imagine how arrogant Toppo would be without Jiren in this universe. A frog in a well. Chapter 41. A frog in a well. It's really a lifeless thing. Since your mouth is so hard, I want to see if you will be so painful that you beg for mercy when my fist hits your face. Toppo frowned, then clenched his fists, and the terrifying breath of God erupted from his body instantly. This guy was originally a Gods of Destruction candidate selected by Gods of Destruction and Angel, so it was quite normal to be able to use the breath of God. Not bad, it seems to be stronger than I thought, no wonder you speak so loudly. But if your strength is only like this, it would be too disappointing. After finishing speaking, a smile suddenly appeared on Suhan's face. Arrogance. But arrogance comes at a price. Toppo clenched his fists, as if he was going to attack Suhan at any moment. Pay the price, just rely on this frog in the well. After finishing speaking, Suhan suddenly clenched his fists and turned into Super Saiyan God pink. Immediately, a powerful breath of God was released from his body. It is not weaker than Toppo, who is a candidate for Gods of Destruction, and even stronger than Toppo, who is a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Since this guy also has such a powerful aura of God? Could it be that he is really the god of that universe? Sensing the terrifying aura of God released from Suhan's body, even Kessler's face was filled with astonishment. Although they knew that the other party could use the breath of God, they never thought that the other party's control over the breath of God could reach such a level, which shocked Kessler to the extreme. You must know that the divine power released by Suhan is not weaker than Captain Toppo, who is a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Could it be that this guy is also a candidate for Gods of Destruction cultivated by the universe? Thinking of this, Kessler couldn't help but recall what Suhan said before. Defeat Toppo, the frog in the well, the rookie. Gulu. If that's the case, then Captain Toppo can beat him. Thinking of this, Kessler's face became tense. But it was only for a moment, and Kessler's face became firm again. Although the aura of God emanating from Suhan's body is very strong, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Captain Toppo. You must know that the current Captain Toppo is not just a nominal candidate, but an existence that can use the power of destruction. So it is simply impossible to defeat Captain Toppo. Huh? I didn't expect that there is such a huge aura of God hidden in your body. It seems that you want to challenge me, not just talking big words, but you really have the capital to challenge me. But you think you can defeat me with just this kind of power? Dreaming. After speaking, Toppo's face changed, and then his body jumped up. The huge iron fist hit Suhan directly. However, Suhan had already prepared, and saw that the corner of Suhan's mouth rose slightly, his right foot stepped on the ground suddenly, and his body shot out like a shell fired from a chamber. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the ground exploded instantly, and even the surroundings trembled violently. A huge shock wave spread out from the center of the fists of the two people. Boom! The mountain peaks that were relatively close actually collapsed directly, and the ground under the two of them was cracked like a spider's web. And at the moment when their fists collided, Toppo's body was shocked and took a few steps back. Not only that, under the shock wave of the collision of the two fists, even the members of the proud team in the distance were shocked by the powerful shock wave and retreated again and again. People who are far behind can be affected, so you can imagine how strong the two are just now. Toppo. Captain Toppo stayed behind and then retreated. Not only the members of the proud team were shocked, but even Kessler noticed it. Under the confrontation between the two punches just now, Captain Toppo was actually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? You must know that Captain Toppo has always been known for his strength, and his iron fist of justice has never failed at all. And now, he was punched back a few steps by the opponent. On the other hand, Suhan on the other side was actually standing on the spot and his body was as stable as Mount Tai, as if the punch just now had no effect on him at all. Isn't the speed of this guy amazing? Why is the power so terrifying? Kessler froze in place, his expression was already dull. Fighting me head-on, you just took a few steps back. I have to say that you are already very powerful, Toppo. Looking at the unbelievable Toppo, Suhan couldn't help but praise him. To Toppo, Suhan's praise was undoubtedly an insult and a provocation. Smug BD, I was just testing your strength just now. I admit that I did underestimate your strength a bit, but do you think that I, Toppo, only have this level? Toppo's eyes were very cold. Almost at the moment the sound fell, he stretched out his 5 fingers, and the energy ball flickered and struck. A flash of justice. After Toppo's voice fell, his fingertips instantly shot countless energy balls in the direction of Suhan like a machine gun. A boring little trick, Suhan said coldly. In the next moment, his right hand turned into a light blade, slashing in the air, and countless light blades greeted him. It was so easy to catch Toppo's flash of justice. You think my attack is over? Ridiculous. Justice Iron Fist. At this moment, Toppo's body suddenly appeared in front of Suhan. Then the fist as big as a sandbag directly hit Suhan's body. Call out. But the next moment he froze. Just when his fist was 2 centimeters away from Suhan's chest, Suhan's body turned sideways slightly like a ghost to avoid his iron fist of justice. Who the hell is this BD? Why is his strength so strong? At this time, Toppo's complexion became more and more ugly. It's fine if the power I'm proud of is shattered in this guy's hands, but I didn't expect that my unexpected blow would be easily resolved by the other party. This took a big blow to Toppo's self-confidence. At the same time, he was even more curious, where did this guy who was not weaker than himself come from? Being able to reach such a powerful level, could it be said that he is a candidate for gods of destruction from other universes like himself? Chapter 42. Your attack is over. If that's the case, then it's my turn. Seeing Toppo's tense face, Suhan said with a light smile. And just when Suhan was about to make a move, there was a burst of shouting from behind him. Toppo, Captain Toppo! You are finally here, help me teach this arrogant BD a lesson. Dare to attack Supreme Kai, it's courting death, I'm going to watch him kneel in front of me and admit his mistake later. At this time, the voice of Supreme Kai K suddenly came from a distance. Obviously, this guy should have just woken up from a coma. After seeing Captain Toppo and how many proud team members came, he was naturally very confident. It's finally here, and I can finally teach this arrogant BD a lesson. Unfortunately, he woke up. Master Supreme Kai, where are you going? At this time, KSLR hurriedly reminded. If Captain Toppo can defeat the opponent, then there is no problem for Supreme Kai to say such words at this time. Even if Suhan was upset, he didn't dare to do anything. But from the contest between Captain Toppo and that person just now, it can be seen that the strength of the opponent is not weaker than Captain Toppo, even stronger. If that's the case, isn't Master Supreme Kai deliberately looking for abuse when he says such a thing at this time? Sure enough, after hearing Kai's words, Suhan put down what he was doing, and then turned to look at him. TCH. What are you looking at? Captain Toppo is here now, just wait to be beaten to the ground. Wait a minute, I will never let you go. Supreme Kai raised his chin triumphantly, as if as long as Toppo was here, no one would dare to touch him. Gee! Master Supreme Kai! At this time, Toppo was also in a cold sweat. It was too late to save Supreme Kai. I saw Suhan's body flashing in front of Supreme Kai. Snapped. A big beta sent K back again. If it wasn't for killing Supreme Kai, the gods of destruction of this universe would also disappear along with it. Suhan might really destroy this idiot Supreme Kai directly. TCH, what a waste of time. After hitting Kai with a slap, Suhan turned around again and stretched out his palm to block Toppo's fist. For a moment, Toppo seemed to be frozen in midair. On the other hand, Suhan stood there with a calm face, and it was not difficult to see from his expression that the other party was not under any pressure at all. This actually used one hand to hold Captain Toppo's iron fist of justice. This KSLR was sluggish, this time completely sluggish. Using one hand to punch Captain Toppo with all his strength, how strong is this person? This, How is this possible? Toppo opened his mouth in shock, because he wanted to save Supreme Kai, so he didn't show mercy to the punch just now. But he didn't expect that even so, his attack would be so easily received by the opponent. With such strength, I am afraid that only Jiren can handle it. Toppo, your limit should be more than that, why don't you use all your strength to fight me? Suhan didn't rush to attack Toppo, because in this form, Toppo's strength can only reach the level of Son Goku Kailan at most, or slightly stronger than Kailan. But it is completely incomparable with my own pink. So Suhan is not in a hurry to beat the opponent, because he wants to see how much stronger Toppo can become in the state of gods of destruction. And can I handle it without using Ultra Instinct? Use all your strength. Hearing this, Toppo froze for a moment. Could it be that the other party knew his identity as a gods of destruction candidate? But at present, my grasp of the power of destruction is not perfect, and Lord Gods of Destruction has also confessed that I cannot use the power of destruction at will. Otherwise, it may cause irreparable damage to your body. Sorry, although I don't want to admit it, I am indeed not your opponent. Toppo let go of his clenched fist, and the idea of using the power of destruction was finally dispelled. Because he dared not disobey the command of the gods of destruction. Use the power of destruction, Toppo, I know you can do it now. Of course, if you are willing and you are not willing, then forget it, but as the punishment for failure, you have no choice but to run away. After finishing speaking, Suhan's eyes shot a cold light. Then the next moment, the arm suddenly punched heavily in Toppo's abdomen. Boom! Suddenly, Toppo flew horizontally. After smashing 3 mountains in a row, he finally stabilized his body. But even so, Toppo still feels powerful as overwhelming. Vomit! Finally, he spit out a mouthful of acid water. Use the power of destruction, Toppo, I know you don't want to accept defeat, and you can only fight me if you use the power of destruction. Seeing that Toppo was already in a mess, Suhan said in a slightly mocking voice. To be honest, defeating such a Toppo, Suhan didn't have any inner fluctuations at all, because it was nothing to him at all. I just became pink, and the opponent is no longer my opponent, and I still have the power of Miiza, so I didn't use it. Chapter 43. Really, do you really want to use the power of destruction? Toppo looked at the hands, and he knew that if he used destructive power rashly, it would have some impact on his body. But if you want to defeat this guy in front of you, I am afraid that only those who use the power of destruction can do it. I'm sorry, Lord Gods of Destruction. I'm not doing it for myself, but for the glory of our entire 11th universe. I'm a candidate for Gods of Destruction, the future Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe. How can I lose to a nobody, so I can't lose to him today no matter what. Toppo pounded the ground with both fists, and let out a roar. And just after roaring in this life, Toppo's body has undergone some changes. Purple energy gushes out from his body. And Toppo's already tattered melee combat suit completely disappeared at this moment. Then replaced by a strange rune. And these runes look very mysterious. It seems that it is precisely because of these runes that the breath of God on Toppo's body suddenly increased several times at this moment. Toppo. Captain Toppo actually used the power of destruction. Looking at the body changes of Toppo in the distance, KSLR saw the reason at a glance. And Toppo KSLR in this state has only been seen once. I remember the last time I saw the captain in this state, he was like a god of war. It is omnipotent to destroy heaven and earth, and its strength is unimaginable. He could destroy almost anything if he wanted to. This is where the power of destruction is strong. Have you used the power of destruction? This is a bit interesting. After seeing Toppo's destructive power, Suhan finally showed a satisfied expression on his face. What he wants to see is that the other party uses the power of destruction. Because only in this way can he become stronger in battle. After all, a battle without a sense of oppression is completely useless to Suhan. So that's why he asked Toppo to use his destructive power. If you want to make yourself stronger in battle, you need to fight against the strong. Although fighting the weak will highlight your strength, it will not help you improve your strength. I have to admit that your strength is really strong, but today's battle can only end here. From the moment I became like this, there is no need for this battle to continue. Two purple rays of light shot out from Toppo's eyes, falling on Suhan's body. At this moment, Toppo is very confident, because he is almost omnipotent when he enters the state of gods of destruction, and can use the power of destruction to easily destroy anything. Even Suhan in front of him is the same, as long as he wants to, he can destroy it in an instant. Hehe. I know that your strength has become a lot stronger, but it's better not to say big things too early. Because I don't think you can defeat me by becoming like this. Suhan twisted his neck, and then showed an excited smile. He also felt that the power of God in Toppo had been greatly improved, so he became excited at this moment. Stubborn, if that's the case, then I'll show you the power of gods of destruction. Toppo in the state of gods of destruction suddenly stomped the ground, and then shot out like a sharp arrow. The iron fist lingering with the energy of gods of destruction blasted towards Suhan quickly. Well done, let me see how much stronger your strength has become. Suhan didn't dodge, this time he also intended to prove the hard steel. Clenching his fist tightly, his body also blasted out against the oncoming fist. Boom! Boom! The moment the two fists collided, a huge shock wave was released instantly, and everything around was blown to pieces by a gust of wind. And the ground under Suhan's feet was centered on Suhan's body, and a circular pit with a diameter of 10 meters was blasted out. Is this the true strength of Captain Toppo? It's too terrifying. It feels like the battle between the two of them can destroy the entire Supreme Kai world. Quincy swallowed, he had never seen Toppo transform into gods of destruction form, so naturally he did not expect such a powerful force to erupt. Is this all your strength? It doesn't look like much. Taking Toppo's iron fist head-on, although Suhan's feet sank deep into the ground, he never took a half step back. Arrogance. Toppo also didn't expect the opponent to be so tenacious. Facing his full strength blow, he actually took it down abruptly, without taking half a step back. This made Toppo startled and angry. How could there be such a pervert in this world? It's not rude to come and go, Toppo, since you have used all your strength, let me show you my newly acquired power. Rose Purple Energy. Chapter 44. Super Saiyan God Rose Purple. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by Suhan's roar, the pink hair that was originally changed slightly at this moment. The color of her hair changed from pink to purple on the outside and pink on the inside. Even the arrogance around her body was the same. It seems to be based on rose red, but outside the rose red there is a layer of mysterious purple. It's amazing, is this Mii's energy? Although it's just the normal form of a Super Saiyan God, I feel that the power is not weaker than Dahong-san. Feeling the huge energy in his body, the corner of Suhan's mouth curled up. Then, under Toppo's incomparably shocked gaze, he flew it out abruptly. Toppo, defeat me. Boom! This time it was no longer Suhan who was at a disadvantage, but Toppo, and the absolute force directly knocked Toppo's body back hundreds of meters. Suhan smiled slightly, and then stepped on the ground with his right foot again. Call out! The body burst out immediately, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Toppo. Shhhhhhh. The fists are constantly waving, the speed is extremely fast. No breathing room for Toppo at all. At this time, even though Toppo has become gods of destruction, he is still in a passive position, can only dodge and defend passively, and has no ability to attack again at all. Bang bang bang! Suhan's fist was still pounding towards Toppo like dense raindrops. How did this happen? I have already used the power of destruction and turned into a state of gods of destruction. How could I not be able to keep up with his punching speed? How can this guy's fist be so fast? Toppo's complexion became more and more ugly, and at this moment, his eyesight was getting bigger and bigger, and his forehead was covered with sweat. But he can only retreat while defending. Completely incapable of fighting back. Damn it! I didn't expect that I, Toppo, would have this day. I was suppressed and I didn't even have a chance to fight back. Toppo also roared loudly in his heart. I am the gods of destruction candidate of the 11th universe, and what I represent is not just the glory of the Pride team, but the glory of the entire 11th universe. And you must know that now I have used the power of destruction. But in this case, they were still being pressed and beaten by the opponent. What they lost was not the face of the proud team, but the face of the entire 11th universe. Is the face of the gods of destruction vermit. A whole, I must not fail, absolutely not. Toppo roared loudly. But this roar not only failed to change the situation where he was being pressed and beaten, but also made his attack rhythm more chaotic. Even barely being able to handle Suhan's attack was no longer possible. He began to retreat steadily, and the injuries on his body became more and more serious. I am the captain of Team Pride, a candidate for the gods of destruction of the 11th universe. Even in the entire 11th universe, except for Lord Gods of Destruction, there is only one person who has defeated himself, and that is Jiren. But Jiren can no longer be measured by humans, this guy is even praised by gods of destruction. Even hailed as a human beyond the gods of destruction. So in Toppo's eyes, there's no shame in being surpassed or beaten by Jiren. But not now, not only is the guy in front of him not Jiren, but he has never even heard the other person's name. This situation is unacceptable to Toppo. Haha. At this moment, Toppo let out a roar, and then purple energy began to spew out from around his body. And at this moment, Toppo seemed to have stimulated all the remaining energy in his body. The energy on his body instantly increased. It's just that at this moment, Suhan could feel that Toppo's defense and agility speed had all declined. I absolutely can't lose to you, the Jedi can't. Toppo roared, and then punched Suhan in the chest with a heavy blow. Is this going to go the old way of Cell? What a pity. But the battle should be over. A contemptuous smile appeared on Suhan's face. Although Toppo's current approach has indeed improved his own strength, but what is the difference between his current approach and the original Cell? Reduce defense and speed to increase strength. This kind of desperate way, if the attack fails, then the ushered-in will definitely be a failure. And the moment Toppo gave up his defense and his strength, the fight was over. Suhan's speed was already extremely fast, but Toppo dared to give up his speed under such circumstances, it was tantamount to asking for a dead end. Looking at the iron fist that hit on the head, Suhan showed a sneer, and the next moment his fists were blasted out like lightning. Boom! It hit Toppo's chest directly. Crack! There was a crisp bone cracking sound from the board recycling bin, and Toppo's chest sank directly. Then the whole person flew out. Boom! A huge crack was smashed on the ground. You beat Toppo. Suhan looked at Toppo in the place and said in a deep voice. Chapter 45. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I entered the state of gods of destruction, but I lost. Toppo looked at his hands in disbelief, he couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. I actually lost. And it was defeated by using the power of destruction. Lost to a human who didn't even know his name. And this battle seems to be the one that he is destined to lose, because he is completely suppressed by the opponent, and he has almost no strength to fight back. Could it be that this guy's strength has caught up with Jiren? Captain Toppo, you really lost. And he was severely defeated by using the power of destruction. This, unexpectedly such a thing happened. Who is this guy, and how did he do it? Could it be that my previous guesses are true? This guy is really a candidate cultivated by gods of destruction from other universes. KSLR couldn't believe it at all, Captain Toppo would be defeated. You must know that Captain Toppo has always been the god in the hearts of all of them. Even all the members of their proud team could not shake the existence, but now in front of this unknown man, K seemed so vulnerable. Hateful. I represent the face of the entire 11th universe, it is absolutely impossible to lose like this. Toppo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of unwillingness. If he is defeated without using the gods of destruction state, it can only show that his skills are inferior to others. But even if the state of gods of destruction is used, the meaning of failure is completely different. Moreover, my candidate for gods of destruction was actually defeated by an unknown person. If such a thing got to the ears of Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit, what face would I have to continue to be this candidate? No matter what, I can't lose. Toppo gritted his teeth, and a terrible thought came to his mind. Since you can't defeat the opponent head-on, then use the power of destruction to completely destroy the opponent. Similarly, only in this way can he save his own face, and save the face of the entire 11th universe. What? Don't plan to give up yet? Seeing the purple energy reappearing from Toppo's body, Suhan just said with a flat face. The opponent is still not his opponent when he is at full strength, how can he be his opponent now that he is injured? So Suhan didn't pay attention to it at all. I will never let you defeat me. After speaking, Toppo's body gushed out purple energy again. But this time, he could feel that the destructive force on Toppo suddenly became much stronger. The eyes shot purple light, and then Toppo's arms stretched out, and in an instant a huge destructive force gathered energy bombs to form. Then he attacked Suhan without any hesitation. This guy, is he going to use the power of destruction to kill me completely if he can't win? If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, Suhan also shot a cold light in his eyes. Then the arms were slowly put on the waist. Super Kamehameha Wave. This time Suhan didn't plan to show mercy. Since the other party wanted to destroy him, why did he hold back? I saw the powerful divine power quickly gathering towards Suhan's palm, and Mii's energy seemed to flow into Suhan's palm at this moment. Last time, just the power of Dahong turned Whis into a roast chicken. I want to see if you can survive under my trick. As soon as the words fell, Suhan didn't hesitate, and directly pushed the Super Kamehameha wave in his hand. Boom! Accompanied by two energies colliding together. A powerful energy wave swept over in an instant. At this moment, whether it was Supreme Kai who was knocked out in the distance, or everyone in the proud team, they all felt the power of death in this stone. This is the battle between God and God. It is simply not what they can imagine. Such power has surpassed their cognition. How is this possible? His divine power actually resisted my destructive power. No. My destructive power was actually suppressed. Toppo was terrified. He didn't expect the opponent's divine power to be so tyrannical. Not only could he resist his own destructive power, but he even suppressed his own destructive power. Damn, how could such a thing happen? Only then did Toppo realize the seriousness of the matter. If he didn't want to resist any longer, that powerful energy would definitely swallow up his destructive energy. Just trying to escape now, Toppo takes himself too seriously. Let me go. After finishing speaking, the veins on Suhan's forehead and arms suddenly exploded, and the next moment, the Super Kamehameha in his hand doubled in size. Instantly engulfs Toppo's destructive energy. Boom! Don't give Toppo any chance to dodge at all. The powerful rose-purple Kamehameha wave directly swallowed Toppo's body, and then blasted fiercely to the other end of the Supreme Kai world. This. Captain Toppo was actually defeated by this guy. Gilu. Supreme Kai's legs trembled a little when he saw this scene. Who the hell is this guy who actually defeated Captain Toppo, and Captain Toppo still lost miserably? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the additional task of signing in and getting a reward, 50% destructive power. Big Bang Kamehameha Wave. Chapter 46. Listening to the system's notification sound in his mind, Suhan couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, this time the system actually rewarded 2 missions directly. But it's normal to think about it. After all, the system has said before that this mission will give generous rewards. Captain. Great, the captain is still alive. At this time, Suhan heard Ksellar's voice. At the same time, Toppo had also been dug out of the rocky ruins by them. At this time, although Toppo saved his life, it is not difficult to see that the situation at this moment is very miserable. Almost no part of his body was healthy, and the clothes on his body were even burnt to ashes. Even the pair of white beards disappeared at this time. It's still alive, forget it and live. This should save some unnecessary trouble. Suhan glanced at Toppo, then shook his head. After all, this guy is a candidate for the gods of destruction of the 11th universe, and he must have high hopes from the gods of destruction Vermit of the 11th universe. If he killed him directly, it would definitely attract Vermit's anger, but it wasn't that Suhan was afraid of Vermit. But before Suhan fights Jiren, he doesn't want to have a head-on conflict with gods of destruction. You must know that the current Suhan not only has mastered the sign of freedom, Super Saiyan God Miiza, but also has 50% of the power of destruction. Although it is definitely not comparable to the real gods of destruction, it is enough for Suhan to fight against the full-strength gods of destruction. Don't come here, don't come here. Suhan just glanced at Supreme Kai Kai, and this guy fell to his knees on the ground in fright. There's no need to waste time on a waste. Suhan shook his head, originally wanted to give this guy another big bang, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. After all, the shadow area in Supreme Kai Kai's heart will definitely increase again if he continues this big competition. Call out. Accompanied by a sound of piercing through the air, Suhan flew directly into the distance. Suhan has no plans to leave the 11th universe for the time being, although the system's check-in task has been completed. But since they all came to the 11th universe, how could they not fight Jiren? The strongest human being, I want to see if it's you or me. As he spoke, Suhan's mouth suddenly curved. If he hadn't come to this world, then the title of the strongest human being might only fall on Jiren. But since he came here, it is impossible for this title to continue to fall on Jiren. And presumably it won't take long for the news of him defeating Toppo to spread throughout the 11th universe. At that time, Jiren will definitely take the initiative to come to the door. But before that, let's practice fusion of Miiza's power and Tao Hongsan's power. Miiza-san. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not too difficult for Suhan. Gods of Destruction in the 11th universe. At this time, Gods of Destruction Vermit was looking at the crystal ball in his hand, and he was naturally very clear about Suhan's defeat of Toppo before. So it is not difficult to see that although his face is calm at the moment, there is a trace of anger hidden behind the calm face. And beside him, Angel Makarita with 2 ponytails said, he really defeated Toppo. Do you think it's possible for Jiren to beat this guy? Makarita stood beside Gods of Destruction Vermit, and said with a smile. In fact, when Toppo fought with that mysterious man, Makarita saw the result. What puzzled Makarita was that she couldn't see where this guy came from. Cut. Of course, Jiren is the strongest human being who physically surpasses Gods of Destruction. Apart from Gods of Destruction, there is no opponent Jiren can't defeat. Gods of Destruction Vermit raised his chin and said very firmly. For Jiren, he has absolute confidence. You must know that although this guy is only human, in terms of strength alone, even the hard steel Gods of Destruction can't be defeated by a terrifying existence. In my mind, Jiren was the first candidate for Gods of Destruction. But it's a pity that this guy is only interested in becoming stronger and finding the murderer who killed his parents, and is not interested in anything else. I even proposed several times to ask the other party to be the candidate for Gods of Destruction, but they were all rejected without exception. So Vermit was so angry that he asked Toppo to be the candidate. If it weren't for Jiren's disapproval of being a candidate for Gods of Destruction, Vermit would never have reserved this position for Toppo. Ho ho. It's hard to say, dear. That guy who suddenly appeared is very powerful, and Toppo has tried his best to not hurt him at all. Makarita smiled, and then continued, and judging from his performance when he defeated Toppo, I can feel that he still has a stronger power in his body, but he didn't display it. This is also Makarita's real feeling after watching the two fight. My intuition has always been very accurate, so if there is nothing wrong this time, then this guy may really be hiding some stronger power. TCH, then according to what you said now, even Jiren might not be able to defeat them. Vermit looked at Makarita and said slightly unhappy. I didn't say that. It's just that I have some expectations for this little guy, but if you want to beat Jiren, it will not be an easy task. After all, if it wasn't because of repeated rejections, you wouldn't have made Toppo a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Makarita giggled. It can also be seen from this that Jiren's strength is very strong. Chapter 47. Is there any way? I've said everything I need to say, but Jiren just doesn't move. Do you want me to beg him? Gods of Destruction Vermit showed a look of hostility on his face. Jiren is more suitable for Gods of Destruction in terms of strength and character. And he, like himself, has justice in his heart. In addition, Jiren is not only his friend but also his apprentice. Logically speaking, he should also inherit his ego. But this guy is focused on finding revenge for the murderer of his parents, and has no interest in the position of Gods of Destruction candidate at all. Even after I have said all the good things, the other party still has no response. Do I want to let myself, Gods of Destruction, beg the other party to be the candidate? This is obviously impossible, and Vermit would never do it. Clack. Honey, maybe Jiren is right, but he really has no interest in your position. But Lord Vermit doesn't have to worry about it. Maybe when he finds the murderer who killed his parents and takes revenge, he will suddenly figure it out. Makarita spoke again. That's the only way, this guy Toppo. Hey, it's too embarrassing. Speaking of this, Gods of Destruction Vermit's mind immediately came up with the previous scene of Toppo being punched flying. It's just too embarrassing. This is the reason why I don't let him use the power of destruction. It's okay if I don't need it, at least I don't lose my people. I even lost my own face with it. Zhuo. Let's go, Makarita, Jiren should be there by now, let's go and see this battle. It's up to Jiren to save face now, but I always feel that this battle should not end so easily. Gods of Destruction Vermit looked at Makarita and said. Actually, he is still very interested in the battle between Suhan and Jiren. After all, this guy defeated his candidate Toppo very easily. As Makarita said before, this guy who appeared suddenly seemed to have hidden some kind of power. As far as Jiren's strength is concerned, the strength of the two should be similar if he does not use Gods of Destruction. Even when the two were fighting before, Jiren was actually slightly better than himself. Of course, this is when Gods of Destruction Vermit does not use the Gods of Destruction pass. If you use the Gods of Destruction pass, it will be completely different. As long as you are still within the Supreme Universe Law, then you will not be able to defeat Gods of Destruction. So now Gods of Destruction Vermit is very much looking forward to how far the battle between the two can go. He was really looking forward to this battle. Lord Gods of Destruction, you are right, I feel the same way. But how far their battle can go, let us go and see. Although Makarita couldn't feel the strength of the opponent, he always felt that the strength of the opponent was definitely more than what he showed when fighting Toppo. Gods of Destruction Vermit nodded. On a small, nameless planet. Suhan has already completed Miizi-san's training, waiting in place for the arrival of that powerful aura in the distance. If nothing else, the owner of this powerful aura should be Jiren. Call out. With the sound of breaking through the air, a figure resembling an alien in the movie appeared in front of Suhan. This person was wearing the same tight red and black combat uniform as the Proud Team, with grey skin, an unruly head, and two huge eyes. Sure enough, it's Jiren. Suhan looked at the familiar figure in front of him, pursed his lips, and said. However, this guy's strength gave Suhan an unfathomable feeling. While Suhan was looking at Jiren, Jiren was also looking Suhan up and down. You're the one who beat Toppo. Before Suhan could speak, Jiren spoke first. That's right, I'm the one who beat Toppo. Suhan. Suhan smiled and walked towards Jiren. This guy is really as strong as described in the original book, and he is not at the same level as Toppo. But it is interesting to face such an opponent, only in this way can one stimulate one's limit. It seems that you are not what Toppo said, you are also a human being, not a demon. Jiren's tone was very indifferent, even a little disappointed. Because I heard from Toppo and the others that this guy might be related to the demon race, that's why I came here so quickly. But I didn't expect that the other party was just an ordinary human being. Of course I'm not a demon, I'm a pure human. Why, looking at you, you seem a little disappointed. Could it be that only demons are qualified to be your opponents? Seeing Jiren's disappointed expression, Suhan immediately asked. Not at all. But you really don't deserve to be an opponent, and I'm not interested in you either. Jiren's expression was still very aloof and he spoke. Hehe. How do you know that I am not your opponent if you have never seen me make a move? Su-han spoke again. You really aren't qualified to be my opponent. Although you beat Toppo, I can beat that fellow Toppo with one punch. Jiren's words are very haughty, but he has the capital of haughtiness. And he wasn't exaggerating. I have been teammates with Toppo for many years. Every time this guy challenges himself, he is basically defeated by himself with a punch. But since you defeated Toppo, let me compete with you a little bit, anyway, it's already here. Jiren's tone was still very indifferent, as if he didn't pay attention to Su-han from the moment he saw him. Let's compete a little bit. Your superior attitude really makes people quite uncomfortable. Said Su-han frowned slightly. This guy really didn't take himself seriously at all. He beat Toppo with one punch, he could do such a thing himself. It's just that Su-han didn't do this before. Then Su-han clenched his fists and turned directly into Super Saiyan God Pink. A powerful breath of God gushed out from Su-han's body in an instant. But even so, Jiren still had a calm face. No wonder you were able to defeat Toppo, probably because of this method of instantly increasing your strength. Jiren looked at Su-han calmly and said. Chapter 48. Come on, let me feel your strength, Jiren. Su-han didn't pay attention to the other party's words, because at this moment, Xian's blood eager to fight was already boiling in Su-han's body. Now he just wants to compete with the strongest human being in front of him. But Jiren just stood there all the time, without any intention of attacking at all. Because in Jiren's view, although Su-han's strength has been greatly improved in an instant, if this is the case, he wants to become his opponent. Still not enough. So he had no intention of launching an attack at all. Aren't you going to make a move? In this case, let me attack first. After Su-han's voice fell, his body suddenly appeared in a flash. When it reappeared, Su-han had already appeared directly above Jiren. Then a sudden kick swept across the past. But facing such an attack, Jiren managed to dodge. He let Su-han's attack hit him on the neck. Boom! There was a sound of skin clashing, and Su-han's ankle slapped Jiren's neck hard. But Jiren didn't move at all, and even his face was very calm, as if this kind of attack didn't hurt him at all, and didn't affect him at all. As expected of Jiren, but in terms of the strength of the strongest human being who can surpass gods of destruction, even the strength of the body is terrifying. Seeing that the other party didn't move at all, Su-han showed a little surprise on his face. Although I guessed that this would be the result, after seeing the purpose in person, I was somewhat shocked. Su-han had heard about this guy's strength. If such an attack wanted to hurt Jiren, it would be weird. Su-han quickly took 2 steps back, and his body appeared in front of Jiren again in a flash. With clenched fists, he alternately attacked Jiren's body like a storm. Shhhhhh. The shadows of fists all over the sky came to his face, but Jiren just moved his body lightly to defuse Su-han's attack very easily. His face didn't change at all, and he was still very calm. This guy is really too powerful. Seeing that there was no effect at all, Su-han hurriedly took 2 steps back, then said with a slight frown. Now the gap between me and Jiren is the same as that between Super Blue Sun Goku and Jiren in the Tournament of Power. There is no chance of winning at all. If your strength is only like this, then I still say that you are not qualified to be my opponent. And I will not choose to fight with you. Jiren said in a very flat tone. This level of strength is only a little stronger than Toppo. If you want to fight with yourself, this kind of strength is not enough. You are right, such strength really does not qualify to be your opponent. But my strength is more than that. As he said that, Su-han suddenly chuckled. Although the other party was a little proud, where was his strength? Only by facing such an opponent can one's own strength be improved again. Jiren, look how this is. Saying that, Su-han clenched his fists tightly, and the purple energy instantly wrapped Su-han's body. And at this moment, Su-han's hair and eyebrows turned rose purple. The momentum emanating from his body is hundreds of times larger than before. This is Super Saiyan God Rose Purple. Although it is only 20% energy, it is also powerful enough. The strength has actually become stronger again. Feeling the increase of Suhan's energy, Jiren suddenly looked at Suhan. A little astonishment appeared on his face. But in a moment, calm was restored again. Although it has become a lot stronger, it is still a bit short of wanting to fight me. Looking at Suhan, who turned into purple, Jiren said flatly. Beat me first. Suhan gritted his teeth and attacked the opponent again. But this time Suhan's speed was much faster, and even the speed of punching was more than a little bit faster. Facing Suhan's storm-like attack this time, Jiren's face was no longer as calm as before. He couldn't even dodge Suhan's attack with speed, but blocked Suhan's attack with his fist. Interesting. Not only has the momentum improved, but even the strength and speed have been greatly improved. Jiren said softly while resisting Suhan's attack. At this moment, he also slowly regarded Suhan as his opponent. Because the strength shown by the other party really made Jiren feel astonished. My strength doesn't stop there. Saying that, Suhan's punch came out of nowhere. It hit Jiren directly in the chest. Boom! But Jiren just put his arms across his chest, and was immediately attacked by Suhan. But his body was still standing in place, not moving at all. Your strength is still too weak. After blocking Suhan's attack, Jiren spat softly. Then the eyes suddenly became sharp. He punched Suhan hard. And the speed of this punch was so fast that it didn't give Suhan any chance to fight back. You can only passively cross your arms to resist the opponent's attack. Boom! The fists hit Suhan's arms heavily, and the red energy light instantly radiated from Suhan's back. Boom! Suhan's body flew straight out, and finally hit a big mountain. And the moment the mountain touched Suhan's body, it collapsed directly. Pooh! Is this Jiren's power? It's really terrifying, even Mii's power can't be resisted. Suhan stood up and wiped the stains from the corners of his mouth. Both arms are still a little numb, which is enough to see how powerful Jiren's punch is. But isn't this kind of battle just what I need? Only in such a battle can one feel oppressive. And one's own strength can also become stronger in such a battle. The battle is over. I thought you might be able to bring me some unexpected surprises, but now it seems that I guessed wrong. Jiren shook his head. He couldn't even block his own punch, so there was no need to continue fighting. It's too early to say it's over now. And I haven't lost yet. Suhan walked towards Jiren again step by step. Chapter 49. Actually, you don't need to come here. Because the gap between you and me is beyond what you can imagine. If you come over again, it will only make you get a few more punches. Looking at Suhan, who was walking slowly towards him with a calm expression, Jiren said helplessly. If this was already Suhan's limit, Jiren really felt that there was no need to fight anymore, because he hadn't used his full strength for the punch just now. Jiren, I know your strength is very strong. I also know that you haven't used all your strength, but how do you know that I have used all my strength? As he spoke, a provocative smile appeared on the corner of Suhan's mouth. Be careful, don't wait to be defeated by me, it will be ugly. Although the punch just now made Suhan deeply feel Jiren's terrifying strength, but it didn't make Suhan afraid of Jiren's strength. Instead, it made Suhan even more excited. Aha! Suddenly, Suhan roared again. Rumble! The mountain peak behind Suhan actually shattered in response to the sound, directly turning into dust all over the sky. And at this moment, powerful rose-purple energy gushed out from around Suhan's body. Use all your strength to fight me, Jiren. Suhan stared at Jiren closely, and said. But this time Jiren had a very rare smile on his face. A contemptuous smile, even a mocking smile. To be honest, you do look a little better now, but if you want me to fight you with all my strength, you are still far behind. Drink. Jiren's complexion suddenly changed, and terrifying crimson energy erupted from his body instantly. It was obvious that Jiren was going to take Suhan seriously at this moment. Because Suhan's explosive strength is indeed qualified to help him do warm-up exercises. At the moment when the powerful aura of the two burst out, countless mountain peaks were instantly crushed into powder. Shhhhh. The next moment, the bodies of the two rushed out in a flash. Two energies, one purple and one red, collided continuously in the air. And as the two continued to fight each other, one after another, the sonic rings flickered in the air. Almost every time the two collided, the entire planet would shake violently. And on the ground under their feet, a huge circular pit appeared. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to fight me this far. I have to say, you are already very good. Jiren and Suhan kept shaking their fists. Every time the two fists collide, the two will become extra excited. And Jiren's performance is obviously the more excited one. Because no one has been able to fight him to this point for a long time. And this feeling is really cool. What? Are you still saying that I am not worthy to be your opponent? The corners of Suhan's mouth turned up, showing an excited smile as well. How could he not be excited about such a battle? Moreover, Suhan felt that almost every time his body collided with Jiren, his strength would become stronger. This also means that his own strength gradually becomes stronger with such battles. Cut. Barely deserve to be my opponent. Jiren snorted coldly. At the same time, the fist was filled with crimson energy, and it was punched out with a punch. Clearly, Jiren turned up the power of the punch. Come on, Jiren. Be a stepping stone on my road to becoming stronger. Facing the oncoming attack, Suhan didn't choose to dodge, but directly waved his fists to attack it. Boom boom boom. The moment the two fists collided, the air seemed to explode. The sonic circle caused by the fist collision swept across the entire planet in an instant. At this moment, the planet under their feet shattered. And Suhan's body flew upside down for a distance of tens of meters, and finally stabilized his body. Then the eyebrows frowned slightly, and the tyrannical breath of God gushed out from Suhan's body again. The rose-purple pupils shone with excitement at this moment. This guy has already reached his limit before, but now his strength is still getting stronger. Could it be that what this guy said is true? Is he really using me as a stepping stone? Jiren thought to himself. Because he had discovered that Suhan's body had reached its limit before, but this guy's body seemed to be able to become stronger in battle, and after every fight with him, his strength actually improved. This is the first time Jiren has met such a guy. But since I'm the stepping stone, I want to see if your feet are hard enough. As he said that, Jiren's voice suddenly roared out, and he swept towards Suhan with a kick. And Suhan hastily extended his arms to block Jiren's attack. Boom! The moment Jiren's instep brushed Suhan's arm, Suhan's body was sent flying by itself. Before Suhan stabilized his figure, Jiren's body appeared behind him again. Boom! Suhan was not given any chance to dodge and defend at all. The heavy punch hit Suhan directly on the back. And Suhan's body flew out directly in response, and then smashed a circular deep pit with a diameter of about 10 meters on the ground. Although it looked a bit embarrassed, at the moment Jiren attacked, Suhan almost hit his back with all the power of God in his body. This dissipated most of the power. Otherwise, if Jiren's almost exhausted blow just now hit his back unreservedly, I am afraid that the current self will not be able to continue fighting Jiren. You have persisted in my hands until now and have not lost, you can already be proud. But the battle can only end here. The next attack, I want to see if you can catch it. Jiren looked at Suhan in surprise, and said with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that in the situation just now, the opponent could still block his attack. For some reason, at this moment, Jiren actually felt worried. Because I have never seen a guy who can become stronger in battle. Chapter 50. Jiren looked at Suhan's eyes from disdain at the beginning to seriousness now. It is enough to prove that Suhan's strength made Jiren feel the pressure. The next attack, let me see if you can continue. Jiren looked at Suhan sharply, and said in a low voice. And the moment Jiren's voice fell, his body turned into crimson light again and rushed out. Call out! Accompanied by an ear-shattering sound of piercing through the air, a crimson afterimage appeared in front of Suhan immediately. The fist slammed towards Suhan without any warning. And this punch is not difficult to see from Jiren's serious expression. Jiren is really serious at this time. The crimson fist made a piercing sound in the air. But Suhan just showed a smile when faced with the full-strength punch, and didn't make any reaction, not even a defensive posture. He just said in a flat tone, "It seems that Jiren is really serious about this punch. But it's the effect I want." And just when Jiren thought that Suhan had seen his strength and planned to give up resistance, Jiren's heavy punch actually penetrated Suhan's body directly. This is, after image. A look of shock appeared on Jiren's face when he saw that his serious punch had missed. Because Suhan just dodged his own attack. Even Jiren didn't see it clearly. No, if it's just fast, I can't be unaware. Could it be an ability that can instant transmission body? That's when Jiren realized it. But at this moment, Suhan's body suddenly appeared behind Jiren, and then the fist wrapped in the power of God smashed hard on Jiren's back. Boom! Jiren never thought that the other party would attack him at this time, and then he was completely unprepared and was sent flying by Suhan's punch. The body flew backwards very quickly, and finally smashed the hill in the distance before stabilizing the body. Although he looked a little embarrassed, it was not difficult to see that Jiren was not seriously injured. But in the face of the serious Jiren, Suhan is already very satisfied with such an effect. Humph! Jiren stood up and snorted coldly. Then continued, "It seems that you have mastered an ability that can instant transmission body. However, even if your ability can move your body in an instant, there will still be breath when you use it. I guarantee that this move will never work on me a second time." Jiren stared at Suhan with sharp eyes. It seems that Suhan's punch just now made him suffer a great insult. "I was actually beaten. How come no one else has been able to do this for so many years except Lord Gods of Destruction?" "You're right, but I don't intend to continue using such tricks." Suhan didn't expect to be able to use this kind of tactic one more time, and it was already not easy to achieve success once. But when he wanted to attack Jiren again, suddenly, I felt two powerful divine breaths approaching in the distance. As for the masters of these two auras, Suhan can guess who they are without even thinking about them. "I am afraid that apart from Gods of Destruction Vermit and Angel Makarita, there will be no one else in the entire 11th universe. Could it be that Vermit couldn't sit still, and came here at this time? But if you don't care about Gods of Destruction's face, then I don't need to show you face." Saying that, Suhan's eyes became cold. If the opponent just came to watch the battle and give Jiren a dominance, then Suhan would ignore it, but if the opponent dared to directly intervene in their battle, then Suhan will never be polite. The reason why Suhan has not used the energy of Super 3 Rose Purple is to prevent such a thing from happening. But if Vermit really wants to take this step, then Suhan doesn't have to care too much. The big deal is to use the unlimited instant transmission to leave. Whoa! Whoa! Two cracking sounds suddenly sounded. Soon, a clown like Gods of Destruction, and a tall female angel, dressed the same as Angel Whis but with two ponytails, appeared in front of Suhan and Toppo. "Lord Vermit." Jiren nodded to Gods of Destruction Vermit. Although it is something Jiren hates to be interrupted in battle, the other party is his half-master after all, so there is still due respect, which is Jiren's principle. "Jiren, are you hurt?" Gods of Destruction Vermit frowned, his face suddenly became serious. Even the guy from Toppo did it. Can actually hurt Jiren? Could it be said that this guy is really so powerful? Jiren nodded, although Suhan's attack just now did not cause her to be particularly seriously injured, but an injury is an injury. He will not hide, nor will he escape. Hearing Jiren's answer, Gods of Destruction Vermit's face was obviously a little unhappy. Then he said in a cold tone, "That fellow Toppo has already disgraced our 11 universe, Jiren, I don't want this to happen to you." After saying that, Gods of Destruction Vermit glanced coldly at Suhan, and then took Makarita and flew into the distance. Obviously, there was no attempt to stop the fight between the two of them. After all, this is just a battle between the strongest human beings. As Gods of Destruction, if I rashly intervene in the battle between two humans, I will definitely be ridiculed by other Gods of Destruction. So even if he was angry in his heart now, he would definitely not dare to vent it out by himself. And the anger in his heart wants to vent, and now he can only let Jiren do it for himself. Lord Gods of Destruction has no reason to be angry. We have also seen before that this guy's strength is improving very fast, so it is reasonable to hurt Jiren. But right now Jiren has just finished warming up. If you want to defeat the serious Jiren, I'm afraid even Master Vermit who doesn't use supernatural powers can't do it. Seeing Vermit's gloomy face, Makarita suddenly giggled. Cut, so what? Who told Jiren to give up his position as a candidate for Gods of Destruction? And the moment he gave up this position also means that he will never win against me. Having said this, Gods of Destruction Vermit suddenly showed a smile on his face. Although I couldn't defeat Jiren without using the Gods of Destruction pass, it was also because Jiren refused to become a candidate for Gods of Destruction. As a result, Jiren cannot learn Gods of Destruction, and in this case, Jiren will never be his opponent. Chapter 51. Suhan and Jiren stared at each other for a long time, but neither of them took the lead. Then at this moment, Jiren suddenly said in a cold voice, "That's it. Although you did get some good results in the smart test, you can only go so far." After saying that, Jiren's body gushed out crimson energy. The crimson energy was so powerful that even Suhan felt a chill at this moment. Although Vermit did not directly explain what he said just now, it has basically been clarified. So now even if Jiren doesn't want to beat Suhan as soon as possible, in order to save the face of the 11th universe, he must now defeat Suhan in the shortest possible time. That's it? Is it? But I don't think so. Although he knew that the energy emitted by Jiren was very powerful, Suhan didn't think he would lose. Last blow. Jiren ignored Suhan, but spit out 4 words in a cold voice. Then the arms were clenched tightly, and the crimson arrogance enveloped Jiren's entire arm, and even the space around Jiren began to distort. Obviously Jiren didn't have any reservations about this blow, he wanted to beat Suhan in the shortest time. Humph, it looks like Jiren understands what I mean, and is going to kill that guy directly. Seeing this, a gloomy smile appeared on Gods of Destruction Vermit's face. He is naturally very familiar with Jiren's move, because when he fought Jiren before, every time Jiren used this move, he basically wanted to end the fight. And no one knows better than Vermit how powerful this blow really is. Not necessarily, Master Vermit, have you forgotten that I said before that this guy has some power hidden in his body, so I think he might be able to survive Jiren's move. Angel Makarita whispered in Gods of Destruction Vermit's ear. From the very beginning, she felt that this guy from the universe was unusual, but she couldn't tell where it brought her this feeling. Even Makarita wondered if the energy belonging to Angel was hidden in this guy's body, otherwise, how could she have such a strong guess? But it won't be long before the mystery is revealed. Under Jiren's terrifying blow, Makarita believed that the other party would definitely use his hidden power. Your strength is very strong. If I have the chance, I hope to fight with you again. The premise is that if there is a chance. Ended. A low voice came from Jiren's mouth. Boom. Then Jiren's fist blasted out of thin air, and the crimson energy was like a huge angry dragon, hitting Suhan very fast. Naturally, Suhan also sensed the great power of this move. Immediately did not dare to have the slightest hesitation. Raising his hands to form a calyx, he growled, "Big Bang, Kamehameha Wave." Seeing that huge red angry dragon attacking his face, Suhan directly used all the divine power in his body. Gather all the power of God in the last blow. Boom. Accompanied by the impact of 2 powerful images, the planet under their feet completely disintegrated in an instant, turning into bits of dust. And the shock wave set off by the energy explosion cleans up all the surrounding planets and meteorites. Even if Makarita hadn't hastily deployed the barrier in the end, I'm afraid the entire 11th universe would have been severely impacted. It actually resisted my attack. Jiren's brows trembled slightly, and the whole person froze for a moment. But now he didn't have time to marvel, and increased his strength again. In an instant, the crimson angry dragon became several times bigger again. It actually directly pushed Suhan's big explosion Kamehameha wave back. Damn! Is this all Jiren's power? Can't even stop the Big Bang Kamehameha wave. Suhan clenched his teeth, the veins on his arms were already bulging. Even the power of God in his body was consumed by this blow, but he couldn't resist Jiren's strongest blow. Have you reached the limit? Jiren. The strongest human being. Are you kidding me? the strongest human being is absolutely impossible to be Jiren. At this time, the energy on Suhan's body suddenly soared, unexpectedly pushing the energy to the center of the two of them again abruptly. This, actually withstood Jiren's final blow. There is such a thing, that guy Makarita Jiren must have let the water go. Gods of Destruction Vermit couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Even he had to spend a lot of effort to deal with this blow, but now Suhan did it. There is no Master Vermit. Makarita said with a deep expression. I thought that Suhan would use the hidden energy in his body in this situation, but he didn't expect that it had reached such a point that the other party still didn't use that hidden power. This can't help but make Makarita start to doubt, could it be that she guessed wrong? But my intuition has always been accurate. Boom! The last two powerful energy waves exploded directly in the air after they still couldn't hold on in the air. The shock waves produced by the two powerful energy explosions directly knocked Suhan and Jiren back several hundred meters. Although Suhan retreated a little more, the excited expression on his face seemed to announce his victory. This guy! Toppo clenched his fists and looked at each other in disbelief. He didn't expect that the guy who couldn't open his eyes at all at first had already fought with him to this point. But your body has reached its limit, admit defeat. You can't beat me. Although Jiren is also injured to a certain extent at the moment, compared to Suhan, he is already very good. Facing Jiren's cries, Suhan didn't pay attention. Because at the same time, the voice of the system came out in Suhan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and stimulating the ultimate potential. Reward, 80% Rose Purple Energy, Rainbow Energy. Chapter 52. 80% Rose Purple Energy. After hearing the system prompt sound in his head, Suhan became excited. I myself have 20% of the Rose Energy, plus the 80% of the Rose Energy rewarded by the system now. This also means that I can completely achieve Mii's full attack rate now. Gulu. Suhan swallowed, he didn't expect how powerful the system was this time. But it's normal to think about it, the battle between himself and Jiren really made him break through the limit. Suhan can clearly feel that his strength has become stronger obviously. Stubborn. Since you don't admit defeat, then I can only fight until you admit defeat. Seeing that Suhan ignored him at all, Jiren immediately clenched his fists. In the next moment, his body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Suhan's direction. The crimson energy swam in Jiren's arms, sending out bursts of dragon chant. It's over, there's no need to read on. This guy's physical stamina and divine power have been exhausted. It is absolutely impossible to avoid Jiren's fist. Gods of Destruction Vermit proudly raised his chin and laughed. Just after the two confronted each other just now, he noticed that although Suhan had resisted Jiren's attack, both his physical strength and his divine power had been exhausted, so there was no need for him to continue watching the next battle. Up! Suhan is sure to lose. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Makarita frowned, although he also knew that Suhan's energy was exhausted. But looking at the confident smile on Suhan's face, I don't know why it gave Makarita some illusions. Maybe this guy can really beat Jiren. Are you going to lower your resistance? Humph. It's over. Facing Suhan's appearance that he didn't intend to defend at all, Jiren just snorted coldly. With bursts of heavy punches of dragon chants, it directly hit Suhan's chest. But what happened in the next second made everyone stunned. Snapped. Suhan stretched out his palm and caught Jiren's fist very easily. What? After seeing this scene, Jiren's face revealed a look of incomparable shock. Isn't this guy's stamina exhausted? It is so possible to block his own attack, what is going on? But facing Jiren's extremely shocked expression, Suhan just smiled slightly. Then he said, Jiren, you are right. It's over. But you are the one who loses. After speaking, Suhan clenched his fist with his right hand, and the rose-purple energy directly wrapped Suhan's arm. Brush! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Suhan's fist hit Jiren's chest like lightning. Without warning, Jiren had no chance to defend himself. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp bone cracking sound, Jiren's body flew out like a shell. Boom! It smashed countless meteorites in succession, and finally fell directly on the protective barrier arranged by Makarita. This. Makarita, what happened? Isn't this guy's energy exhausted? How could it be Jiren who was sent flying? At this time, Gods of Destruction Vermit's whole body exploded. The clown-like shape was even more directly established at this moment. Just now he was just a hesitant Setsuna, but when he regained his composure again, Suhan directly sent Jiren flying. I don't know very well, but what is certain now is that this guy must have hidden power. Makarita froze for a moment. The energy in Suhan's body was indeed exhausted just now, but why did it suddenly seem to have all recovered? And not only that, but how much stronger his strength has become. What the hell is going on? For a while, Makarita became more interested in Suhan, and now he wants to know where Suhan is from. And he seems to have a lot of secrets. Not only that, Makarita still felt that there was some kind of power hidden in the other party. I have been attracting myself. Now let me feel the true power of the total attack rate Miizu. Looking at Jiren who had stood up in the distance, Suhan felt even more eager to release all of Miizu's energy. Haha! Suhan spread his legs, posed a posture, and then suddenly roared out in a low voice. Boom! Accompanied by Suhan's roar, the whole ground began to tremble crazily. During Setsuna, the originally bright sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The rose-purple energy spewed out from Suhan's body like Wannian. A sound of thunder, accompanied by lightning, fell from the sky. Srustling. And the rose-purple energy around Suhan's body was even shrouded in a layer of pink lightning. Add Suhan's upside-down rose-purple short hair. For a moment, Suhan became extremely mysterious. Chapter 53. This guy's strength has actually become stronger again. At this moment, Gods of Destruction Vermit had calmed down from the shock, and his expression was extraordinarily gloomy. It seemed as if an attack would be launched on Suhan in the next moment. Such a strong person may have already surpassed Jiren. And how hard I have cultivated Jiren and Toppo is so that the next time Zeno selects a high-level universe, the 11th universe can be successfully promoted to a high-level universe. But now this guy Suhan came out of nowhere. Not only has he defeated Toppo, but now he is about to defeat Jiren. If this continues, all his plans will be disrupted by him. Because every once in a while Zeno will choose one of the strongest universes from their 10 low-level universes to advance to the high-level universe. And Vermit is working hard for this spot. But now suddenly there is such a powerful guy, although I still don't know which universe this guy is from, but I can be sure that it will definitely affect the rating of my universe. No matter how long I have worked hard, how could I let a human being who came out of nowhere destroy my plan? So I must not let this guy live. But in the end Gods of Destruction Vermit stopped planning to do it. Because Jiren not only stood up again at this time, but his aura also became stronger. Toppo stared directly at the strengthened Suhan, and then said indifferently, even if you have acquired a good strength, you still can't be my opponent. Although Jiren was injured at the moment, it still didn't affect his confident voice. After all, in the entire universe, no one has ever been his opponent. Yes. I think you take yourself a little too seriously. Suhan responded lightly. He didn't take the other party's words to heart at all. Although Suhan didn't look much better than Jiren on the surface, in fact, after obtaining the system's rose energy, his injuries have fully recovered. And now his body has reached its peak state. So the current Suhan doesn't take Jiren seriously at all, and the current Jiren is no longer his opponent at all. Drink. Toppo didn't pay attention to Suhan's words, instead he roared angrily. A deep roar came from his throat, and at this moment, crimson energy exploded from Jiren's body. The tattered tights on his body suddenly burst open. It showed Jiren's muscular upper body in full. The crimson energy roared like an angry dragon. Jiren's strength has also exceeded the limit. It seems that the outcome of this battle is still unknown. But no matter what, Jiren's strength can be strengthened again thanks to this human being. Speaking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Gods of Destruction Vermit's face. Because no matter the outcome, he will not let Suhan leave the 11th universe alive, and he will not let anyone mess up his plan. Master Vermit, although I don't want to pour cold water on you. But that guy is really not easy. Even if Jiren has exploded with great strength now, it may not be an easy task to defeat that guy. Angel Makarita, who was beside Vermit, saw the excited expression appearing on Vermit's face again, and immediately hit him. In fact, it can't be regarded as a blow. Makarita is just being factual, that's how it is. It's not that Makarita is underestimating Jiren, but that she can clearly feel the extent of Suhan's current strength. And if her induction is correct, then Suhan still has hidden powers that have not been displayed. On the other hand, Jiren is basically at the limit now, even if he can surpass it in battle and make his strength stronger. Can't catch up with Suhan either. Gods of Destruction Vermit frowned, and then looked at him suspiciously. Jiren's strength has also improved a lot, how can you be sure that that guy can defeat the current Jiren? Gods of Destruction Vermit naturally also noticed this, but because Jiren was his half-disciple, he somehow didn't want to admit it. If there is no accident, it should be like this. Makarita nodded. Because just when Suhan burst into strength, Makarita had already seen that this battle Jiren was doomed to lose. It's not that Makarita doesn't believe in Jiren's strength, it's just that Suhan's strength after becoming stronger is really too strong. Even now Jiren's strength has also been improved. But the strength between the two is still irreparable. TCH, I really don't know which gods of destruction trained such a guy, could it be that Beerus? After listening to Makarita's words, gods of destruction Vermit couldn't help but rubbed his chin and began to think. The first possibility Vermit thought of was that this guy might be a member of gods of destruction Beerus. Although he didn't want to admit it, Beerus's strength was top-notch even among the 12 gods of destruction. It is also very possible to cultivate such a powerful guy. So this guy is more likely to be the 7th universe. By the way, Makarita, since we can't see which universe this guy comes from, then what race has the ability to change form and improve its own strength? You should be able to find out about this. Gods of Destruction Vermit suddenly thought of something, and asked Makarita. Hey! I didn't expect Master Vermit to think of it here. If we do this, we can indeed find out his race. Speaking of which, Makarita picked up the staff in her hand and looked it up. Soon, Makarita found all the information about Xian. Xian? 6th universe and 7th universe. After getting the news, Vermit immediately narrowed his eyes, thinking even more in his heart. According to that guy Champa's character, he shouldn't let his own people come to his universe to make trouble. After all, he and Champa have always been inseparable. Not so if it's that Beerus. This BD must have been sent by Beerus. Blanche. No matter what the outcome is, I will never let him leave the 11th universe alive. Speaking of gods of destruction, Vermit's face showed a smear of hostility, and his whole body exuded an endless aura of destruction. Chapter 54. At this time, on the other side, Jiren had completely released the power in his body. Obviously, at this moment he is stronger than before. Perhaps it was because he was unwilling to be defeated, that's why Jiren burst out with even more terrifying power under this pressure. But even so, Suhan didn't feel any pressure. Instead, he only showed a faint smile. Looking at Jiren's body covered in crimson flames, Suhan said flatly. Is this all your strength, Jiren? That's right. This is all my strength. Although I know that your current strength is very strong, not even weaker than mine, but I will definitely not admit defeat. Jiren nodded slowly, the arrogance and coldness before could no longer be seen on his face. Because he gradually recognized Suhan's strength. Even this fight made Jiren even more excited. Obviously, although Jiren felt the pressure after Suhan became stronger, it also made Jiren excited. Because his own strength was also surpassed in this situation. Then come on, I can also take this opportunity to experience Mii's true power. The corner of Suhan's mouth curled up. Now Suhan can't wait to try the power of Mii's total attack rate. Don't get too carried away. Jiren snorted coldly. Call out. Take the initiative to launch an attack in the next second. Although he was a little upset, Jiren knew very well that Suhan was very strong now, and it might not be easy to defeat him. So Jiren didn't have any reservations now, and directly punched Suhan with all his strength. And a smug smile appeared on Suhan's face, and then he punched out directly. Boom! At the moment when the two fists collided, it seemed that in a Setsuna's time, the whole sky fell silent. After a moment of silence, the space under their feet seemed to be distorted, and there were crackling sounds. If it wasn't for the protective barrier that Makarita had set up, the entire universe would have trembled at the moment their punches collided. How is this possible? Just after the fists of the two collided together, a heavy look was evident on Jiren's face. This guy is in the same state as before. And not only that, Jiren could clearly feel that Suhan didn't use his full strength in this punch. This time Jiren was completely shocked, although after being punched by this guy before, Jiren discovered that this guy's strength has changed drastically. But Jiren still feels that the opponent's strength should still be weaker than his own, or about the same as his own. But from this punch, Jiren could clearly feel that Suhan's strength had reached an unimaginable level. He has completely surpassed himself. You must know that I have no reservations about the punch just now, but this guy still has a calm face, as if he didn't take it seriously when he was serious about it. A hole. Thinking of this, Jiren's face turned pale. Isn't this the expression I had at the beginning? I didn't expect the roles to be reversed now. Hateful. How can there be such a thing in this world? His strength is not as good as mine just now, how could he surpass me in an instant? This is impossible. Toppo let out a low growl, and then used both fists together to launch a crazy attack on Suhan. Although Jiren punched extremely fast every time, even above the fist was mixed with the roar of the Crimson Angry Dragon. But even so, at this moment, he has no advantage at all, and every punch Jiren slams is completely dispelled by Suhan one by one. Impossible! Impossible! While roaring, Jiren frantically attacked Suhan. But it can be seen that under the continuous attacks, Jiren's state has become worse and worse. Even the speed of punching is slowly decreasing. Is this the strength of Mii's total attack rate? It is indeed much stronger than I imagined. This battle has gradually lost its meaning. Suhan said coldly. The current Suhan can completely suppress Jiren without even maximizing the energy of Rose Purple under the full attack rate. So if Suhan uses all of Mii's energy, Jiren will have no chance of winning. Battle, lost its meaning. Hearing this, Jiren was stunned for a moment. Then the expression on his face suddenly became gloomy. This is impossible. I can't lose. I haven't found the murderer of my parents yet, how could I, Jiren, lose here? I can never fail. Toughness is justice, and toughness is absolute. If you can't win, it's meaningless. If you lose, you'll lose everything. Just like the clansmen who were killed back then. I don't want to be treated like that again. So, I absolutely cannot lose. Saying that, Jiren's eyes suddenly became fiery. What? Then in the next moment, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly spewed out of his body, crimson energy surged from Jiren's body like angry dragons. And everything around, when it touched the crimson energy released from Jiren's body, it was all crushed into fine powder. And after Jiren's roar ended, his whole body seemed to swell up. Not only that, but his grey skin had turned reddish. Jiren's potential, exploded. Sensing the ferocious energy that hit his face, Gods of Destruction Vermit was stunned. But in the next moment, a hidden smile that was hard to suppress appeared on Vermit's face. Ha ha ha! Jiren was forced to unleash the potential in his body. Makarita, have you seen that? I am a bit reluctant to kill that guy now. It actually helped Jiren stimulate the potential in his body. Gods of Destruction Vermit's smiling face contorted. Because at this moment he could clearly feel the powerful power of Jiren, he might not be able to easily defeat Jiren even by himself. That's right, Master Vermit, Jiren's current strength is indeed super powerful. It could be that Jiren was cornered and recalled the trauma, but it was a surprise. Makarita said with a smile. Although she also knows that Jiren's strength has been greatly improved after awakening, even a leap. But Makarita always felt that even so, the result of this battle was still leaning on Suhan's side. If you can't defeat even a human being, how can you find the murderer who killed your parents and clansmen? So I will never lose. Aha! Jiren roared again. The powerful crimson energy will rise from the sky, forming a protective layer on Jiren's body. Then come on Jiren! After Suhan saw this scene, he was also slightly surprised. He also didn't expect Jiren to stimulate the potential in his body under such circumstances. But it's interesting in this way, and I can also unleash all the power of Mii's full attack rate. Chapter 55. Suhan looked seriously at Jiren, who was covered in red. His eyes became serious. Then he clenched his fists. Rose-purple energy burst out from Suhan's body in an instant. Scrub! But this time Suhan didn't intend to hold back anymore. He wanted to release all the energy of Super Saiyan God Mii's full attack rate. In Setsuna's eyes, two kinds of energies, rose-purple and rose-red, spewed out from Suhan's body. But this time it was different from before. This time it was not only spraying, but even the powerful energy tightly wrapped the entire area behind Suhan. And his body flickered in the thunder and lightning, which added a touch of kingly domineering to him. Call out! Call out! For a moment, the bodies of Suhan and Jiren disappeared almost at the same time, and each turned into an afterimage formed by a collection of energy, colliding continuously in the air. The speed of the two is so fast that people can only see some vague afterimages fragmentarily, and it is impossible to capture the body movements of the two. All I could see was the explosion of sound circles in the air one after another. At this time, even Makarita's expression became serious. Although both he and Gods of Destruction Vermit could see their actions clearly, they were still amazed. Because of everything that these two people have shown, whether it is strength, speed, or the ultimate ability of the body to explode, all have reached the point of a formal Gods of Destruction. Even if it has surpassed some of the less powerful Gods of Destruction. Master Vermit, I think if Jiren is willing to inherit your position, he should be qualified to become a real Gods of Destruction now. Makarita looked at Gods of Destruction Vermit's dignified expression, and said with a smile. In Makarita's heart, whether it is Jiren or this mysterious man from the 7th universe, they all have the qualifications to become the official Gods of Destruction. But unfortunately, if it is only strength, without mastering the power of destruction and communicating with Gods of Destruction, it is obviously impossible to be a real Gods of Destruction. TCH, Makarita, don't bother me. What the hell is Jiren doing? Hasn't his physical potential been stimulated? Why can't he defeat the BD sent by Beerus? Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Vermit couldn't help clenching his fists, watching the passionate battle between the two of them. Even this Gods of Destruction was a little excited. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Makarita underestimated her laughter. Seeing that the other party had no time to pay attention to her, she stopped talking. She was very puzzled. Why didn't Suhan use the power hidden in his body? Could it be that he still couldn't fully grasp it, or didn't intend to use that power at all, but wanted to stimulate the limit of his body in the battle? Not only that, there is still a doubt in Maka's heart. Since this guy may be cultivated by the Lord Gods of Destruction, then the identity of the other party should also be a candidate for Gods of Destruction. But it is convenient for Toppo, who uses the power of destruction. Even when he was cornered by Jiren, he never used the power of destruction. Could it be that Suhan is actually unable to use the power of destruction? Or even the same situation as Jiren, who didn't accept the position of Gods of Destruction candidate at all. But Makarita thought for a while, and found that this was the only possibility. Otherwise, how could the other party have not used the slightest destructive power so far? And whenever the opponent uses a little bit of destructive power, he will be aware of it. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the two are still intertwined, and the fists are constantly colliding with each other. And at this moment, every part of their bodies seemed to have turned into sharp weapons, constantly attacking their opponents unexpectedly. I won't lose. Jiren roared and punched Suhan in the face. At the same time, Suhan also kicked Jiren in the face, and their bodies flew out at the same time. When the two of them stood up again, Jiren's face was already a little red and swollen, and even one eye was bulging high and turned purple. On the other hand, Suhan, who was also beaten by himself, looked like a normal person, except for some stains on his face, there were no scars at all. Because at this moment, although he can still rely on the strength of his body, he can fight tenaciously with Suhan. But the strength of the two is still far apart. Even though Jiren has tried his best, it is still very difficult, even impossible, to defeat Suhan. But, damn it! Jiren clenched his fists tightly. Heart full of reconciliation. But the opponent's strength is much stronger than his own. Even if Jiren stimulated his potential, he still couldn't beat his opponent. Impossible. How can I lose here? Jiren, will never admit defeat. Haha. Jiren growled again. A deafening sound came out of his mouth immediately. Then, Jiren raised his hands, and the condensed energy ball that gathered the remaining energy in his body was instantly condensed in Jiren's hands. Although it is not destructive energy, but the crimson energy ball that Jiren can gather with the energy of his whole body contains endless energy. After seeing this scene, Gods of Destruction Vermit couldn't help but frown violently. It looks like Jiren's body has really reached its limit, otherwise he wouldn't have used this move. Gods of Destruction looked at Jiren solemnly. As Jiren's half-master, he naturally knew how powerful this move was. But at the same time as using this move, it also means that Jiren's body has reached its limit and he cannot continue to fight, and this final blow is also the result of Jiren draining all the energy from his body. If this blow defeats the opponent, the winner is Jiren. But if this blow fails to defeat the opponent, Jiren will not even have the strength to stand up. To push Jiren to this point, Beerus, UBD, why did you send such a pervert? Gods of Destruction Vermit stared directly at the battlefield without any hesitation. For fear of missing the most exciting scene. At this moment, Jiren used his last strength to smash the energy ball to Suhan. But when Suhan faced Jiren's final blow, he didn't show any panic expression. His face remained calm. Because although Jiren's final attack is powerful, it is not a great threat to Suhan, who has a full attack rate of Miizi. And when the crimson energy ball was only a few meters away from Suhan's body suddenly charged up. Facing the mighty energy ball, Suhan didn't have any fear, but suddenly pulled out his right leg and swept it directly. Boom! Accompanied by a low voice, the huge energy ball was swept away by Suhan's kick. Call out! The energy ball finally landed directly on the protective barrier arranged by Makarita, and then exploded. Boom! A huge wave of energy swept over immediately, and even at this moment, even the protective barrier was blasted into cracks. What? Seeing Suhan effortlessly kicking his last blow away, Jiren's face instantly turned pale. At the same time, Jiren fell to his knees on the ground in a daze. It wasn't because he was afraid of Suhan's terrifying strength, but because after the last blow, Jiren's body had no strength left. I lost. Chapter 56. You win. Jiren knelt down on the ground. Even though he saw that Suhan was attacking him head-on, he didn't react at all. Lost. The moment the final blow was easily kicked away by Suhan, Jiren knew that he had completely lost. Even now, even if I don't admit it, it's okay. That last blow had drained all of his strength, and now Jiren couldn't even stand up. Admit defeat. Suhan rushed in front of Jiren and wanted to end the fight with a final punch, but stopped after hearing Jiren's voice. He didn't expect that an arrogant guy like Jiren would take the initiative to admit defeat. This really surprised Suhan. You must know that Jiren's character is also very stubborn in the original work. Even this guy refused to be a candidate for Gods of Destruction many times in order to find the murderer who killed his own people. Because after becoming a candidate for Gods of Destruction, he will be subject to many constraints, and he must put the safety of the universe first, and this will definitely affect his search for an extermination enemy. So Jiren directly refused to be a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Even if he gave up the power of destruction, he still wanted to find the murderer who killed his people. It can also be seen from this that Jiren is a person who will never compromise easily. But Suhan didn't expect that this time Jiren would take the initiative to admit defeat. And although Jiren's eyes were somewhat unwilling, there was also admiration. Suhan's strength is too strong. Even if he surpasses the limit and stimulates the potential in his body, there is no way to defeat him. He is really not reconciled. But he can't help it, the last blow just now has exhausted his energy, and now he can't even stand up, so why is he talking about defeating the opponent? I lost. But don't think that if you beat me this time, I will lose to you next time. I admire your strength, but I, Jiren, will never be defeated forever. The next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you with my own hands. When Jiren said this, his eyes were full of determination. When his last move was easily dispelled by Suhan, Jiren had already had such a thought in his mind, so he didn't just say it. He will definitely take action, and he will practice even harder after returning home until he surpasses Suhan. Humph, as expected of Jiren. Okay, from what you said, I'm looking forward to our next battle now. But I will never lose to you. Just after Suhan finished speaking, the two looked at each other with smiles on their faces. It seems that at this moment, they have changed from enemies to competitors, and even friends. And at this moment, Suhan suddenly extended his palm to Jiren. Jiren looked at the palm that was outstretched towards him, and was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face, and he directly pulled it up. And the moment the two palms touched each other, a wave of energy slowly flowed into Jiren's body along Suhan's arm. Jiren also regained some energy at this moment. Jiren wanted to say something, but couldn't. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him would actually give a part of his energy to himself. But it also gave her the ability to stand up. The reason why Suhan did this is naturally because he has his own ideas. After all, Jiren is the strongest human being in the original book, possessing absolute strength and cultivation talent. And Suhan's move definitely won Jiren's favor. Even if Jiren is useful in the future, Suhan believes that this guy will definitely help. Although his current strength may have surpassed some gods of destruction, there is still a gap compared to Angel. You must know that there are Grand Priest and Xeno above Angel, and even all demons, and there are many people who are stronger than Suhan. So it is definitely a wise choice to win over Jiren at this time. Thank you, Suhan. Jiren looked at each other very seriously and nodded. When we meet next time, I will definitely defeat you. Suhan froze for a moment, and then remembered that he introduced his name when he first met Jiren, but he didn't expect this guy to remember it. Then Suhan nodded seriously and said, okay. Then I will wait for the next battle. Suhan is very clear that Jiren will definitely practice desperately after returning home, and will definitely surpass his own limit again. But if this means defeating Suhan, it is absolutely impossible. After all, this battle between Suhan and Jiren was not at all full strength. There is still a lot of power that has not been displayed, but Suhan naturally does not intend to tell Jiren. Because this is probably the closest Jiren is to me, and the gap between them will get farther and farther in the future. There will be a period later. Nodding to Suhan, Jiren's body turned into a stream of crimson light and disappeared in place. He knew that the gods of destruction Vermit would not let Suhan go so easily, and he also believed that Suhan was powerful. So Jiren didn't even look at Vermit as he was leaving. Such is his character. Bad temper. Seeing the back of Jiren leaving, gods of destruction Vermit please spit. Although he was a little displeased with Jiren's style of doing things, there was nothing he could do about it. After spending so long with Jiren, no one knew Jiren's weird temper better than Vermit. That's what he is. He never puts others in his eyes, even if he is gods of destruction. If it weren't for the fact that he still has half of his master status, Jiren probably wouldn't bother with him at all. Hey! I didn't expect that even Jiren was defeated, but in the end, I still didn't see what power was hidden in his body. Angel Makarita looked disappointed. I thought I would have the opportunity to see what kind of power is hidden in Suhan's body, and why he has an attraction to himself. But unexpectedly, even Jiren, who was beyond the limit, could not force Suhan to use that power. Go! Makarita! Gods of destruction Vermit glanced at Suhan, and then there was a gloomy killing intent in his eyes. In the next moment, it flew directly in front of Suhan. Your name is Suhan, right? You're from the 7th universe? What's your relationship to Beerus? Gods of destruction Vermit looked down at Suhan from above, examining him with a very commanding tone. It seems that as long as the other party's answer makes me dissatisfied, I can attack the other party at any time with this excuse. And Suhan was looking at the gods of destruction vermin floating obliquely above him, showing a smoky expression. Frowning slightly, he said lightly, I don't seem to have the obligation to answer your question. Chapter 57. I don't seem to be obliged to answer your question. Seeing the clown gods of destruction vermit, Suhan frowned slightly and said. Suhan still has a certain understanding of the 12 gods of destruction in the Dragon Ball world. But the gods of destruction, vermit, and Suhan in the clown appearance in front of him really don't like it at all. Especially in the power tournament of the original Dragon Ball, the sinister and cunning smile on this guy's face has been deeply engraved in Suhan's mind until now. Coupled with the tone of this guy talking to him just now, that very commanding tone and condescending feeling, it made Suhan extremely uncomfortable. Hearing that gods of destruction vermit's eyes narrowed slightly, coupled with his clown appearance, it gave people a very sinister and cunning feeling. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Gods of destruction vermit grinned his sausage mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Do not know. Suhan stared directly at gods of destruction vermit, but what he said in the next second really stunned gods of destruction vermit. Suhan wants to see what the clown gods of destruction wants to do. If he wants to fight, then Suhan will naturally accompany him to the end. I can also take this opportunity to see how strong or weak my own strength is compared to gods of destruction. Even Suhan was a little curious, what kind of expression would this guy have on his face if he saw that he used the ultra instinct that even he couldn't master? No. I don't know. Hearing this, gods of destruction vermit's face turned dark, and he didn't know how to respond for a while, but after waiting for a while, he showed a bright smile again. Said, since you don't know my identity, let me introduce myself to you. I am the gods of destruction of the 11th universe, Lord Vermit. Now you know who I am. After finishing speaking, gods of destruction vermit didn't hide the huge power in his body at all, and directly released some of it. Call. For a moment, a powerful breath of God swept across like a gust of wind. But even so, Suhan's face was still as calm as water. Oh. So it's gods of destruction from the 11th universe. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Suhan's expression was very calm, even a little too calm. As if deliberately annoyed gods of destruction vermit, the tone of his speech was full of disdain. It's as if the gods of destruction standing opposite is no different from air. Oops. This little guy, why is his temper even weirder than Jiren's? At this time, Angel Makarita suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Although the strength of this little guy is not impressive, will it really be good for him to deliberately provoke Lord Vermit? But maybe I should think in a better way, so that I might have a chance to see the energy hidden in this little guy's physical fitness. Thinking of this, the smile on Angel Makarita's face became even brighter. A hole. Did I let you go? The humans of the 7th universe are as good as that Beerus guy. This arrogant character is even more annoying than Beerus himself. Gods of destruction vermit said in a cold voice. And at the moment when his voice fell, a huge breath of God rushed towards his face. A powerful coercion formed, pressing heavily on Suhan's body. Facing the full coercion of gods of destruction vermit, Suhan's body was about to be crushed to the ground. But at that moment, Suhan directly thrust his legs into the ground abruptly. Coercive me? You also need to have this strength. Ha ha ha! With a low growl, Suhan directly turned into Super Saiyan God Rose Purple. And at the moment Suhan turned into Rose Purple, the sense of oppression brought by gods of destruction vermit disappeared at this moment. TCH, you can actually ignore my coercion. Originally, after seeing the coercion work on Suhan, the face of gods of destruction vermit was indescribably smug. But after seeing Suhan turned into Rose Purple, his sense of oppression has no effect on Suhan. Gods of destruction vermit's teeth itch from his popularity. The initial confrontation left me devastated. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would be ashamed of his position as gods of destruction. Just do it when you disagree, gods of destruction is really powerful. However, the candidates you cultivated are not very strong. Suhan looked directly into Vermit's gaze, and then said in a strange way. After Gods of Destruction Vermit heard Suhan's words, the expression on his face became even uglier. The BD. How dare you be true to yourself? To say that the strength of the Gods of Destruction I cultivated is not very good is to say that my own strength is not very good. Master Vermit, what he said means that he looks down on you a bit. At this time, Makarita on the side took advantage of the situation to add fuel to the fire. Because he also wanted to see what the power hidden in Suhan's body was, and since Jiren couldn't force Suhan to use it, he could only pin his hopes on Lord Vermit. I hope Master Vermit can cheer up. Chapter 58. Shut up, Makarita. Hearing this, the anger in Gods of Destruction Vermit's heart was directly ignited. How could he fail to understand the meaning of Suhan's words, but he really didn't expect how this guy would seek death. It's okay to have the same temper as that guy Beerus, but now he's really himself? If I can bear this, then how can I continue to hang out in the circle of Gods of Destruction in the future? The boy of the 7th universe. Do you know what you said just now? For a Gods of Destruction, it lacks due respect. And even if my candidate is not strong enough, will it be your turn to discipline? Gods of Destruction Vermit said with an ugly face. And every word he said exuded a powerful aura belonging to Gods of Destruction. If it wasn't because Suhan's strength was strong enough, I'm afraid his legs would have trembled just hearing the other party's tone of voice. I didn't intend to discipline him. It's just that he was too confident and insisted on fighting me. In the end, he ended up in a fiasco. No one else is to blame. Suhan shook his head and said indifferently. In fact, this matter is not my reason at all. I just went to the Supreme Kai world to sign in to complete the system's sign-in task. But Supreme Kai actually called everyone from the Proud team over. And it was all kinds of pretense and coercion, but in the end their lack of strength was slapped in the face by themselves. Could it be that such a thing can also be blamed on oneself? Smart-toothed brat. I'll give you 2 ways to go now. The first is to kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll let you go back to my own universe as soon as I'm happy. Second, I will hit you on your knees and beg for mercy, which will be considered as a long memory for you. In the future, remember that Gods of Destruction is not something you can easily offend. Gods of Destruction Vermit's expression became more and more embarrassing. Before, he himself had the heart to kill Suhan, but after knowing that this guy might be a candidate for Beerus, his heart gradually weakened the desire to kill Suhan. Because that Beerus guy can do anything if he gets crazy. The opponent couldn't help defeating Toppo and Jiren, and even had such an arrogant attitude that he, Gods of Destruction, felt extremely uncomfortable, but Gods of Destruction Vermit still didn't want to make a move if possible. Because from the moment Jiren's all-out burst of last blow was easily parried by this guy, Vermit understood one thing. Even if you do it yourself, it may be very difficult to defeat this guy. Of course, this is under the premise of not using the power of destruction. Although Makarita also intentionally instigated, hoping to fight with the opponent, how could Gods of Destruction Vermit not know what Makarita was planning in his heart? She wanted to see what the hidden power in Suhan was. And if, as Makarita guessed, this guy hides some kind of powerful power, if it breaks out in a battle, and even he who uses the power of destruction cannot defeat the opponent, then it will be really embarrassing. Woolen cloth. My 2 apprentices have already lost all face. As a master, I must act cautiously, otherwise I will also capsize in the gutter. If you are ashamed, you will lose your hair. Hitting the apprentice and beating the master. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Pfft. Suhan directly scoffed at the 2 paths Vermit mentioned. What are you kidding? Let yourself kneel down and beg for mercy. Just because he is worthy of Vermit? UBD, why are you laughing? Seeing Suhan suddenly laugh, Gods of Destruction Vermit clenched his fists tightly. Nothing, I just thought you might not be awake, Vermit. Let me kneel down and beg for mercy. I want to say that you are FG thinking of farting. If you want to do it, just do it. But the person who knelt down and begged for mercy in the end might be you. In Suhan's eyes, the reason why Gods of Destruction Vermit is so long-winded is because he wants to fight with himself. Cowardly, just say no. Why are you so gaudy? Since the other party wants to fight, then he must fulfill Vermit. Hoo. I thought I couldn't make it, but this little guy's answer really shocked me. Hearing this, even Makarita couldn't help laughing. But when Suhan said these words, it also means that this battle must be fought. Things beyond their control. You are the first person who dares to insult gods of destruction. Don't think that you can speak so unscrupulously after defeating Jiren. Since you insist on courting death, I'll let you see how stupid your choice was just now. The moment the voice fell, Gods of Destruction Vermit's eyes suddenly became icy cold. And at that moment, the huge divine aura in his body was unreservedly released. Brush! For a while, the purple energy soared into the sky, and there were bursts of roaring sounds. At this moment, the arm of Gods of Destruction Vermit suddenly raised, and then more than 10 golden energy balls suddenly formed. The next moment, the dozen or so golden energy balls shot directly in the direction of Suhan. The energy contained in these energy balls is terrifying, and almost all of them have the strength not weaker than Jiren's final blow. Is this the means of Gods of Destruction? It's just what I want. As he said that, Suhan raised his arms, each turned into a gas blade, and then swung the light blade in the air and swept away in an instant. Boom! The moment the light blades touched the golden energy ball, they all exploded. Accompanied by the explosion of the energy ball, a powerful shock wave instantly swept through the entire protective barrier. And at this moment, the entire protective barrier trembled. As the smoke and dust in the sky gradually receded, Suhan's Shenting walked out slowly from the smoke and dust. At this moment, Suhan's body was spotless, and the blow from Gods of Destruction Vermit did not harm him at all. This guy has nothing to do, it's really difficult. Gods of Destruction Vermit looked at Suhan with slightly narrowed eyes, his complexion was extremely dark. Could it be that I really want to use the power of destruction, but if I can't defeat the opponent with the power of destruction, then I will be ashamed. Ooh! Master Vermit, your attack seems to have no effect on him. And this little guy is very strong, you shouldn't be able to use ordinary attacks. At this time, Makarita suddenly appeared in Gods of Destruction Vermit's ear and reminded him. Of course, what Makarita meant was obvious, that she wanted Gods of Destruction Vermit to use the power of destruction, but how did she know what Vermit was worried about writing? Cut! You don't need to remind me of Makarita, I know exactly what to do. Gods of Destruction glanced at Makarita sullenly. How could this woman be so curious about the energy in Suhan's body? Could it be that there are so many secrets hidden in this guy? Chapter 59. Makarita, what exactly is the power you said you felt in this guy's body? Gods of Destruction Vermit glanced at Makarita anxiously and asked. He has known Makarita for a long time, but he has never seen Makarita be so concerned about one thing, so he naturally has more doubts about the power hidden in Suhan's body. I'm not very clear about this, Master Vermit. Angel Makarita pouted. If she could guess it, would she let the other party force Suhan to use that power? It's really Master Vermit, why did he become so timid today? Cut! Hearing this, Gods of Destruction Vermit snorted coldly. His face became even uglier, and he was thinking about whether he should use his destructive power or not. What's the matter Vermit? Although the blow just now was not weak, it doesn't seem to be much stronger than Jiren. Master Gods of Destruction, your strength shouldn't be limited to this. If this is the case, it would be such a pity. Seeing that Gods of Destruction Vermit had no intention of continuing to attack, Suhan immediately shook his head feigning disappointment. Damn, BD thing! How dare you say such a thing to Gods of Destruction, I think you are really courting death. After speaking, Gods of Destruction Vermit frowned. In the next moment, his body directly turned into a purple streamer, rushing towards Suhan. A heavy punch hit Suhan's cheek. But facing the attack of Gods of Destruction, Suhan didn't panic. There was even an excited smile on his face. Well done! Let's see how strong Gods of Destruction is. After saying that, Suhan also clenched his arms tightly, and directly blasted out the heavy punches coming to him. Boom! The two fists collided, and a huge shock wave spread from the middle of the bodies of the two of them. Even the protective shield that blocked their area was roaring at this moment. And at the moment when their fists collided with Setsuna, their bodies were shaken back in various ways. Suhan took 100 steps back, and Gods of Destruction Vermit took a few dozen steps back. Although it seems that Vermit has gained some advantages on the surface, it is not difficult to see that Gods of Destruction Vermit not only does not show any joy on his face. On the contrary, it is getting colder and colder. He was Gods of Destruction from the 11th universe, and he fought with a human from the 7th universe, and he also took dozens of steps backwards. This result made him feel a burning pain on his face. This guy! Vermit stared at Suhan with both eyes, and made a crackling sound with his clenched fists. Call out! And at this moment, Suhan's body appeared directly in front of Vermit. Then he punched out with a heavy blow. Boom! Although Vermit blocked Suhan's attack with his palm, his body also took 2 steps back to stabilize his body. What's the matter, Vermit? Your strength shouldn't be limited to these. While taunting, Suhan waved his fists and launched a storm-like attack on Gods of Destruction Vermit. A hole! Under the roar of Gods of Destruction Vermit, a heavy punch landed on Suhan's chest immediately. The moment the fist landed on Suhan's body, his body flew upside down in an instant, and he stabilized his body after retreating several hundred meters. That's right, this kind of battle is interesting, don't hide your strength, Vermit. Let's have a good fight. Suhan wiped the stain from the corner of his mouth, and then showed an excited smile. Very good. Gods of Destruction Vermit's eyes were filled with anger. Since you are so determined to seek death, then I will fulfill you now. Don't think that you can fight against Gods of Destruction after defeating a candidate for Gods of Destruction. I'll let you know now, the real horror of Gods of Destruction. The moment Gods of Destruction Vermit's voice fell, the purple energy around his body instantly turned into a dark purple flame. Brush! The deep purple energy soared into the sky. At this moment it was like the end of the world, and the powerful coercion made it difficult to breathe. That's right, this is the destructive energy of Gods of Destruction. Even now, Gods of Destruction Vermit didn't want to think too much about it. Because he knew that it was impossible for this guy to admit his mistakes obediently, and it was impossible to defeat Suhan with ordinary means. So even if we continue to fight with Suhan, there will be no result. Since this guy can easily defeat Jiren, it is enough to prove that his strength may not be weaker than his own. So in such a situation, if you want to defeat the opponent, you can only rely on yourself as Gods of Destruction's biggest reliance. The power of destruction. Only in this way can I solve Suhan quickly. Regardless of whether Makarita's guess is true or not, as long as he can deal with Suhan quickly, no matter how powerful his hidden power is. If you die, you die. Even if he wanted to meet the wrath of Gods of Destruction Beerus, Vermit would admit it. At worst, the trouble will go to Zeno, and it will be hard for everyone. Disappear for me. Destroy. Gods of Destruction Vermit narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a chill. He raised his right hand to point at Suhan, and a basketball-sized purple energy ball suddenly appeared in Vermit's palm. This is destructive energy, the most powerful energy in the entire universe. As long as it is within the laws of the universe, he can easily destroy it. And Suhan, no matter how powerful he is, can't compete with this. Master Vermit finally uses the power of destruction. I wonder if Suhan will use the energy hidden in his body. So excited! After seeing this scene, Makarita on the side became excited. Because as an angel, she is very clear about what the power of destruction represents. Anything that can destroy a universe. So she believed that in the face of such a threat, Suhan would definitely use the hidden energy in his body. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to resist the power of destruction. The power of destruction. It's a pity, Vermit, although this thing is very powerful, it doesn't work for me at all. Suhan looked at the energy ball in Gods of Destruction Vermit's hand, and said in a very flat tone. Although the power of destruction is very strong, even unsolvable, it can only be effective for those who have not mastered the power of destruction. No pressure for Suhan. Humph. No shame, the power of destruction can easily destroy anything, and no energy can compete with it. It doesn't work for you? It's ridiculous. Gods of Destruction Vermit showed a contemptuous smile on his gloomy face, and then said again, of course, if you also master the power of destruction. Having said this, Gods of Destruction Vermit was suddenly stunned, as if he had thought of something, and then a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Because at this moment, Suhan actually exuded a weak force of destruction. The power of destruction is not exclusive to you. Saying that, Suhan stretched out his right hand to Vermit, and the same energy ball appeared in his hand. Chapter 60. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this BD possess the power of destruction? Looking at the destructive energy in his hands, Gods of Destruction Vermit was completely stunned. Because he didn't know what was going on at all. Although this guy was most likely Beerus' apprentice, he didn't feel any damage from him. And when he was fighting Jiren or even Toppo who used destructive power before, he didn't show any destructive power. Makarita, what the hell is going on here? Is this the special energy you sensed in this guy? Gods of Destruction Vermit didn't care about the shock, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Makarita at the side, and roared out. But in the face of Suhan's sudden destructive power, the shocked people were not free from Vermit himself, and even Makarita was stunned. How did he master the power of destruction? And he didn't realize it. And it's not even deadly. The most terrible thing is the power of destruction. This is not the energy I sensed, is it? This little guy 070, does he hide other abilities besides the power of destruction? Makarita ignored Vermit's words and began to think on her own. Because at this moment Suhan used his destructive power. Makarita still felt a certain attraction from the other party, so Makarita can be sure that the power hidden in his body is definitely not the power of destruction. Maybe even more mysterious than the power of destruction. Makarita, what are you doing? Answer my question quickly. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Gods of Destruction Vermit became furious. But Makarita just shook her head. Cut. No matter what, it's impossible for this guy to master the power of destruction. It must be playing tricks. Gods of Destruction Vermit saw that Makarita was silent, and stopped asking. Is it just playing tricks and you'll know if you try it? Suhan looked at Gods of Destruction Vermit calmly. UBD, I want to see if your destructive power is real. It's still a little trick of mystery. Saying Gods of Destruction Vermit gritted his teeth, and then the Pokemon in his hand shot towards Su in an instant. Seeing the purple destructive energy rushing towards him, Suhan smiled slightly, stretching out his palm and the destructive energy shot out from his hand as well. Call out. When the two destructive energies touched together, there was no sound. Then it was slowly offset in the air, and finally completely disappeared in front of their eyes. Sure enough. Suhan nodded slightly, he was naturally very clear about the fact that the power of destruction and the power of destruction cancel each other out. But Gods of Destruction Vermit was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground. Because he could clearly feel that what Suhan displayed just now was indeed the power of destruction, although it was slightly less pure than his own destruction. However, it is a real power to break the word. This also means that the other party is not playing tricks at all, but has indeed mastered the power of destruction. Because apart from the power of destruction and the power of destruction, which can cancel each other out, no other ability can do this. Impossible. It's really the power of destruction. Gods of Destruction Vermit was extremely shocked. But the other party has indeed mastered the power of destruction, which I cannot deny. What's the matter, Vermit? Your complexion doesn't seem to be very good, maybe it's because of the power of destruction. But you don't have to worry about it too much, and I've already said that the power of destruction is not exclusive to you, Vermit. Looking at the frowning Vermit, Suhan said lightly. Suhan's expectation of Vermit's surprised expression was completely expected. After all, the power of destruction is this guy's last trump card and reliance, and now that he has also mastered the power of destruction, it means that it is even more difficult for Vermit to defeat him. A whole. Don't be too arrogant, even if you have mastered the power of destruction, so what? Your control over the power of destruction can only reach the level of being a candidate for Gods of Destruction at best. And I am the real Gods of Destruction, the control over the power of destruction is completely beyond your imagination. Although Gods of Destruction Vermit looked ugly, he still refused to show weakness. And Vermit also discovered this when Suhan made a move just now. Although this guy also mastered the power of destruction, he didn't reach the level of real gods of destruction. So even if he fights, he will definitely be able to defeat him. And the current situation is already difficult for gods of destruction Vermit, so he must defeat the opponent, no matter what means he uses. You can try. Suhan looked at gods of destruction Vermit, and said in a cold tone. What the other party said is correct, my grasp of the power of destruction is currently only 50%, although it is much stronger than candidates like Toppo, but if compared with the real gods of destruction, it is obvious that I still have to weak. But Suhan's whole card is more than just destructive power. Try and die. After finishing speaking, gods of destruction Vermit shook his fist fiercely. Immediately, powerful breaking words erupted from his body, and even the entire gods of destruction world trembled. Hoo! The huge destructive force made the gods of destruction Vermit look like a god of death at this moment. It seems that they can reap the lives of others at will. Now let me teach you how to use the gods of destruction pass. Speaking of gods of destruction Vermit's body suddenly disappeared into the distance. When it reappeared, it came directly in front of Suhan. What? Seeing this scene, Suhan's eyes widened. He didn't expect Vermit's speed to become so fast. There was no time to dodge, so I could only passively cross my hands in front of my chest. This will prevent yourself from being too seriously injured. Boom! A heavy punch landed on his arm, and Suhan's body flew upside down like a sharp arrow. Boom! Finally, it hit the protective barrier and made a piercing sound. Steady his body, although he defended Vermit's blow just now, but Suhan's arms were also a little numb at this moment. Vermit's full power is really strong, but 50's destructive power is still not enough. But what if you add that? Saying that, Suhan's eyes also became sharper. Looking directly at gods of destruction Vermit. And Vermit also showed a sinister smile when he saw that he had directly knocked Suhan away with his punch. Really? My guess is correct. Although this guy has mastered the power of destruction, his mastery of the power of destruction is only a little stronger than that guy Toppo, and he is still incomparable with the real gods of destruction. In this way, Vermit will feel more at ease. Damn BD, now I will let you know what will happen to you if you offend gods of destruction. Almost as soon as the sound fell, the body of gods of destruction Vermit flashed out. It has to be said that gods of destruction Vermit's speed is astonishingly fast after its full strength. It is simply 2 existences with him who did not activate the power of breaking words before, and there is no comparison at all. Perhaps this is the strength of the gods of destruction skill, and why gods of destruction is the ceiling of the universe. But even though the current gods of destruction Vermit is very fast, Suhan can still see his movements very clearly. Give up resistance? Then die for me. Gods of destruction Vermit saw that the other party had no intention of avoiding or defending, and the smile on his face became even brighter. But just when his fist was still 5 centimeters away from Suhan's chest, Suhan's body suddenly 0.8 out of the ordinary side, actually dodging gods of destruction Vermit's attack directly. This is the spontaneous reaction of Suhan's body, without going through the brain, so this is why Suhan dared to relax so much. What? This guy actually escaped my attack? And within such a short distance? How is this possible? Gods of destruction Vermit was almost stunned, thinking that he never thought that the opponent could dodge his attack. And you have to know that your fist was less than 5 centimeters away from the opponent's body just now. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Gods of destruction Vermit stabilized the shocked expression on his face, and then comforted himself. This feeling. No mistake, no wonder I feel a kind of attraction in this little guy, so it's this realm. But, how can a human being master that state? Angel Makarita looked at Suhan with dull eyes, and kept thinking about the scene where Suhan avoided Vermit's attack just now in his mind. I am afraid that apart from that realm, there is no other explanation. Chapter 61. Although Suhan's actions just now made Makarita feel very much like Ultra Instinct. But Suhan is just a human being, how could he master something like Ultra Instinct? And you need to know this thing. but an existence that not even the gods of destruction can grasp. Looking at the gods of destruction of the 12 universes, the only person who can master some ultra instincts is gods of destruction Beerus Sama. Let's see. Makarita looked at Suhan very seriously. Although it feels unbelievable, if the opponent has really stepped into that realm, he will definitely be able to notice it when the opponent makes a move next time. And the moment just now, although somewhat similar, was too fast after all. And that realm is not easy to achieve, even the only ones who can use it normally are their angel clan. TCH, luck won't patronize you a second time. I'll see how you dodge this time. After a brief astonishment, Gods of Destruction Vermit had a sinister look on his face again. Call out. Another blow, a heavy punch without fancy. And the speed of the shot is so fast that people can't notice it. But Suhan's expression was very calm, and his body moved like a ghost, leaving only after images of where he was. Easily escaped the delicious 27 attack of Gods of Destruction. How is this possible? This guy, absolutely impossible. How could this happen? The 2 consecutive attacks were easily dodged by Suhan, which made Gods of Destruction Vermit's expression freeze instantly. And the expression of the whole person became extraordinarily gloomy. If an attack misses, it is because the guy was lucky and happened to dodge his own attack. But if it doesn't hit twice now, it's obviously not a coincidence. It's that this guy has mastered some kind of special method, which can dodge his own attack in an instant. You have to know that at this moment, when you are fully capable, a Gods of Destruction with full strength will be demobilized twice. This kind of thing probably only exists when fighting Angel. Even Gods of Destruction Beerus, the most powerful of the 12 universes, would definitely not be able to do this. Is this the power hidden in this guy's body? Thinking of Angel, Gods of Destruction Vermit can't help but think of Ultra Instinct. That's right, Angel was able to dodge his own attacks continuously and launch attacks on himself, all because of Ultra Instinct. And the way that Suhan dodged his attack just now is really a bit like Ultra Instinct. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. It's just a mere human being, how can it be possible to master a magical skill that even the Gods of Destruction can't master? The clenched fists of Gods of Destruction Vermit made a crackling sound. He doesn't believe it. Ultra Instinct is an ability that even he himself can't master. Suhan is just a human being, how can he master such a magical skill? It's absolutely impossible. Gods of Destruction Vermit roared, and with all his strength, the 2 attacks without a name are already an insult to him. And now this guy seems to have mastered the Ultra Instinct that he couldn't even master. This kind of thing made Gods of Destruction Vermit feel as if he had found a hard blow in his heart. Call out. Vermit's body flashed away again. Shhhhhh. The body is like a thunderbolt, which is astonishingly fast. In an instant, Suhan had launched countless attacks. Vermit at full strength, every punch and every kick seems to be able to tear apart the space. But Vermit's attack was still avoided by Suhan again and again. Not even touching Suhan's body. I have to say that God's strength is still very strong. If it weren't for Suhan's mastery of the aura of freedom, I'm afraid it would be really not easy to deal with Vermit. Can't go wrong. Definitely Ultra Instinct, it's not perfect, but it's amazing how far it's gotten. It's even a little deeper than the Ultra Instinct Master Beerus mastered back then. How on earth did he do it? At this moment, Makarita is already certain that Suhan has definitely mastered the Ultra Instinct. And it's very skillful, it's not just superficial, because if it's just superficial, it's absolutely impossible to dodge all the opponent's attacks in the face of Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit who is fully capable. But what makes Makarita puzzled now is how he mastered the extreme freedom. This puzzled her a lot. Even with great talent, like Master Beerus, he has only grasped a part of the surface. As for Suhan's current state, the Jedi is not superficial, at least he has reached the point where he is extremely comfortable. It's not that far from perfection. Could it be said that it is Whis' credit? But he is very clear about his younger brother Whis Makarita, and his strength is not as good as his own. Hey! Let's take a look first, and when the right opportunity comes, you must ask to understand. Makarita let out a breath, and then continued to watch the competition seriously. Swipe, swipe. Gods of Destruction Vermit is still launching an almost crazy attack on Suhan. And the speed of punching has reached a terrifying level. But even so, he was still unable to defeat Suhan, occasionally hitting Suhan's fist, and Suhan also responded with a fist. BD, don't hide around if you have the ability. Gods of Destruction Vermit's emotions gradually lost control, and now he can't wait to pin Suhan to the ground and rub against him like a wolf. But this guy's weird ultra instinct is just as annoying as Angel. Let the opponent dangle back and forth in front of your eyes, but you just can't beat the opponent. And no matter how much Vermit yelled and scolded, Suhan simply ignored him. Because his scolding 793 is of no use to Suhan at all. Haha. Gods of Destruction Vermit charged up a punch and swung it out violently. But this time Suhan didn't dodge, and just punched him fiercely. Boom! The moment the two fists clashed together, a powerful shock wave swept across the entire protective barrier area again. And the two also retreated more than 10 meters each. Because of the use of the sign of freedom, the one that retreated further this time turned into Gods of Destruction Vermit. And just when Suhan was trying his best to end the battle quickly, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! A new round of check-in tasks is released for you. Defeat Gods of Destruction Vermit, and flick the opponent's Mediterranean head. His. Hearing the content of the system mission, Suhan gasped. Although he was a little surprised by the mission suddenly released by the system, Suhan never thought that the mission of the mission would be abnormal. Flick on the forehead of Vermit Mediterranean. System, can we care for the elderly? Ding. Feel the mood swings of the host, friendly reminder, the reward is rich. Hearing this, Suhan's eyes immediately became hot. Not for anything else, just for the 4 words of the system, rich rewards. Sorry, Vermit. Saying that, a smirk appeared on Suhan's face. Chapter 62. A hole. After Suhan dodged the all-out attack again, Gods of Destruction Vermit's expression became ferocious. I am the Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe, and I am still at full strength. How long have I been teased by a human kid? If this matter gets out, how can I stay in the circle of Gods of Destruction? Gods of Destruction Vermit feels like his lungs are going to explode at the thought of those scenes where Gods of Destruction laughs at himself. Damn it! Don't you like to hide? I want to see how you hide later. After speaking, Gods of Destruction Vermit revealed a sinister smile. Then he clenched his fists and made a posture. Powerful destructive energy suddenly rolled in his body, and bursts of destructive energy made Suhan feel great pressure for a while. Well, Vermit, this guy actually forcibly increased the destructive power in his body. Looking at Vermit, whose destructive power gradually became stronger, Suhan touched his chin. It seems that some kind of big move should be brewing. But Suhan didn't panic at all, because he planned to become Maizazan directly to end the battle. Since Vermit still has the ability to display it, then let yourself take a good look. Cut, arrogant brat. Seeing that Suhan was not nervous, he showed a smile of anticipation instead. Gods of Destruction Vermit suddenly felt underestimated. Just wait and see, even with Ultra Instinct, under the power of my move, you have nowhere to hide. Saying that, a purple energy body spewed out of Gods of Destruction Vermit's body. Master Vermit is going to use that trick. Although it's a bit dangerous, I always feel that this little guy can bring unexpected surprises to people. Angel Makarita watched the battle between the two seriously, with a look of anticipation on her face. Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit's move is powerful, but Makarita still feels unable to hurt Suhan. Maybe it's because this little guy brought too many surprises to me. Brush. Gods of Destruction Vermit raised his arm suddenly, and pointed his palm at Suhan. The destructive power instantly gathered and turned into a basketball-sized energy ball. Just when Suhan thought that the opponent was going to use destructive energy to attack him, he didn't expect Gods of Destruction Vermit to stop unexpectedly. Then stretched out the other arm at the same time. In the same way, another energy planet was gathered again. But Vermit still didn't intend to attack Suhan. Instead, he continued to gather destructive energy. And in the energy gathering room of gods of destruction Vermit, powerful energies gathered crazily. The size of those two destructive energy balls directly turned into a terrifying energy bomb with a diameter of 20 meters. Even if you watch from a distance, you can see how powerful these two destructive energy bombs are. Even Suhan, who stood opposite gods of destruction Vermit, fell in love for a moment when he saw this scene. Although he can also use the power of destruction, Suhan knows that he can't do this. And with such terrifying destructive energy, it is estimated that only the real gods of destruction can achieve this. Hehe. Don't continue to delusional, this level of destructive power is absolutely impossible to be offset. Of course, if you can also release a destructive power of the same intensity as mine, it's not impossible. But can you? Gods of destruction Vermit smiled triumphantly. As if at this moment, he must win. He was very sure that Suhan could not release this level of destructive energy. You're right, Vermit. It's true that I can't release such a powerful destructive force, but even so, your destructive energy must touch my body. Although the two destructive powers condensed by gods of destruction Vermit are very powerful, Suhan doesn't think that such a clumsy energy ball can hit himself when using the aura of freedom. Humph, hooked. Hearing this, an imperceptible sinister smile appeared on gods of destruction Vermit's face. But after a while, he returned to calm, and then said lightly, "What's the use of talking too much, you won't know until you try it." Saying that, gods of destruction Vermit directly threw out the two huge energy balls in his hand. Shhhhhh. Although these two energy balls look very clumsy, their speed is unbelievably fast. Without giving Suhan any chance to react, two huge destructive energy bombs had already struck him head-on. And not only that, when the two energy bombs were flying towards them, they suddenly split into basketball-sized, small destructive energy bombs. Shihan frowned tightly. From the looks of it, I really underestimated the means of gods of destruction. That's right, when Suhan first started, he thought that the gods of destruction were all upright, but he didn't expect Vermit, the god of destruction, to be so gloomy. As the gods of destruction, in order to win, he can resort to such insidious tricks. However, even so, it is impossible to defeat me. At this moment, Suhan's expression became serious. Silver halos and lines suddenly appeared around the body. The hair automatically turned into silver white in the next second without wind, and the silver-grey brilliance in the pupils suddenly flowed. And after entering the state of Ultra Instinct, Suhan's body is like a ghost. Every time I take a step, there is an after-image behind the body. And those countless destructive energy bombs that hit on the head were like decorations, shuttling around Suhan's body, but they just couldn't hit Suhan's body. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Suhan's body swayed again and again, and his body never left the 3-meter distance from the original spot. In this way, he easily avoided the countless destructive energy bullets shot by Vermit. This battle with Master Vermit seems to have made her comprehension of Zai's Age more thorough. At this rate of development, it shouldn't take long to reach perfection. Angel Makarita looked at Suhan in astonishment, even he didn't expect that Suhan could actually grow in battle. Whether it was the battle with Jiren before, or the battle with Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit now. This guy's strength seems to have been improved in battle. This really makes Angel Makarita feel a little incredible. Although anyone may be able to do this, it is the first time Makarita has seen someone who can improve so quickly. However, Master Vermit's move is not over yet, the next part is the scariest part of this move. Saying that, a smile appeared on Makarita's face. The look of anticipation on his face was undisguised. I said, Vermit, even if you have a strong grasp on the power of destruction, it's useless if you can't touch my body. Suhan said in a flat tone. He can also clearly feel that his control over Ultra Instinct seems to have become more proficient. It's just that he has no concept of the perfect version of Ultra Instinct, so for the time being, Suhan still doesn't know how far he is from the perfect version of Ultra Instinct. Humph. Boy, I have to say that your strength and talent are the strongest I have ever seen, but that's all. Because you never know what means Gods of Destruction has. Facing Suhan's arrogant words, Gods of Destruction Vermit was not only not angry, but showed a smug smile on the contrary. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed behind Suhan. Take a good look at your current situation. And the place Vermit is referring to is the destructive energy he released before. These destructive energies didn't disappear or bombard the protective barrier after the failed raid on Suhan. Instead, it stood still in the air, and then according to Vermit's control, it slowly surrounded Suhan. Not only that, under Vermit's control, these destructive energies split more than 10 times. And this time after those destructive energies were split, the destructive energy inside the main body did not decrease at all. It was only then that Suhan noticed that he was surrounded by destructive energy all over the sky. Moreover, the amount of these destructive energies has actually increased by more than 10 times than before. By Niu Wang, as expected of gods of destruction, what a good way. Suhan didn't panic because of this, but stretched out his palm and patted it. Are you not afraid? Seeing Suhan's reaction, gods of destruction Vermit was suddenly stunned. This guy clearly knew how dangerous his current situation was, but he didn't show any panic expression. This made Vermit suddenly a little uneasy. How are you sure, this time I can't break out from your destructive energy? Suhan didn't answer the other party's words, but instead asked directly. That's right, this is my strongest move so far, let alone this human kid. Even if the guy gods of destruction Beerus came, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from my move. Gods of destruction Vermit is not exaggerating. And that's the truth, because this move of his has no dead ends at all, so even if gods of destruction is facing this move of his own, he still has to peel off his skin if he doesn't die. Can't even deal with gods of destruction? Why do you say that I suddenly became interested? Stop talking nonsense, Vermit. Hurry up and do it. As he spoke, a smile appeared on the corner of Suhan's mouth. Since the other party is not a good person, there is no need for him to play cards according to common sense. Chapter 63. What, you actually asked me to hurry up? BD. Since you're looking for death and wanting to die, then I'll help you. Speaking of gods of destruction Vermit narrowed his eyes slightly, and his whole face became gloomy and terrifying. Then stretch out your palm, and the moment your palm is clenched, the destructive energy around Suhan's body shot out towards Suhan's body. Boom boom boom. For a moment, the destructive energy all over the sky blasted towards Suhan like dense raindrops. At the same time, a smug smile appeared on gods of destruction Vermit's face. Facing such a dense attack of destructive energy, no matter how powerful Suhan is, as long as his ultra instinct has not reached the same level as Angel, it is absolutely impossible to dodge his own attack. Ended. Seeing all the destructive energy swarming up, a smile appeared on gods of destruction Vermit's face. It's not over yet. Just when Vermit proudly thought that his hand had finally got rid of Suhan, Suhan's voice suddenly came from behind him. What 820? Turning around, he found that Suhan appeared behind him intact. Gods of destruction Vermit was stunned. What's going on? How the hell did this guy escape? You know, the power of his blow is quite powerful. Not to mention Suhan, the half-assed gods of destruction, even if the real gods of destruction faced his own blow, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape easily. Ho ho. It seems to be some kind of ability that can instant transmission. It can still be used in that situation, no wonder this little guy is so confident. Angel Makarita obviously saw Suhan's tricks. If it's just a normal instant transmission ability, it shouldn't be able to be activated under the powerful pressure of how many destructive energies around it. And since Suhan can use instant transmission and transfer his body without being affected by this situation, it is enough to see that the ability of this instant transmission used by Suhan is absolutely extraordinary. How on earth did you escape? Vermit frowned, and his heart was already extremely excited. Gee! This guy can escape under such circumstances, he is simply a monster. Is it hard? After speaking, Suhan's body appeared in front of gods of destruction Vermit again in a flash. So that's it, it's the ability to instant transmission. It's really despicable enough, no wonder you are so confident. It turns out that you have a way to deal with it early in the morning. Gods of Destruction Vermit clenched his teeth, his whole body was extremely angry. Mean. You are the despicable person, right? As the Gods of Destruction, you actually use such an ability on a human being, Vermit, you are really capable. However, the reason for my confidence is not only instant transmission. Even if I don't use instant transmission, I can escape in that situation. Saying that, Suhan's eyes suddenly sharpened. In the shock of Gods of Destruction Vermit clenched fists. Then came out with a roar. A powerful breath of God surged from Suhan's body in an instant. Ha! During Setsuna, the originally bright sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The rose-purple energy gushed out from Suhan's body like Wannian. A sound of thunder, accompanied by lightning, fell from the sky. Rustling. And the rose-purple energy around Suhan's body was covered by a layer of pink lightning. At the same time, Suhan's original bushy eyebrows disappeared, replaced by two particularly prominent brow bones. The rose-purple hair grew rapidly behind her, and finally fell on Suhan's back. Coupled with the thunder and lightning around the body surrounded by rose-purple energy, Suhan suddenly looks more mysterious. How much has his strength improved in an instant? Is this his last trump card? No wonder Li Gang dares to be so presumptuous in the 11th universe, such a tyrannical young Li Gang, indeed has the capital to be presumptuous. Angel Makarita looked at Han's body again and let out a breath. The excitement in my heart can no longer be expressed in words, this guy is simply a pervert. It seems that as long as he is there, he can bring himself constant surprises. And this guy's whole cards are endless. If it is said that Suhan's strength level under the imperfect Ultra Instinct before is consistent with the state of Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit after he exerted his full strength, so the current Suhan's strength has undoubtedly completely surpassed Gods of Destruction Vermit. Super Saiyan God Miizi-san under the full attack rate, the power is really strong. Suhan looked at his hands, as if there were thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye when he moved his hands and feet. Make yourself look extra domineering. Okay Vermit, I've done my best. Don't keep hiding your strength, let's fight with all our strength. As he spoke, the corners of Suhan's mouth curled up slightly. Call out. Then the body suddenly disappeared in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Vermit. The fist turned into a streamer of rose-purple mixed with lightning, blasting towards Gods of Destruction Vermit. What, so fast? Seeing the heavy punch coming at him, Gods of Destruction Vermit had no chance of dodging. He can only passively cross his arms in front of his chest, so as to reduce the damage to his body as much as possible. Boom! The moment Suhan's fist fell, Meizizen's energy exploded. Gods of Destruction Vermit's body was sent flying horizontally. Like a fired shell, it finally slammed into the protective barrier arranged by Makarita. Boom! Crack! Click! The moment Gods of Destruction Vermit fell on the protective barrier, the incomparably hard protective barrier shattered even more at this moment. It turned out that spider web-like cracks appeared directly. Just imagine how powerful Suhan's punch is. BD. Is this guy really just human? Why does strength seem to have no upper limit, how much stronger it has become again? Gods of Destruction Vermit hugged his already numb arm, his face became extremely ugly. After being Gods of Destruction for so many years, it was the first time he was beaten so embarrassingly. BD, you have completely PD'd me off. Gods of Destruction Vermit gritted his teeth. The anger in his heart towards him also reached its peak. Chapter 64. BD, you've completely PD'd me off. Gods of Destruction Vermit roared. I didn't expect that I was the majestic Gods of Destruction, and I was actually beaten by a human kid. This made Vermit's emotions gradually spiral out of control. At the same time, there was a painful whine from Vermit's body. Shit! This posture, does it mean that Master Vermit is going to use that move? After Angel Makarita noticed the physical changes of Gods of Destruction Vermit, her complexion instantly became serious. This posture, if nothing else happened, should be Vermit's final hole card. If Master Vermit is really allowed to use this trick, it will be really dangerous. I'm afraid even my own protective barrier can't support the battle between the two of them. Master Vermit, stop quickly, you must not use that move. You should know, what does it mean if you use that trick in this situation? Angel Makarita quickly flew to Vermit's side, reminding her anxiously. Stop talking nonsense. I don't need you to teach me how to do Makarita, this guy actually dared to make me so embarrassed, I will never forgive his sins easily. Even if it costs half the universe, I will definitely let him know how stupid it is to provoke a Gods of Destruction. Gods of Destruction Vermit didn't continue to speak, but spread his legs in a posture. Ha! Then, with a low roar, Gods of Destruction Vermit seemed to undo the seal of his body. A huge amount of energy was released immediately. At the same time, Gods of Destruction Vermit's body turned into purple skin. His eyes turned a fluorescent purple. The appearance of the whole person has become very strange. At this moment, Angel Makarita shook her head helplessly, then turned and left. What should be said has already been said. As for whether Gods of Destruction Vermit listens or not, that is the other party's business. As an angel, my duty is to assist and guide the work of Gods of Destruction. But it has not reached the point where it can command the Gods of Destruction. On the contrary, Gods of Destruction's orders cannot be disobeyed. And now that Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit has made up his mind, I can't change myself. And all he can do now is to strengthen the protective barrier as much as possible. With the waving of the staff in Makarita's hand, a light blue light curtain directly enveloped the light curtain that was arranged before. And releasing 2 super barriers in a row is also her limit. It is impossible to release one more, because these barriers are enough to support the battle of Gods of Destruction. Ordinary angels can only set up one protective barrier, but because of Makarita's tyrannical strength, they can release 2 protective barriers in succession. But even so, Makarita's heart is still not at ease. Because the strength of these 2 people is too exaggerated. It seems that some kind of seal has been broken. Seeing Gods of Destruction Vermit whose body changed in the distance, Suhan stroked his chin and began to think. I thought that the previous Gods of Destruction Vermit was at the end of its rope, but it turned out that there was no opponent. But it's normal to think about it, the other party is an official Gods of Destruction after all. Moreover, Vermit's strength is not comparable to Gods of Destruction, who is at the bottom of Champa's strength, so it is normal to have some cards. You must know that since Vermit can make the 11th universe the top universe among the 10 low-level universes, it naturally has a certain strength. Very well, it's interesting that way. It seems that my strength may become stronger in battle again. Saying that, Suhan couldn't help clenching his fists. My heart became even more excited. Whether it was the fight with Jiren before or the fight with Vermit now, Suhan has benefited a lot. And now that Vermit's strength has risen sharply, Suhan has become even more excited. Haha! At this time, Gods of Destruction Vermit roared once again. The terrifying deep purple spiritual energy gushed out of his body like a flame. The arrogance is like a sharp sword drawn out of its sheath, exuding endless chill. At the same time, Suhan, who was opposite Vermit, also looked at him seriously. Otherwise there is the slightest carelessness. Because Suhan is very clear that at this time, the strength of Gods of Destruction Vermit has reached a very terrifying level. If you are careless, you may be the one who is defeated in the end. So he absolutely dare not be careless. Then Suhan also shook his arms. Haha! A loud shout came from his throat. And just after the shouting came out, rose-purple arrogance burst out from Suhan's surroundings instantly. The rose-purple arrogance also soared into the sky, squeezing each other with the dark purple arrogance of Gods of Destruction Vermit, as if neither of them accepted the other. After the 2 of them raised their aura to the extreme respectively. Call out! Accompanied by 2 piercing sounds. The bodies of the 2 exploded out almost at the same time. I saw that the bodies of the 2 had turned into dark purple and rose purple light respectively. Boom boom boom! Then the rays of light of 2 colors began to collide continuously in the air. And then you can see countless sonic circles appearing in the entire sky, flashing continuously in the air. Boom! Boom! Ask for flowers! Under the continuous release of the energy from the collision of their fists, the innermost protective barrier actually made a crackling sound. Immediately, clearly visible cracks appeared on the entire protective barrier. As if it could break at any moment. How fast? Angel Makarita frowned slightly. She didn't expect that this layer of protective barrier would be broken in such a short period of time. How long can the last layer of barrier last? The super frequency battle between the two lasted for 3 hours. Although the physical energy consumption of both of them is very serious, they are still dissatisfied with each other, and they are unwilling to show their weak side. Damn it! Fighting under the condition of unlocking energy, although it can make the strength skyrocket, but the consumption of physical energy is quite serious. If we continue like this, not only will we not be able to defeat this BD. Even I have to go to exhaustion first. 0. Gods of Destruction. Vermit clenched his teeth, the anger in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. But now he is more cruel to himself. Why did he come to watch the battle? It would be fine if nothing happened. I have to fight this perverted brat. It's fine if you win. But if you still can't defeat the opponent even when your own strength is unblocked, then what face do you have to hang around in Gods of Destruction? When Vermit looked back at Suhan, he discovered that this guy not only did not suffer from physical insufficiency in such a super frequency battle, but even became more courageous as he fought. It seems that strength can become stronger with the time of fighting. This made Gods of Destruction Vermit vomit blood even more. How could there be such a pervert in this world? What's the matter, Vermit? You're absent-minded in fighting, or are you exhausted? Seeing that Gods of Destruction Vermit's face became more and more ugly, Suhan immediately raised his mouth and said. Even he himself didn't expect Mii's energy consumption to be so low. Even in the rose-purple state, the consumption of physical energy is actually much less than that of peach red. Although Suhan is currently fighting with Zi-san's full attack rate, he doesn't feel the pressure at all, and even his body seems to be getting stronger. This feeling made Suhan extra comfortable. Vermit, will never lose to a human brat. Looking at Suhan's mocking smile, the veins on Po Hua Shenmumei's forehead exploded in an instant. The powerful force of destruction began to operate crazily. Then, almost in an instant, the palm behind Gods of Destruction Vermit suddenly condensed a huge destructive energy bomb. This time, the gathering speed of the energy bombs was even more exaggerated, but the effort of one breath has expanded like the gate of a laughing planet. Chapter 65. Damn you guys, let me see if you die this time. Gods of Destruction Vermit roared. Aha! The moment he roared, he pushed his arm violently, and the destructive energy in his hand, which was the size of a small planet, directly hit Suhan's head. Using such a high density of destructive energy at such a short distance, Gods of Destruction Vermit is confident that the opponent will absolutely not be able to dodge this blow intact. Even if you want to use the ability of instant transmission, time is not enough. And he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. What a despicable Vermit! But, do you think you can kill me, Suhan? Impossible! Seeing the huge destructive energy coming at him, Suhan's pupils shrank and his eyes widened instantly, then he clenched his teeth and let out a low growl. Immediately, there was no trace of ink, and he hurriedly opened his arms to gather all the destructive energy in his body on 700's own arms. In this situation, it was impossible to use Ultra Instinct to dodge, and he didn't even have the chance to gather destructive energy. This fellow Vermit must have been planning for a long time. Vermit wants to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Aha! A roar came from Suhan's throat. In the next moment, Suhan himself blocked the oncoming destructive energy with his arm wrapped in destructive power. Boom! Suhan's body retreated repeatedly under the pressure of the destructive energy. Puff! At the same time, Suhan felt his throat licked, but Suhan forcibly swallowed it back. Only use that trick. The Kamehameha wave, which combines the power of destruction and the big explosion strengthened by the power of God, is somewhat threatening, but this is the only way for Suhan now. If successful, Suhan can not only defeat Vermit, but also gain a new ability. But if it fails, Suhan will be bombarded with destructive energy. Although Suhan with destructive power will not be directly destroyed, serious injuries are inevitable. Big Bang, destroy Ki Blast! In the roar of Suhan, Kamehameha, a super big explosion mixed with destructive power, was like a bulldozer, unexpectedly pushing Vermit's destructive energy directly and abruptly. How can such a thing happen? Vermit was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Then the first thought that came to his mind was that he must not let this guy push back the destructive energy, otherwise he would really lose. Then Vermit began to run wildly with energy. Boom boom boom. Crack. Crack. The sounds of various explosions and barriers shattering sounded. In the end, two powerful energies produced a violent explosion in the air. And at the moment of the explosion, the protective barrier arranged by Makarita was like paper. It fell apart in an instant. Not only that, even the last layer of protective barrier has a huge crack, as if it will be broken at any time. Boom! The shock wave generated by the explosion directly sent Suhan and Gods of Destruction Vermit flying out. However, Suhan was not affected in any way because he had already prepared for it. On the contrary, the situation of Gods of Destruction Vermit is not optimistic. The destructive energy almost exploded in his ears, so this guy suffered the most serious injuries. Even bright red blood spewed out of his mouth. This guy is simply too strong, and he is still no match for Master Vermit, who is in the unsealed state. It is necessary to report this matter to Father. Angel Makarita looked at Suhan, her eyes became hot. A superhuman who not only mastered the Gods of Destruction Pass but also the angel ability Ultra Instinct, Makarita believed that her father would be interested. Kneel down, Vermit. Just when Vermit was still unable to recover from the aftermath of the explosion, Suhan's cold voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, his body directly turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Gods of Destruction Vermit. Boom! This time Suhan directly used Angel's supernatural power. The speed was even faster than when he used the Ji Gong, and he was in front of Vermit in an instant. Then, without giving the opponent any room to react, he punched himself out with a heavy punch. Suhan's fist directly hit Gods of Destruction Vermit's chest. Then Vermit's body started flying upside down. Crack! The last protective barrier began to shatter under Vermit's impact. In the end, it exploded completely. And under the power of this punch, Vermit immediately felt that the power was overwhelming. Vomit! Spit out a mouthful of acid water. BD, how dare you do such a thing to Gods of Destruction? I will not let you go, I will never let you go. Gods of Destruction Vermit roared again, and powerful energy erupted from his body immediately. But how could Suhan give him a chance? The body flashed again and came in front of Vermit. Blast out with a heavy punch. Vermit wanted to respond with his fist, but just when his fist touched a Setsuna of Suhan's fist. Crack! There was a crisp bone cracking sound. Vermit's arm was severely deformed. What? Vermit suddenly screamed. But Suhan didn't intend to stop at all, his body flashed again, and his knee fell directly on Vermit's chest. Boom! Wow! Between Suhan's knees fell on Setsuna in Vermit's belly. Vermit spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Immediately afterwards, Suhan punched Vermit in the face again. Gods of Destruction Vermit's body was instantly sent flying, and he stopped slowly after rubbing against the ground. BD! A hole! Vermit stood up with difficulty, the left side of his face was already swollen. Coupled with the right arm that was broken by Suhan's punch before, Vermit looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. Makarita! Quick, help me! 0.9. Seeing Suhan rushing towards him again, Gods of Destruction Vermit hastily shouted loudly. Because at this moment, he is not only physically exhausted, but even because of forcibly breaking the seal of Gods of Destruction, his body has fallen into a weak stage now. Call out! And at this moment, Angel Makarita's body suddenly appeared in front of Vermit. Then he stretched out his palm to catch Suhan's heavy punch. I'm so sorry, Mr. Suhan. For this incident, I apologize to you on behalf of Master Vermit. But as an angel, my duty is to assist the work of the Gods of Destruction, and now it is my fault that Master Vermit has been injured like this. So I would like to invite Mr. Suhan, let's just let it go. Angel Makarita looked at Suhan with a sweet smile on her face. Master Vermit, who was able to fight, asked himself to take the initiative, which was unprecedented. Chapter 66. Seeing that his fist was easily blocked by Makarita's palm, Suhan had a shocked expression on his face. Although he knew that angels were all very strong, he didn't expect that Makarita's strength was so strong. Although Suhan didn't use his full strength for that punch just now, he was absolutely merciless. And such an attack was so relaxed by Makarita, Suhan's face was naturally a little unbelievable. To know his own fists, even the gods of destruction Vermit, who had unlocked the seal in his body, couldn't easily be present. Could it be that Makarita is much stronger than Angel Whis? Thinking of this, Suhan's whole face became serious. Withdrawing his fist, Suhan looked at Makarita, then smiled and said, "I accept the apology, but if you just let Vermit go so easily, isn't it justified?" BD. Makarita killed this BD for me, how dare she insult me like this? Hearing this, gods of destruction Vermit felt a burning pain on his face. And I felt extremely regretful in my heart. Why did I want to provoke Suhan? This guy is simply a monster. Although Vermit shouted loudly, Suhan and Makarita both had a tacit understanding and ignored each other. Ma 27 Karita said with a smile, "I don't know what Mr. Suhan wants. I want to flick Vermit's Mediterranean head." Miss Makarita can rest assured, I understand that this is your duty, so I won't make it difficult for you. Suhan smiled slightly, then took 2 steps forward and walked in front of Makarita. Although Makarita hesitated for a moment, she still retreated to the side. Since the other party has already said that he will not make things difficult for him, then he should not attack Master Vermit again. But Makarita also had some doubts. Why did she flick Lord Vermit on the head? What does Mediterranean mean? With this mentality, Makarita just wanted to see what Suhan was up to. But if the other party is really desperate to attack Master Vermit, then Angel Makarita will definitely not be soft. Although the opponent is unprecedented in both talent and strength. But as an angel, Makarita knows what her responsibilities are. BD. What are you doing, Makarita? Don't believe his nonsense, he will definitely not let me go, kill this guy quickly. Seeing Suhan approaching, gods of destruction Vermit became nervous. Now he has entered a period of weakness due to forcibly breaking the seal, coupled with the relationship of physical exhaustion. The current him is not much better than the previous Jiren. Sorry Vermit. Saying that, Suhan stretched out his palm to Vermit. Don't come here, don't. Gods of destruction Vermit watched Suhan approaching step by step, his whole body became panicked, and then hurriedly tried to avoid Suhan. Boom. But what Vermit didn't expect was that the other party didn't shoot at him, but actually flicked his Mediterranean forehead hard. All of a sudden, a big bump bulged on Vermit's head. And Vermit wailed in pain, but because the other party didn't go too far, Makarita didn't choose to make a move in the end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of signing in, defeating gods of destruction Vermit and talking on the forehead of the other side Mediterranean. Reward, Perfect Ultra Instinct. Additional reward, Xiandu X 99999. After knocking hard on Vermit's forehead, Suhan immediately heard a system notification sound in his mind. Then my self-conscious aura was instantly promoted to a perfect ultra instinct. And there was an extra reward of 99,999 fairy beans, which was unexpected by Suhan. Okay. Makarita, I'm done with what I have to do. This time, just let it go. I hope Vermit can have a long memory. Although you are gods of destruction, don't take others seriously. Otherwise, the one who loses face in the end is myself. Saying that, Suhan glanced at the gods of destruction Vermit who was still in a daze, then shook his head. This, just played it for a while? His style of doing things is really strange. Makarita underestimated a sentence in her heart, thinking that the other party would ask for something from them, or they were going to teach Master Vermit a lesson. But they didn't expect that the final result would be like this. The other party just flicked Master Vermit on the forehead. See you later, Miss Makarita. Suhan glanced at Makarita, and then left the 11th universe directly using instant transmission. Indeed, if it wasn't for Makarita's sudden attack, Suhan would never let Gods of Destruction Vermit go. Because this guy is really too gloomy, and the tricks he uses are more insidious than the last. Suhan understands that even if his current strength is comparable to or even surpassed that of Gods of Destruction. But even so, there is still a big gap between his current strength and Angel. Suhan could feel it from how easily Makarita blocked her fist just now. If he forcibly fights Makarita, the final result will definitely be being rubbed on the ground. There is no suspense. No matter where the difference in strength lies, no matter how hard Suhan tried, it was impossible to defeat Makarita. At least not right now. Although at the moment when he got the perfect Ultra Instinct, many thoughts popped up in Suhan's mind, even the idea of rushing up to fight with Makarita, but in the end Suhan held back. If you can't bear it, you will make big plans. Although your strength has been improved again, you should not continue to show your edge until you are sure of winning. And after this incident, Vermit must never dare to yell in front of him in the future. Disappeared? No, he has already left the 11th universe. 140 Makarita's eyes were serious. She did not expect that Suhan's instant transmission ability could directly pass through the universe. This is something even Angel can't do. Even if they want to enter another universe from their own universe, they need to use the power of Angel to open the entrance to other universes. But I didn't expect that Suhan's instant transmission ability could actually achieve this step. This really surprised Makarita. That kid Makarita is gone. At this time, Gods of Destruction Vermit reacted, and then asked cautiously. Yes, Vermit Angel. Makarita responded lightly. I didn't expect that the last flick would actually hurt so much. Damn kid, you dare to do such an unreasonable thing to Gods of Destruction. I will never let you go. And that BD Beerus. Gods of Destruction Vermit, holding his own Mediterranean hairstyle, showed a sinister look on his whole face. That's right, this guy holds a grudge. And at this moment, Makarita looked at Gods of Destruction Vermit's hairstyle and seemed to realize something. Then he stared straight at Gods of Destruction Vermit. It was found that there were a few sparse hairs standing on the top of the smooth head of the other party, just like the forest with few trees. The woodcutters cut the trees from the middle piece of land. I have to say that it seems that there is indeed something wrong. Seeing Gods of Destruction Vermit's hairstyle, Makarita suddenly burst out laughing. Chapter 67. 7th Universe. With a flash of white light, Suhan's figure appeared in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th Universe. It seems that if you want to control your own destiny, you still need to improve your strength. Suhan clenched his fist slightly. Although now he not only has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, he can even use the destructive power of Gods of Destruction flexibly. But Suhan feels that these are not enough. At best, his current strength can only compete with Gods of Destruction, but if he really confronts Angel, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Even mastering the Ultra Instinct of the perfect level is the same. How huge is the gap in strength? Call out. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. The figure of Angel Whis appeared in front of Suhan. It really is Mr. Suhan. But Mr. Suhan, I didn't seem to sense the universe passage just now. When Angel Whis saw that it was Suhan, he was stunned for a moment, and then showed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, even if Suhan returned from the 11th universe to the 7th universe, he should still be able to sense it. But what is the situation now? I don't feel the existence of the space channel at all. So for a while Whis was a little suspicious. How did Suhan come back? Could it be that, Mr. Suhan, you have mastered an instant transmission ability that can cross universes? Thinking of this, Whis's face immediately revealed a look of astonishment. He knew that Suhan had an instant transmission ability, but Whis never thought that an instant transmission ability could be used across universes. But I really haven't found the universe channel so far. So even if Suhan is a bit unbelievable, but at present, I am afraid that there is only one explanation. Mr. Whis, I'm suddenly very hungry. Is there any food left for you? Hearing this, Suhan immediately showed a smile, then touched his stomach, and said as if he was very hungry. Knowing that Whis might have already guessed it, Suhan is still not going to answer the question head-on. Because the unlimited instant transmission is simply an excellent means of life-saving. As long as he has this ability, he doesn't have to worry about being hunted down. In a big deal, just transfer to another universe directly. So even if Whis has already guessed something, Suhan will not admit it directly. This ahaha. Hearing this, Angel Whis stopped asking any more questions, and immediately showed an embarrassed smile. Then he said with some coyness, he. I'm so sorry, Mr. Suhan, since I ate the food you gave me, I can't swallow the food in the Gods of Destruction world. And the food you left for me before was also eaten by me during this time. Angel Whis said with some embarrassment. And those foods are not what he has eaten recently, but have been eaten for a long time. Even if Suhan didn't ask himself this question just now, Whis was planning to ask Suhan for some delicious food from the earth. I gave you most of my food capsules when I left. Suhan was stunned, although he knew Whis was a big foodie, but he didn't think about how the other party could eat it. It's only been a few months since I walked by myself. The other party had already eaten up all the food in the food capsule. Ho ho. Well, Mr. Suhan, if I'm guessing right, you should still have something left on your body. Angel Whis approached Suhan shamelessly. And Suhan sighed helplessly, and then took out the last food capsule. During the time I went to the 11th universe, Suhan was either practicing or fighting, so there was very little time to eat. And the food that was brought over was not eaten much. Ho ho. Food capsules, I knew Mr. Suhuang that you must have leftovers. Angel Whis looked at the food capsule in Suhan's hand, and instantly forgot everything before. Then he was about to reach out and grab it. But Suhan turned sideways, avoiding the opponent like a ghost. How, dodged? Is that perfect ultra instinct? Gilu. Whis swallowed, the action just now, if he read it correctly, was definitely ultra instinct. And judging from the speed at which Suhan dodged him just now, it was definitely much stronger than before. I'm afraid it's close to perfect. Wait a minute Whis, I suddenly found out a bucket of old phlegm sauerkraut beef noodles. I originally wanted to taste it alone, but I thought about it, if you hadn't trained me hard before, my current strength would not be able to improve so fast. So this last bucket of old phlegm sauerkraut is for you to eat. As he said that, Suhan directly took out a bucket of purple-packed, Laotan beef noodles with pickled vegetables, and threw it to Whis. Wow! Sauerkraut beef noodles, I'm so touched. Mr. Suhan, do you really want to give it to me? How about we eat together? Angel Whis looked at the old sauerkraut in his hand and swallowed. The inner thoughts are just 100 willing, but out of politeness, they asked the other party symbolically. Forget it, I don't really like eating a bucket with others, so let's keep this for yourself. Suhan said with a serious face. I am so touched by Mr. Suhan, I have decided, after I finish eating this bucket of noodles, I will teach you angels advanced supernatural powers. Besides, didn't you really want to learn the supernatural ability to freeze people in place? I'll teach you this later. Angel Whis looked at Suhan with a moved face. Then he picked up the bucket of noodles in his hand and took a big mouthful. If it wasn't for Suhan being here, he would really be roaring out. This is sour. Just enough. Great. Freezing ability. Hearing this, Suhan immediately regained his spirits. The ability to freeze the supernatural power, Suhan begged him for a long time when he didn't go to the 11th universe. But the other party did not agree to hand it over to him. What is it that Angel has Angel's regulations, and it is absolutely not allowed to spread high-level supernatural powers to outsiders, but I didn't expect how powerful Whis is this time. I plan to give myself supernatural powers. Freezing supernatural powers. Suhan has been coveting for a long time. Supreme Kaizen in the original book used this trick. At the beginning, he forcibly fixed Son Gohan in the Super 2 state from a distance, although Son Gohan's strength was weakened a lot at that time. But it is definitely not comparable to the old dish of Supreme Kai, Nyos. And since the opponent can cross levels, freezing Son Gohan's body is enough to prove how powerful this ability is. There is no doubt about this. Ding! The sign-in task is refreshed. Please digitally practice sign in the Gods of Destruction world. Ding! Friendly reminder, the system knows that the check-in time is a bit long, but the length of the check-in time determines the richness of the rewards. Sign in for 5 years. Hearing the system's notification sound in his mind, Suhan froze for a moment. But after a while, he replied. 5 years is 5 years. Anyway, I don't have any important things to do during this time. Instead, you can learn the supernatural powers of Angel Whis here, and the speed of cultivation in the Gods of Destruction world is not comparable to the speed of cultivation on Earth. Suck up. After swallowing the last mouthful of soup, Angel Whis had an expression of great enjoyment on his face. It's sour, it's strong enough. Angel Whis is holding the bucket of noodles in his hand, with a look of unsatisfactory expression on his face. Chapter 68. Whis, can you have a fight with me? I want to see if I can force you to exert your full strength with my current strength. In an open space in the Gods of Destruction world, Suhan looked at Angel Whis seriously. Originally, Angel Whis planned to teach Suhan to learn Angel's freeze frame supernatural power. But Suhan still couldn't help the doubts in his heart. Although he knew that his current strength could not defeat Angel, but could his current strength force Whis to fight him with all his strength? Regarding this point, Suhan was very puzzled. Huh? Fighting? Ho ho. It looks like Mr. Suhan, your strength has improved a lot during the time you left the 7th universe. Angel Whis looked at Suhan unhurriedly, and said with a light smile. From the moment he first met Mr. Suhan, Angel Whis noticed that the aura of the other party had changed a lot. It seems that it should be a huge breakthrough in strength. And now the opponent's initiative to fight, made this conjecture in Whis's heart even more firm. Okay, since you want to fight, then I will fight with you again. But Mr. Suhan, let's make an agreement first. If you are defeated by me, you must give me part of the food in your food capsule. Angel Whis said with a smile. Although he knows that Suhan's strength has been greatly improved, Whis doesn't think that Suhan's strength has reached the level where he can fight with Angel with all his strength or even defeat Angel. So for Whis, this kind of battle is absolutely guaranteed 870. And he naturally had no reason to refuse. Okay. Don't worry, Whisper, I will give you part of the delicious food in the food capsule regardless of whether you win or lose. Suhan also nodded, and then said very seriously. Although I must pay part of the price for the food, these things have no influence or pressure on Suhan at all. Because as long as you return to Earth, you can get as many of these things as you want. Not a problem at all. And now the most important thing for Suhan is to fight Angel. He wants to see how much difference there is between Miizi and Angel Whis if the full attack rate is turned on. Ho ho. Okay, let's get started. Angel Whis laughed, thinking of those delicacies, his heart became excited. Slowly nodding, Suhan immediately stretched his legs and assumed a posture. Clenched fists on chest. Ha ha ha. Then, with a roar, powerful energy burst out from Suhan's body. Brush. The rose-purple energy quickly enveloped Suhan's entire body, and then pierced into the sky like a sharp arrow. Thunder and lightning flickered in the sky at this moment. In the end, even the rose-purple arrogance outside Suhan's body was enveloped by lightning at this moment. There was a crackling sound. Call. Come on, Whis. Suhan, who became the Super Saiyan God Rose-Purple Queen, lightly clasped his right hand, and he could see lightning running on Suhan's arm like a small snake. It looks extremely domineering. How much stronger the power has become, and even the color seems to have changed. Fortunately, Lord Beerus' bedroom has been set up with barriers in advance, otherwise, if there is such a big commotion, Lord Beerus must have woken up early. Angel Whis touched his chest, thinking that he had already set up a barrier on Beerus' side in advance, so he was relieved. The delicacies on Mr. Suhan's body are getting less and less. Whis doesn't want one more person to share with him. You're right, Whis. This is the power I awakened when I went to the 11th universe to fight against the strong there. The power is indeed much stronger than the previous Peach, so Whis, you must not be careless. Besides, I won't show mercy either. The corners of Suhan's mouth rose slightly. In the next instant, he suddenly disappeared in place. Brush! When it reappeared, Suhan's body had already appeared in front of Whis. Call out! Without any warning, a punch with fury like a thunderbolt slammed into Angel Whis' chest. So fast! Whis frowned slightly, and then laid the staff across his chest. Boom! With the sound of fists and metal colliding, both Suhan and Whis stood in the air as if they had stopped. But Whis' body never left the spot. Ho ho! It shocked me a lot. I really didn't expect that, Mr. Suhan, your speed is so much faster than last time, chef. Angel Whis said with a smile. But I was still a little surprised by Suhan's sudden increase in strength. Although I know that Suhan's talent is incomprehensible to ordinary people, but the other party has only been away for a few months. How much stronger he has become, anyone would be shocked by it. As expected of Mr. Whis. How easy is it to immediately block my attack? Although Suhan was a little surprised when his attack was caught by Whis, he didn't react too much, because it's normal for Angel to be able to do this. After all, Makarita not long ago received the heavy punch of her own Maizizan with ease. It looks like I really need to be more serious. Whis shook his head slightly, and then the smile on Lai Shang faded away, replaced by a serious expression. He also wants to see how much Suhan's strength has improved during his time in the 11th universe. I can't ask for more. Withdrawing his fist, Suhan's expression became more dignified. It is far from enough to want to use full power than the opponent. In that case, as long as you become your current strongest form. Me is a 3 total attack rate. Saying that, Suhan's eyes became sharp. Then clench your fists. Ha ha ha! Then came out with a roar. The breath of God, like a torrent, spewed out from Suhan's body in an instant. At the same time, the originally bright sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The rose-purple energy gushes out from Suhan's body like Wannian. A sound of thunder, accompanied by lightning, fell from the sky. Crackling. And the rose-purple energy around Suhan's body was covered by a layer of pink lightning. At the same time, Suhan's original bushy eyebrows disappeared, replaced by 2 particularly prominent brow bones. The rose-purple hair grew rapidly behind her, and finally fell on Suhan's back. The thunder around the purple flames outside Suhan's body flickered. All of a sudden, all the visions of heaven and earth around Suhan made Suhan even more mysterious and powerful. The strength has actually improved again, and this time the degree of improvement is even greater. Mr. Suhan, you are really a pervert. Angel Whis looked cautious, although he knew that the other party was not his opponent. But facing Suhan's sudden increase in strength, Angel Whis unconsciously became more cautious. Mr. Whis, I'm going to make a move. Saying that, Suhan put his 2 hands together to form a calyx shape, and at the same time, the corner of his mouth curled up. Whis frowned slightly, not understanding why the other party put on this posture. Hey! But Suhan just showed a bad smile. Big bang! Kamehameha wave! Suhan didn't hesitate at all and blasted out with the Big Bang Kamehameha wave. And during this process, Suhan didn't keep his hand, because he knew that his ability could not kill Angel at all, so it would be foolish to keep his hand. Chapter 69. Along with the Big Bang Kamehameha waves of energy blasted out. Angel Whis' face was solemn, even Angel would not dare to be careless in the face of such an attack. Then Whis tightly held the staff in his hand, and a light green circular light curtain wrapped his body tightly. Boom! Accompanied by dazzling white light flashed. The power of the Big Bang Kamehameha wave is also gradually fading. Then Angel Whis' figure slowly stepped out of it. Although the damage to the protective barrier was very serious, it didn't break immediately. And Angel Whis was even more protected in it, without any influence at all. There's nothing wrong with it. Although thinking that this move might not have much impact on Angel, but being bombarded head-on by the Big Bang Kamehameha wave at such a short distance. There was nothing wrong with it, the result made Suhan's heart skip a beat. Is this the strength of Angel? Sure enough, it is not comparable to gods of destruction. It seems that when Whis fought me last time, he didn't even show half of his strength. Suhan's expression was serious, At this moment he realized how strong Angel was. It actually broke my protective barrier. Mr. Suhan, your move just now is really powerful enough. If it wasn't for the barrier, at such a distance, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be safe. Angel Whis looked at the protective barrier in front of him that was on the verge of being broken, and also had an incredible expression on his face. He didn't expect that Mr. Suhan had only been away from the 7th universe for a few months, and now his strength has become so strong. Call out! Without warning, Suhan's body rushed towards Whis again. Then he punched heavily. But this time Angel Whis did not continue to use the power of the staff, but put away the staff. Then he raised his hand to catch Suhan's heavy punch directly. And his body just took half a step back. What a strong punch! Mr. Suhan is not as good as you to stay in the Gods of Destruction world in the future. I think that with your qualifications, no matter which position in the priesthood, you can be competent. Angel Whis smiled slightly, and then said. It can be seen that although Suhan's strength surprised him, Angel Whis was not seriously fighting against Suhan at all. Stop talking nonsense. Whis, be more serious. Suhan snorted coldly, and then punched out again. Boom! This punch was more powerful than the previous one, and even Angel Whis took 2 steps back before slowly stabilizing his body when receiving the punch. Cut! Suhan snorted, this feeling of not being slighted is really uncomfortable. Although this guy Whis keeps talking about fighting seriously. But from his performance, it can be seen that the other party is not serious about fighting with him at all. Not even an active attack was initiated during the whole process. This made Suhan feel more uncomfortable than being punched by himself. No matter how you say it, he is also the one who defeated Gods of Destruction. But in front of Angel, he was actually reduced to the point where he was underestimated. Since you don't want to fight me seriously, then I'll force you to get serious, Whis. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Suhan's low-pitched roar instantly came from his throat. Then the tyrannical breath of God surged from Suhan's body. Call out! With the sound of breaking through the air, Suhan's body appeared on the side of Whis like lightning. Then kick it out! Boom! This time, Suhan's speed was so fast that even Angel Whis was extremely surprised. When he had no time to dodge, he could only use his arms to defend. It can keep up with my speed, it looks like the perfect version of Ultra Instinct. Angel Whis looked at the other party seriously, although Whis also guessed that the other party's aura of freedom might have evolved. But unexpectedly, Suhan has already practiced Ultra Instinct to the point of perfection. He didn't even lose to himself. As expected of Mr. Suhan, you really left. If that's the case, then I can get serious. After finishing, Angel Whis' hand suddenly grabbed Suhan's ankle. Then just throw it out. Boom! The moment Suhan was thrown away, Suhan was unable to stabilize his body due to the powerful force. In the end, he could only stabilize his body after smashing 2 mountains in a row. After standing up again, Suhan looked extraordinarily embarrassed. But there was no sign of decadence on his face, on the contrary, he was even more excited. Because he knew that Whis was already serious at this time. And that's what Suhan wanted. Seriously fighting with the opponent, this is what he wants. Well done, this kind of battle can make you stronger. After wiping off the stains on his face, Suhan's body turned into a rosy purple streamer and disappeared in place again. The same is true for Angel Whis on the other side, the two are white and the other purple, and the two energies collide quickly in the air. One by one boom rings appeared in the air. Why do I feel that Mr. Suhan's strength becomes stronger in battle? Could this be an illusion? Angel Whis frowned slightly, and he didn't know why he felt that Suhan's punching speed seemed to be getting faster and more violent under each punch. Even he himself was quite stressed. Boom! The punch hit and Whis' fist collided heavily. Powerful energy waves quickly spread out centered on the bodies of the two people. The surrounding buildings were all razed to the ground under the powerful energy wave. Mr. Suhan has to say that your strength is really strong. And I always feel like you can make yourself stronger in battle. Yen. Whis looked at Suhan and said seriously. There may be many people who can become stronger after a battle, but it is the first time Whis has encountered someone who can become stronger in the process like Suhan. Hey. Since Mr. Whis already knows, why bother to ask me? And our battle isn't over yet. Saying that, Suhan punched out again. However, Whis punched him with a single sentence. The bodies of the two were deadlocked in place, and neither would let the other. Ho. Mr. Suhan, you are right, but Angel's strength is more than what you see. Don't underestimate Angel's strength. After speaking, a sinister smile appeared on Whis' face. Then the next moment, the body appeared directly in front of Suhan as if teleported. Punch in the belly. The white energy seemed to come from Suhan's back. Call out. Then that bent body flew out like a fired shell. Boom. The moment it hit the ground, dust flew up. At this moment, the huge ground was smashed into a huge circular pit. And Suhan's body fell into it. The severe pain from his body made Suhan feel as if his bones were about to be separated from his body. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out of his throat. Sure enough. Angel's strength is still very strong. Suhan stabilized his body tremblingly, then said with a frown. But if it's just like defeating me, it's not so easy. After speaking, Suhan took out a fairy bean from his waist. Then swallowed it in one gulp. As the celestial beans entered his throat, Suhan's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the energy that has been consumed is quickly restored at this moment. Is it something that can be recovered instantly? How amazing it is! Whis looked at Suhan, and showed an expression of disbelief. Although Angel knows most of the things in the universe, he has never seen Xiandu. It seems that even Miiza-san's total attack rate is not Angel's opponent. If that's the case, how about adding Ultra Instinct? At this moment, Suhan's expression became serious. Silver halos and lines suddenly appeared around the body. Without wind, the hair automatically turned silvery white in the next second. There is also a silver-grey brilliance flowing in the pupils. And after entering the state of Ultra Instinct, Suhan's body is like a ghost, with after-images forming behind his body every step he takes. Appeared in front of Whis in an instant. Whis, come again. Suhan's face was serious, and no emotion could be seen on his face. And Suhan's only goal now is to defeat this guy in front of him. Chapter 70. Whis, come again. After entering the state of Ultra Instinct, the aura exuding from Suhan's whole body has undergone some changes. It's no longer the domineering look it used to be, but it has a mysterious feeling on it. The moment the voice fell, Suhan's body had already appeared in front of Angel Whis. I guessed right, it's really the perfect Ultra Instinct. Angel Whis watched Suhan's body change, and immediately showed a shocked expression on his face. Although Whis also guessed before, the opponent's Ultra Instinct must have become a lot stronger. But after seeing that the other party really mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, Whis was somewhat surprised. After all, Ultra Instinct is different from other abilities. It is Angel's top supernatural power, although it is not the strongest, but it is also a very powerful ability. Even among gods of destruction of 367 and 2 universes, only one gods of destruction Beerus has mastered 10 Ultra Instincts. This is enough to show how difficult the cultivation of Ultra Instinct is. Every gods of destruction of the universe is the top existence of the universe no matter in terms of potential or strength, but even so they cannot master Ultra Instinct. And the human in front of him has actually mastered the Ultra Instinct of the perfect level, which naturally makes Whis feel a little surprised. I can't imagine how powerful Mr. Suhan's Ultra Instinct has become. In this case, I'm afraid even I won't be able to defeat you easily. As Angel Whis spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. But what he said was nothing more than modest polite words. Although Suhan now has the perfect Ultra Instinct, it's nothing more than a headache for Whis. It is absolutely impossible to defeat Angel directly. After all, Angel's supernatural powers are more than just an Ultra Instinct. Good luck, Liao. Although I know that my current strength is absolutely impossible to defeat you, but I still want to try to see how far I can reach Angel's level with my current limit. After speaking, Suhan's eyes immediately turned cold. Otherwise there is the slightest carelessness. Because Suhan knows very well that even if he has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, it is absolutely impossible to be Whis' opponent. At best, you can only fight the opponent for a while longer. Angel's supernatural power is not only one Ultra Instinct. How simple is it, such as time reversal, if Angel Whis uses this trick when fighting with himself. Then Suhan will be defeated in an instant, there is no suspense at all. Okay, since you have such an idea, Mr. Suhan, then I will satisfy you. As he said Whis, his eyes also became serious, and then his face became solemn. Call out. Then the bodies of the two people flashed out almost at the same time. Boom. The arms of the two collided heavily. A powerful shock wave swept across the entire Gods of Destruction world, and all the flowers, plants, and trees on the ground disappeared in this instant. Shhhhhh. Then Suhan kept waving his fists and launched a stormy attack on Whis. The speed of Suhan's punching was extremely fast, as if each punch could burn the surrounding air. There was a muffled explosion. Because both of them have Ultra Instinct, and Suhan's punching speed is really fast, it is almost impossible not to make Whis want to dodge. It can only be the same waving fists for defense, looking for opportunities to counterattack. Bang bang! All of a sudden, the sound of two people's fists colliding quickly resounded. The entire air seemed to be filled with the sonic circle produced by the collision of the two fists. Can't see anything else at all. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of fist bombardment, Suhan's body fell directly from mid-air. Fortunately, when he was about to hit the ground, he stabilized his body. This prevented his body from being too seriously injured. Angel's strength is really strong, but even so, it's impossible to stop the pace of becoming stronger. Suhan let out a low growl. The body turned into a stream of grey-white light again, and rushed towards Whis. This time Suhan's speed became faster. The moment the fist blasted, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the powerful shock wave actually made the surrounding space tremble. And the bodies of Whis and Suhan even took 2 steps back. But this time, the expression on Whis' face became more serious. Because at the moment of punching just now, Whis felt as if his entire arm had become numb. And now he couldn't use his full strength again. It's so strong, and I always feel that Mr. Suhan seems to have adapted to my speed and strength now. Whis looked at Suhan with an ugly expression on his face. Because in the fist fights, Whis found a problem. Even if Mr. Suhan's body can really learn and become stronger in battle, it was okay at the beginning, and he could vaguely beat the opponent. But with the passage of time, Whis found that the opponent's strength seemed to have gradually caught up with his own. And that punch just now is the best proof. Don't be distracted. Saying that, Suhan's body appeared behind Whis again in a flash. His right leg swept out like a lightning whip. Facing Suhan's sudden attack, even Angel Whis didn't react. But the time left for him was too late to dodge, so he could only passively defend with his arms. Boom! With the sound of collision, Angel Whis' body was swept away by Suhan's kick for more than 100 meters. Although it didn't have any impact on Whis, but for Suhan, 0.8 is already very successful for how far the opponent can retreat. It's not over yet, Whis. And at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Suhan's face. Without giving Whis any time to be shocked, his hands were already firmly placed in front of him. Big Bang Destruction Key Blast. Under Suhan's furious roar, the terrifying energy cannon mixed with destructive power blasted fiercely at Whis directly. And after Whis noticed the destructive power emanating from Suhan. For a moment, he actually forgot to defend, and the whole person froze in place. What? How is this possible? It's actually a force of destruction. When did Mr. Suhan master the power of destruction? I have never taught him. Not good. Angel Whis' pupils shrank suddenly, only then did he realize that the powerful energy blast had hit his body like a whistling. Chapter 71. That's too late. Whis' face suddenly turned pale. If it was just an ordinary energy cannon, he could resist it with a protective barrier and the strength of his body. And there is a protective barrier that will not be affected at all. But it's different now. This time the opponent's attack is not just a powerful energy cannon, but the opponent has integrated the power of destruction into it. Even if he uses the protective barrier now, the barrier will be completely destroyed in an instant. Even if one's body is not afraid of such power, injuries are definitely unavoidable. There is no way. Speaking of which, Angel Whis' expression suddenly became indifferent. Then the arm reaches out and just taps on the oncoming Big Bang destroying Ki blast. Immediately, the terrifying energy turned out to be as if it never existed at all. Completely disappeared into the air. There is no trace of it at all. This, disappeared. Disappeared completely. No trace at all. Suhan froze on the spot, looking at his energy cannon as if it had never existed before. It seemed that the whole sky became quiet for a while. But an idea popped into Suhan's mind. Erasure the supernatural power. Suhan thought to himself. Absolutely not wrong. 27, that is definitely erasing supernatural powers. And other than that, there is no other way of explaining it. You must know that the Kamehameha wave of your own big explosion just now contains the power of destruction. Those who can make their power of breaking words disappear instantly, even the power of destruction can't do it so cleanly. How clean and tidy can you do? Let your Big Bang destroy Ki Blast's ability as if it has never appeared before. I am afraid that there is no other way to explain it except for erasing the supernatural power. Angel also has the ability to erase? Although it is certainly not as good as Grand Priest and Zeno, angels must also have certain erasure abilities. Suhan has thought about this question before. It's just that Suhan didn't expect that his conjecture would be confirmed today. Angel also has the ability to erase. Thinking of this, Suhan felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, when he was in the 11th universe, he did not choose to confront Angel Makarita head-on. You must know that Makarita's strength is definitely stronger than Whis', and there is almost no dispute about this. And now that Whis has shown such terrifying erasing abilities, is it possible that the other angel, Makarita, who is stronger than Whis, doesn't have the ability to erase? Suhan feels that this is absolutely impossible. If Suhan hadn't given up on this and instead chose to confront Makarita head-on. Thinking of this, Suhan actually felt a chill down his back. It seems that if he wants to defeat Angel, his current strength is still too far behind. You must find a way to improve yourself, and even find the ability to ignore and erase supernatural powers. Otherwise, when you are fighting with Angel, someone else will erase your magical powers and directly erase your arm. I'm afraid this is worse than dying. Ahem. Mr. Suhan is really sorry, I didn't control my strength just now. But I promise that in the future, I will never use that kind of power again. At this time, Angel Whis came to Suhan's side and said with a smile on his face. But Suhan didn't pay attention to Whis' words, instead he just stared blankly at him. Then after waiting for a while, he said slowly, Whis, do you think I should believe you? Ho ho. I think Mr. Suhan should of course believe in Whis. I was really surprised just now, so I couldn't control it. But Mr. Suhan, you really have a lot of secrets, it seems like you can always bring surprises to people. So when exactly did you master the power of destruction, can you share it with me now? Angel Whis laughed, and moved her body to Suhan's side shamelessly. Although the destructive power that Suhan exuded from Suhan just now was not very strong, it still couldn't escape Whis' eyes. He is very sure that that energy breath is definitely a force of destruction. And this kind of power is absolutely impossible for their angel to fake. So Whis is sure that Mr. Suhan has absolutely mastered the power of destruction, but it is not clear to what extent the other party has mastered the power of destruction. I do not believe. Suhan said decisively. If the energy just now had hit me, I'm afraid I've already gone to see King Yama this time. Suhan curled his lips, and then showed a very angry look again. Don't be like this, Mr. Suhan, I was really shocked just now, that's why I couldn't control my power for a while. You can rest assured Mr. Suhan. And you can tell me how far you have mastered the power of destruction, so that I can continue to teach you how to practice. You know, I even entrusted Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus with the power of destruction. Whis still said with a smile. So that's the case. What you said seems to make sense. It's not impossible to tell you about the power of destruction, but I need you to teach me how to use the power just now. After finishing speaking, a strange look appeared on Suhan's face. And this is the purpose of Suhan, to erase supernatural powers, that is Zeno's exclusive ability, which can erase a universe in an instant. Even if Whis' ability to erase is not perfect, but if he can learn part of it from Whis, then even if he meets an opponent who can also use the ability to erase, Suhan will have some confidence. At least it won't be directly wiped off hands and feet. Ah, this one. I'm really sorry, Mr. Suhan. I can give you all the high-level magical powers that 917 learned from Angel, but I'm afraid I can't give you this ability directly for the time being. Because even I don't know how to teach this ability, but if you are really interested, Mr. Suhan. After a while, I will take you to where Zeno is, maybe after you and him see eye to eye, Master Zeno will teach you this ability as well. After speaking, Angel Whis actually laughed unkindly. As for the 12 universes and the Zeno Grand Priest, Suhan symbolically asked the other party a long time ago in order not to reveal the truth. So now in Whis' eyes, Suhan understands Master Zeno's horror. 18 universes, 6 universes were cleared in a fit of rage. Such a terrifying existence, do you dare to go to learn from him? His. Suhan gasped. Originally, after hearing what Whis said, I felt that there was room for maneuver in this matter. But I didn't expect that the other party would directly ask me to learn from Zeno. Scared. Scared. Let's talk about it later, even Angel can't defeat him with his current strength. It's too dangerous to face Zeno. Although Suhan has read the original book and knows Zeno's character, he is confident that he can serve him well and let him give him the ability to clear away his supernatural powers. But Suhan doesn't want to be a male mother. And who knows whether Zeno is really mentally retarded, or fake mentally retarded. Chapter 72. Hey! Mr. Suhan, what do you mean by showing such an expression? Does it mean that you don't want to learn that ability? Seeing Suhan's lingering fear, Angel Whis asked questions knowingly. When I described it completely before, I described the other party as terrible, and erased 6 universes in a rage. So in Whis' view, Suhan will show such an expression. It's just too normal. Forget it, Whis, I suddenly feel that cultivation does not need to be done step by step. You can't become a fat man by eating in one sitting, so I think it's better to take it step by step. First learn all the things you can give me, and then think about other things. Suhan exhaled. How could he not want to learn Zeno's erasure ability, but Suhan knew that if he wanted to learn it, he had to have the life to use it. Otherwise, if you learn this ability by Zeno's side, Zeno simply won't let you leave, and directly leave you to the Zeno temple where you can play very mentally retarded games with the other party. I'm afraid it will drive people crazy. So Suhan thinks that since he can't learn to erase supernatural powers now, he should learn to speak all of Whis Angel's supernatural powers first. After all, Angel's advanced magical powers are also very powerful. 3 minutes of time countercurrent, this is the ability Suhan has been waiting for too long. Ho ho! What can you think, I feel so relieved. Angel Whis laughed. Then the next thing is to ask Suhan about the destructive power in his body. However, Suhan naturally wouldn't tell the other party the truth, so he just made an excuse and just evaded it. Suhan knows Whis, he won't go into it. The final result did not disappoint Suhan, and Angel Whis really did not delve into it. He just nodded in surprise, and then stopped saying anything more. I didn't expect how twists and turns it is, but rather than the twists and turns of learning, Mr. Suhan, I want to see how far you have mastered the power of destruction. Angel Whis looked at Suhan seriously, hoping that Xianing would know to what extent the other party had mastered the power of destruction. In this way, it is also convenient for me to do the next step of training and research. I'm not too sure about this, but it should be a little bit stronger than the Gods of Destruction candidate from the 11th universe. Suhan scratched his head and said. As for how much he has learned, Suhan naturally won't tell the truth. How about this, Mr. Suhan, you use the power of destruction, how about we continue the unfinished battle just now? Angel Whis thought for a while, and then found the most suitable solution. In the battle between the two just now, because Whis used the relationship of erasing magic power in the middle, there was no winner. And now it's just a good time to take this opportunity to see how far Mr. Suhan has mastered the power of destruction. Okay, it just so happens that my destructive power has no effect on the official. Saying that, Suhan stomped his legs on the ground. Then the whole body instantly flew into the air. At the same time, the destructive power in Suhan's body suddenly spewed out. The dark purple energy flames immediately swirled around Suhan's body. When Suhan raised his hand, a destructive energy bomb gathered in Suhan's palm. Call out! The gathering speed of the destructive energy bomb was very fast, but in the blink of an eye, it had already become the size of a round stone pier. Is it possible to gather such a powerful energy bomb? It looks really interesting. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that Suhan might only have a little bit of destructive power, but now Whis realized that he had guessed wrong. The opponent has more than a little grasp of the power of destruction. I am afraid that, as Suhan said before, his mastery of the power of destruction has surpassed the gods of destruction candidate of the 11th universe. If this is the case, Whis feels that it is really necessary for Suzy to meet his father, Grand Priest. For nothing else, even if they want to train Suhan to be a candidate for gods of destruction Beerus in the future, then the selection of this candidate needs to be passed by the Grand Priest. If angel and gods of destruction have the right to choose, then the Grand Priest is equivalent to having the right to veto. If Grand Priest feels that this person's talent is limited and his strength is insufficient, it will definitely not make it suitable for gods of destruction. After all, the existence of gods of destruction is related to the safety and balance of a universe, and those with insufficient strength are absolutely not allowed. Whis, why are you in a daze? Since you don't take the fight seriously, you can't blame me if you get injured by me later. Saying that, Suhan directly threw out the two destructive energy bullets he had gathered. And Suhan learned a lot from Vermit after fighting gods of destruction of Vermit. So the current Suhan has become even stronger for the power of destruction. Suhan even remembered all the gloomy abilities that Vermit used before. I have already started to think in my heart, whether to use it on Whis or not. How fast, and two of them were condensed at once. Angel Whis looked at the oncoming energy bomb with a little shock, his whole expression froze instantly. Then the body was almost subconscious, and hastily dodged Suhan's attack. Call out! Call out! Although Angel Whis avoided the attack of the destructive energy at a critical time, the two destructive energies of Suhan finally fell on the ground of gods of destruction. It even directly penetrates the ground of the gods of destruction world. Then two huge holes were revealed. Ah! If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have avoided it. I will fix it myself later. Angel, Limos, Whis looked at the two holes on the ground, and immediately showed a regretful expression on his face. Not only the two huge holes on the ground, but also the damage to the ground caused by his previous battle with Suhan, all of which need Whis to repair. Otherwise, when gods of destruction Beerus wakes up and sees his home in ruins, he will be furious. Whis, why are you distracted again? I'm sorry, my ability has already cooled down. Seeing the countless destructive energies beside Angel Whis, a satisfied smile suddenly appeared on Suhan's face. Since the other party refused to give himself the ability to erase. Then try it yourself and learn the tricks from gods of destruction Vermit. What? Under Angel Whis' panicked expression, the destruction all over the sky can be swarmed in an instant. Boom boom boom. And then there was a burst of mourning. Chapter 73. Cough cough, cough cough. With a puff of black smoke rising, the figure of Angel Whis slowly walked out of it. The originally gorgeous clothes became tattered at this moment, and even Whis' light blue skin turned grey-black. As expected of Whis, under the attack of such a high density of destructive energy, nothing happened at all. Seeing Whis' current appearance, Suhan couldn't help but laugh. Although his attack just now didn't cause too much damage to Whis, it has already achieved Suhan's goal. But I have to say that Vermit's trick is really useful. Mr. Suhan did not expect that your control over the power of destruction has reached such a level. I really underestimate you. Angel Whis took out a handkerchief, wiped off the stains on his face, and said with a slightly surprised expression on his face. I'm afraid your current grasp of the power of destruction is not far behind the real gods of destruction. So I would like to ask Mr. Suhan, are you interested in the position of gods of destruction? Angel Whis looked at Suhan and asked tentatively. Let alone Suhan's strength, just looking at Suhan's grasp of the power of destruction has reached a very powerful level. Even if there are some gaps compared to the real god of destruction 680, Whis thinks that these gaps are not that important anymore. Because Suhan has only mastered the power of destruction for a while, and he can already do this step. So there is no need to question how strong Suhan's talent for the power of destruction is. And this is without the guidance of my own angel. In the next time, if he guides the other party wholeheartedly, Whis feels that it won't take long, and his mastery of the power of destruction may surpass some gods of destruction. Not interested in. Suhan directly rejected Whis' invitation. Although gods of destruction is the vertex of the universe, it can have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years or even longer. But this doesn't mean much to the current Suhan. And you must know that the life of gods of destruction is connected with Supreme Kai. In other words, as long as Supreme Kai is killed, he will die with Supreme Kai. What is the level of Supreme Kai in the 7th universe? Suhan knows all too well, so he will never let such a thing happen. Gods of destruction is the most supreme existence, Chi, of the universe, and it has mastered the law of destruction of the universe, and can destroy any planet you don't like anytime, anywhere. Mr. Suhan, don't you plan to continue thinking about it? After being rejected, Angel Whis was stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Then he looked at each other seriously, and said all the benefits of becoming gods of destruction. Never mind. I have no interest in becoming gods of destruction. Suhan still refused very seriously. There is simply no room for maneuver. Binding life with Supreme Kaiasan is absolutely unacceptable to Suhan. So I agree. Well, Mr. Suhan, do you have any thoughts on Angel's position? It's not impossible if you want to be an angel. Angel Whis asked again. If you don't like being gods of destruction, then you won't be able to refuse being an angel. And now Suhan has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, and part of the angel supernatural power. It is not impossible to become a trainee angel if the Grand Priest allows it. Well, let's see. If you promise to give me the erasing magic power, I'll think about it reluctantly. Seeing Angel Whis' face eager to agree, Suhan said with a light smile. Of course Suhan also has no intention of becoming an angel. Although angel does not need to bind life with Supreme Kai. But it needs to be by gods of destruction's side all the time, as a nanny. And for such a position, I have no interest at all. So the reason why Suhan said this is because he hoped that Whis would stop asking himself about these things. Suhan is really not interested in these things. But what Angel Whis said next made Suhan completely stunned. Mr. Suhan, in fact, if you want to learn to erase supernatural powers, it's not impossible. But I really have no way to teach this ability. If you really want to learn, I can take you to see the Grand Priest. At that time, if Grand Priest agrees to let you become a trainee angel, I think Grand Priest will agree to your pleading. Angel Whis looked at Suhan seriously. From the expression of the other party, it is not difficult to see that Whis is not just joking with Suhan at this time. To meet the Grand Priest. Hearing this, Suhan hesitated for a moment. Although he really wants to learn Angel's ability, if he needs to meet the Grand Priest, Sophie feels that this matter still needs to be carefully considered. After all, the Grand Priest is different from the Angel. I am afraid that no one knows the strength of Grand Priest, even in the many fan dramas that Suhan has seen before, Grand Priest's strength may have surpassed Xeno Zero. So when thinking of meeting the Grand Priest, Suhan naturally needs to think carefully. After all, this is no small matter. Although the other party has a smile on his face, Suhan is not sure about the other party's character. Mr. Suhan, you don't have to be too nervous. Mr. Grand Priest is very interested in you after hearing about you. So I think Mr. Grand Priest may give you other supernatural powers. Seeing that Suhan didn't respond to him for a long time, Angel Whis spoke again immediately. His Hearing this, Suhan couldn't help but gasped. He never thought that Grand Priest had noticed him. How to look at it, I have no choice but to run away. As for whether to meet Grand Priest or not, it is probably the same, since Grand Priest has noticed himself. Then even if you don't go to see the other party, it is estimated that the other party will find time to see you. Thinking of this, Suhan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he couldn't escape this calamity. If that's the case, then go and have a look, anyway, sooner or later you have to see. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Okay. Mr. Whis, if that's the case, then follow what you say. Suhan nodded slightly. Now that the other party has noticed him, and now Whis has not taken the initiative to invite him. If you still refuse in this situation, it would be too obvious. Instead, just say yes to Whis. Chapter 74. Seeing Suhan nodding, a look of joy appeared on Whis' face. This is also something Grand Priest told himself, so now that Suhan agrees, Whis can naturally breathe a sigh of relief. And Whis thinks that Suhan is capable of any priesthood in a universe. After all, where is his strength and potential? Not weaker than Angel's Ultra Instinct, second only to Gods of Destruction's destructive power. If any one of these two things is taken out, I am afraid that it will shock as many as 12 universes. However, Grand Priest has confessed that he is not allowed to disclose this matter. So Angel Whis will naturally not make this matter public. When Suhan left the 7th universe, Whis also went to the Temple of Zeno at that time. Tell Grand Priest about Suhan, after all, there is such a genius, it is absolutely necessary to inform Grand Priest. This is also one of their responsibilities as angels. After hearing Whis' introduction, the Grand Priest was equally astonished. To be able to learn Angel's supernatural powers, and even master the peerless supernatural skills like Ultra Instinct, this is enough to show how terrifying Suhan's talent is. After learning about this, the Grand Priest naturally became interested in Suhan. So tell Whis right now, if Suhan comes back, he must find a way to bring him here. That's convenient. Grand Priest takes a closer look. And the current Angel Whis has undoubtedly completed the task assigned by the Grand Priest. Now you just need to bring Suhan over there. Mr. Whis doesn't know when we are leaving. Suhan glanced at Whis, then asked. Although Suhan was somewhat nervous, Su believed that the Grand Priest would not do anything to him. After all, with the strength of the Grand Priest, there is no need for him to make a special trip there. If the other party is willing, now they can instantly come to the Gods of Destruction realm of the 7th universe, and then erase themselves. Mr. Suhan, did you forget something? Hearing this, Whis glanced at the food capsule on Suhan's waist with a smile. Forgot what? Suhan looked at the other party with some doubts, and then showed a puzzled expression. But following the other party's line of sight, Suhan soon discovered that it was the food capsule in his waist. Then he shook his head helplessly. So it's this one, forget it, I'll give it to you Whis. Suhan shook his head helplessly. I can't help but feel helpless for Whis, a big foodie. Sure enough, I will never forget to eat. Simply give it all to Whis, and save the other party from continuing to worry about it. And Suhan can be regarded as a hero who killed Cell and protected the Earth. Suhan thought that even if he went to the Super Capsule Company on the Earth and asked for 100 of these food capsules, Bulma would definitely not refuse. Even the other party will be very happy to make him a friend. Ho ho! What's more, it's delicious food. It's really good. Mr. Suhan might as well be like this. I don't know when we will come back after going to the temple this time. Why don't we go after we're full? Angel Whis looked at the delicious food on the ground. His eyes were straightened, he must be unable to leave before he was full. Let's do it. Since Whis, if you want to leave after eating, then it's up to you. Seeing that the other party had already peeled open the ham sausage and began to eat it, Suhan shook his head helplessly. Since this guy has already eaten, he will definitely not be able to leave if he is not full. So Suhan simply stepped aside. System. Will my leaving the Gods of Destruction world affect the sign-in task? The task of the system is to require Suhan to sign in for 5 years in the Gods of Destruction world, and Suhan has a hunch that the sign-in rewards this time may be much richer than usual. So Suhan doesn't want to affect his mission rewards because of going to the temple this time. If it would affect the task reward, Suhan would never do it. Ding! The host is fine as long as you spend most of your time practicing in the Gods of Destruction realm. As for your occasional leave for a period of time, this will not affect the system's judgment. Sensing Suhan's doubts, the voice of the system immediately came from Suhan's mind. As long as you spend most of your time in the Gods of Destruction world to practice. In this way, going to the temple will not have any impact at all. Hearing this, Suhan's face suddenly showed a relaxed expression, and a hanging heart can be relieved. Although I went to the temple, there is a high probability that God will teach me some supernatural powers. But Suhan didn't think that the supernatural powers they taught could be stronger than the rewards given by the system. I'm full, Mr. Suhan, we can go now. Angel Whis came to Suhan's side to take a nap, and then said with a smile. After finishing speaking, immediately the staff in Whis' hand tapped lightly on the ground. Immediately, a blue-black passage appeared in front of the two of them. Is this the passage leading to the temple? Suhan looked at the blue-black passage in front of him and said. Whis nodded slowly, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Ask for flowers. It is not difficult to see that the meal just now Whis should be delicious. Let's go then, Whis. Saying that, Suhan put his hand on Whis' shoulder. Because it takes a long time to fly after entering the channel. Although my current angel supernatural power, supernatural speed, the fire that has been cultivated is pure. But there are still some differences compared to the real angel. And Suhan was eager to experience the Gods of Destruction treatment, too. Entering the passage, under the swift leadership of Whis, the two of them arrived at a resplendent palace after spending nearly 2 hours. It's just that the appearance of this palace looks somewhat sloppy. From the outside, it is a weird word of Zeno. However, although this place looks a little sloppy, the aura of God in this place is not comparable to that in the world of Gods of Destruction. 0. Even the Setsuna that just landed, even Suhan's face showed surprise. Because he was shocked by the strong breath of God here. If one can cultivate in this place, the speed will definitely be much faster than thinking in Gods of Destruction. Ho ho! Are you surprised? But it's normal. I'm afraid there will be no place in the whole world where the aura of God is more intense than Zeno Temple. Actually, the aura of gods here is strong, which is quite normal. After all the powerful gods are concentrated in this place. Seeing the surprised expression on Suhan's face, Whis explained with a smile. Well, I'm really surprised. I thought the Gods of Destruction world's God's breath is already strong enough, but I didn't expect the God's breath in this place to be even more exaggerated. Suhan said with a serious face. The aura of God in this place is really strong, and even Suhan feels that if Son Goku and the others in the original book practiced in this place. I am afraid that what I comprehended at the beginning was not Super Saiyan, and could even directly reach the level of Deep Blue, even stronger than Deep Blue. You're already here, Whis. At this moment, a figure appeared directly above the two of them. Light blue skin, white back, head, purple pupils and purple lips, a light blue divine ring suspended behind his head, and a big belt around his waist. That's right, the Grand Priest. Okay, what a huge breath of God, is this the Grand Priest? The aura of God emanating from his body is simply not comparable to that of Gods of Destruction and Angel. Horrible. Looking at the light blue-skinned Grand Priest directly above her, a trace of cold sweat appeared on Suhan's face. Chapter 75. The Grand Priest is strong. Suhan is very aware of this point, and has long been prepared in his heart. But when Suhan saw the other party for the first time, he was still shocked by the divine aura emanating from the other party. Because the breath of God released from the Grand Priest can no longer be described as powerful. But horror! Facing such a terrifying breath of God, Suhan can now finally understand why Gods of Destruction Beerus in the original book was so nervous that his hairs trembled when he heard the name of the other party. He even knelt down on the ground immediately. That's because the opponent's strength is simply too terrifying. I'm afraid that if the opponent is willing, they can really erase any angel and gods of destruction in an instant. Yes. Mr. Grand Priest. Whis looked at the Grand Priest directly above, and a smile appeared on his face. This is the 700 Mr. Suhan I mentioned earlier. Whis' body rose slowly, and came to the side of Grand Priest, then glanced at Suhan who was on the ground, and said in a steady tone. And Grand Priest didn't seem to pay attention to Whis' words, and his eyes never left Suhan's body. But after watching for a while, a kind smile appeared on Grand Priest's face. This kid is really good. Whis, you did a great job this time. Grand Priest glanced at Whis, then looked satisfied. Thank you Grand Priest for the compliment. Actually, I didn't do anything. Mr. Suhan made it to where he is today because of his extraordinary potential. Whis nodded slowly and said. But the Grand Priest didn't continue to pay attention to Whis, instead he flew directly in front of Suhan. Hello, Mr. Union. Whis should have introduced me to you. Grand Priest looked at Suhan's slightly nervous expression, and said with a chuckle. Well, yes Mr. Grand Priest. Suhan took a deep breath, and then showed his usual relaxed expression. Although he knows that the opponent is very strong, Suhan will never admit defeat. He firmly believes that as long as he gives himself enough time, his strength will eventually surpass all of them. Haha! You can remain calm in front of me, I have to say that Mr. Suhan is really good. Seeing that Suhan responded to him without saying a word, Grand Priest became even more interested in this talented human being. You must know that just now I deliberately released the huge aura in my body, the purpose is to see how this human named Suhan will react. And the aura emanating from him is not to mention a human being. Even the gods of destruction at the ceiling level of the universe, after feeling the aura emanating from his body, I am afraid that he will immediately fall to his knees on the ground. But the human being in front of him was able to control the fear in his heart and talk to himself so calmly. I have to say that this kind of performance really made Grand Priest more interested in this human being. Of course Mr. Grand Priest, Mr. Suhan is the existence with the strongest cultivation talent among all the people I have seen so far. Even Master Beerus back then, his talent in cultivation is definitely not half as good as that of Mr. Suhan. Angel Whis followed behind Grand Priest, also speaking very proudly. Anyway, after all, the other party is from his 7th universe, and he was introduced to the Temple of Zeno by himself, so this matter also makes Whis feel very honored. I heard from Whis that you have mastered Ultra Instinct. And it has been cultivated to the point that it is not weaker than Whis. Grand Priest's eyes cast Suhan, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. That's right, Mr. Yinchenai. I did master Ultra Instinct, but there must still be some gaps compared to Mr. Whis. Suhan still said without saying a word. Although he was already very nervous, Suhan's face was still extremely calm. Because he knew that if the Grand Priest had plans to attack him, he would not waste time with him, let alone bring himself to the Temple of Zeno on purpose. So there is nothing to be afraid of right now. Haha! Is there still some gap compared to Whis? It's really interesting. Then let me try it, Mr. Suhan. As he spoke, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on Grand Priest's face. Although Ultra Instinct is not an advanced supernatural power at all for Grand Priest. But this ability is the exclusive ability of their angel family after all, very few people can cultivate to Suhan's level. Not to mention mastering Ultra Instinct, even mastering some superficial aspects of Ultra Instinct is very difficult. So for this human being who can cultivate Ultra Instinct to the level not weaker than Angel, Grand Priest is naturally very interested. Since Mr. Grand Priest wants to see it, I'd rather be obedient than obedient. Although Suhan wanted to refuse. But Suhan knew very well in his heart that since the Grand Priest had spoken, there was basically no room for maneuver in this matter. So there is no need to waste words, let's go directly to talent. Fun little guy with a great appetite. Seeing that Suhan didn't refuse, but agreed without hesitation, because the faces of the priests showed astonished expressions. But soon it returned to normal. Then the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a serious look on his face. Hey! I hope that Mr. Grand Priest will be more merciful when he makes a move next time. Angel Whis shook his head helplessly. Originally, he wanted to ask Grand Priest to let him fight Suhan, so that Grand Priest could watch Suhan's Ultra Instinct. But I didn't expect that Mr. Suhan actually agreed. This made Whis almost at a loss as to what to do. But after seeing the look on Grand Priest's face, Whis didn't say anything more. Now that Grand Priest has seriously expressed his interest, there is no need for him to continue talking. Bring it on. Grand Priest put his hands behind his back and looked at Suhan with a smile on his face. Then I'm sorry, Mr. Grand Priest. 0.8 While speaking, Suhan also became serious. Since the other party wants to see his Ultra Instinct, let the other party take a good look at it. After all, in front of a powerhouse like the Grand Priest, there is no possibility of hiding anything at all. Rather than hiding it, it is better to show it directly. And at this moment, silver halos and lines suddenly appeared around Suhan's body. Without wind, the hair automatically turned silvery white in the next second. There is also a silver-grey brilliance flowing in the pupils. At this moment, Suhan has already entered the realm of Ultra Instinct. And just after Suhan entered the realm of Ultra Instinct, there seemed to be after images forming behind his body every time he took a step, and the whole person was like a ghost for a while. But in an instant, the Grand Priest has arrived. Excuse me. After saying that, Suhan slammed a fist at Grand Priest's cheek. Chapter 76. Call out. Just when Suhan's fist was only a centimeter away from landing on Grand Priest's cheek, the opponent's body suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes like a ghost. Then appeared behind him. Ho ho. Sure enough, it's Ultra Instinct, and the cultivation is pretty good. At this time, the voice of Grand Priest appeared behind Suhan. After Suhan heard this voice, his body couldn't help but pause. Because he didn't expect that Grand Priest's speed could be so fast, not only dodging his own attack at such a distance. And unexpectedly, in an instant, he came behind him. Suhan felt that if he had shot at him just now, even if he didn't die at that moment, he would probably have suffered serious injuries. Too strong. Suhan clenched his fists tightly and let his nails penetrate into his palms, but he still didn't know it. Very good, keep coming. Grand Priest beckoned to Suhan again, motioning for Suhan to attack him. Call, don't underestimate me. Suhan's deep voice came out of his throat, but it was only 27 moments after the sound came out. Suhan's body flashed away like a thunderbolt. The speed of punching was extremely fast, as if it could burn the surrounding breath. There were bursts of roaring sounds. Snapped. Facing Suhan's heavy punch, Grand Priest didn't choose to dodge, but stretched out his palm, and easily blocked Suhan's attack. The speed is faster than before, which really surprises me. Grand Priest still had a smile on his face, looked at the other party and said with a smile. Drink. Although the opponent immediately blocked his attack with the palm of his hand. But Suhan was not discouraged by this, and instead launched a stormy attack towards the Grand Priest again. The fists blasted out one by one, as if each punch could tear apart the space. Make a real explosion. But this kind of attack is obviously a bit weak for the Grand Priest. The opponent didn't take it seriously at all, and just blocked all the attacks of Suhan with one hand. And there was no stepping back from the termination. Very good, very good. Both speed and strength are very strong. I'm afraid Mr. Suhan, your current strength has already surpassed a part of Gods of Destruction. Grand Priest defended against Suhan's attack, and then praised. Judging from the strength shown by Suhan, Grand Priest can tell that the opponent's current strength must be directly qualified for the position of Gods of Destruction. And his current strength may have surpassed some Gods of Destruction. With only one perfect Ultra Instinct, I am afraid that among the 12 Gods of Destruction, it is difficult to find an existence that can defeat Suhan. Mr. Grand Priest is awesome. I am just a small human being, how can I be compared with Lord Gods of Destruction? Suhan gritted his teeth, feeling extremely upset. The opponent actually blocked all of his attacks with just one arm. It was the first time Suhan felt this feeling of being completely suppressed. The strength of this guy, Grand Priest, is really bottomless. Mr. Grand Priest, you have been defending like this, it's really boring. Why don't you attack me too, it might be more interesting. Suhan gritted his teeth tightly, although he still said this sentence. Although he knew that Grand Priest had no intention of shooting himself. But Suhan still wanted to see how terrifying the opponent's strength was. At least let yourself have a bottom line. Ho ho. Mr. Suhan, your request is really special. However, I advise you to think clearly about what you are saying, because if I make a move, it will be very scary. Grand Priest laughed, he didn't take Suhan's words to heart. If he made a move by himself, even if he controlled the strength, he would probably cripple the opponent in an instant, so Grand Priest never planned to make a move from the beginning to the end. I just want to see if the other party's talent is true. Of course, if it is true, I can also show my next plan. Mr. Grand Priest, I have already thought about it. Although I know that my request is absurd, but fighting against a strong man like you will really make people's blood boil. So I hope you can fulfill me. Suhan looked at each other seriously. Even if he will be defeated, Suhan also wants to see how much stronger the Grand Priest is than himself. Humph, very good. Why have you been the first person to make such a request for so many years? However, since you are so sure, then I will fulfill you. Said Grand Priest's eyes suddenly became cold. Boom! The suffocating breath of God burst out from Grand Priest's body in an instant. But at this moment, Suhan actually froze in place. Even though he had already made mental preparations, Yinhan was still stunned after feeling the suffocating and terrifying aura of the other party. Mr. Grand Priest, Father, let's stop here, if this continues, I'm afraid it will disturb Lord Zeno. At this time, Angel Whis hurriedly flew to Grand Priest's side, and began to persuade him. Because Whis is very aware of the strength of his father, that is, the Grand Priest, and he understands how terrifying the opponent's strength is. In the entire temple, except for Master Zeno, I am afraid that no one can compare with his father. What's wrong with you, Mr. Suhan, don't you want to attack you? Then for the next punch, you have to cheer up. Grand Priest didn't pay attention to Whis, just a look made him freeze in place, not daring to say another word. Call out. Then the body turned into a blue-green light, and it violently attacked Suhan. It was at this moment that Suhan came to his senses, seeing the oncoming Grand Priest, Yinhan's pupils suddenly shrank. The whole person is extremely nervous, but I only have this chance. However, at the second when Grand Priest's fist was about to land on his chest, Suhan's body suddenly disappeared in place. Only an after-image of Suhan remained on the spot. Disappeared. Grand Priest's face showed a bit of astonishment, he didn't expect the other party to dodge his attack. Then at this moment, Grand Priest suddenly felt a huge force of destruction coming from behind. 600 Super Big Bang Destruction Key Blast. A roar came from Suhan's throat, and then fusion blasted the destructive energy cannon with all the destructive power and god power on the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest was not given any room to react at all, and the terrifying energy cannon directly swallowed it, hitting Mr. Grand Priest. Whis looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment, suddenly feeling unreal. Unexpectedly, Mr. Suhan dodged the punch just now in that way. And it seemed as if it had been premeditated. The moment they successfully avoided, they immediately launched the next round of offensive. And the energy cannon in Suhan's hand was assembled the moment he dodged the Grand Priest's attack. Almost no delay offensive. Instantly disappeared to avoid the attack, and then instantly appeared behind the Grand Priest, blasting out. It seems that the reason why Mr. Suhan made such a request must have made up his mind a long time ago. Whis looked at Suhan in disbelief. I didn't expect that the other party had planned it long ago, but if he hadn't had time to dodge the punch from Grand Priest just now, he probably would have been lying on the bed. As the smoke and dust receded, the figure of Grand Priest slowly walked out of it. Outside of Grand Priest's body, there is a light green circular barrier. But from the intact appearance of his body, it is not difficult to see that under Suhan's perfect blow just now, it didn't have any effect on him. Even the Grand Priest didn't even use the erasure power. Chapter 77. Is there nothing wrong? I didn't expect the strength of the Grand Priest to be so strong. Su-Han's body quickly fell from mid-air, because the blow just now exhausted all the strength in his body. So now Su-Han can't even fly with flying technique. I thought that my all-out blow would definitely injure the Grand Priest. Even if it was bad, I could still let the opponent attack with all my strength to defend. But now Su-Han still feels that he is too naive. For Grand Priest, his attack just now was completely stressless. But at this moment, the protective barrier outside Grand Priest's body was split inch by inch. Crack! In the end, although it didn't break immediately, it was already crumbling. Unexpectedly, it broke my protective barrier. Interesting. Seeing that some cracks appeared on his protective barrier, a surprised expression suddenly appeared on Grand Priest's face. But it was only for an instant that he returned to calm. Mr. Grand Priest, Mr. Su-Han's physical strength and divine power have been exhausted, there is no need to continue the battle. Seeing Grand Priest flying, Whis immediately stepped forward and said. Grand Priest nodded and didn't say anything more. But I have a new view of the human being in front of me. It's just a human being who has done so many things that surprised me. I have to say how over the years, Su-Han is still the first guy to bring himself so many surprises. And when he avoided his punch in the end, the ability he used was very unusual. He could actually dodge his own blow, and then release the most powerful blow with all the energy in his body in an instant. It has to be said that everything Su-Han did surprised Grand Priest. Mr. Su-Han is really nice. Grand Priest slowly came to Su-Han's side and said. Thanks, Grand Priest, for your mercy. Su-Han's brows trembled slightly, feeling a little disappointed in his heart. Unexpectedly, the strongest blow that exhausted the whole body's divine power and destructive power was blocked by Grand Priest so easily. Even his own attack didn't leave any dust on the opponent's body, which made Su-Han feel extra uncomfortable. However, this also deepened Su-Han's desire to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he control his own destiny. Only by becoming stronger can you surpass the Grand Priest. Mr. Su-Han, your behavior just now was too reckless. If it wasn't because of the Grand Priest's mercy just now, you would never be able to avoid it in that generation. And the power of that punch can at least keep you in bed for half a month. Angel Whis frowned slightly, looked at Su-Han with a slightly displeased face and said. Hey. Sorry Whispers, I'm just a little excited to play against someone as strong as Mr. Grand Priest. But it's not a big problem. Saying that, Su-Han took out a fairy bean from his pocket, and ate it in one bite. And as the celestial beans entered his throat, Su-Han's weak eyelids suddenly opened. Then the somewhat sluggish expression on the whole person's face disappeared in an instant. Instead, it is full of vitality. Huh? Yes, something that can restore physical injuries and physical strength in an instant. It's really interesting. Seeing Su-Han's sudden recovery, Grand Priest's face revealed a hint of consternation, but he quickly regained his composure. I didn't expect that the seventh universe would bring me so many surprises. Thank you Mr. Grand Priest for your mercy. After regaining his energy, he arched his hands at Grand Priest and said. Anyway, the other party didn't hit him hard, and Su-Han was content. At the very least, he now understands one thing, that is, even with his current strength, it is absolutely impossible to shake Grand Priest even at the limit of explosion. Forget it, take your time step by step, set a small goal first, and beat what Whis is saying. Su-Han said secretly in his heart. However, Su-Han could feel that his body had become stronger again, probably due to the fact that he faced the terrifying aura of the Grand Priest just now. Recalling the terrifying aura on Grand Priest, Su-Han still has lingering fears. So Mr. Grand Priest, do you think Mr. Su-Han is more suitable for the position of Gods of Destruction, or the position of Angel? At this moment, Angel Whis asked. He was still a little curious about this matter. It can also be seen from Su-Han's last blow just now that Su-Han's grasp of the power of destruction is already very strong. Even compared to the real Gods of Destruction, it is estimated that there is not much difference. Therefore, if Su-Han is to be cultivated in the direction of Gods of Destruction, there is absolutely no problem. Similarly, Mr. Su-Han's mastery of Ultra Instinct is also very strong, even Suhan has mastered part of Angel's supernatural power. And if Mr. Suhan is to be cultivated in the direction of Angel, naturally there will be no problem. At this time, Su Yu also set his sights on Grand Priest. Regarding Suhan's question, he also wanted to see how Grand Priest answered. Could it be that Grand Priest really wants to train themselves in the direction of Angel? Serving gods of destruction Suhan gives me a headache. In his heart, he secretly determined that no matter what position the other party gave him, Suhan would not kill him. Whether it is gods of destruction or Angel, I think there is no problem judging from Mr. Suhan's current strength. However, after fighting against Mr. Suhan just now, I found that these two positions are actually not suitable for Mr. Suhan. Grand Priest shook his head. Grand Priest can feel that Suhan is very strong in terms of strength and potential. If he really cultivates in the direction of gods of destruction or Angel, it is indeed a bit of a waste. Both positions are not suitable for Mr. Suhan. Hearing this, Whis frowned slightly, not quite understanding what the Grand Priest meant. There are only these two, Li Qian's, positions for the top priesthoods in a universe, one Angel and one gods of destruction, and of course, if you have to count, there may be Supreme Kai. But Supreme Kai is nothing more than a priesthood equivalent to gods of destruction. But the actual rights and status are far behind gods of destruction. That's right. I think there should be other positions that are more suitable for Mr. Suhan than the two positions of Angel and Grand Priest. As he spoke, a smile suddenly appeared on Grand Priest's face. Better position. Hearing this, I don't know why Suhan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. There's always the feeling that something bad might happen. Temple Law Enforcement Officer, I don't know what Mr. Suhan thinks of this position. Grand Priest glanced at Suhan, then smiled and said the name of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer. What, father? Mr. Grand Priest, are you sure? Hearing this, Angel Whis' expression changed suddenly. Chapter 78. Mr. Grand Priest, you are not kidding. Angel Whis looked at Grand Priest nervously. Temple Enforcer. Although this position has been empty for a long time, Whis is no stranger to this position. Because this location is very special. The task of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer is to supervise the gods, supervise the work of the universe gods of destruction and Angel. And this position can basically be consistent with the Grand Priest's position. Whis doesn't need to be so nervous. I'm just giving a suggestion. Specifically, whether Mr. Suhan is qualified for this position still needs a lot of careful consideration. At least it will be possible after Master Zeno has passed the test. Grand Priest said with a chuckle. However, the reason why Grand Priest said this naturally has its own purpose. Moreover, Grand Priest believes that it is too early to directly become the Temple Law Enforcement Officer with the strength of Mr. Suhan. But if the other party is willing to follow him and practice for a period of time, there is no problem in becoming a trainee law enforcement officer. Call. It turns out that 570 is like this, it shocked me. Hearing this, Angel Wei breathed a sigh of relief. If there is really an extra Temple Law Enforcement Officer for no reason, Whis feels that life will be difficult in the future. After all, it is the job of the Temple Law Enforcement Officers to supervise their work. In that case, Mr. Suhan will probably find out if he wants to be lazy in the future. Whis, Mr. Grand Priest. I don't know what you're talking about, the judge, what does it do? Suhan on the side watched Angel Whis' changing face. Suddenly asked suspiciously. Because the original book does not have the position of Temple Law Enforcement Officer, and Suhan has never heard of it. However, from the performance of Whis just now, it is not difficult to guess that the weight of this position may not be simple. At least what is certain is that the status must surpass gods of destruction and Angel. Ho. It seems that Whis didn't mention it to Mr. Suhan, but the Temple Law Enforcement Officer. In that case, let me introduce Mr. Suhan first. Grand Priest put his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. Then a smile appeared on his face, he explained, and said, the Law Enforcement Officer of the Temple, as the name suggests, is the Law Enforcement Officer of the Temple, and can also be said to be the Law Enforcement Officer of Lord Quanzu. As for the work content of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer, it is to help Lord Zeno enforce the law, supervise the gods of destruction Supreme Kai, and all the gods in the 12 universes including Angel. If it is found that there is a god who has not completed his own work in accordance with the regulations, then the law enforcers can warn or punish. Of course, if the circumstances are serious, the law enforcers have the right to kill directly. Grand Priest explained very earnestly and easily understood. And such concise words, Suhan naturally understood very well. Temple Law Enforcement Officer, the job content is to supervise the work of the 12 universe gods. Of course, if someone does not complete their job well, or commits a major accident, the law enforcement officer can completely obliterate it. This is also the right that Zeno bestows on the Temple Law Enforcement Officers. But this position sounds like a lot of freedom, and it can also punish those gods of destruction who don't do anything. Hiss, Mr. Grand Priest, you don't need to deliberately raise the pitch of the word angel. Whis said with a frustrated face. Because gods of destruction Beerus likes to sleep very much, Whis' previous work can be said to be very easy. Just supervise Lord Beerus, wake up and destroy some useless planets. As for the rest of the time, Whis can eat and drink as he wants. But if, there is a Temple Law Enforcement Officer, it will be completely different. The task and responsibility of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer is to supervise the gods of the 12 universes. Even himself as Angel is under the supervision of the Temple Law Enforcement Officers. And if the other party catches him violating the rules and disciplines, he will definitely be punished. Ho ho. Whis don't need to be nervous, although Mr. Suhan's conditions are very suitable in all aspects, but it is not easy to become a real Temple Law Enforcement Officer. At least with the current strength of Mr. Suhan, it is difficult to become a trainee law enforcement officer. As he spoke, Yinchen shook his head. If you don't even have the power to punish gods of destruction and angel, then where is the deterrent power of this law enforcement officer? If you don't have enough strength, why do you supervise the gods of the 12 universes? Therefore, if you want to become a law enforcement officer of the temple, strength is an indispensable part. That's right, although Mr. Suhan's potential is very strong, but the current ability to become a law enforcement officer is still a bit weak. Thinking of this, Whis' face softened. It seems that at least until Mr. Suhan has enough strength to become a temple law enforcement officer, he doesn't have to worry about being supervised. I have already introduced the duties of the law enforcement officer. I wonder if Mr. Suhan is interested in this position. At this time, Grand Priest looked at Suhan again and asked. But it was just a symbolic question, and Grand Priest wouldn't bother with the fact that the other party was different. Because even if a genius like Suhan looks at 12 universes, it may be difficult to create a second one. And why should I let Whis and other angels pay attention to the genius of my universe? Isn't that what it is for? So now that there is such an opportunity, Grand Priest will never let it go. Mr. Grand Priest, since the duty of a law enforcement officer is to supervise the gods of the 12 universes, I am naturally interested. It's just a pity, as you and Whis said before, my current strength is indeed too weak. I can't even beat Whis now, how can I supervise the gods of destruction and angel of 12 universes? Saying that, Suhan sighed, and said in embarrassment. Because Suhan also saw it, Grand Priest seemed to want to take this position himself. Although Suhan doesn't know why, but since the other party wants him to take this position, he will definitely find a way to improve his strength. As for Suhan, what he most desires and most urgently wants now is great strength. Only with enough strength can one control one's own destiny. Regardless of the purpose of the Grand Priest, as long as he has enough strength, the Grand Priest cannot change himself. Chapter 79. What Mr. Suhan said is a problem. But it's not difficult. If you want, you can stay in the temple to practice for a while. Although I can't guarantee that you can directly surpass angel and gods of destruction's strength, it is not difficult to make your strength break through in a short period of time. Grand Priest said in a flat tone, with a smile on his face. Being able to master the perfect Ultra Instinct is not something everyone can do, even Angel will spend a long time learning this ability. But Suhan can completely master it, which is enough to prove how strong his potential is. So Grand Priest is very confident that as long as Suhan stays by his side and cultivates for 10 or 8 years, he will definitely be qualified for the position of law enforcement officer of the temple. Stay in the temple to practice. Hearing this, Suhan didn't answer right away, but touched his chin and began to think. Although Suhan is also very clear that the aura of God here in the temple is very strong, and it can even allow practitioners to achieve the effect of thousands of miles in one day. But Suhan can't stay here for a long time. After all, the main task of the system is still important, so even if you are practicing here, you must control the time well and not stay for a long time. Mr. Grand Priest, I think you are right. Mr. Suhan does have the potential to become a temple law enforcement officer. It's just that, I think that Mr. Suhan's current strength and experience are still a little too young. It's better to let Mr. Suhan continue to practice by my side. At that time, I will train Mr. Suhan with all my heart. After a few years, Mr. Wang's strength will definitely be qualified for the position of a trainee law enforcement officer. Angel Whis looked at Grand Priest with a strange expression, and said in a voice like a mosquito. Although I am a little afraid of the Grand Priest, I am afraid that my words will make the other party unhappy. But even so, Whis still bit the bullet and said it, because Whis felt that he only had this chance. If Mr. Suhan is really allowed to stay in the temple to practice, his life will be difficult in the future. The second is that it will be difficult for him to eat delicious food in the future. What's more, at Whis now, I can't express my love for Lao Tan sauerkraut beef noodles in words. So he doesn't want Suhan to stay in the temple even more. After Grand Priest heard Whis' words, the smile on his face froze for an instant, and then showed a displeased expression. Right. Mr. Grand Priest, I think what Mr. Whis said makes sense. As Mr. Whis said, I currently don't have enough strength or experience, and I'm used to where the 7th universe is where I can practice and I can concentrate more on it. Before Grand Priest reprimanded Whis, Suhan immediately agreed. Similarly, Suhan also understands that this is his last chance, otherwise, if he is really left in the temple by the Grand Priest, it may be difficult to return to the 7th universe. That's it. Although I still recommend you to stay in the temple to practice, but since Mr. Suhan, you also want to stay in the 7th universe to practice, then you can do it like this. Grand Priest said in a calm tone. Although he was a little displeased, since Suhan himself agreed to such a suggestion, Grand Priest would not continue to say anything. Besides, what Whis said is not unreasonable. Although Suhan's potential is very high, his current strength is still not enough. It is also a good choice to practice with Whis for a period of time. However, at this moment, Grand Priest suddenly set his sights on Whis. Then he frowned slightly and said, Whis, since you want Mr. Suhan to stay in your 7th universe, then Mr. Suhan's training task will be entrusted to you in the future, so I hope you know what to do. I don't want the next time I see Mr. Suhan, his strength will still be stagnant. In addition, Whis protects the safety of Mr. Suhan, you must take this seriously. Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Whis. Although his tone was calm, he could feel the chill emanating from Grand Priest's body. After waiting for a long time to find a suitable candidate for the position of law enforcement officer, Grand Priest absolutely does not want any mistakes. I remember Mr. Grand Priest. In the future, Whis will definitely do his best to guide Mr. Suhan's cultivation, and strive to enable Mr. Suhan to have the ability to become a law enforcement officer as soon as possible. As for the safety issue, Mr. Grand Priest, you can rest assured, because Mr. Suhan's strength is probably not weaker than Master Beerus. Whis looked at his father's serious expression, although he was a little nervous, he still said what he wanted to say. Whis doesn't worry about practicing these things at all, Suhan himself is a genius of cultivation. Whether it's the fighting skills I gave him, or Angel's various supernatural powers, the opponent can basically master them in a very short period of time. As for the safety issue, there is no need to worry, Suhan's strength may be somewhat different from that of the top gods of destruction, but because of Ultra Instinct Sophie is not afraid of anyone in the 12 universes at all. Asking for flowers. Even if he didn't meet Angel, then Mr. Suhan could easily deal with it. Very good. Hope you don't let me down, Whis. Hearing Whis' confident answer, Grand Priest's serious expression softened a bit. Since Suhan is also willing to stay in the cultivation of the 7th universe, let him go. But if Suhan's strength is still not qualified to become a temple law enforcement officer after a few years, the Grand Priest will not show any mercy, and will directly force Suhan to stay in the temple to practice. Until the other party becomes the temple law enforcement officer. After all, this position has been vacant for too long, and my plan has finally waited for the right opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Grand Priest. Seeing that the other party agreed, Suhan hastily handed over his hands to thank him. Although I don't know why the other party agreed so quickly, but since the other party agreed, then this is a good thing for Suhan. Even if you want to be that law enforcement officer, you have to let yourself complete the tasks of the system first. And the system has also said that the task of signing in this time will be very generous, so Suchu naturally doesn't want to miss it. You don't need to thank me, although I agreed, let you stay in the 7th universe to practice. But before that, you still need to stay in the temple for a few more days before you can leave. During this time, I will conduct a special training for you. In addition, Master Zeno should also want to meet. What about the future temple law enforcement officer? Facing Suhan's thanks, Grand Priest waved his hand, and then showed an incredible smile. Seeing Zeno, I knew it wouldn't be easy. Suhan gasped, he guessed that things would not be so simple. But unexpectedly, Grand Priest actually wanted to let himself meet Zeno. Ho ho! Mr. Suhan, you don't have to be nervous, Master Zeno is actually easy to get along with. But you must remember not to make the other party angry. At this time, Whis stepped forward with a smile and said. Although he knew that the special training for the Grand Priest would definitely not be easy, but Whis believed that Suhan would be able to pass it smoothly. And if this is the case, Mr. Suhan will have to wait at least many years before he can become a law enforcement officer, and he can continue to fish. Well, if there are no problems, then prepare to enter the temple to face Master Zeno now. At this time, Grand Priest nodded, and stretched out his arms to Suhan and the two, and the place where the arms pointed was the entrance gate of the Temple of Quanzhou. Chapter 80. Let's go, Mr. Suhan. With a smile on his face, the Grand Priest entered the Temple of Zeno first. Seeing this, Suhan did not continue to hesitate, and also followed. Now that the other party has brought him here, there is no need for Suhan to hesitate any longer. No matter whether it is a blessing or a curse, he has to go in first to find out. But Suhan believes things shouldn't be too bad. After all, the Grand Priest's attitude towards him before, obviously hoped that he would be the law enforcement officer of this temple. After entering the temple with the three of Suhan, they thought they would be greeted by resplendent decorations, but Suhan froze for the scene in front of them. After entering the temple, except for some huge stone pillars, there is only a void space with no side in sight. Even Suhan can't see clearly. And every stone pillar here seems to connect 907 to other time and space, exuding the power of time and space. Is this the inside of the temple? It's really different from what I imagined. Suhan looked at the strange things around him, and his expression became serious in an instant. Intuition told Suhan that looking at the temple, which looks very ordinary on the outside, it is not simple on the inside. I'm afraid there are still many secrets here, but Suhan's current strength is too weak to get to the bottom of it. Ahem, Mr. Suhan, pay attention, I will see Master Zeno soon. Seeing the frown on Suhan's face, Angel Whis couldn't help but whispered a reminder in his ear. At the same time, Suhan felt a sudden dazzling white light in front of his eyes. Wait until the white light fades away. Immediately, three figures appeared in front of them. Two guards with slender bodies and weird looks like pencils. And in the center of the two guards is a flat-headed robot that looks even stranger than the two guards. Blue in the middle, purple on both sides, and the dividing line between blue and purple is just above each eye. This strange-looking flat-headed robot is none other than the king of the gods everyone fears, Zeno. And at this moment, Grand Priest suddenly knelt down in front of Zeno. Grand Priest greets Master Zeno. Oh! Zeno blinked, then nodded. Seeing this, Grand Priest stood up slowly, and then continued, Master Zeno, this is the Mr. Suhan I mentioned to you before. I tried it out just now. Mr. Suhan's potential is really high, and he is very suitable for the position of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer. Grand Priest came to Zeno's side and said in a low voice. Oh! Suhan, you are finally here. Zeno didn't seem to care about the second half of what Grand Priest said, only after hearing Suhan's name. It just flew down from its own position. Then came to Suhan's side. The temple finally has a newcomer, I'm so happy. Zeno stepped forward, stretched out two small hands to Suhan, and then looked at Suhan with joy. Facing such an enthusiastic Zeno, although Suhan was a little uncomfortable, he immediately stretched out his hand to hold the other's little hand. Hello, Master Zeno. My Zeno's little hand. Suhan shook it lightly, then said with a smile. Hi Suhan. Grand Priest, it's been a long time since we played peekaboo. Suhan is here today, why don't we play a game of peekaboo now? After talking about peekaboo, Zeno immediately set his sights on Grand Priest, and then spoke cheerfully. This, Master Zeno. Shouldn't we settle the matter of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer first? Hearing this, Grand Priest said with an ugly face. Stop talking nonsense, do you want to disappear? Zeno glanced at Grand Priest coldly, and immediately released a divine aura that was more terrifying than Grand Priest. Accompanied by the release of powerful energy, Grand Priest was directly crushed by the powerful momentum and fell to his knees on the ground. Similarly, although the aura released by Zeno was not aimed at Suhan, Suhan was equally oppressed. Then he knelt on the ground abruptly. Is this Zeno's strength? It's scary. Suhan covered his chest with both hands, feeling that the blood in his body seemed to be flowing backwards. His throat was sweet, but Suhan didn't spit out blood, but swallowed it abruptly. Understood, Master Zeno. In that case, let's play hide and seek. Grand Priest also had an ugly face, clasped his hands tightly, and forced a smile, saying, What? Great, I can finally play peekaboo with Mr. Suhan. Seeing that Grand Priest agreed, Kuan Yu seemed to be a different person. The terrifying and suffocating breath of God disappeared instantly. At this moment, Zeno has turned into that stupid flat-headed egg again, and he can't feel the breath of God at all. A cute whole egg without any threat. Scary. Suhan gasped, sure enough. Zeno is the scariest one, it doesn't matter if he is strong, the key is that his personality is simply perverted. Peekaboo. It seems that we have to cooperate well later, otherwise, just that one sentence, do you want to disappear? It is estimated that Suhan can't breathe. Hoo. In that case, Master Zeno, let's get ready to start now. Although Whis' face was equally ugly, he also squeezed out a smile and smoothed things over. I'll be a ghost first, get up quickly. After hearing Whis' words, Zeno immediately looked for the stone pillar, then lowered his head and started counting. 1, 3, 4, 13. Hurry up, Mr. Suhan, the game has started, hide now. Seeing that Suhan didn't seem to have recovered, Angel Whis hastily reminded him. Oh. Got it Whis. Hearing this, Suhan didn't dare to hesitate anymore. 0.7. Because Suhan knows that doing one wrong thing in this place is fatal. After all, just because Grand Priest said one more word, he was crushed by the terrifying aura released by the other party and knelt down on the ground. Suhan is very clear, if he had exchanged himself with Grand Priest just now, he might not be able to stand up now. So for now, let's just complete the game honestly with Zeno. Only in this way can the other party be happy. Then do other things to be smoother. 99,100. Suhan, Grand Priest, Whis, are you hiding? I'm going to catch you now. As he said that, Zeno had a joyful expression on his face like a child. Then slowly flew into the air, and began to look for Suhan and others. Chapter 81. After Suhan and others were tortured for 3 days and 3 nights, Zeno finally stopped his extremely mentally retarded game. Yes. It's really thanks to Suhan this time, how fun it is to play. Suhan, next time we will play peekaboo together. Like an excited child, Zeno tightly grasped Suhan's arm with both hands, looking expectant. Don't worry, Master Zeno, we will definitely have a chance to play together next time. Wait until next time we find more people to play together, after all, this game will be more interesting to play with more people. Suhan patted Zeno's little hand, although there was a smile on his face. But the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Suhan really doesn't want to experience this mentally retarded game again, and playing games with this mentally retarded person, Suhan feels that if he plays for a long time, even his own IQ will be affected. But if there is a next time, Han will definitely let the whole country call gods of destruction an angel from 12 universes. After all, such a coming thing has already been shared with my friends. The next time we play again, we must invite more people to play together. Zeno put his little hands on his chest and nodded expectantly. If the chicken pecks at the rice in general. Zeno. Master Zeno, since the game has been played, shouldn't we discuss some things about the temple law enforcement officers now? Seeing the excited expression on Zeno's face, Grand Priest hurried forward to remind him again. Although Zeno had played this game with them many times before, it was the first time Grand Priest saw how happy Zeno could play. But the Grand Priest knew it was all because of Suhan, because Suhan was so good in the previous game. That's why Master Zeno is so happy. Grand Priest, you're right, it's time for us to talk about the temple law enforcement. Hearing this, Zeno nodded quickly, with a smile still on his face. Mr. Zeno, Mr. Suhan, I mentioned it to you before, and I also read Mr. Susai's strength and potential are very suitable for the position of the temple law enforcement officer. Grand Priest came to Zeno's side and said softly. Oh, I see. But if Suhan becomes the law enforcement officer of the temple, wouldn't he be able to play hide and seek with me in the future? Thinking of this, Zeno's face instantly changed from excited to calm. It is not difficult to see that if the next words do not satisfy the other party, this whole egg will definitely get angry. After Suhan heard Quan Dan's words, he scolded him 10,000 times in his heart. Xiao Biantu, who still wants to be around, keeps playing mentally retarded games? Thinking of this, Suhan's back felt a little numb. Even if he stayed by Zeno's side, he could enjoy the highest respect in the entire Dragon Ball world. But Suhan still won't choose to stay here. Because he didn't want to play games with a mentally retarded person all the time. And it's a game for a pair of mentally retarded. The most important thing is that you can't make the other party unhappy. If you make the other party unhappy that day, there is a risk of being erased at any time. Thinking of this, Suhan's back felt a little chilled. No, Master Zeno. The Grand Priest's voice spoke slowly. Oh? Grand Priest. Hearing this, Zeno seemed to be attracted, and immediately became interested, and the flathead hurriedly looked at Grand Priest. Yes, it is. Although Suhan's first duty is to supervise the gods of the 12 universes if he becomes a law enforcement officer. But as the temple law enforcement officer, apart from supervision, there are other things that need to be done, so I will report to you first. So in the future, Mr. Suhan will often go in and out of the temple, and at that time, I believe that Mr. Suhan will definitely let Master Zeno have a good time, very thoroughly. After Grand Priest finished speaking, he glanced at Suhan intentionally or unintentionally. Suhan, Grand Priest. What? Grand Priest, what you said seems to make sense. In this way, Suhan can not only complete his job, but also play games with me. Yes, yes, yes. After hearing Grand Priest's speech, Zeno immediately jumped off the chair excitedly, and then clapped his hands excitedly. Since this is the case, Suhan has passed my approval. As for the things that need to be done in the future, I will leave it to you to complete. I am a little sleepy after playing for so long. After Zeno finished speaking, the two pencil-like guards immediately came to the left and right sides of the full opening. Then he gave the Grand Priest a look. It just brought Zeno into a beam of changing light and disappeared in the original place. Ho ho! We are really lucky, Mr. Suhan, we didn't expect to get Master Zeno's approval so easily. From now on, you will be a trainee law enforcement officer. Angel Whis looked at Suhan and said with a smile. But at this moment, Suhan couldn't be happy at all, and his face was extremely gloomy. Whis is right, Mr. Suhan. However, although you have been approved by Master Zeno, if you want to become a trainee law enforcement officer, your ability still needs to be improved. So I can start my special training for you. As Grand Priest said, he walked directly in front of Suhan. Then without giving Suhan a chance to react, he stretched out his finger and tapped Suhan's forehead lightly. Then, along with a dark green energy, it came out from Grand Priest's fingertips and directly entered Suhan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 5% erasing magic power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering 5% of the erasing supernatural power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 30% angel supernatural power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering 30% of angel's supernatural powers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the angel supernatural power, time reverse flow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the supernatural power of angel, reversal of time. After listening to the system notification sound in his head, Suhan's pupils snapped. 337 Just now he didn't know what Grand Priest wanted to do to him. But I didn't expect how generous the Grand Priest would be, and how many gifts he would give himself as soon as he came up. Erase supernatural powers. This is what Suhan dreamed of, although only 5% is already very good. After all, this ability is exclusive to Almighty. So to be able to master 5% is already very remarkable, and it is estimated that even if Angel mastered the magic power of erasing, it is estimated that it will not exceed 5%. Mr. Suhan, you don't need to be surprised, these abilities are not all for you to master at once. But before you leave, you must master part of the erasing supernatural power, otherwise I will never recognize your identity as a trainee law enforcement officer. Speaking of Grand Priest, he took out a ball. And this ball seems to contain the energy of the stars, like a small planet, full of vitality. During this time, I will personally guide and train Mr. Suhan. But Mr. Suhan, if you want to leave the temple and return to the 7th universe to practice, you must use the erasing power to completely erase this planet. If you can't do it, you should stay in the temple and practice. Speaking of Grand Priest, he threw the small planet to Suhan, and his tone was very tough. It's not hard to see that the Jedi wouldn't let Suhan leave the temple if Suhan couldn't do it. Damn it! Mr. Suhan! Whis made a cheering gesture aside. Chapter 82. Suhan didn't know why, but when he said those words from Whis' mouth, he finally felt a little hairy. Just erase this planet. Suhan looked at the small planet in the opponent's hand, and then set his sights on Grand Priest. It's okay to stay in the temple for a few days. After all, the breath of God here is strong, and the speed of cultivation in this place is much faster. But it won't work if it takes too long. Because in order to increase the speed of cultivation, giving up the rewards given by the system is something Suhan will never do. And very stupid. Even if I practice in this place for a few more days, how much can my strength and physical fitness be improved? I'm afraid it's better than nothing. But the rewards given by the system are completely different. It can be seen from the previous system rewards, the power of destruction, Ultra Instinct. And this time the system specially emphasized one thing, that is, the longer you sign in at this place, the more rewards you will be given. So Suhan will definitely not give up the rewards of the system. Besides, if it was just a test of cultivation, it would be too far away for me to catch up with Angel Grand Priest and the others. But if you have the help of the system, you don't have to worry about it at all. Beyond Angel and Grand Priest, it's only a matter of time. That's right, since Mr. Suhan, you also want to become the law enforcement officer of the temple. Then erase supernatural powers, this is one of the abilities you must master. And what I just taught you is not particularly difficult, so if you can't master it, it's better to stay here and practice, let me guide you slowly. Grand Priest looked at Li Zhen and said with a smile. Erase supernatural powers. It is not an easy task to master this ability. Because the ability to erase supernatural powers is very special, this is Xeno's ability, so the difficulty of cultivation can be imagined. Even Angel didn't rely on his own ability to master the erasure supernatural power, but relied on himself to forcibly implant it. So that's why Whis couldn't impart supernatural powers to Suhan. Is this the ability to erase supernatural powers? It's really difficult, but if you practice hard, you should be able to master it in a short time. Suhan looked at his hands, and then said to himself. But all of this, of course, was done for the Grand Priest to see. And Suhan also needs to put on a show, otherwise, if Grand Priest knows that he has mastered the erasing magic power in an instant, he won't just run away in place. Moreover, Suhan felt that Grand Priest was determined that he would not be able to master the supernatural power of erasure in a short period of time, so he let himself learn the supernatural power of erasure first. Otherwise, how could the other party let me learn to erase magical powers first? But it's cheap Suhan. After that, Suhan began to practice in the temple. But it's just pretending to practice and erase the supernatural powers. In fact, Suhan has been using the strong breath of God here to temper his body. 2 days later. Crackling. Suhan stood up, and his body immediately made a crackling sound. This is because Suhan has never left his original position during the 2 days of training from the beginning to the end. Instead, following the strong breath of God around him, he repeatedly tempered his body. Now Suhan feels that his physical strength has been raised to a higher level. Mr. Suhan's physical strength seems to have become stronger, but this doesn't seem to help erase the magic power. Angel Whis naturally noticed the changes in Suhan's body, and immediately looked at Suhan with some doubts. He didn't quite understand why the other party practiced like this. Time was so tight that the other party didn't worry about cultivating and erasing supernatural powers. Instead, he was training his body. This made Whis very puzzled. Could it be that Mr. Suhan simply gave up because it was too difficult to cultivate his supernatural powers? Although I know that the practice of erasing supernatural powers is very difficult. But Whis feels based on his own understanding of Mr. Suhan. The other party shouldn't do such a thing. But what is the other party doing now? Finished. And at this moment, Suhan's voice came into the ears of Whis and Grand Priest. Then Suhan stepped forward slowly, and took the small planet from Whis' hand. Mr. Suhan, you said it was completed? Do you mean that the practice of erasing supernatural powers has been completed? Gulu. The moment Suhan took the planet, Whis couldn't help swallowing. It was even more unbelievable in my heart. Doesn't Suhan's current behavior mean that he is trying to erase this planet? But the other party has clearly not been serious about cultivating and erasing supernatural powers during this time, so what is going on here? Look carefully Whis. Saying that, Suhan threw the small planet in his hand away. When the little planet was suspended in mid-air, Suhan suddenly snapped his fingers. Then an amazing scene happened. That small planet suspended in mid-air actually disappeared into the air in one setsuna. And it disappeared completely. Rather than being destroyed. This is actually a magic erasing power. Whis was shocked, but soon a look of joy appeared. It seems that I guessed it right, Mr. Suhan has really learned to erase magical powers. Mr. Suhan, you really have mastered the magic power of erasing. Angel Whis was about to hug Suhan's body with some excitement. But Suhan avoided Whis by turning sideways. Rejecting pie starts with me. It actually, really succeeded. As for the Grand Priest on the other side, looking at Suhan with slightly narrowed eyes, he also showed an unbelievable expression. Because he couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. However, in just 2 days, it was possible to wipe out the planet. This kind of talent is really terrifying. But it also made it more official what Grand Priest had in mind. It seems that I read this correctly, making him a temple law enforcement officer is indeed a very wise choice. Thinking of this, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Priest Yin's mouth. Crack! Then they clapped their hands and walked in front of Suhan. Mr. Suhan, you let me see your talent. Although I am a little surprised, I am even more fortunate that our God realm will have an extra talented law enforcement officer in the future. Speaking of Grand Priest, he stretched out his hand to Suhan, Wang Zhao. Looking at the palm of Grand Priest, Suhan hesitated for a moment, and then directly shook it. You are admiring Mr. Grand Priest. If it wasn't for your guidance, I wouldn't be able to master this powerful ability. So I can master the supernatural power of erasing. The first person I want to thank is you. Suhan nodded towards Grand Priest. And what he said was exactly what he wanted in his heart. I can successfully learn to erase supernatural powers, I really want to thank Grand Priest. If the other party did not give him these abilities for free, Suhan would have to wait for the system to see the rewards. Haha. Whis, Mr. Suhuang, thank you. Grand Priest glanced at Whis, and then showed a serious look. Grand Priest, you can rest easy. I will train Mr. Suhan like I trained Mr. Beerus, I believe in Mr. Suhan. Whis nodded, and also responded very seriously. Chapter 83. After Grand Priest explained some things to Whis, it is to let Suhan and the two leave. Suhan didn't let Whis lead him this time. Instead, he took Whis, used instant transmission directly, and returned to the 7th universe. As for the temple, Suhan really didn't want to stay for a long time. It is no exaggeration to say that this place is a hell on earth. Whether it is Grand Priest or Zeno, they are too powerful. At least it is not something that Suhan can compare with. What makes Suhan feel the most uncomfortable is Zeno's mentally retarded game. Suhan felt like he was going to throw up. I returned to the world of gods of destruction in the 7th universe in just an instant. See everything around you. Whis looked at Suhan in astonishment, although he had already guessed that the other party must have a teleportation ability that could cross the universe. But when seeing the opponent make this move, I was still a little shocked. It seems that Mr. Suhan, you really have mastered a very strong movement ability. It's actually possible to transfer directly from the temple to the 7th universe. No wonder, you can dodge the Grand Priest's attack. Whis looked at Suhan and said with a smile. But Suhan didn't intend to continue to hide it this time, because he naturally had his own confidence in doing so. He was sure that Whis would not go out with Zhang Yang. After all, to know who I am now, I have an extra identity. Apprentice Law Enforcement Officer. Although it is not a real temple law enforcement officer, it is basically the same. On the day when his own strength is sufficient, the position of temple law enforcement officer will naturally be his own. This Suhan is very confident. Hey! How can you tell others about the means of saving your life so easily? So Mr. Whis, you probably won't tell anyone. Suhan pushed Whis with his arm, and then said with a smile. Ho! Chef. Mr. Suhan, this is natural. You are now a trainee law enforcement officer. When you become a real temple law enforcement officer in the future, I also hope that you will let me fish more. As he said Whis, a funny expression appeared on his face. Extra funny. No problem. But before that, it is more important to improve your own strength. Suhan nodded. Whether it is becoming a trainee law enforcement officer or a temple law enforcement officer, it requires strength. If you are not strong enough to practice, then you will not have any deterrent effect if you supervise the work of everyone. It may even lead to dissatisfaction. After all, I offended gods of destruction Champa of the 6th universe and gods of destruction Vermit of the 11th universe to death. Who doesn't know if they will retaliate against themselves in the future? Even so, the reputation of Grand Priest and Zeno can be relied on to make each other a little afraid. But Suhan doesn't like to rely on other people's strength. If he wants to rely on it, he can only rely on his own strength. Mr. Suhan, leave the task of your cultivation to me. In the next period of time, I will give all my abilities to you. I believe that with Mr. Suhan's talent, it shouldn't take long for you to surpass mine. Whis looked at Suhan, the color was very fiery. Because he knew that Suhan would become a temple law enforcement officer in the future, far surpassing himself in terms of strength and status, even approaching the powerful existence of the Grand Priest. And being able to become the master of the other party, this is also a very honorable thing. After that, Suhan didn't immediately enter into the practice with Whis. Instead, after saying hello to Whis, he left the world of gods of destruction and went to lie on the earth. Because it may take 5 years or more to practice in the gods of destruction world in the future, the food brought over before has basically been wiped out by Whis. And the food in the world of gods of destruction is really inedible. Suhan is very aware of this, so he took this opportunity to go back to Earth. Feast on one hand and head to the gods of destruction world with more food capsules. And another reason, of course, is that I want to go back and look at the 18th. It has been more than a year since I left the Earth last time, and the number 18 at home must miss me very much. But Suhan still does not intend to take number 18 away. Because the enemies I face are too strong, it is not safe to carry 18, and it is easier to put 18 in danger. And according to the plot development of the original book, in the incident where Majin Buu appeared, the Earth is basically safe, and there will be no threats at all. So it is absolutely safe to leave number 18 on Earth. Call out. After a full meal, Suhan, with a thought, directly used instant transmission to transfer to the residence of number 18. But at this time, number 18 obviously did not fly to find Suhan, who came back suddenly. Standing alone on the balcony, looking at the scenery in the distance. Eye circles are even slightly red. 2 years, Suhan, when will you come back? However, at this moment, a pair of big hands suddenly hugged No 18's waist. I'm not back yet. Suhan whispered in No 18's ear. Ah, Suhan. After hearing the familiar voice of his lover, number 18 felt like his whole body was about to soften. There was a sudden sense of informality. Are you dreaming? Suhan is really back. Am I dreaming? Number 18 stroked Suhan's cheek in disbelief, and his whole face became rosy. Humph. Of course you're not a kid, you're dreaming, but if you don't want to go online, I can help you. Saying that, Suhan hugged No 18's body horizontally. Chapter 84. 7th Universe, Gods of Destruction Realm. Two figures are colliding again and again over the Gods of Destruction world. Moreover, every collision between the two bodies seems to set off 9 waves, echoing in the air of the entire Gods of Destruction world, accompanied by the continuous flashing of boom circles. Then a man exuding rose-purple energy actually punched another opponent, flying. Boom! Finally, it fell to the ground and made a huge deep hole. Hey! It only took less than 5 years to have a strength that is not weaker than mine. Mr. Suhan, your talent is really outrageous. Whis in the deep pit, wiped off the stains on his body, and then looked at Suhan with a satisfied face. Yes, he is Angel Whis. And just now, Suhan punched him down from mid-air. Wrong, Mr. Whis. If I remember correctly, counting today, it has only been 5 years. Suhan fell down slowly, looking at Whis with a smile on his face. That's right, Suhan has been practicing in the Gods of Destruction world for 5 years, and today is exactly the 5th year. And in the past 5 years, Suhan's strength has also improved drastically. From the beginning, he could only be chased and beaten by Angel Whis, to now he can punch Whis away with one punch. These are all the growth of Suhan. But what Suhan is more concerned about is the rewards of the system. If nothing else happened, the system's task rewards should also be distributed today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and signing in for 5 years in the Gods of Destruction world. Task reward, 100% Grey Energy, Rainbow Energy. Additional reward, the power of perfect destruction. Grey Energy. Hearing the system notification sound that suddenly came out of his mind, Suhan was stunned. Although he had already guessed that the system would definitely give rewards for the task today, Suhan was still shocked when he heard the system's prompt sound coming from his ear. As for what this grey energy is, even if Suhan doesn't want to, he knows that it is a kind of power of Super Saiyan God. It is the first time that 100% of the energy is directly given out at one time. And at the moment when the system's notification sound came out in his mind, Suhan could feel very emotionally that powerful energy instantly filled his whole body. For a moment, the whole person seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Even became a little excited. His body, which was a little tired from fighting Whis, completely disappeared at this moment. Instead, there is endless energy, and I don't feel any fatigue at all. Mr. Suhan. At this time, Whis seemed to have noticed the changes in Suhan's body, and then hurriedly asked about Suhan. I'm fine, Whis. And I feel that my strength seems to have been greatly promoted at that moment just now. Let's fight again, whisper, this time the speed at which I can beat you will surely break the previous record. Suhan looked at Whis with an excited smile. After 5 years of training, Suhan's strength itself has reached the same level as Whis. And now with the blessing of grey energy, Suhan feels that he can definitely beat Whis easily. Do you want to fight? Ho ho. It seems that Mr. Suhan has made a huge breakthrough in your hands. Well, if this is the case, then I will fight with Mr. Suhan. Angel Whis showed a surprised expression at first, and then recovered immediately. Regardless of whether the opponent's strength has been greatly improved, or whether the strength has become stronger, but as long as the opponent asks him to fight with him, Whis will not refuse. And now that even Whis has sensed that the opponent's strength has become stronger, then this battle is naturally inevitable. You have to give it your all, whisper, if you don't do it properly, it would be too ugly to be defeated by me with one move. The corners of Suhan's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. Then subconsciously spread his legs apart and assumed a posture. Both fists were clenched, and then a low growl came from Suhan's throat. Ha ha ha. Then a huge breath of God gushed out from Suhan's body in an instant. Suddenly Suhan's arms trembled, and he raised his head to the sky and screamed. Crash! Suddenly, the entire sky changed color, and bolts of lightning, as thick as bowls, fell from the sky on the ground of gods of destruction. Boom! Accompanied by thunder and lightning in the sky. In an instant, the entire gods of destruction world was thundered, and the ground began to tremble crazily. It was obviously a scene of the end of the world. What happened? Isn't the energy on Mr. Suhan like this before? The grey-white energy is actually stronger than the rose-purple energy before. Does Mr. Suhan's body really have no limits? Ask for flowers. Angel Whis looked at the vision in the sky, and the world of gods of destruction shaking violently. The whole person was amazed. Because at this moment, Suhan was like an ancient beast. It seems to be awakened suddenly at this moment. But I think the Grand Priest would be surprised if he knew. Seeing Suhan, whose momentum was still rising, a smile suddenly appeared on Whis' face. And he also intends to use all his strength to meet the next battle. This off-white energy actually made Whis feel a little uneasy. Time Lala. The thick thunder and lightning like the mouth of a bowl continuously poured to the ground. Ha 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 dot. At this moment, Suhan roared out again. Terrifying grey-white flames erupted from his body. Then Suhan's hair also began to change from rose-purple to greyish-white. Thrustling. Accompanied by a deep roar, the rose-purple flames around Suhan directly turned into white flames. Straight into the sky like a sharp blade. Okay, what a huge amount of energy. Could it be that the reason why Mr. Suhan hasn't used this energy these years is because he has been hiding it? At this time, Whis no longer dared to underestimate him. There was even cold sweat on his forehead. Not only that, Suhan's whole body is like a vast universe, the energy is still not fully released, and there is still an extremely powerful energy hidden in his body. And the energy released from Suhan's body even faintly transformed into grey-white silver dragons lingering around Suhan's body. The aura emanating from his body can hardly be explained by Tao. Hi! Is this Super Saiyan God grey? The power is really stronger than ever. Just release a little bit, it feels like it can explode the entire gods of destruction world. If it is fully released, I am afraid that the gods of destruction world will collapse at an extremely fast speed. Suhan clenched his fist slightly, feeling the huge energy in his body. There was a satisfied expression on his face. 5 years. I have been waiting for such power for 5 years. And now, although Suhan is not sure if he can defeat the Grand Priest, but Whis, one punch by himself should be enough. I'm about to make a move, Whis. Suhan recovered enough from the excitement, and then said to Whis with a smile. Chapter 85. I'm ready, Mr. Suhan. Bring it on. Angel Whis naturally also saw how powerful Suhan was at the moment. And he didn't dare to be careless, looking at Suhan with a serious face. Because he could clearly feel how terrifying the energy emanating from Suhan was at this moment. Facing such momentum, even Whis became a little worried. Could it be that he will really be defeated by the opponent in a very short time? Humph. Hearing this, Suhan smiled coldly, then his eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly burst out. Call out! There was a deafening sound of breaking through the air. Suhan's body suddenly appeared in front of Whis like a white lightning at an astonishing speed. And this Setsuna, Whis has no chance to resist at all, so he can only passively cross his arms and do his best to defend himself to reduce the damage to himself. Boom! Boom! Then, on the ground of gods of destruction, a Tiankang with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared. However, Whis' body was already lying in the center of the sinkhole. As for Suhan, he appeared where Whis was before. Get up, Whis! Don't pretend, I know you're fine. Suhan looked at Whis in the depths of the Tiankang, and suddenly said with a smile. Although the punch just now was very powerful, Suhan didn't use his full strength. So at most, it just knocks Whis into the air, and it shouldn't cause too serious injuries to Whis. Anyway, the other party is his half-master after all, so even if Suhan has great power now, there is no need to deal with it so hard. Ahem. Mr. Suhan, the power of your punch just now is too powerful. Really? Just after Suhan's voice fell, Whis' body also slowly stood up from the sinkhole. Call out! Then in a flash, he came directly in front of Suhan. After moving the twisted arm joints, there was a crackling sound. Apparently the blow from Suhan still knocked his arm out of joint. And at this moment, Whis looked so embarrassed, even if he didn't think that the other party was holding Angel's staff all the time. It is estimated that no one will associate it with the high-ranking Angel in the eyes of anyone. It shouldn't be too strong, after all, I haven't used my full strength yet. Suhan said with a smile. Suhan wasn't lying, and Suhan only used about 5 layers of strength in that blow just now. He didn't use all his strength at all. It's not that Suhan is so arrogant, but that Suhan is very clear about how strong his current strength is after gaining the grey energy. If he strikes with all his strength, I am afraid that the entire gods of destruction world will be wiped out in an instant. And if this is the case, Suhan will definitely use Angel supernatural powers together with Whis to repair these damaged places. Isn't that strong? If it wasn't for the fact that I will make defensive measures in time, I am afraid that my arm is useless now. And even so, I feel sore right now. Angel Whis pouted with an unhappy face. However, he was extremely excited in his heart. Mr. Suhan had already broken through his own defense with just one punch, if the opponent was serious about fighting. I'm afraid I have already lost that punch just now. And the opponent can improve his strength so quickly under his own practice, Whis is naturally quite happy in his heart. And if this is the case, the task assigned to him by the Grand Priest will be considered as completed. When you see the Grand Priest next time, you don't have to worry about being held accountable. This is for you. Seeing how hard Whis was training with him, Suhan took out a fairy bean from his pocket and threw it to Whis. Although this bit of pain is not a problem to Angel. It will be back to normal in a moment, but Suhan has no shortage of fairy beans, so he just gave it to Whis directly. And Xiandu can restore the injured place instantly. Mr. Suhan, this item is too precious, you'd better keep it for yourself. I like your old phlegm sauerkraut better than this. Saying Whis, he rubbed his hands and came to Suhan's side. This green bean, Whis must have eaten it. Although it has a strong recovery ability, the taste is extremely unpalatable. And this thing is too kinky for Whis. Eating one can actually keep you from starving for 3 days. This is simply the nemesis of Whis. My favorite thing is to taste food. And it doesn't matter if he doesn't taste bad, and he can make himself unable to eat for 3 days. Whis stole a fairy bean from Suhan out of curiosity, thinking that it would be delicious, but he didn't expect it. After I ate that thing secretly, Wukong couldn't eat anything. And looking at the delicious food and feeling unable to swallow it, Whis almost collapsed. So even if he is beaten to death, he will never eat this thing again. Come on. Don't forget it. However, I've been in the Gods of Destruction world for so long, it's almost time to go outside and have a look. And these food capsules are all for you, Whis. After speaking, Suhan took out a few food capsules from his waist and threw them to Whis. Now that the system's check-in task has been completed, there is naturally no need for Suhan to stay here any longer. As for the expired dry food on her body, Suhan naturally has no need to keep it. Wow! It's actually old phlegm sauerkraut, and there are so many of them. Whis opened a food capsule, looked at the countless delicacies inside, and swallowed with excitement. Then I hurriedly picked up a bucket of old phlegm sauerkraut and ate it. At the same time, call out. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air in the distance, and then one high and two low, and three figures appeared in Gods of Destruction. And when they saw the damaged place around them, and the Tiankang with a diameter of more than 30 meters, all of them grew their jaws. Old ancestor! Are you really sure we didn't come to the wrong place? Gilu! Supreme Kai Axon swallowed his saliva. This place doesn't look like a god, it's just a testing ground, isn't it? There are potholes everywhere, except for the purple castle in the distance, which is a bit better. There is no good ground at all in other places. All suffered varying degrees of injury. This should be the world of Gods of Destruction. As for why this place has become like this, I'm not too sure. The old Supreme Kai was also surprised, but he was very sure that this place was the Gods of Destruction realm. As for why he suddenly changed into this appearance, the old Supreme Kai is naturally not clear. After all, he has been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and it has only been a short time since he was unsealed. And what I didn't expect was that I met the mighty Majin Buu just after I was unblocked, and this new Supreme Kai Axon, to put it bluntly, is no different from a trash. In the end, I still had to rely on myself to help Son Gohan open the mysterious state. But what I didn't expect was that Sun liked waves too much, and the two brothers Son Gohan and Son Goten were all absorbed by Majin Buu. And if not, all hope is dashed, leaving the old Supreme Kai with no recourse. Then how could it be possible to venture to the Gods of Destruction world to ask Beerus for a hand? Master! Supreme Kai, there seem to be two people with 0.5 shadows over there. At this time, Jebet pointed to the two figures not far away and said hastily. 6. Whis. Old Supreme Kai looked nervously at the familiar face. As a human being, he will never forget that it was the other party who sealed himself in the Supreme Kai sword with Gods of Destruction Beerus. The reason for the seal is very simple, because I have dashed against Gods of Destruction Beerus in my youth, and because the lives of Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai are connected. Back then, Beerus offended too many gods and Gods of Destruction. Because he was worried that someone would kill him, he went to attack Supreme Kai, so Beerus simply sealed Supreme Kai in the Supreme Kai sword. In this way, even if Beerus sleeps every day, he doesn't have to worry about dying for no reason. Yo! Isn't this Supreme Kai? Long time no see. I didn't expect you to finally break through the seal. Whis saw that the person who came was the old Supreme Kai. A look of surprise appeared on his face, but it soon turned into a smile. Chapter 86. It turned out to be Mr. Whis. What a disrespect. The old Supreme Kai arched his hands a little nervously. Behind him, the unresponsive Supreme Kai Axon, followed the example of the old Supreme Kai and bowed his hands after a half-beat slow. Although you broke through the seal, Lord Supreme Kai, the God realm has its own rules. Supreme Kai is not allowed to break into the Gods of Destruction realm without authorization. Originally, the seals arranged by Whis and Beerus were not very strong. And the reason for sealing the other party was entirely because Beerus went to play hide-and-seek with Master Zeno. Then fell asleep directly in the game, and all the Gods of Destruction who were almost killed because of that incident disappeared together. In the end, if Grand Priest hadn't opened his mouth to dissuade him, I'm afraid Zeno would have directly erased the Gods of Destruction of the 12 universes. But in the end, even because of the Grand Priest, all the Gods of Destruction survived. But after this incident, the other 11 gods of destruction all hated gods of destruction Beerus very much. Even the gods of destruction Quirrell of the 4th universe sent assassins to assassinate the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe because of this incident. Fortunately, Whis found out in time and wiped out the assassin. So this is to avoid a 27 tragedy from happening. But it was also because of that incident that Beerus was very angry that his life was connected to Supreme Kai, so he finally thought of a way to directly seal Supreme Kai. Although this was unfair to Supreme Kai, this method was the only effective method at that time. Otherwise, even if there is Whis, there is no guarantee that I will be able to wipe out the assassins of the other 11 universes when they sneak into the 7th universe. Finally, sealing Supreme Kai into the Supreme Kai sword is actually a kind of protection for Supreme Kai. But unfortunately, the descendants of the old Supreme Kai are even weaker. No one can pull out the Supreme Kai sword and break the seal inside no matter how many times it has been passed down. Although Whis also reminded Beerus of this matter, Beerus didn't take it to heart at all. So that's how it is now. And now the opponent suddenly rushed out of the seal. Could it be because the follow-up Supreme Kai pulled out the Excalibur, and then broke the seal? Thinking about this, Whis glanced at Supreme Kaiasan. In the end, I could only shake my head helplessly. A rookie. It is impossible to break his own seal, and it seems that the person who breaks his own seal should not be Supreme Kai. That. Mr. Whis, there is indeed a very important matter. Our universe is facing an unprecedented crisis, so I hope Master Beerus can help the universe to eliminate that demon. Old Supreme Kai looked at Whis pleadingly. How could he not know that Supreme Kai is not allowed to enter the gods of destruction world without authorization? But as long as he has a little way to deal with Majin Buu, he will not be so humble to ask gods of destruction. And now the human beings on the earth are basically going extinct. Although Son Goku is still alive, after Majin Buu absorbs Son Goku is no match at all, and is still being tyrannized by Majin Buu. And he was also listening to Son Goku's screams, and was finally forced to come here. Because he understands that if he doesn't want to eliminate Majin Buu, then Majin Buu will definitely break into the Supreme Kai world. At that time, they are truly desperate. Demon. The thing you're talking about is Majin Buu. At this moment, Suhan, who had been silent at the side, suddenly stood up and spoke calmly. And he could tell from the flustered expressions of the old Supreme Kai that to force them into this state, probably even the mysterious Son Gohan was absorbed. Otherwise, the old Supreme Kai would never have gone to gods of destruction to seek Beerus himself. Yes, that's right, it's Majin Buu. Tail. After hearing Suhan's words, the old Supreme Kai subconsciously nodded frantically. But when he set his eyes on Suhan, he noticed that there was actually a tail dancing in the wind behind Suhan. And this tail is old Supreme Kai, it can be seen at a glance that it is definitely Xian's tail. Could it be that this young man is a Xian? But how can Xian be qualified to be in gods of destruction, and it seems that this young man has a good relationship with Whis. Is it Xian? The ancestor is Xian. And this is Supreme Kai. Axon naturally noticed this, and then hurriedly tore the old Supreme Kai's clothes, shouting in panic. Shut up, you BD! Snapped. It was said that the old Supreme Kai's dentures almost came out, and he directly hit Supreme Kaiasan on the back of the head with a big bib. Even the old Supreme Kai wondered what the current Supreme Kai is doing. Even such a useless guy who only yells can be Supreme Kai? Sorry, Mr. Whis, I made you laugh. The old Supreme Kai arched his hands, and then set his sights on Whis again. Seeing the other party nodding, the old Supreme Kai continued to speak. Well, Mr. Whis, I don't know who this gentleman is. Said the old Supreme Kai glanced at Suhan. Oh. You said Mr. Suhan, old Supreme Kai, you probably still don't know the identity of Mr. Suhan. Mr. Suhan is not only a Xian, but also a trainee law enforcement officer approved by Master Zeno and Grand Priest. Angel Whis introduced with a smile. Now Suhan's strength has far surpassed him, so Whis believes that there is no need to continue to hide the other party's identity. And Whis feels that if you don't wait until the next time you see the Grand Priest, the other party will appoint him as the exact temple law enforcement officer. What? Apprentice Law Enforcement Officer 853. The old Supreme Kai broke the sound directly. Shock was written all over his face. As a veteran Supreme Kai, although the old Supreme Kai had never seen a law enforcement officer, he was no stranger to this name. The position is comparable to that of a grand priest. And now it is such a great god, standing in front of him like this. Old ancestor, what is a law enforcement officer? Supreme Kaiasan raised his eyebrows, and then asked the old Supreme Kai with some doubts. But what we ushered in is indeed a solid big bag. Snapped. Accompanied by the pain on his face, Supreme Kaiasan was completely honest, and he never dared to continue to say a word. And the old Supreme Kai was even a little dizzy by this trash Supreme Kai's angry head, but he knelt down on the ground subconsciously. This time Jobiter and Supreme Kaiasan finally became much more honest, and did not dare to continue talking nonsense, and just followed their ancestors to kneel on the ground. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer. I'm really sorry, I hope you can forgive me for Asan's rude behavior just now. Old Supreme Kai said in a trembling voice. He is very clear about the duties of the law enforcement officer, and the law enforcement officer has those full strengths. Cut first and then play the Imperial franchise. That's right, how to hang it. But Suhan ignored his words, and asked instead, the devil you just mentioned should be Majin Buu Ba. What has he grown to now? Chapter 87. How has Majin Buu grown now? Suhan looked at the old Supreme Kai who was kneeling at his feet, and said in a flat tone. If the old Supreme Kai can be forced to come to gods of destruction for help, it is estimated that the current Majin Buu has at least become Gohan Buu. Otherwise, with the character of the old Supreme Kai, he would definitely not directly enter the gods of destruction world to ask for help. Majin Buu absorbed some powerful Saiyans on Earth, and now his strength has reached unprecedented heights. If left alone, it will definitely threaten the safety of the entire universe. The old Supreme Kai raised his head slowly, although he was a little puzzled, but the old Supreme Kai was very smart, he didn't ask why the other party knew about Majin Buu. Instead, he directly explained the situation of Majin Buu truthfully. After all, since the opponent can become the temple law enforcement officer, the means are naturally beyond the imagination of the old Supreme Kai. Absorbed some Saiyan? How should I say Son Gohan they should be absorbed? Suhan said calmly with the same face. No. That's right. At first we thought that Mr. Son Gohan and Mr. Son Goku would be able to defeat Majin Buu together. But I didn't expect Majin Buu to be so insidious, and absorbed it into the body when Mr. Son Gohan was not paying attention. And after Majin Buu absorbed Son Gohan, his strength became even more unimaginable. Mr. Son Goku of Earth is still fighting Majin Buu, I'm afraid. I'm afraid he will be killed by Majin Buu soon. The old Supreme Kai said in a very heavy tone. They thought that after helping Son Gohan unlock the mysterious state, the opponent would definitely be able to defeat Majin Buu. Because Son Gohan, who entered the mysterious state, does have the strength to surpass Majin Buu. And not only that, but the old Supreme Kai was ready to do both. That is, if Son Goku and Son Gohan can't defeat Majin Buu together, then they can only use Potara earrings. But there is a flaw in the fit of Potara earrings, that is, once they fit together, there is no way to separate them. After the two of them learned about this incident, they naturally resisted the Potara earrings very much. So the two didn't fit together with Potara earrings from the start. And with Son Gohan being absorbed by Majin Buu, Son Goku couldn't even find someone to fit him. The old Supreme Kai and the three of them came to the gods of destruction world to ask Beerus to help them because there was nothing they could do. So that's how it is. Suhan stroked his chin and said with a calm expression. Then, the old Supreme Kai became nervous when he saw that Suhan was not continuing to speak. In fact, if this matter really traces back to the problem, then they, as Supreme Kai, cannot escape the relationship. I heard about Majin Buu when I was practicing in the universe, but it is said that Majin Buu has always been sealed. Then what caused Majin Buu to break the seal this time? Suhan looked at the old Supreme Kai, his tone was still very flat. But just after Suhan's voice fell, whether it was Supreme Kai or the old Supreme Kai, all of them shivered. Immediately felt a chill down the back. Sure enough, the most worrying thing still happened. This. Master Law Enforcement. Well, for some reason, I don't know what happened. The old Supreme Kai let out a sigh of relief. He really cannot be blamed for this matter. And he himself was sealed in the Excalibur for tens of thousands of years, and this happened just after he was released. The old Supreme Kai was really about to cry. Ha! You are the current Supreme Kai, why don't you explain to me what happened? Suhan came to Supreme Kaisen's side, and patted Supreme Kai on the shoulder lightly. Then Suhan could clearly feel the moment when his palm landed on Supreme Kaisen's shoulder. The other party trembled all over. Then his complexion became even uglier to the extreme, and even the cold sweat on his forehead flowed down to his chin. My Lord Law Enforcer. This matter is indeed my fault, but I have done everything I should do. Okay. Everything that needs to be done is done? Joke. Majin Buu would have revived early if it wasn't for the energy you sent to Majin Buu. Hearing Supreme Kai's stuttering voice, Suhan's displeasure immediately appeared on his face, and then he directly interrupted the other party's voice. Eyes on Whis. Slowly said. I know better than you what you did, so you don't have to try to argue. Whis, understand me. And Whis naturally understood what Suhan meant, and immediately nodded with a smile. Clear. After speaking, Whis took out the staff directly, with the end of the staff lightly tapping the ground. Immediately, the staff directly projected a picture. In the end, it actually released the whole process of how Supreme Kai stopped Majin Buu's resurrection. Supreme Kai with a smug face, let them absorb Mr. Sun Gohan's energy, so we can draw out Babadai from behind. It's Dabura, the king of the demon world, Mr. Goku, let's run away. Go back and get reinforcements. It's over, Dabura and Vegeta are fighting. Vegeta is dying. Along with the face-changing maps one by one, not only Whis' face changed. Even old Supreme Kai's face turned red. Sir Supreme Kai, your style of doing things is really special enough. Whis gave Supreme Kai a strange look on his face. This guy looked serious, but he didn't expect him to be a coward. A little Dabura felt like he could be scared paralyzed. BD thing. Snapped. After Whis ended the scene, the old Supreme Kai could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Zhuo stepped forward and slapped Supreme Kaisen on the face. How could I have such offspring? If it weren't for the presence of the law enforcement officer, I am afraid that the old Supreme Kai would really shout that he should have punched you on the toilet paper in the first place. Supreme Kai, is this what you said just now, that everything is ready? If it wasn't because you insisted on going your own way and gave Majin Buu all of Sun Gohan's energy for nothing, how do you think Majin Buu could break the seal so quickly? Suhan came in front of Supreme Kaisen. The tone was very cold, but every word exuded infinite power. Yes. I'm sorry, my Lord Law Enforcement Officer. Hearing this, Supreme Kaisen fell to his knees in fright. The whole person's face was covered with cold sweat, and it seemed that he was quite frightened. Old Supreme Kai, when something like this happens, what do you think should be done with Supreme Kai Axon? Suhan came in front of the old Supreme Kai, still speaking in a calm tone. Chapter 88. Marshal, Master Marshal, I. Hearing this, the old Supreme Kai was in a panic and didn't know how to respond to Suhan for a while. Encountering such a thing just after breaking out of the seal, it is indeed a bit too difficult for the old Supreme Kai. Yes. I'm sorry, Lord Law Enforcement Officer, I am willing to accept any punishment. I beg you to be lenient. Supreme Kaisen knelt at Suhan's feet, the expression on his whole face could not be described in words. Almost tense to the point of deformation. Even Suhan feels sorry for the other party. Willing to accept any punishment. Haha. That's better, don't do Supreme Kai in the future, you don't have that ability and qualification. Suhan shook his head and said indifferently. No matter how I say it, I can be regarded as the future law enforcement officer of the temple, not to mention dismissing the other party's priesthood, even if it is because of this incident that the other party is directly obliterated. Suhan believes that the Grand Priest will not say much. Because it is its own responsibility. But Suhan didn't intend to obliterate the opponent, although Supreme Kaizen is not only very cowardly, but also very weak, but no matter what. The other party is not guilty of death. Just keep it for now, and let's talk about it when it's useful in the future. What, my priesthood was dismissed. 303. It was said that Supreme Kaizen's whole body shook as if he had been hit hard, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Jebet hurriedly hugged the opponent's body. How? Axon, are you dissatisfied with the judge's decision? After seeing the other party's reaction, Whis went straight up and asked harshly. Even the way Whis addresses each other at this time has changed. It is no longer the same as before that the other party is Supreme Kai, but the other party's name. No. No. Many, thank you, Lord Law Enforcement Officer, for your kindness, tolerance. Supreme Kaizen collapsed on the ground, kneeling at Suhan's feet as if he had lost all strength. Don't pay attention to him, old Supreme Kai, before I pick a real candidate, this position will be replaced by you first. You shouldn't let me down. Suhan patted the old Supreme Kai on the shoulder and said with a light smile. Don't worry, Law Enforcement Officer, I will definitely do my job well. The old Supreme Kai nodded hastily and said. Very well, since this is the case, there is no need for you to stay here, go to Earth with me and destroy Majin Buu. Suhan glanced at the three of them, then said lightly. And the three trembled even more after hearing Suhan's words. Your Lord Law Enforcement Officer, you actually want to do it yourself? Although it is not clear how strong this Xun Law Enforcement Officer is, but since the opponent can achieve this position of Law Enforcement Officer, it is enough to prove that the opponent's strength is absolutely not bad. Even stronger than Gods of Destruction Beerus. Okay, I'll let Jebet take us there now. The old Supreme Kai nodded continuously, and then let Jebet use instant transmission to take them to the Earth. Don't bother, you just go with me. Saying that, Suhan didn't give old Supreme Kai a chance to react, and directly put his hand on old Supreme Kai's shoulder. Then there was a thought. Call out. The bodies of the two people directly turned into a white light and disappeared into the distance. In an instant, the two figures of Suhan came to the sky above the earth. However, because the auras of Suhan and Suhan are related to the aura of God, neither Son Goku nor Majin Buu felt the sudden arrival of a strong man. This is Earth. The old Supreme Kai looked at everything around him in astonishment. Isn't this just the Earth? But I was still in the Gods of Destruction world a second ago, how could I come to the Earth suddenly? Is this the strength of the Law Enforcement Officer? Horrible. Although Jebet also possessed an ability of instant transmission, it was simply incomparable with the ability of the Law Enforcement Officer. Both speed and accuracy are incomparable. To shut up. Just take a good look, there is no need to talk. Suhan glanced at the other party and said coldly. Because Son Goku and Majin Buu are not far away, Suhan doesn't want to be discovered so soon. After the old Supreme Kai saw Suhan's cold eyes, he became extremely nervous. Then he hurriedly covered his mouth, don't dare to say another word. And in this devastated canyon, Majin Buu, who has turned into Gohan Buu, laughs wildly at the sky. Ho 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 ho. It's really comfortable to have such a powerful force. What's the matter, Son Goku, didn't you want to fuse with this guy just now? But it's a pity that he has already merged with me first. GGGGGG. However, I am a very kind person, and now I can give you a chance to fit together. I'll count to 5 and you find someone to fit together. Of course, if you haven't found a human body after the 5 beeps, then I'll turn you into milk candy and eat it in one bite. After finishing speaking, Majin Buu licked his lips. Before that, his strength was only slightly stronger than Super 3's Son Goku. But since absorbing the guy's 2 sons just now, Majin Buu feels full of power zones all over him. And it is an inexhaustible force. So now he is extremely inflated, feeling that there is no one in the entire universe who is his opponent. But part of the reason for this is that Majin Buu absorbed Gotenks and Son Gohan one after another, and somewhat infected part of Xun's personality problems. That's why the current Majin Buu dares to make such a bold move. Damn it! So what if you give me time to fit together? Humans on the earth are basically extinct now. Even if I am lucky enough to find a person who is still alive, if I fuse with an ordinary person, maybe my strength will decline. That way it will be even more impossible to defeat Majin Buu. Son Goku has a very ugly face. The people who can fit with him now have basically been killed by Majin Buu, and even Gohan and Gotenks have been absorbed. This made me wonder where to find suitable candidates for a while. Humph. It looks like I'm not too late. Suhan in the distance showed a smile on his face after seeing this scene. Because of the breath of Vegeta that Suhan felt, if nothing else happens, these two guys should be getting together. But this is better, Suhan really wants to see how strong Vegeta Buu is. I'm going to start counting now, you better cherish the time. 5. 4. 3. Majin Buu shouted very slowly. But even so, Son Goku still can't find a suitable candidate. But just when Son Goku was about to give up and fight to the death with Majin Buu, the expression on Son Goku's face suddenly froze. This aura, great, it's Vegeta. That's right, at that moment just now, Son Goku felt Vegeta's breath. But didn't Vegeta sacrificed himself against Majin Buu? Then why can I still feel his breath? No matter. This is the only chance. Although there were many doubts in his heart, in the end Son Goku used instant transmission to leave the spot before Majin Buu was about to attack him. Call out. Chapter 89. Accompanied by the figure of Son Goku flashed. Immediately, he actually came to Vegeta's side. At this moment, although Vegeta has a golden halo on his head, because the fortune-telling mother-in-law deliberately left his body behind, Vegeta now stays on the earth for a day. Vegeta, it's really you. How did you survive? Great, the earth is saved. The moment he saw Vegeta again, Son Goku became excited up. Just now Son Goku was still worried, maybe he felt something wrong in his haste, after all Vegeta was dead, why did he suddenly reappear on the earth? Kakarot. BD, what did you say that you have used all your strength? I didn't expect you to hide the ability of Super Saiyan 3. Seeing that the person who came was Son Goku, Vegeta immediately showed an angry look. Because I was deliberately controlled by Babadai before, just to improve my strength and let myself return to the Cold Prince back then. Fortunately, in the battle with Son Goku, he defeated the opponent as he wished, which made Vegeta feel a lot more comfortable after he died. But in the end it was discovered that Son Goku was actually hiding his strength. Retaining the strength of Super 3 did not fight with himself. At the beginning, if Son Goku used the power of Super 3, then he would never be able to defeat Son Goku, Vegeta knew very well in his heart. That's why Vegeta was so angry after learning the truth. Hey! I'm so sorry Vegeta. But don't bother with this now, hurry up and bring this to your left ear, now Majin Buu is stronger. If you want to defeat Majin Buu, the only way to go is through fusion. Saying that, Son Goku anxiously took out the other earring to Vegeta. But Vegeta just snorted coldly, and didn't take the earring because of it. Fit. What are you kidding me? I'm absolutely impossible to fit Kakarot with you. And against Majin Buu, I alone is enough. Seeing Son Goku's excited appearance, Vegeta said in a cold tone. Of course, Vegeta knew very well in his heart, let alone relying on his own strength. Even if he and Son Goku are combined, it is absolutely impossible to be Majin Buu's opponent, so as Son Goku said, it is estimated that there is only one way for them to defeat Majin Buu now. That's fusion. Vegeta. I know you're mad at me, but Majin Buu has grown so much stronger. If we don't join forces, the earth is really doomed, and this guy killed Bulma and Trunks. If we can't defeat him, then how are Bulma and the others resurrected? Seeing Vegeta's appearance, Son Goku frowned tightly, and said solemnly. What? Bulma and Trunks, are they all killed? After hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta's face changed obviously. Then he clenched his fists slightly. Call out. However, at this moment Majin Buu caught up. The moment he saw Vegeta, Majin Buu was stunned for a moment, and then said in a proud tone, Yo! Isn't this the Vegeta I killed? You actually came back to life, it really surprised me. But a little bug like you, no matter how many times you are resurrected, your ending will be the same. Gohan Bu is no stranger to Vegeta in front of him because he devoured Fat Bu's relationship. But because of the continuous absorption of Saiyan, Mr. Majin Bu is already on the crazy side. So he thinks that Vegeta is just a bug, even Fat Bu can't win, so there is no pressure on him at all. No matter how many times he is resurrected, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. Cut, you monster! Stop getting carried away! After hearing Majin Bu's words, Vegeta trembled with anger. Aha! Then clenched his fists and let out a low growl. Vegeta directly becomes Super Saiyan 2. Then he crazily released Qigong bombs at Majin Bu with his hands alternately. But such an attack has no effect on Majin Bu at all. The opponent just twisted his body on the spot, and he dodged the opponent's attack extremely easily. Vegeta, don't be impulsive, you will never be Majin Bu's opponent. The only way to defeat Majin Bu now is through Potara ear fusion. Son Goku looked at Vegeta with a serious face and shouted again. Although he knew that Vegeta would not agree to him easily, but this is the only way to defeat Majin Bu. Fit. What are you kidding, Kakarot? Even if I die, I will never fit with you. Vegeta gave Son Goku a disgusted look. Then launched a crazy attack on Majin Bu again, but the result was the same. His attack couldn't hit Majin Bu at all. Ask for flowers. After absorbing Son Gohan, Majin Bu's strength has reached the point of terror, and it is simply not comparable to Vegeta. Want to fit together, although I know that even if you fit together, you can't be my opponent, but I won't let you do that kind of thing. After Majin Bu heard what the two said, a cold smile appeared on his face. Then the body flashed and appeared in front of Vegeta. Boom! The punch directly sent Vegeta's body flying. Vegeta! While Son Goku was in a hurry, he turned directly into Super Saiyan 3. Ha ha ha! Kamehameha Wave! After a period of frantic chi gathering, a powerful Kamehameha Wave was released directly at Majin Bu. Although the Kamehameha Wave broke up Majin Bu's body, it had no effect on Majin Bu at all. In an instant, it changed back to its original state. Then he showed a sinister smile. Call out! Boom! He came directly in front of Son Goku in a flash, and then sent him flying with a punch. Even so, Son Goku threw the Potara earrings to Vegeta at the last moment. Then shouted at Vegeta, Vegeta, this guy not only killed everyone on the planet, he killed Bulma and Trunks. Don't you want revenge? Bulma! Hearing Son Goku say again, after Bulma was killed by Majin Bu, the veins on Vegeta's forehead burst out. Pick up the earrings. Although somewhat reluctant, he still wore it on his left ear according to Son Goku's request. Kakarot, just this once. I want to destroy this monster with my own hands. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and the moment the voice fell, he also put on the Potara earrings. And the moment Vegeta put on the earrings, the two bodies of Son Goku and Vegeta were suddenly drawn together by the power of the Potara earring. Setsuna Room! Dazzling white light burst forth. The bodies of Son Goku and Vegeta slowly merged into one. Finally fit together. Is the strongest warrior, Vegeta, about to appear? Suhan clenched his fists slightly, although he knew that even if the two of them were combined through the Potara earrings, they would definitely not be his opponents. But after seeing that familiar figure, the whole person couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 90. Accompanied by the white light receding. Immediately, Vegeta's body slowly floated in midair. Then simply move your body in the air. A confident smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's really great, the strength is stronger than I imagined. Vegeta said excitedly. Although he just moved his body briefly, it allowed Vegeta to understand his current level of strength. And this power is enough to defeat Majin Bu. Damn, what the hell happened, why can't my body move? A hole! Majin Bu roared out in midair with a ferocious face. But even so, his body was still as if imprisoned, unable to move half a step at all. And this is naturally Suhan's masterpiece. Just now, in order not to let Majin Bu interfere with Son Goku and Vegeta's fusion, Suhan simply stopped pretending and directly used angel magic power to imprison Majin Buu in place. After 623, Majin Buu could only watch Son Goku and Vegeta complete the fusion, but he couldn't do anything on the spot. Who the hell, let me go. Majin Buu kept struggling, but even with all his strength, he still couldn't break free. It's Suhan? Could it be that he secretly helped us fit together just now? Obviously at this time Vegeta also noticed Suhan, who was hiding not far away. Thank you, Mr. Suhan, for your help. But as for Majin Buu, leave it to us. Vegeta yelled at the boulder where Suhan was hiding in the distance. And just after Vegeta's voice fell, Suhan immediately stopped pretending and flew into the air. Unlock Majin Buu's imprisonment at the same time. Damn it, were you making trouble just now? Majin Buu stared at Suhan with both eyes, thinking that it was a formidable master at work, but what is the situation with this guy in front of him? There is no breath at all in the whole body? Could it be that he is just an ordinary person? But it shouldn't be. If he is just an ordinary person, how can he imprison himself? TCH, I thought it was some kind of powerful person, but it was just an ordinary human being who didn't even have the breath. It must have been done by some means. Majin Buu shook his head, and stopped paying attention to Suhan. After all, he was just a guy who didn't even have breath. The threat to himself is obviously not as good as Vegeta, who has completed the fit not far away. It looks like you should be able to solve Majin Buu now. If that's the case, I won't interfere. Seeing that Vegeta nodded, Suhan stepped aside. And there is a reason why Suhan didn't kill Majin Buu directly, but was here to show off with them. One is to miss the original work, and of course it is to find an opportunity for Majin Buu to absorb Vegeta. Suhan also wants you to see how strong Vegeta Buu is, and as for Son Goku and Vegeta, they will be resurrected by Dragon Ball anyway, it's the same. After all, if Suhan is willing to make a move, I am afraid that a toe can instantly hit Majin Buu, so there is no need to waste time here. Then thank you, Mr. Suhan. But Mr. Suhan, I'm actually more interested in fighting you than Majin Buu. With a confident smile on the corner of Vegeta's mouth, he said to Suhan. A few years ago, Suhan had the strength to easily kill Cell, but now how many years have passed, Mr. Suhan's strength must have become stronger, this is very clear in his heart. But even so, Vegeta is also very confident. After combining, their strength is much stronger than Majin Buu. Haha. I advise you not to be so confident. If you want to fight with me, you should defeat Majin Buu first. After all, if you fight with me, you will be easily injured. Suhan smiled at Vegeta and said. It is undeniable that after Son Goku and Vegeta were combined through the Potara earrings, their strength has become much stronger. But even so, there is still no comparison with myself. Even Suhan felt that if he released the huge energy in his body, the whole earth would collapse in an instant. Are you hurt? Hehe. It seems that Mr. Suhan, you don't know our current strength, but this is normal. Then I'll let you take a good look at it now. When I finish Majin Buu, I will have a good fight with you. After Vegeta finished speaking, he set his sights on Majin Buu. I wipe. It's too arrogant, it's simply too arrogant, you don't take me seriously at all. And you, have you forgotten how I beat you before? How dare you say such big words now, you are looking for death. Majin Buu is going to go berserk, whether it's this guy who can't feel the breath, or the other two guys who fit together. The tone of this speech is too infuriating. He didn't take himself seriously at all, and actually said in front of his face that he wanted to beat himself and then challenge the other party. Zhuo. What do you think of yourself? A tool to measure strength? Isn't this bullying honest people? Simply a hole to the extreme. Majin Buu let out a roar, and white gas spewed out of his head. Call out. After the sound of a piercing sound, Majin Buu's body came to Vegeta at a very fast speed. The pink fist hit Vegeta's forehead. Snapped. But in the next second, he was blocked by Vegeta with a slap. There was even a smile on Vegeta's face all the time, as much as his expression deserved a beating. Not to mention that Majin Buu thinks of an adult after watching it, even Suhan doesn't match him after watching it. Give him a big contest. Yo! What? Majin Buu, when you hit me just now, your strength was much stronger than this. After Majin Buu's attack was relaxed, Vegeta started to taunt even more. BD, BD. Sensing the provocation from Vegeta, Majin Buu punched out again. Boom! But in the end, Vegeta responded with a punch. Not only did it not cause any damage to Vegeta, but it made Majin Buu take several steps back again and again. Instantly, the expression on Majin Buu's face became even more ferocious. A hole. Then the mouth grows, accompanied by the sound of roaring, and the mouth cannon is sprayed out at this time. Boom! Although Vegeta escaped in a dangerous way, Majin Buu's big mouth cannon. However, the valley behind Vegeta suffered disaster, and was unexpectedly forced out of a tunnel. And there are tens of thousands of years away, and it looks particularly sick. 0.6 Even Vegeta frowned after seeing the scene behind him. If it wasn't because I avoided it in time just now, I am afraid that even if I don't die now, I will be seriously injured. Misunderstanding N. On.R. Now you know you're afraid. So what if you are combined? Even if you are combined, you will never be my match for Majin Buu. Seeing Vegeta's dignified expression, Majin Buu cried out even more excitedly. I feel very happy. But in the next moment, call out. Vegeta's body came directly in front of Majin Buu like a meteor. Boom! Punch in the belly. Without giving Majin Buu any time to react, seeing Majin Buu's body instantly bent into the shape of a prawn. An unknown liquid gushed out of his mouth. Kamehameha wave. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Vegeta used a Kamehameha wave directly at Majin Buu, who was sent flying. Chapter 91. Boom boom boom. With the onslaught of Kamehameha waves. Although the hit Majin Buu was blasted into pieces, he quickly regrouped and returned to its original form. Even Son Gohan's clothes became exactly the same as before, as if he hadn't been affected at all. Damn it, this guy's strength has really become a lot stronger after merging. After recovering, Majin Buu was not in a hurry to attack Suhan. Instead, he gritted his teeth and began to think about how to deal with this guy. But when Majin Buu focused his attention on Vegeta again, he realized that the figure of the other party had disappeared in front of his eyes. Where's the damn person? Majin Buu watched anxiously, looking for Vegeta. But at this moment, a voice came from behind him. Where are you looking? Majin Buu. Accompanied by Vegeta's voice, he immediately swept out with a kick like a whip. The whip hit Majin Buu's neck heavily. For a moment, he actually turned the guy's head in the direction. At the same time, the corner of Majin Buu's mouth showed disgusting mucus, which looked extremely disgusting. But even so, Majin Buu just twisted his neck with both hands, and then returned to the original state again. It can be seen that such a physical attack does not have much effect on Majin Buu. Humph! Majin Buu, it seems that your strength is not very good. My warm-up is not over yet. With a confident smile on the corner of Vegeta's mouth, he said softly. Are you kidding, BD? Majin Buu let out a low growl, and then purple-red energy spewed out from his body. However, at this moment, Vegeta's expression also changed a little bit. Start taking this fight seriously. Call out! Call out! Almost in time, the bodies of the two turned into one yellow and one red at the same time until streamers collided together. Boom! After the fists of the two collided together, immediately a huge energy star wave swept across the entire valley. And the old Supreme Kai in the distance couldn't help being amazed after seeing this scene. Whether it is Majin Buu at the moment, or Vegeta after the fit, they are all too strong. At least it is much stronger than his Supreme Kai. Although I don't know why the law enforcement officer didn't directly kill Majin Buu, but now it seems that Mr. Son Goku after the unity should be enough to defeat Majin Buu. Finally, I can rest assured. The old Supreme Kai let out a long breath, and the whole person also sat on the ground paralyzed. At the same time, the entire sky was constantly flickering with the sonic circle formed by the collision of the two fists. There were bursts of roaring sounds. Although their speeds were fast, they seemed very slow in Suhan's eyes. These two guys actually didn't use all their strength to fight. Suhan frowned slightly. Vegeta is really the same guy as in the original book. He not only likes pretend, but also likes waves. In the original book, if it wasn't because of his constant pretending, he wouldn't have disintegrated in the end and was dragged to the Supreme Kai world and beaten violently. Boom! And at this moment, Majin Buu's body suddenly fell from midair. The moment it fell to the ground, a huge deep hole was smashed into the ground. Majin Buu, are you still not full? Or is your strength only at this point? If this is the case, it would be too disappointing. Vegeta floated above Majin Buu's head, and then gave a middle finger to Majin Buu who was on the ground. Arrogant BD, what right do you have to be proud of? My body can't be beaten to death, so what if your strength is stronger than mine? Your physical energy will eventually be exhausted. But my body can recover all the time, and it consumes very little energy, so you can't beat me at all. Majin Buu looked at Son Goku with a ferocious face. Although the heart is very angry, but the momentum must not lose. And my own body is indeed like this, if there is no special method, it is completely impossible to kill myself. Ha ha! Majin Buu, don't you really think that I have nothing to do with you? Vegeta snorted coldly, but there was still a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. But at the moment when the voice fell, Vegeta's eyes suddenly became serious. Then a roar came out. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's body was instantly wrapped in golden flames. Then Vegeta's hair also began to change, and began to stand up like barbs. It looks very domineering. Srustling. Moreover, outside the golden flame, there is also a layer of thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye. Coupled with the unique confident smile on Vegeta's face, it becomes even more handsome. Even Suhan in the distance couldn't help saying after seeing this scene, so handsome. Unfortunately, he is still not as handsome as me. What? The strength has actually become stronger again. It was Majin Buu who felt a little threat at this time, because at this time Vegeta's strength had become more than 10 times stronger again. If we talk about Vegeta's strength before, Majin Buu thinks it is absolutely impossible to threaten his life. So at this moment, Majin Buu can be said to really feel a little threat. Hey! You guy, what kind of expression is this? If you only have this strength, then I am really disappointed. Vegeta folded his arms in front of his chest, with golden hair standing tall, surrounded by golden arrogance, looked at Majin Buu with disdain and said. Now Majin Buu is really too weak in his eyesight. And there is no comparison between the two. Cut. You BD, don't get carried away, I absorbed your son. You absolutely cannot be my opponent, and your son is still in my body. Majin Buu said angrily. Majin Buu did not lie about saying that the other party's son was indeed in his body. And still alive. Yes. It's ridiculous, as long as I kill you, I can use the Dragon Ball to resurrect them. So your threat has no effect on me at all. And not only that, my current strength is beyond your imagination. Vegeta still had a confident arc on the corner of his mouth, looked at Majin Buu with disdain and said. 783 Oh! I don't believe it, you will really kill me. In this way, your son will die with him. After speaking, Majin Buu rushed forward directly. A quick punch was thrown out, but in the end it didn't even touch Vegeta's body. It seems that you still don't understand the gap between us. After speaking, the corners of Vegeta's mouth raised again, and his fists blasted out like lightning. Boom! The fist hit Majin Buu's face directly, without giving the opponent any chance to dodge. And with the sound of fists falling, Majin Buu's face was completely deformed. But it was only an instant, and Majin Buu's body returned to its original shape again. However, without waiting for Majin Buu to react at all, Vegeta launched another crazy attack on him. There is no chance for the other party to recover at all. Under Vegeta's continuous blows, even Majin Buu couldn't hold it anymore. At this moment, Majin Buu was obviously a little embarrassed, with obvious scars all over his body. There was a trace of purple blood on the corner of his mouth. Hey! What's going on with you? Don't you only have this strength? Vegeta said proudly and confidently as before. But it is not difficult to see from his expression that he is very concerned about the wriggling red blood cell in the distance. Hehe, it looks like Vegeta is planning to let Majin Buu absorb him. Interesting. Suhan, who was watching the battle from a distance, knew every detail of the field like the back of his hand. Naturally, he also noticed that some of the cells left on the ground by Majin Buu had begun to squirm. Chapter 92. Great, this guy really didn't notice. Wait, soon you will become a part of my power. Seeing that Vegeta didn't notice the pool of cells he left on the ground, Majin Buu was overjoyed. So what if your strength is strong? Even if you are stronger than yourself after merging, so what, the final result will still be absorbed by yourself, and then become a part of your body. No, I can't move anymore. If I move, it will be more difficult to be absorbed by Majin Buu. As long as it is successfully absorbed by Majin Buu, it can enter his body and save Gohan and the others. Looking not far away, Majin Buu, who had already been beaten by himself, was covered with scars, although Vegeta really wanted to rush up and quickly deal with him. But he finally held back. Because now both Piccolo and Dende have been killed. This also means that the Shenron on the earth will also disappear. So I must rescue Son Gohan and Goten. And the only way to rescue them is naturally to be absorbed by Majin Buu. Cut. I thought you two guys would become smarter when you two got together, but now it seems that you are more stupid than before. Now not only your son is absorbed by me, but you are going to become a part of my body. A look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Majin Buu's angry face. Because at this time, which part of my body's cells can swallow Vegeta with just a single thought? Be a part of my body. After Majin Buu's voice fell, behind Vegeta, the mass of pink crushed cells directly engulfed Vegeta's body like a huge package. Protective barrier. But all of this was within Vegeta's expectation, and then the other party said something in a low voice. Then a light green energy barrier appeared around the body, directly wrapping Vegeta's body. Is it really a protective barrier to block Majin Buu's absorption? But since I'm here, I'm sorry. As he spoke, Suhan smiled slightly, his fingers just twitched randomly in the air twice. Then the protective barrier on Son Goku disappeared completely. Ah, how did this happen? Damn mistake. I underestimated the power of Majin Buu, Mr. Suhan, I'm sorry to trouble you, Earth is in your hands. After Vegeta struggled unwillingly for a few times, he was completely absorbed into the body by Majin Buu. Ha ha ha. Great, these two guys have also been absorbed by me. Energy, endless energy, I can feel my body filled with endless energy, inexhaustible energy. After feeling the changes in his body, Majin Buu roared with excitement. The excitement in my heart is simply beyond words. After absorbing Son Gohan himself, Majin Buu feels that his strength is already very strong. But now after absorbing Vegeta, it makes Majin Buu feel invincible even more. With such a huge amount of energy, Majin Buu felt that no one in the entire universe could defeat him. It's over, it's over. Even Son Goku and Vegeta were absorbed, how could this be? Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from Majin Buu, the old Supreme Kai collapsed to the ground. Whether it was the fear of Majin Buu's powerful energy or the shock of the scene in front of him, the old Supreme Kai was completely panicked. What are you panicking about? It's not me. Suhan glanced at the old Supreme Kai in a cold voice and said. Of course, Suhan's attack just now was very covered, I'm afraid even Angel Whis might not be able to detect it. Yep. There is still the law enforcement officer, and there is still hope for the universe. After hearing Suhan's voice, the old Supreme Kai slowly came back to his senses. But I still have some worries about Suhan's strength in my heart. After all, Majin Buu who has absorbed Vegeta is really too strong. The strength has become much stronger. Just at that moment, the old Supreme Kai felt that the current Majin Buu might already have the ability to destroy the universe. Yo! If you don't speak, I almost forget you. But just relying on a guy who doesn't even have a breath, it doesn't seem to be useful. Majin Buu looked at Suhan with a confident smile on his face. Because of absorbing Vegeta's relationship, now Majin Buu's every move is very like Vegeta. You can try. Suhan said lightly. Humph. Big talker, but you appeared at the right time. The battle just now made me a little hungry, and it happened to turn you into chocolate. Turn into chocolate. Saying this, Majin Buu flicked the whip on his head quickly. Then I saw a pink beam of energy shot out towards Suhan quickly. But in the end, Suhan dodged it very easily. Oh! Actually escaped? But don't expect good luck to befall you a second time. Seeing that the opponent dodged his attack, Majin Buu naturally gave up without any intention of taking it. Instead, he twisted the whip on his head again, and then shot dozens of pink beams at Suhan. But this time Suhan didn't choose to dodge. As if giving up resistance, the body stood still. Just when Majin Buu thought that Suhan would turn into chocolate soon, a green circular barrier suddenly appeared around Suhan's body. And the energy beam shot by Majin Buu actually bounced back when it touched the outer barrier of Suhan's body. T4. Seeing this, Majin Buu was shocked, and hurriedly avoided the energy beam that hit him. Finally, when the light beam fell on the stone on the ground, it directly turned the stone into chocolate. Majin Buu, it looks like you can only eat rocks. Suhan glanced at the chocolate turned from the stone on the ground, and said with a smile. BD, BD. Facing Suhan's contemptuous smile, Majin Buu gritted his teeth. Call out. In the next moment, his body suddenly flew out in the direction where Suhan, Zhao, was, like a pink streamer. He clenched his right fist and slammed down on Suhan's forehead. Snapped. But the next second, Majin Buu was stunned. The blow that I used almost half of my strength was actually blocked by the opponent's slap. What, you are not an ordinary person at all. Who the hell are you? At this time, Majin Buu also realized that something was wrong, although there was no energy fluctuation in the guy in front of him at all. But just because he can block his own attack so easily, Majin Buu can tell whether the opponent's identity is an ordinary human being or not. Want to know who I am? Sorry, you're not qualified. After speaking, the corners of Suhan's mouth slightly raised, and then he punched Majin Buu's abdomen with a heavy blow. Boom! The powerful force instantly bent Majin Buu's body into the shape of a prawn. Then the body shot out like a cannonball. Chapter 93. Boom! Majin Buu's body flew out quickly, like a bullet going out. After smashing 10 small hills in a row, Majin Buu slowly stabilized his body. But it is not difficult to see that even so, Majin Buu's body is still intact. Like a normal person. Cut, a hole. You completely PD me off. Wiping off the stains from the corners of his mouth with the magic cloth, he revealed a ferocious expression. Then Majin Buu spread his legs in a stance. Aha! A low growl came from Majin Buu's mouth. At the same time, golden flames burst out from Majin Buu's body instantly. And there are thunder and lightning outside the arrogance. It seems that except for the lack of blonde hair, everything else is the same as Saiyan. The power of Super Saiyan 2. It's true that it has become a lot stronger, but if that's the only way, Majin Buu, I advise you to give up. Although Majin Buu's strength has risen sharply at this moment, Suhan's face is still full of confidence. Although Majin Buu's strength has become more than 10 times stronger, but for Suhan, it is a waste to even become Super Saiyan at this level. It seems that I really think highly of you, even after absorbing Vegeta, your strength is still very weak. Saying that, Suhan 250 shook his head in disappointment. BD. Don't be ashamed to say anything, although I don't know why I can't feel your breath, but my current strength is definitely beyond what you can imagine. Now I have no opponent. Just wait to be eaten by me. Saying that, Majin Buu rushed towards Suhan again. The fist swung out violently. Mixed with the power of lightning, although the speed of Majin Buu's punching became faster, it still failed to touch Suhan's body. Suhan's head just twisted when he was 2 centimeters away from Majin Buu's fist. Then it was extremely easy to dodge the opponent's attack. What? Actually dodged? Seeing that the opponent actually dodged his attack again, the expression on Majin Buu's face changed from shock to dullness. Although Majin Buu didn't use his full strength at this moment, even so his strength is already very strong. Even the punch just now, Majin Buu hardly kept any hand, the purpose was to let Suhan taste his strength. But I didn't expect that even so, Mian, Chi, attacked himself so quickly. The opponent still dodged his attack calmly. A hole! Roaring angrily, Majin Buu launched a frenzied attack on Suhan again. The two fists were like machine guns, launching a stormy attack on Suhan. But the result was as if it had no effect at all. All of them were dodged by Suhan, without even touching each other's clothes. Hoo! Everyone escaped? How is this possible? Majin Buu, whose eyes were wide open, was exhausted and out of breath. But despite this, there is still no way. This guy's body is like a ghost, let alone defeating the opponent, he can't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. And this kind of blow, when Majin Buu was a little hard to accept for a while. Hey! I said you must not only have this level, if you only have this level, it would be too boring. Suhan shook his head again, apparently Majin Buu's performance made him extremely disappointed. Meanwhile, Majin Buu wasn't the only one shocked. Even the old Supreme Kai in the distance, at this moment, there was a wave of turmoil in his heart. Is this the strength of the law enforcement officer? Suhan's performance just now has completely refreshed the old Supreme Kai's understanding of this young law enforcement officer. He is so young, but his strength is ridiculously strong. The old Supreme Kai is very clear about how strong Majin Buu is after he becomes Super 2. But he never thought that it was such a terrifying demon. In Suhan's hands, he was like a child, completely powerless to fight back. Even touching the other person's body is a very difficult thing. But I, an old fellow, can rest assured that the earth and the universe should be saved. The old Supreme Kai exhaled, and his whole attitude towards Suhan also changed dramatically. Cut! Stop being self-righteous, you still don't know me, Majin Buu's strength is only like this. If you really think so, then you are dead wrong. Facing Suhan's ridicule, Majin Buu snorted coldly. Then the right foot slammed to the ground. Powerful energy spewed out from the body in an instant. Thrustling. The golden arrogance instantly enveloped Majin Buu's body, and at this moment, Majin Buu's aura also changed drastically. At the same time, Majin Buu's brow bone started to stick out, the whip on his head disappeared, and behind the pink scalp grew the same hair as Son Goku Super Saiyan. Only Son Goku is gold and Majin Buu is pink. At this moment, Majin Buu's appearance, although it looks a little awkward, but the whole person seems to be domineering. It turned into Super Saiyan 3. I seem to be a little interested. Looking at Majin Buu who turned into Super Saiyan 3 not far away, Suhan even showed an excited smile on his face. Because at this moment, Majin Buu's strength has become much stronger. Even Suhan felt that things were getting interesting. But this should also be a conjecture of Suhan, even though Vegeta did not become Super Saiyan 3 in the original book, Vegeta has the strength to become Super Saiyan 3. It's just not used. Humph. I didn't expect how powerful this guy is. If he used this kind of power to fight me at the beginning, I'm afraid I don't have the ability to fight back at all. We'll be completely killed. But it's a pity that this guy didn't even use his strength, so he was absorbed by me. Majin Buu looked at his hands and said very confidently. Now Majin Buu feels that his whole body seems to be full of inexhaustible energy. And that confident smile appeared on his face again. Prepare to die. Majin Buu let out a roar. Then the body flashed away quickly, and quickly appeared in front of Suhan. Then punch out. But Suhan also punched him up. Chapter 94. After the fists of the two collided together, Suhan's body only took half a step back. On the other hand, Majin Buu on the other side actually retreated more than 10 meters before stabilizing his body. There is such a thing. Majin Buu clenched his fists tightly, and his expression became hideous. Because Majin Buu didn't understand why it happened like this. Isn't my own strength already invincible in the universe? Why would I be knocked back by the opponent's fist after punching this guy? Majin Buu, it looks like you still haven't figured out the gap between us. But because you don't give up, let me let you know what real anger is. The corners of Suhan's mouth raised slightly while speaking. He let out a mouthful of foul air. Then he clenched his fists and placed them on his chest. Drink ah! Immediately afterwards, a deep roar came from Suhan's throat. Then Suhan's hair instantly stood up and turned golden yellow. The terrifying aura on his body was climbing steadily, making him feel suffocated. Even Majin Buu in the distance was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Li Rang. But even so, the aura on Suhan's body showed no intention of stopping. It is still a rapid improvement. Crack, crack. But at this moment, there was a strange noise from the ground under Suhan's feet. In the end, the ground actually split slowly with Suhan's body as the center. Buzz buzz. The gravel on the ground was even more shocked by Suhan's powerful aura and floated into the air. Aha! Finally, under the roar of Suhan again. The blonde hair grows rapidly, the eyebrows are raised, and finally completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. Although it looks like Majin Buu, but the color is slightly different. But the powerful aura emanating from the two people is completely incomparable. Although Majin Buu's aura is very strong, it can only be bright moon or stars at best. And Suhan is Sunday. The light emitted from Majin Buu's body is completely incomparable with Sudian's. The law enforcement officer, so strong. At this moment, the old Supreme Kai in the distance has grown his mouth. Such terrifying power, he had only felt it from gods of destruction Beerus in his life. How could it be different? BD. How could the aura of this guy suddenly become so powerful? At this time, Majin Buu also showed a shocked expression on his face. For a moment, I couldn't believe what was happening in front of my eyes. This guy was just an ordinary human with no breath at all, but why can such a powerful energy erupt from his body at this time? What exactly is going on? Escape. The only thought on Majin Buu's mind right now is to escape. Yes, escape. Although I don't know what's going on with this guy. But there is one thing Majin Buu knows very well, that is, he is definitely not the guy in front of him. And there is no comparison. If you continue to stay in this place, there is probably only a dead end. Even if Majin Buu is very confident about his body's ability to recover, but at this moment Majin Buu doesn't dare to joke about his own life. Call out. Majin Buu didn't have any hesitation, almost instantly. The body turned into a stream of pink light and flew towards the outside of the earth. But facing Majin Buu's actions, Suhan just showed a smile. The corner of the mouth raised slightly and said, "Since you are so anxious to leave, let me see you off again." After finishing speaking, Suhan put his hands together in front of his body. Big Bang Destruction Ki Blast. In the roar of Suhan, Ki Blast, which contained the energy of destructive power, quickly blasted towards the direction where Majin Buu was escaping. BD. Fight. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Majin Buu immediately gave up the escape, and then tried his best to release Kamehameha waves to resist. But how could a normal Kamehameha wave be a match for the power of destruction? The moment Majin Buu's Kamehameha wave touched Suhan's destruction of Ki Blast, it disappeared completely. And Majin Buu was completely destroyed by the destructive energy with a look of panic and helplessness. Then not even a single cell remained. Broken, the power of destruction. The old Supreme Kai was shocked and speechless at the moment. Although it was only for a moment, the old Supreme Kai was very sure that his feeling was absolutely unmistakable. In the end, the energy used by Suhan is definitely a force of destruction, which is absolutely unmistakable. The old Supreme Kai was all too familiar with this ability. Ask for flowers. This energy is the exclusive ability of gods of destruction Beerus, and this ability can destroy anything in an instant. This is the case with Majin Buu just now. Although it has a very powerful recovery ability, but at the moment when it touches Suhan's destructive power, not even a single cell remained. Completely disappeared in this world. And for doing so thoroughly, I am afraid there is no other explanation besides the power of destruction. It's over, old Supreme Kai. Suhan lifted the super race status, and then slowly landed in front of the old Supreme Kai. But at this time, the old Supreme Kai's mouth grew too big. He looked at himself blankly. It was as if he had seen something incredible. Hello? Old Supreme Kai. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to hear what he said, Suhan frowned slightly, and shouted out again. Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, please tell me. At this time, the old Supreme Kai came to his senses, and then hurriedly knelt down beside Suhan and said. I said, Majin Buu has been eliminated by me. In addition, you should be able to handle things here on Earth, such as helping the gods of this planet summon Shenron. Suhan looked at the old Supreme Kai and said. Suhan could sense it through the breath of God. Although Dende's breath was very weak, it was still there. This also proves that Dende is still alive. And in this case, I don't have to go to Namek to borrow the Dragon Ball. Leave the trivial matter of the law enforcement officer to me. The old Supreme Kai's attitude towards Suhan is not to mention how respectful he is now. Although the old Supreme Kai is not willing to accept such a small matter, since this is what the law enforcement officer asked him to do, then the old Supreme Kai will definitely do well. Very well, I'll leave it to you, I still have a little time to go. After speaking, Suhan directly used instant transmission to disappear in place. Call out. In a flash, Suhan's body appeared on a small island in a remote area. And here is the place where number 17 lives, but because Susai guessed about Majin Buu early in the morning, he sent number 18 here in advance. In addition, a protective barrier is arranged here. So no matter how much noise Majin Buu makes outside, their small island will not be affected at all. Chapter 95. Call out. Suhan's body turned into a stream of white light and flew away. And now Suhan's control over Angel's supernatural power, divine speed is not weaker than Angel Whis. So now Suhan uses the super fast flying speed is very fast. But he came to the island in an instant. However, this small island formed a huge contrast with everything around it. Everything around was in a mess, but the island was safe and sound, as if nothing had happened. And just after Suhan released the island's barrier, two figures, a man and a woman, flew towards Suhan immediately. The two are naturally on the 17th and 18th. But 5 years later, number 18 has become more feminine and looks much more charming. Brother-in-law, it seems that the outside affairs have been taken care of by you. The 17th came to Suhan's side first and said. As for the brother-in-law's name 527, the number 17 is more and more fluent. That's right. Suhan nodded and said. I am very satisfied with my brother-in-law Suhan. Although there was a little unpleasantness when we first met, but these are not serious. Has Majin Buu been dealt with by you? How is it injured? After seeing Suhan coming back, number 18 looked around Suhan even more worriedly. As Suhan's woman, number 18 is very aware of how powerful Suhan is. But even so, she was a little worried. After all, he was the man he loved the most. Rest assured. It's just a little bug. If it wasn't because I wanted to play for a while, I could kill him with one move. Suhan smiled slightly and said very seriously. Now Suhan does have the ability to kill Majin Buu in an instant. And in Suhan's view, Majin Buu is nothing at all. Even the gods of destruction Beerus from the 7th universe is not so strong in the eyes of Suhan now. Leaving aside his own identity, will it make Beerus tremble? I'm afraid Beerus will be stunned as long as he unleashes the huge strength in his body. It seems that brother-in-law, your strength has improved a lot over the past few years. I don't know when you can train me a little bit. On the 17th, he came to Suhan's side, pushed Suhan's body with his elbow, and said with a smile. And how could Suhan not understand the other party's intention? Although number 17 has now returned to the life of ordinary people, he has never stopped training. Because the poachers who come to the earth are strong or weak, and if you want to protect every animal here, there is probably nothing better than improving the strength of your body. For the sake of how your brother-in-law is calling you, there is no problem in training you to practice. Suhan patted number 17 on the shoulder and said with a smile. I probably won't leave Earth for a while. So if that's the case, then it's better to give some pointers on No 17's training. After all, whether it is on the 17th or 18th in the Power Conference in the original book, they performed very well. And they all have endless energy in their bodies, so they actually have many advantages in the process of fighting. If I cultivate my brother-in-law, it may be a great help to me in the future. Great! You can practice with your brother-in-law. Hearing that Suhan agreed to his request, number 17 instantly became excited. Although they had never left the island before, they didn't know exactly how strong Majin Buu was. But number 17 can clearly feel how terrifying the breath of Majin Buu is in the distance. But the scariest thing is not this, the scariest thing is the aura erupting from behind Majin Buu, that is the real horror. It seems to give people a feeling that the earth can be destroyed with every gesture. And that aura is in Master number 17 who knows who it is without thinking about it. Except for my brother-in-law, there is probably no one else on this earth with such a powerful strength. So for the 17th, since he can practice with his brother-in-law, it is definitely a very exciting thing. Okay, we can prepare to practice now. Suhan nodded and spoke. As for the earth and the dead Son Goku and others, there is no need for Suhan to take action at all, because the old Supreme Kai will definitely take care of all these things for himself. So don't worry at all. The two nodded, and then they returned to the island. After entering the island, Suhan was surprised by everything in front of him. Because both the scenery and the climate in the favored places are even very suitable, I am afraid that the whole earth will never find a place that is suitable for retirement. I have to say that no 17's vision is really good. Suhan, you probably won't leave so soon this time. Number 18 snuggled up to Suhan's side, and asked carefully. And Suhan trembled even more when he saw No 18's pitiful face. It is true that since I have been with number 18, I have spent too little time with each other. Suhan is also a little guilty about this, but there is no way. In order to protect the people around him and control his own destiny, for Suhan, nothing is more important than improving his strength. Only with enough strength can one be able to dominate one's own destiny. Otherwise, no matter how long you spend with number 18, you will still be powerless when you encounter a strong opponent. And that's when it's truly helpless. Suhan doesn't want to see that kind of thing. Don't worry, I won't leave so quickly this time. Suhan stroked No 18's hair and said softly. Sister, you should wait until I'm not around. Not far away, number 17 looked at the two and said with a smile. Boom. But in the end, he was hit hard on the back of the head by his sister 17. Speak less. Number 18 curled his lips and said. Brother-in-law, you don't care about my sister, you see she has bullied me. Number 17 held the back of his head and looked at Suhan with an aggrieved face, hoping that the other party would uphold justice for him. Okay, stop fighting, you two. Since you want me to train you at 0.8 on the 17th, then I will teach you a few tricks. You can join us on the 18th. After speaking, Suhan glanced at number 18, although the strength of number 18 and number 17 is very ordinary and not strong. Possibly even worse than Son Goku. But as long as Suhan is willing to train them, it is only a matter of time before they improve their strength. Number 18 did not refuse, but agreed without hesitation. No matter its cultivation or what to do, as long as you can always be with your man, it's a very happy thing for number 18. First of all, let's feel the breath of God around us. God's breath and breath are two completely different concepts, and their strengths are completely incomparable. So if you want to quickly improve your strength, then learning the breath of God is definitely a very wise choice. Chapter 96. During Suhan's stay on Earth, the old Supreme Kai also completed the tasks assigned to him according to Suhan's instructions. As for Suhan himself, he stayed and guided the practice of the 17th and 18th couple. Because Suhan is very clear that even if one's current strength is very strong, in the face of unknown dangers, a person's strength is still limited. 12 universes, 12 gods of destruction, 12 angels. Even if his strength is comparable to Grand Priest, but if he adds 12 gods of destruction and angel, even Suhan will have no confidence. So it is important to improve your own strength, but if you can, you must also cultivate your own power. But what I have to say is that their cultivation talents on the 17th and 18th are still very high. It took about 3 days to sense the existence of the breath of God. It has been very difficult to do this. Because in the original book, even Son Goku and Vegeta felt the breath of God after about half a month. So on the 27th and 17th, they can feel the presence of the breath of God in just 3 days, which shows how strong their talents are. But the point is that they have teachers like Suhan. And after guiding them to practice for half a month, the strength of both number 17 and number 18 has been greatly improved. Their current strength is not known how many times stronger than before. Brother-in-law, I feel that after these few days of training, my strength has made a huge leap. The current number 17 already has a preliminary grasp of the breath of God, and his strength has naturally been greatly improved. And this is just the beginning. When number 17 is more proficient in mastering the breath of God in the future, his strength will become stronger. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Exactly. And what? Want to have a fight with your brother-in-law? Looking at No 17's smug face, Suhan said with a smile. No, no, no. Although my strength has indeed improved, I am still very self-aware. Fighting with you, brother-in-law, is completely seeking abuse on purpose, so I won't do such a stupid thing. Number 17 scratched his head with a smile. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air in the distance. Call out. A moment later, a familiar figure appeared in front of the three of number 17. Mr. Suhan, long time no see. Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know what the earth would be like. It was Son Goku who came, because the old Supreme Kai and Dende gathered the Dragon Ball to make a wish. So now they have all been successfully revived. And not only that, even the buildings on the earth have all returned to their original appearance. It can be said that the answer is joyful. It's just that he and number 17 are breathless. So for Son Goku who came suddenly, Suhan was somewhat surprised. Because if it wasn't for searching for breath, then the other party should have found it bit by bit. Son Goku? Why are you here? Number 17 spoke first. Although he has returned to a normal life now, the purpose they set up is to kill Son Goku. So even so, the current number 17 is somewhat hostile to Son Goku. Yo! You are also on the 17th and 18th. Son Goku greeted number 17 and the others with a smile on his face. You don't need to thank me, in fact, if you are not careless, you don't need me to kill Majin Buu at all. At this time, Suhan was already lying and not blushing. But what he said was right, even if he didn't make a move, let Vegeta go into Majin Buu's body. Then they will disintegrate immediately when they enter Majin Buu's body. And once the two of them lose the ability to fit together, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Majin Buu. Even if they are not facing the strongest Gohan Buu, but Kid Buu, Son Goku and Vegeta are no longer their opponents. So Suhan can be regarded as saving the earth by doing so. Hey! I didn't expect it to fail at the time, but it's all my fault. I thought Dende had already been killed, so I wanted to enter Majin Buu's body to rescue their lover But in the end it failed. Son Goku scratched his head bitterly, with a look of embarrassment. Because Mr. Suhan is right, if it is not because he insists on entering Majin Buu's body to rescue Gohan and the others. They go straight to Super 3, Majin Buu will not have any chance at all. You can easily eliminate Majin Buu by yourself. It's a pity that I didn't do that. Next time, pay attention, fighting is fighting, and you should put defeating your opponent first. Suhan nodded and said. Okay. Mr. Suhan, I already understand, but... Having said that, Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. 390 But? You don't want to challenge my brother-in-law, do you? Hearing this, the clever number 17 naturally saw what Son Goku was thinking at a glance, and then said it directly. Huh? Brother-in-law? Number 18? Could it be Mr. Suhan? Son Goku was a little confused for a while, although they had guessed it before, but it was not confirmed. So I still have some doubts in my heart. Humph. Son Goku, your reaction is really slow. But if you want to challenge my brother-in-law, I advise you to give up the idea, because it is impossible for a brother-in-law to fight someone like you. How about this, Son Goku? I just want to find someone to try my latest cultivation results. If you want, how about we have a fight? A smile appeared on the corner of No 17's mouth as he spoke. Of course, if you can defeat me, I will personally ask my brother-in-law to fight with you. Hearing this, Son Goku was stunned for a moment, but soon realized it. After taking a look at number 17 carefully, I found that the other party's aura was really different. Immediately, without thinking too much, I just nodded and agreed. Okay. I promise you. Son Goku said very confidently. Chapter 97. Although the number 17 in front of him gave Son Goku a different feeling. But Son Goku is still very confident. After all, the current self can freely become a Super 3. Even if the strength of number 17 becomes stronger, it is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. Son Goku is very convinced of this. Haha. You are really confident, Son Wuzui. Seeing how readily the other party agreed, there was an expression of astonishment on No 17's face, but it soon disappeared completely, and then turned into an endless smile. After several days of training, the current number 17 is no longer the original number 17. So number 17 also doesn't think he will be easily defeated by Son Goku. Can number 17 win? On the 18th, he came to Suhan's side with some worries, and asked in a low voice. Although she practiced with number 17, she was very aware of how exaggerated the strength of each other had improved, but even so, number 18 was still a little worried. Because in their hearts, Son Goku's strength is still very strong. I don't know if I can beat Son Goku, but number 17 can't be easily defeated. Suhan said slowly. No one knows the progress of number 17 better than Suhan, the master. But the time for the opponent to practice with him is limited after all, and now Son Goku has reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. So if number 17 wants to defeat Son Goku, it may not be easy. But even so, it may not be easy for Son Goku to beat number 17 quickly. I'm starting on the 17th. Son Goku smiled slightly. Then he clenched his fists slightly, and powerful energy spewed out from his body. Thrustling. Golden flames spewed out from Son Goku's body. For a while, the clouds in the sky flowed rapidly at this moment, and even the gravel on the small island was suspended in the air due to the vibration of energy at this moment. Fool! Son Goku, don't you think I'm going to fight you here? Number 17 frowned slightly and looked at the other party with displeasure. This place is one's own home, and the island is such a beautiful setting that number 17 doesn't want to see it destroyed. Hi! Hearing this, Son Goku looked at number 17 with some doubts, but when he noticed the beautiful surroundings and the houses not far away, he immediately came over. Then he scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey! I'm really sorry, let's fight in another place. Son Goku said with a slightly embarrassed face. Come with me. After talking about number 17, he directly thought about flying away. The rest of the people also followed, and soon came to a slightly desolate island. This small island is the place where they practice daily on the 17th, and it is some distance away from where they live. Fighting in this place will definitely not affect their lives. Come on, Son Goku, I haven't seen you for a few years, let me see if you have a picture of your strength. Number 17 hooked Son Goku. Said with a proud face. Okay. Hearing this, Son Goku didn't hesitate and clenched his fists again. Powerful golden flames gushed out again. Endless energy was instantly released from Son Goku's body, and the bursts of aura actually made number 17, who was not far away, look dignified. It became Super Saiyan 2 as soon as it came up. It seems that Son Goku doesn't want to waste too much time on No 17. Seeing that Son Goku directly became Super 2, Suhan spoke thoughtfully. Although Super 2 is not Son Goku's strongest state, it is definitely more than enough to deal with number 17 who has not been trained by Suhan. Suhan is very sure of this. But if Son Goku wants to beat the current number 17 with the power of Super 2, it may not be easy. Sure enough, Son Goku, but if it's just like this, it's not easy to defeat me. The corners of No 17's mouth rose slightly, and he also clenched his fists. However, his body didn't seem to have any breath, and he didn't release powerful energy like Son Goku. I'm coming. Without any hesitation, Son Goku stomped on the ground. The body immediately shot out like a sharp arrow. Call out! With just a snap of the fingers, he appeared in front of number 17. Then he punched heavily. Well done! Facing the oncoming heavy punch, number 17 did not have any fear, and also waved his fist to greet him. Boom! After the fists of the two collided together, powerful energy immediately spread in all directions. But the bodies of the two were deadlocked in mid-air, and neither would let the other. On the 17th, your strength has really become much stronger. Son Goku said with a slightly shocked face. Because in Son Goku's impression, it is impossible for number 17 to be so powerful. It seems that it should be the relationship between Mr. Suhan instructing the other party to practice. Hehe. You're pretty good too, Son Goku. But if your strength is only like this, then you should wait to be defeated by me. Said No 17's left arm waved. Without warning, a punch directly hit Son Goku. Son Goku, who was completely defenseless, was actually blown away by No 17's punch. Boom! After the body retreated more than 100 meters in a row, Son Goku slowly stabilized his body. But there were bursts of severe pain in the abdomen. Careless! Son Goku gritted his teeth, and then his face became ugly. Looks like I'm going to cheer up. Hey hey! After adjusting his state, a smile of excitement appeared on Son Goku's face again. But at this moment, No 17's body struck again. The legs like a long whip swept directly at Son Goku's neck. So fast! Before he could dodge in time, Son Goku crossed his arms directly and resisted No 17's attack. Boom! But the body still took 2 steps backwards before stabilizing the body. Sure enough, I've become really strong, but that's what makes it interesting. Noah! Haha! Son Goku roared again, and lightning visible to the naked eye crackled around his body. One could clearly feel powerful energy gushing out of Son Goku's body. Call out! Then Son Goku frowned slightly, and his body shot out like a sharp arrow. The same is true for number 17. One white and one yellow, the two energies clashed fiercely in the air. Boom boom boom! One by one boom rings flashed in the air. Although both of them are attacking each other at a super frequency speed, it is not difficult to see that No 17's expression is extraordinarily relaxed at this moment. And with the passage of time, Son Goku's physical fitness has some problems. Son Goku, I know your strength is more than that, so you don't have to keep hiding. Show your true skills. Seeing Son Goku's shots getting slower and slower, number 17 knocked him back with a punch, and said. Chapter 98. Son Goku, I know you still hide your power. Take it out, let's have a good fight. After the fight with Son Goku just now, number 17 has more confidence in his own strength. And he has endless energy, so if Son Goku only uses this kind of strength to fight against himself, then Son Goku will definitely not be able to defeat him. Number 17 firmly believed in this point. Number 17 didn't expect that your current strength has become so strong. If that's the case, then I won't continue to hide my strength. After speaking, the smile on Son Goku's face slowly disappeared. Then the whole person's expression became serious. This was followed by a roar from Son Goku. Haha! Powerful energy spewed out from Son Goku's body again, and it can be seen that the energy spewed out of Son Goku's body was stronger this time. It is even more than 10 times stronger than the energy that erupted from the body before. And there is no intention of stopping at all, but it is still continuing to improve. What a strong power! Is this the true strength of Son Goku? It is really strong. After seeing the aura on Son Goku's body gradually improving, number 17 who was not far away showed a shocked look 770. But soon, calmness was restored again, although the aura emanating from Son Goku's body was very strong. But number 17 still doesn't think he will be defeated by the opponent. Haha! Accompanied by Son Goku's roar, Son Goku's hair began to grow rapidly, and finally fell down on his back. The eyebrows disappear and the brow bone becomes more prominent. It looks very domineering from the side. Okay, number 17, this is my strongest state right now, Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku looked at number 17 with a serious face. After the initial confrontation just now, Son Goku also realized that the opponent's strength has really become much stronger. Even if I have become Super Saiyan 3 now, if I don't take it seriously, I may not be able to beat the opponent. Super Saiyan 3? I have to say that there is really a set. Feeling the aura emanating from Son Goku's body, No 17's expression also became more dignified. Although number 17 is very confident in his own strength, but it has to be said that facing the powerful Son Goku, number 17 naturally has some pressure. However, the winner will still be my number 17. As he said that, the body of number 17 rushed towards Son Goku in a flash. Blow out with a heavy punch. But the result was blocked by Son Goku with a slap. Snapped. And after receiving the attack from number 17, Son Goku's face was still very calm without any waves. It was as if he had expected such a thing to happen. What? Seeing that Son Goku blocked his attack so calmly, No 17's face instantly became gloomy. Looking at each other in disbelief. Call out. At this moment, another fist of Son Goku struck quickly. The speed is very fast, and one can even feel that the surrounding breath is burning at this time. Damn, can't hide. Facing the oncoming heavy punch, this time number 17 had no chance to dodge at all. You can only passively cross your arms on your chest to protect important parts. Boom. But even so, Son Goku's attack caused No 17's body to fly upside down in an instant. Boom. After the body of number 17 pierced through 3 small hills in a row, it finally stopped. But the appearance of number 17 at the moment seems extraordinarily wasteful. The clothes on his body were covered with dust, and there was even a trace of blood on his face. Are you okay on the 17th? Seeing this, number 18 shouted anxiously. Don't worry, I'm fine. After standing up, number 17, looked at number 18 and responded briefly. Then the body flew to Son Goku again. I have to say that Son Goku, you are really strong, but even so, you are absolutely impossible to be my opponent. As he said that, No 17's face changed instantly, and at the same time, the power he used also changed slightly. But Son Goku could clearly sense this. Although the strength of number 17 has not directly become stronger, but the changes in him have brought a dangerous feeling to Son Goku. Is it the same breath as Mr. Suhan? And at this time Son Goku reacted, because if he didn't guess wrong. The energy that number 17 is using now has many similarities with the energy that Mr. Suhan used before. Haha. You're right Son Goku, this is the ability I just learned from my brother-in-law. Get ready to accept the move. Saying that, No 17's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and then the breath of God gushed out from No 17's body instantly. Call out. In the next instant, No 17's body quickly rushed towards Son Goku. The punch that carried out the breath of God violently blasted out at Son Goku's body. And Son Goku also threw a punch. Boom. After the fists of the two collided together, a powerful shock wave swept out immediately. At this moment, both of them were pushed back 2 steps by various powerful energies. It's so strong, it can actually confront Super Saiyan 3 head-on. Son Goku looked at number 17 in surprise, thinking that he would be able to easily resolve the battle after becoming the Lord of Super Saiyan. But I didn't expect it to become like this. Even if he became a Super 3, he could only draw with the opponent. What Son Goku was shocked was not the strength of number 17, but the terrifying speed at which No 17's strength improved. If I hadn't guessed, Suhan had only mentored the other party for less than half a month. In half a month, he was able to make number 17, whose strength was far inferior to his own, reach the point where he could rival his own. This incident made Son Goku a little unbelievable. Suhan himself thought that he would be able to fight Suhan after becoming the third queen, but what he didn't expect was Majin Buu, who he couldn't beat. To be eliminated so easily by Mr. Suhan. And now what happened on the 17th shocked Son Goku even more. The number 17, I admit defeat. At this time, Son Goku seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and simply cancelled the transformation of Super Saiyan 3 directly. Then he scratched the back of his head and said with an embarrassed smile. Chapter 99. What? Admit? Admit defeat. Hearing this, number 17 was stunned, because he never thought that Son Goku would admit defeat at this time. And the other party simply cancelled Super Saiyan's transformation, so it's not a joke at all. Did you really admit defeat? That's right, number 17. I admit defeat. Son Goku scratched his head again and said with a smile. After the battle with number 17 just now, Son Goku has understood one thing. Not to mention the strength of other number 17 is at least the same as his own existence. Even if he continues to fight the opponent, he may not be able to defeat the opponent. And even if they can defeat the opponent, it will definitely take a long time. So Son Goku simply gave up. And compared to this matter, Son Goku suddenly thought of a more important matter. Son Goku thinks there are too many things more important than fighting number 17. Oh! Son Goku, what the hell are you doing? The battle has not yet been decided. Why do you take the initiative to admit defeat? Faced with Son Goku's affirmative face, number 17 was so angry that he finally found an opponent with similar strength as himself, so he could compete well. I didn't expect that the opponent would admit defeat halfway and stop fighting with me. This made number 17 feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't because he was afraid of his brother-in-law teaching him a lesson, number 17 would have wanted to give Son Goku a punch. Son Goku, do you mean you don't want to fight my brother-in-law anymore? Seeing the other party's indifference, number 17 spoke again. How do you know the number 17? I really don't plan to fight Mr. Suhan. After finishing speaking, Son Goku simply ignored number 17, and walked straight to Suhan's side. Gah! What are you kidding, Son Goku? Is that Son Goku who was clamoring to fight my brother-in-law just now? After hearing Son Goku's words, number 17 was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? The three soul questions made number 17 completely confused. Son Goku has been looking for his brother-in-law for a long time, isn't it just to fight with his brother-in-law? What's going on now? I just gave up. Do not fight. Suhan also frowned slightly, and looked at Son Goku with some doubts. He didn't quite know what Fang Dong meant. Just now I was full of confidence to defeat number 17 and fight myself, but now I have decisively given up the battle with number 17. Do not fight. Coming in front of Suhan, Son Goku nodded repeatedly. Son Goku, do you have another purpose for coming here? Suhan asked again. Yes, Mr. Suhan. There is something I want to ask you. Saying that, Son Goku showed a foolish smile, and then scratched his head. Huh? What's the matter? Asked Suhan. Mr. Suhan, please, can you also guide my practice like you guided No 17? Son Goku clasped his hands together and arched his body towards Suhan, pleadingly. Guiding you to practice. Hearing this, Son Goku, I understand why the other party did this. It looks like it was in the battle with number 17 just now. Son Goku was shocked by the strength shown by number 17, otherwise this guy would never have said such a thing. Please Mr. Suhan, please help me, I really want to become stronger. Son Goku pleaded again to Suhan. But this time, without waiting for Suhan to respond, number 17 walked over cursing. Okay, Son Goku, let me tell you why you suddenly surrendered and gave up the fight with my sister. It turned out that after seeing my strength, you realized that you were not sure of defeating me, so you were afraid of losing face, so you took the initiative to admit defeat. After all, if you can't even beat me, how can you be my brother-in-law's opponent? Saying that, number 17 suddenly giggled. However, Son Goku did not show any dislike for the words of number 17. Because what the other party said was not wrong too much. I am indeed the opponent's strength and speed to take the initiative. But Son Goku is not afraid of losing face, but he doesn't want to waste time, he wants to let Mr. Suhan train himself quickly, so that he can become stronger too. After all, the previous battle with Majin Buu made Son Goku understand one thing, even if he becomes Super Saiyan 3, his strength is still not enough. Not even the weakest form of Majin Buu can defeat, watching everyone around him die one by one. This feeling is really too uncomfortable. And Mr. Suhan defeated Majin Buu very easily, coupled with the sudden strengthening of number 17, these things made Son Goku more determined in his heart to learn from Suhan. Ask for flowers. Please, Mr. Suhan. Seeing that Suhan didn't respond, Son Goku arched his body again and said sincerely. Also, just as Son Goku's voice came out, the system in Suhan's mind also issued a notification sound at this time. Ding! A new round of check-in tasks has been released for you. Accept Son Goku as an apprentice, and instruct him to become Super Saiyan 4. Tell Son Goku to become Super 4. After hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Suhan trembled all over. I didn't expect the system to issue tasks at this time. And the task of the system is to guide Suhan to become a Super 4. But since it's a task for the system, Suhan will naturally not refuse. 0. Suhan will not let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Brother-in-law, please don't promise to Son Goku. I just raised my spirits in the battle just now, and he actually surrendered on his own initiative. It's just too irritating. Number 17 pouted with displeasure on his face. But at this moment, Suhan's mind was full of system prompts, and he didn't hear the words of number 17 at all. Then he said directly, Son Goku, I can teach you how to practice, but you need to have an understanding of the relationship between us. Since you begged me to teach you how to practice, it's not too much for you to call me Master Suhan. Suhan patted Son Goku on the shoulder and said with a light smile. I have to say that being able to become the master of the protagonist of the original work is somewhat exciting. Moreover, Son Goku's cultivation talent is very strong, which Suhan cannot deny, even stronger than Jiren. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one who mastered Ultra Instinct. In order to avoid being really in opposition to Xeno or Grand Priest in the future, Suhan already had a plan to train his subordinates, and now Son Goku came at the right time. After all, 12 Xeno's subordinates not only have 2 unpredictable guards, but also Grand Priest, 12 gods of destruction and 12 angels. And I only have one person. If I can cultivate my own power, it will naturally provide an extra layer of protection. Master Suhan, when will we start practicing? Son Goku didn't have any adverse reactions at all, and he couldn't wait to shout out, hoping that Master Suhan could give him some advice on his cultivation soon. Chapter 100. Master Suhan, when do we start practicing? Son Goku looked at Suhan urgently and said. He naturally hopes to start as soon as possible, because the current Son Goku is too eager to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect your family and your friends. Protect the earth. Before, neither Cell nor Majin Buu Son Goku could defeat them and protect the earth. Instead, I have been relying on the strength of Mr. Suhan. Don't worry Son Goku, I have a few questions I want to ask you before. Suhan glanced at Son Goku, then spoke slowly. Although I know that the key to becoming a Super 4 is the tail, but even so, there is still a very critical step for Son Goku to become a Super 4. That is to keep Son Goku from losing control while transforming into a giant ape. As long as Son Goku can do this, then there is no big problem in becoming a Super Saiyan. Question? Master Suhan, what are you referring to? 887 Son Goku scratched his head, apparently not quite understanding what Suhan wanted to ask. Do you feel there is a stronger state behind Super Saiyan 3? The corners of Suhan's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at Son Goku and said slowly. The back of Super Saiyan 3. Stronger state. Hearing this, Son Goku didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at his hands and fell into deep thought. Yes, is there a stronger state behind Super Saiyan 3? Son Goku didn't think about this, but Son Goku felt that the power of Super Saiyan 3 seemed to be very strong. Is there a stronger state behind Super 3? I don't know. Son Goku shook his head. In fact, Son Goku doesn't have any inner feelings, because Super 3's strength is already very strong, but the consumption of physical energy is a bit serious. But Son Goku also thought about surpassing Super 3 and becoming a stronger state, but he never did it. He has even been cultivating in the realm of Kaisan for 2 years, no matter how much he tries, he has failed in the end. There is no breakthrough at all. Haha. Then what if I tell you, Super Saiyan 3 is followed by Super Saiyan 4? Seeing Son Goku's confused face, Suhan spoke up. It is normal that Son Goku in this time and space has no concept of Super Saiyan 4, because in the original book, only another GT time and space has Super Saiyan 4. And the Son Goku of this time and space simply doesn't surpass Super Saiyan 3. I am afraid that it is precisely for this reason that the system will allow itself to guide Son Goku to become a Super 4. Super Saiyan 4. Gulu. Hearing this, Son Goku's whole body trembled. Then he looked at Suhan with a heavy tone. Mr. Suhan, is what you said true? Is there really Super Saiyan 4 behind Super Saiyan 3? Then I can become Super Saiyan 4. Thinking of this, Son Goku's tone became agitated. He had a hunch that Mr. Suhan was not kidding himself. Maybe Super Saiyan 3 is really not the limit of Saiyan, they can really become Super Saiyan 4. Sure. However, if you want to become a Super Saiyan 4, you still need to meet some conditions, and now you obviously haven't met these conditions. So that's why you have been unable to surpass Super Saiyan 3. The corners of Suhan's mouth raised slightly, and then he said with a smile. So it is. It turns out that you need to meet certain conditions before you can do it. No wonder I haven't been able to feel the power behind Super 3. Master Suhan, please tell me what else I need. When he said this, it was obvious that Son Goku's mood became a little agitated. But Suhan didn't say it immediately. Because Suhan knows Son Goku's character, he is short-tempered. So there is no need to go into too much detail at this time, it has no effect. On the contrary, it will affect your own plan. Are you leaving again? At this time, number 18 seemed to have a premonition, and then walked to Suhan's side and grabbed Suhan's arm. I may have to leave again during this period of time, and it won't be too long. Besides, you must practice well what I give you. I'll check when I get back next time. Suhan gently kissed number 18 on the forehead. Then after a simple farewell, he left the island with Son Goku. And their goal is the king planet of the northern galaxy. Compared with the place on the earth, it should be more suitable for cultivation. So Suhan plans to train Son Goku for 2 days first, and then train the opponent's strength to the limit of the Super 3 total attack rate. Then the only remaining condition is to pull out Son Goku's tail. As for the problem of losing control in the giant ape state, Suhan naturally thought of it long ago. This kind of thing may be a little tricky for Suhan before, but for Suhan now, there is no pressure at all. Now Suhan only needs to use the power of Angel a little bit, so that Son Goku can control his own consciousness even in the state of a great ape. Well, Master Suhan, can I really become Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku asked Suhan with a puzzled look. Trust me. You will get stronger. Suhan nodded lightly. I got it, Master Suhan. Seeing Suhan's reaction was so firm, Son Goku became even more excited. Call out. With the support of Suhan's speed, the two soon arrived at King Realm. And just after the two of them landed, a chubby King Kai who looked like a bug hurried up. Behind North King Kai were Pablos the orangutan and Gurgeli the grasshopper. I said Goku, why are you here again? The thing that was broken by you before King of Kings has just been repaired. King Kai saw that Son Goku was back, and his whole expression became displeased. Although Son Goku's status in his mind is not low, but this guy is too disruptive. Basically, every time I practice, I can make a mess of my home. Hey! I'm so sorry, Lord Kai. Let's just accommodate this time, and this time I really have important things to do. Son Goku scratched his head and said with embarrassment on his face. Master Realm King is right, he will indeed make a mess of this place every time he practices. If it's normal, Son Goku won't be back anytime soon. The situation is different now, but Master Suhan wants to help 0.5 to cultivate himself. Instead, there is a chance to surpass Super Saiyan 3 and become Super Saiyan 4, so Son Goku will not leave today no matter what. Hey! By the way, who is this next to you, Goku? Why doesn't he seem to have seen it before? King Kai glanced at Suhan, and then looked at Son Goku with some doubts. Oh! Lord Kai forgot to introduce you, this is my master, Dip. Son Goku introduced. Suhan. Enforcement? Lord Enforcer. Gilu. Hearing this, King Kai trembled all over his body, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Although I haven't met the law enforcement officer himself, the old Supreme Kai is still doing things in place. After returning to the God realm, he held a whole God meeting. Warned them about the law enforcement officers. If anyone dares to offend this law enforcement officer, the end will be 100 times miserable by Supreme Kaiasan. Chapter 101. Haha. King Kai, you know me, I thought the old Supreme Kai was so unreliable. Suhan smiled slightly, then glanced at King Kai. Although Suhan just glanced at the other party, but after seeing Suhan's eyes, the old Kai King trembled with fright, and then hurriedly fell to his knees on the ground. I'm sorry. Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, it's my fault that I didn't recognize you at the first sight. At this moment, King Kai was already sweating profusely. Although he didn't know what the law enforcement officer was before, after hearing the old Supreme Kai's explanation, all of them panicked. Originally, King Kai still had a fluke heart, thinking that it was absolutely impossible for this matter to happen to him. But what I didn't expect was that Son Goku actually brought people here directly. This time it was really messed up by Son Goku. What? Master Kai, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling on the ground? And what is the law enforcement officer you just mentioned? Son Goku scratched his eyebrows and said in a daze. How could Son Goku, a stunned young man, know something about the law enforcement officer, and even if he knew, he wouldn't react too much. Idiot, Goku, come here. When King Kai heard how powerless Son Goku was, he was so excited that he quickly pulled him to his side and knelt down. I'm really sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, Wukong's temperament is like this. 27. Okay King Kai, we still have something to do this time, and I'll settle the score with you later. Suhan waved his hand casually and said. Okay, thank you for your forgiveness. Hearing this, King Kai stood up slowly, and then showed a humble smile. Master Kai? What are you talking about? What is a law enforcement officer? And why is Suhan now a law enforcement officer? Son Goku frowned slightly, apparently he hadn't heard of any law enforcement officers. Fool! Boom! It was said that this time King Kai couldn't take it any longer, and directly knocked Son Goku hard on the head. This guy is really a fool, why doesn't he know anything? And it's fine if you don't know, but you're still talking nonsense here. Don't bring yourself if you want to die. Okay Son Goku, you can start practicing now. Suhan urged. Yes, what you said, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, is that you can use the entire King Kai star as you please, as long as it satisfies you. King Kai came to Suhan's side, rubbed his palms and said with a smile. Suhan nodded. Then began to guide Son Goku's practice. But as for the content of the training, it is natural for Son Goku to stimulate the strength of Super Saiyan 3 to the limit. If you want to permanently become Super Saiyan 4, although the tail is very important, the basic strength itself is also very important. So if you want to permanently have the strength to become a Super 4, then you must have a Super 3 full attack rate or even the limit level. Son Goku in the original book obviously has such strength, so he can rely on his own strength to become a golden giant ape, and then perfectly become a Super 4. And Vegeta is another way, because Vegeta has no way to become a Super 3 relationship. It is almost impossible to surpass Super Saiyan 3 and change from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 4. So even Vegeta, through Bulma's high-tech device, finally became a Super 4. But it's not a permanent Super 4, once the energy is exhausted. He will immediately lose the ability to become a Super 4. So if you want to master the permanent Super 4, the requirements for basic strength are still obvious. Use all your strength Son Goku, unleash all the power in your body. Suhan looked at Son Goku who was practicing and pointed. Under the guidance of Suhan, after about half a day, Son Goku's strength finally reached the peak of the Super 3. Now there is no possibility of improving strength. And now the final step is of course pulling out Son Goku's tail. Master Suhan, do I have what it takes to become a Super 4 now? Son Goku came to Suhan's side excitedly, and asked anxiously. Suhan shook his head and said, no, if you want to become Super Saiyan 4, you still need to meet the last step requirements. One last request? What's that? Tail. Tail. Hearing this, Son Goku scratched his head. That's right, the opportunity to become Super 4 is the tail. Saying that, Suhan pointed to the tail behind him. Although the tail is a weakness, it is also a strength of Saiyan. Only a Saiyan with a tail can burst out with greater strength. So that's why Son Goku can't feel the Super 4 relationship. Because his tail has been cut off. What? The tail is the opportunity to become Super Saiyan 4? But my tail is gone now. Hearing this, Son Goku became anxious. Although their Saiyans all have tails, but almost as long as the tail grows out, they will be pulled out by him. So now except for the root of a tail, there is no shadow of any tail at all. It's not important, you answer my question first, do you really want to become a Super Saiyan 4 and gain the power of a Super Saiyan 4? Suhan looked at the other party and asked seriously. Of course, Master Suhan, I really want to become Super Saiyan 4, because I know that only in this way can I become stronger. And only in this way can I use my own strength to protect the entire earth. Son Goku said it almost subconsciously without any hesitation. Very good. If that's the case, then there's no problem. King Kai, find a way to pull out Son Goku's tail. Hearing this, Suhan set his sights on King Kai in the distance. And King Kai also didn't hesitate after hearing Suhan's shout. Fly over quickly. Respectfully said, my Lord Law Enforcement Officer. I don't know if you have anything to order. Help Son Goku pull out the tail. Suhan said again. What, tail pulled out? Hearing this, Son Goku's eyes widened. Just now he wondered whether he heard it wrong or Master Suhan said it wrong. But now Son Goku is very sure, neither he heard it wrong nor others said it wrong. I really want to pull out my own tail. Pull out the tail, is this really okay? King Kai wiped his sweat, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. Why, do I need to say it a second time? Don't tell me how simple things you can't do well. Hearing this, Suhan frowned slightly, and an endless chill emanated from his body. And King Kai froze in place, then nodded hastily. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, just don't worry, I will definitely be able to do such a simple thing. Goku, why are you running? Come back to me quickly, this is the arrangement of the Law Enforcement Officer, you must not escape, or I will die with you. Asterisk 393 Come back to me quickly. Beerus, Gurgoli, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch Son Goku. Hurry up, help me with the pliers and pull hard. Beerus, hurry up. While roaring, King Kai held the pliers in his hand vigorously. On the other end of the pliers, Son Goku's cry came out immediately. Ah! It hurts. Although Son Goku was in great pain, he didn't fight back. Because he knows that Master Suhan will never deceive himself, and this is his only hope to become stronger. As long as I can become Super Saiyan 4, I will be able to protect the people around me and the whole earth. And that's what Son Goku wants most. So he must succeed. No, Goku, we don't have enough strength at all, we can't pull it out at all. King Kai said out of breath while exerting force. Master Realm King, otherwise, let's switch positions. Beerus, you two helped Lord Kai here, and then I ran hard. My speed is fast, and it must be more effective than your hard pulling. Perhaps because of the pain, Son Goku, who never liked to use his brain, unexpectedly came up with a pretty good solution at this time. Then Beerus switched the positions of the two according to Son Goku's request. Ha ha ha. Then Son Goku turned directly into Super Saiyan. Call out. The whole person flew out like a golden streamer. And the tail behind him was completely pulled out at this time. Even the three of Beerus and King Kai were dragged abruptly on the ground for hundreds of meters before slowly stopping. Chapter 102. Goku. Stop it! Are you trying to kill me? King Kai, who was dragged behind by Son Goku, was already bruised and swollen from being dragged. It was only at this time that Son Goku reacted and stopped hastily. Then he looked at King Kai with a look of embarrassment. Hey! I'm so sorry, Lord Kai, I didn't notice. Son Goku scratched his head. But after waiting for a while, Son Goku also found that his tail had been pulled out. Yo, my tail was actually pulled out. Son Goku grabbed his own tail and said excitedly. Because Master Suhan has said just now that the key to becoming a super cheap Asian is the tail. And now that his tail has been pulled out, he should be able to become Super Saiyan 4 right away. Master Suhan, my tail, the tail has been pulled out. Excited, Son Goku stopped paying attention to King Kai, and flew directly to Suhan's side. Very well, now that the tail problem has been solved, then I can help you become Super Saiyan 4. Suhan looked at Son Goku's pulled out tail and said with a smile. Great, great. Hearing this, Son Goku jumped up excitedly on the spot. Don't be too happy. Although you have now met the conditions to become a Super Saiyan 4, you need to become a giant ape first if you want to become a Super Saiyan 4. But these are not problems, I will help you get rid of them. Suhan said lightly, and then a white energy bomb gathered in his hand. And this ability is naturally the artificial moon. Call out. Before Son Goku could answer, Son Goku threw the artificial moon into the sky by himself. A moment later, an artificial moon appeared in the sky above Kai Wang. This is the moon? But how could it appear on Kaio? Wait, if it's the moon, then wouldn't Goku be turning into a giant ape on Kaio? It's over, if Goku turns into a giant ape and loses control and accidentally hurts the law enforcement officer, it's over. Thinking of this, King Kai became tense. Son Goku will get out of control when he turns into a giant ape, and then his house and his planet will be destroyed, but King Kai doesn't care about it now. The house is gone, and it can be built. But if you offend the law enforcement officer, I'm afraid your life will be over. Goku, don't look at the sky. King Kai shouted loudly. However, Son Goku didn't hear the other party's words at all, but looked at the artificial moon in the sky stupidly. Suddenly his eyes became dull. The pupils turned from black to off-white. Plop plop. Son Goku's chest began to throb violently. And at this moment, a vein popped out on Son Goku's forehead, and the clothes on his body exploded in an instant. The body also turned into the state of a giant ape at this moment. Ho! Ho! Bang bang! Son Goku, who turned into a great ape, let out an angry roar while beating the chest of time. And King Kai in the distance froze in place after seeing the scene in front of him. Finally, he sat down on the ground and muttered to himself, it's over. It's over, Goku has really turned into a giant ape, now it's over. Roar! Son Goku in the giant ape state roared, and his body changed again. The black hair turned golden yellow at this moment. With the golden light flashing, the body of the giant ape Son Goku was actually the main force before it shrank to the point of inadequacy. But the momentum on his body is much stronger than before. Golden giant ape, it looks like Son Goku has the ability to become Super Saiyan 4, but now he may need some help from me. After seeing Son Goku transform from an ordinary giant ape into a golden giant ape, Suhan also showed a satisfied look on his face. This is exactly what he wanted to see. But at this moment, the out-of-control golden giant ape Son Goku let out a roar. Then he opened his huge mouth and shot in the direction of King Kai. At this moment, King Kai has fallen into regret and annoyance, and even feels that he is hopeless. He didn't even notice Son Goku's energy cannon was fired at him. Call out! But just when the energy cannon was about to fall on King Kai, a figure suddenly appeared. With a light wave of the arm, the energy cannon was directly sent flying. Boom! Finally, the energy cannon landed in the distance and made a loud noise. Thank you, Mr. Law Enforcer. King Kai was completely dazed at the moment, he didn't understand what happened at all. But when he looked at the deep hole that was blown out in the distance, he finally understood. "Don't thank me, hide in a safe place," Suhan responded without looking back. Sure enough, because Son Goku was sent to Earth since he was a child, he has never been trained by the Vegeta Star Great Ape, so he can't rely on his own power to maintain consciousness, but this kind of thing is hard to master. Angel's omnipotence me. Saying that, Suhan's body flashed and disappeared in the same place. When he reappeared, Suhan's body was already on top of Son Goku's head. "Ho ho!" The golden giant ape, Son Goku, roared angrily, as if very angry that someone stood on his head. Then the red energy cannons shot out one by one. But without exception, all attacks have no effect on Suhan. However, at this moment, Suhan's head suddenly emitted a green light, and with the green light, it poured into Son Goku's mind. Immediately, the opponent's body slowly calmed down. In the end, he didn't continue to struggle. The great ape Son Goku opened his eyes again, as if he had regained consciousness. He actually looked at his hands like a human being. "Son Goku, I've already done everything I need to help you. As for whether you can fully control your own consciousness and become a Super Saiyan 4, it depends on your ability." Seeing that Son Goku had regained some consciousness, Suhan came to the other party in a flash and spoke. I know Master Suhan, I will not let the giant ape control my consciousness, I will become the man of Super Saiyan 4. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by the low roar from the mouth of the great ape Son Goku. Immediately, Son Goku's entire body exuded endless light. For a moment, the entire King Kai planet seemed to be enveloped by these rays of light. But after the white light faded away, a familiar figure appeared in front of Suhan. Red hair, black hair, and sharp eyes. It was Son Goku who became Super Saiyan 4. "I made it. This is the power of Super Saiyan 4, it's incredible." Son Goku looked at his hands with some excitement, and his whole body became excited all of a sudden. Chapter 103. The power is simply unbelievable. Son Goku moved his body briefly in the air, feeling as if he had inexhaustible power in his body. Although the momentum exuded by Super Saiyan 4 is not as exaggerated as Super Saiyan 3. But this also makes Super Saiyan 4's consumption of body energy very small. Even Son Goku feels that the consumption of physical energy may only be a little more than normal. At the same time, Suhan in the distance also saw this scene. At the same time, the system in my mind rang at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the sign-in task, accepting Son Goku as an apprentice, and helping the other party become Super Saiyan 4. Mission reward, Super Saiyan 4. Additional reward, 10% erasing supernatural power. When Suhan heard the notification sound in his mind, his whole body trembled. Then a look of shock appeared on his face for an instant. It's actually erasing supernatural powers. After repeatedly confirming that it was correct, Suhan's hanging heart was relieved. Because I only learned 10% of the erasure magic power in the Grand Priest before. I didn't expect that this time the system would directly reward 10% of the erasing magic power. I have to say that this is already very difficult. Because even angels erasing supernatural power probably wouldn't exceed 10%. As for the Grand Priest, it must not exceed 30%. After all, this ability is Xeno's exclusive ability, so it is naturally impossible for others to master too much. And after obtaining 10% of the erasing magical power, Suhan's life-saving ability has undoubtedly become a lot stronger. At the very least, Grand Priest's supernatural power of erasing is not so terrifying to him. As for Super Saiyan 4, it is actually dispensable for Suhan. Because of the ability that Suhan has now, whether it is Super Saiyan God Pink, Rose Purple, or the most powerful Grey. Which one is stronger than Super 4? But since the system offered such a reward, Suhan naturally wouldn't refuse it. After all, the charm of Super 4 is irresistible to a Dragon Ball fan. Call out. Seeing Son Goku in the distance who was still excitedly trying the power in his body, Suhan flew over directly. How about it, are you shocked by the energy in your body? Suhan looked at the other party and said lightly. And Son Goku stopped his actions immediately after seeing that the person who came was Suhan. Then he hurriedly came to Suhan's side, and said respectfully, Chabe, yes, Master Suhan, the power of Super Saiyan 4 is too powerful. At least it's much stronger than Super Saiyan 3, and I even wonder if I'm dreaming. As he said that, Son Goku pinched his face, and after finding some pain, the smile on his face became even more excited. Super Saiyan 4. I can finally rely on my own strength to protect the earth. Dream? Hehe, how about competing with me, let me wake you up from your dream. Saying that, the corners of Suhan's mouth rose slightly. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, and then the black hair suddenly grew a little longer, the black combat uniform on his body disappeared instantly, and then a whole body of red hair grew out. For some reason, Suhan felt that the Super Saiyan 4 he had transformed into was even more handsome and cooler than the Super Saiyan 4 transformed into by Son Goku, whom he had always liked. Maybe it's because of the Black Goku panel. But these are no longer important to Suhan. After all, handsome is the end. Super Saiyan 4. Gilu. I knew Mr. Suhan that you can also become Super Saiyan 4. Now it seems that my guess is indeed right. Seeing that Master Suhan turned into Super Saiyan 4, who was so much more handsome than himself, Son Goku became a little excited. It's natural, otherwise why do you think I can make you into Super Saiyan 4? Suhan nodded and said with a smile. It is good. Master Suhan, I just want to see how strong Super Saiyan 4 is. Why don't you just make 2 moves with me symbolically? Of course, you must not use your full strength. After all, I have just obtained the power of Super 4, and I don't want to be hit so soon. Son Goku looked at Suhan pleadingly. He naturally wants to try the power of Super 4, but Vegeta, the current strongest person on Earth, can't even win against his own Super 3, so it is undoubtedly meaningless for the opponent to fight with the current self. So if you want to try your current strength, then fighting Susyang is naturally the best choice. It's just that Son Goku is somewhat worried. After all, the opponent's strength is too abnormal. Son Goku didn't want to be slapped in the face anytime soon either. Kin. As you wish, I will try my best to suppress my strength to the same level as yours. This way, it should also help you quickly stabilize the strength of Super Saiyan 4. After finishing speaking, Suhan suppressed the power in his body, trying not to let himself burst out with too strong a force zone. Just like gods of destruction Beerus at the beginning, suppress your own strength to the point where it is not far behind the opponent, so that you can play, otherwise you will be at full strength when you come up. It is estimated that 1 punch can defeat the opponent, it is no fun at all. It is good. Then I will offend Master Suhan. Seeing that the other party agreed, Son Goku's face showed an expression of excitement for an instant. Then he spread his legs and took a stance. What the hell happened? Gilu. King Kai looked at the 2 people in midair with a dull expression, and at this moment he was extremely puzzled in his heart. And didn't Son Goku turned into a golden giant ape just now? Why did he suddenly become like this now? And I don't know why, King Kai feels that although Son Goku in this state looks very ordinary, it makes the Lord of the North Realm feel that he must be stronger than the previous Super Saiyan day. Let's inform Supreme Kai first. Master Suhan, you are ready, I will attack now. After finishing speaking, Son Goku's face instantly became serious, and his whole body exuded an inexplicable attraction. Bring it on. Suhan nodded slightly, with the same expression on his face. But because of the blessing of the Black Goku template, Suhan looks more attractive than Son Goku. Call out. Seeing the other party nodding, Son Goku rushed towards Suhan without stopping. The speed was so fast that it even made it impossible to catch any figure for a while. But Suhan, who is also the 4th Super Saiyan, can clearly capture it. Well done. Saying that, Suhan clenched his fists tightly, and slammed up against the heavy punches coming to him. Boom! After the fists of the 2 collided together, the powerful no immediately reverberated throughout the Kaiwang planet. Even Kaiwangzing shook violently at this moment. Is this the power of Super 4? It's really powerful. The fist fight with Master Suhan just made me take a small step back. Son Goku looked at his hands in shock, with excitement written all over his face. And facing Son Goku with such an excited expression. Although Suhan wanted to tell the other party that he was deliberately suppressing his strength to become the same as the other party, otherwise you would be gone with the punch just now. But in the end Suhan held back. After all, Son Goku, who has been frustrated repeatedly, really needs some confidence. Come again. Chapter 104. Come again. After Son Goku roared, he rushed out quickly. And this time Son Goku shot even faster. Even Suhan, who suppressed his strength, became serious at this moment. Facing Son Goku's heavy punch again, Suhan didn't take anything lightly. Looking directly at the opponent's fist with both eyes, he blasted it out with Zhongli. Boom! The moment the two fists clashed together, a powerful energy shock wave suddenly set off around them. And under the energy wave, even the meteorites around the two of them burst instantly. The King Kai star under their feet shattered at this moment. Click! It's good, what a terrifying energy! Why did Goku suddenly become stronger? King Kai looked at Son Goku and Suhan in disbelief. It was just a simple fist fight, but such terrifying energy could erupt, which made King Kai a little unbelievable. Although Son Goku's previous strength was also very strong, but it did not reach this level. Master Supreme Kai, come and save me. If you don't come again, my Kai Wangxing will really be gone. King Kai shouted helplessly. But how could the old Supreme Kai come? He wished Suhan would stay away. Because Suhan couldn't help but have a strong status, even his strength was terrifying, and he even possessed the destructive power that gods of destruction can only have. This makes the old Supreme Kai fear Suhan even more. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 is more than that, Son Goku, you can burst out with even stronger power. After knocking Son Goku away with one punch, Suhan frowned slightly and looked at him to remind him. Suhan, who has read the original book, is very clear that the power of Super Saiyan 4 is far more than that displayed by Son Goku. At the very least, it can explode with stronger power. Yes, Master Suhan, the power of Super Saiyan 4 is indeed more than that. But since you know all about it, there's no need for me to hide it. After finishing speaking, Son Goku clenched his fists again, and then powerful energy spewed out from Son Goku's body. The golden flames also spewed out at this time. Rustling. Crackling. Outside the golden flames, there is also a layer of lightning. At this time, Super Saiyan 4 undoubtedly became more domineering. Very good, it looks like you have mastered the power of Super Saiyan 4 now. Then if that's the case, I'll come too. Saying that, Suhan clenched his fist slightly, and then powerful energy burst out from Suhan's body. The golden arrogance enveloped Suhan's body in an instant, and the sky was dark and dark for a while. And the golden arrogance emanating from the two of them, like two swords, pierced straight into the sky. I'm coming, Master Suhan. After finishing speaking, Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and shot out of his body instantly. Like a golden arrow, it shot towards Suhan. The two fists launched a frenzied attack on Suhan's body like a pair of machine guns. And Suhan also waved his fists and launched a storm-like attack. One after another, booming circles flashed continuously over the entire sky of Kai Wangxing. Because of the powerful energy emanating from the fight between the two, the entire King of Realms shook violently. It seems that it may fall apart at any time. Son Goku, don't you only have these strengths? Don't forget that I have been suppressing strengths. Even so, you can't take any advantage. Seeing that Son Goku's attack gradually slowed down, Suhan couldn't help frowning slightly. Of course not. Since Master Suhan, if you want to see it, then I will let you experience my strength. Saying that, Son Goku knocked Suhan back with a punch. Then quickly distance yourself from the opponent. After opening his legs and taking a horse stance, he immediately put his hands on his waist. Then began to gather energy crazily. 10 times Kamehameha wave, if that's the case, then I'll come too. Saying that, Suhan directly put his hands on his chest, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Big bang! Kamehameha wave! Finally, under the roar of the two in unison, all kinds of Kamehameha waves with powerful energy were released. Boom! After the two powerful energies collided together, a burst of huge energy waves spread rapidly throughout the entire Kaiwang planet. The surrounding meteorites were instantly crushed into fine powder under the power of the energy wave. It was even the same for King Realm. Under the power of this huge energy wave, it was completely shattered. What? Kaiwang planet was actually destroyed. This. King Kai looked at the Kaiwangzing that had gradually disintegrated under his feet, and became speechless in shock. Even for a while, he didn't know what to say. Before, because I accidentally offended gods of destruction Beerus, my huge Kaiwangzing became the palm-sized small planet it is today. Ask for flowers. And before I thought that I didn't recognize the relationship between the law enforcement officer at first sight, but now I completely destroyed my own planet directly. Boom! Along with the energy of Son Goku's 10 times Kamehameha wave gradually weakening, the Big Bang Kamehameha wave directly swallowed it completely. In the end, even Son Goku's body was slammed into the air. After breaking through several small planets in a row, the body was directly embedded in a huge meteorite. Suhan, Master Suhan, is really unbelievably powerful. I thought I could fight with you for a while longer when you were suppressing your strength, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you so quickly. At this moment, Son Goku has returned to normal, and even because of the blow just now, Son Goku looks extraordinarily embarrassed. You can even clearly see the high and swollen eyelid of the other party's left eye. Call out. After standing up, Son Goku hurried back to Suhan's side. Don't be sad, you've already done a good job, you just became a Super 4, and you can play to this stage, which is already very good. But if you want to protect the Earth with your own power, I think your current power is not enough. You need to get stronger. Suhan patted Son Goku on the shoulder, then took out a fairy bean and threw it to Son Goku. Gulu! Is the strength of Super Saiyan 4 still not enough? Will the opponents in the future really be so strong? After receiving the fairy beans thrown by Suhan, Son Goku didn't eat them right away, but the witnesses were stunned. I thought that the power of Super 4 should be enough to protect the Earth. But he never thought that Master Suhan would actually say that Super 4's power is still not enough to protect the